Chapter 1. The queen I met by chance in the bar showed up with a big belly. Magic City. Urban village. The old residential buildings are like a piece of psoriasis on the city's skin, stubbornly clinging to the shadows of the towering skyscrapers. My name is Su Chan, and I am an inconspicuous cell on this psoriasis. Bang, bang, bang. When the dull and rhythmic knock on the door sounded, I was holding my last cigarette and worrying about the red bold font of this month's rent payment notice on the computer screen. Who is it? In this shabby place, apart from the landlady who shows up on time at the end of the month and has a louder voice than me, no one else will knock on my door. But today is only the beginning of the month. Impatiently, I shuffled over in my flip-flops and opened the creaking iron door. The door opened. I was stunned. The person standing at the door was also stunned. It was a woman who was a little too tall. She wore large sunglasses that covered half of her face, along with a pure black mask, completely obscuring a face that should have been stunning. The seemingly modest Burberry trench coat she wore probably cost more than the annual rent for my shabby apartment. She exuded an aura of keep away from strangers, which was completely out of place in my narrow, dim corridor that was filled with the smell of instant noodles. It's like an orchid in a valley, stuck in cow dung. Who are you looking for? I subconsciously took a step back and forgot to flick the ash off my cigarette. The woman's gaze lingered for a second through her sunglasses on my yellowed old man's shirt and beach shorts, and her brows seemed to frown slightly. Her voice was cold with a barely perceptible hoarseness, like top-quality silk that had been chilled. Su Chen? My brain buzzed and the computer froze instantly. This voice. I know this voice. Even if you only hear it once, it is enough to be engraved in your bones. The floodgates of memory suddenly opened, dragging me back to that rainy night 2 months ago. Night bar. I was a bartender there. She sat in the corner of the bar, drinking one drink after another of the depth charge I mixed. Her eyes, which were usually as cold as autumn water, were filled with broken stars and despair that night. She is China's top female star, the dream lover of countless otakus, and the moon hanging in the sky that is out of reach. Queen of Heaven, Yi Qingya. And I was just a nobody who served her wine. That night, she was extremely drunk, and I don't know what happened, but I took her home. Not here, it's a motel near the bar. What happened next was blurry and crazy. When I woke up the next day, I was the only one left in the room, with a wad of cash and a note on the bedside table. There were only 2 words on the note: forgot. I almost forgot. After all, it was like an unreal dream. When I woke up, I still had to worry about next month's rent. We were from 2 different worlds, and our encounter that night was just an accident fueled by alcohol. But now, this accident is actually standing at my doorstep. Ms. Yi, Ms. Yi? I stammered, feeling my tongue was tied. Yi Qingya didn't answer, but just gently pushed me away and walked straight into my rental house, which was less than 20 square meters. Her eyes quickly scanned the room. A single bed, a computer desk piled with clutter, a rickety wardrobe, and a few boxes of empty beer bottles in the corner that had not been dealt with yet. The smell of poverty is everywhere in the air. Her frown deepened. You live here? She took off her sunglasses, and in her incredibly beautiful eyes, there was a complex emotion that I couldn't understand: shock, disgust, and perhaps a little bit of disappointment? What else? I laughed self-deprecatingly, closing the door behind me to block out the neighbors' inquiring gazes. Or should I live in Thompson Epine? Big Star Yi, did you come to the wrong place? Or do you want to experience the suffering of ordinary people? There was a sting in my tone. There's no way around it. No one would feel comfortable having their doghouse looked at in that way by a woman they've only met once, who's also a big star. Yi Qingya didn't seem to be in the mood to argue with me. She casually placed her sunglasses and bag on my greasy computer desk, and then did something that almost made my eyes pop out. She unbuttoned her trench coat. The windbreaker was open, revealing the loose maternity dress underneath. And that bulging belly that could no longer be covered by any clothes. My mind went blank in an instant, as if I had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving me burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The cigarette butt slipped from my fingers and fell to the ground, leaving a small charred spot. Pregnant? What a joke. Even the script wouldn't dare to be written like this. I looked at her, then at her stomach, and my throat was as dry as the Sahara Desert. You are. Yi Qingya's face was pale, but her eyes were resolute. She looked straight at me, her voice soft and clear, but it hit my heart like a hammer. 2 months. She said. The doctor said everything is normal. I felt like the world was spinning. 2 months. 2 months ago. Wasn't it that night? An extremely absurd speculation was growing wildly in my mind, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. No. Impossible? Just once. Just once. Yi Qingya interrupted me, her tone filled with self-mockery and unspeakable fatigue. I know my body very well. In this life, I have never had another man besides you. Her confession was like a bullet, completely shattering all my hopes. I slumped on the edge of the bed, feeling like all the strength had been drained from my body. I, Su Chen, a 23-year-old orphan, a pauper who barely makes a living by mixing drinks in a bar, actually made the national queen Yi Qingya pregnant? This is even more outrageous than fiction. Seeing my distraught look, Yi Qingya took out a folded piece of paper from her Hermes bag and gently placed it in front of me. It's a pregnancy test report. I picked it up with trembling hands, my eyes fixed on the words test result, positive. My hands are shaking and my heart is shaking too. From this moment on, my life seemed to be forced into a path I had never imagined. There was deathly silence in the room. I could hear my own heartbeat, thump, 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 as if it was tolling the death knell for my chaotic life. It took me a long time to find my voice, which was extremely hoarse. What do you want? Yi Qingya took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her strength. She looked at me again, and there was only one emotion left in her cold eyes. Resolute. The child is yours, what do you think I want? Chapter 2. What? The child is mine? The child is yours, what do you think I want? Yi Qingya's voice was very calm as if she was saying, the weather is nice today. But when these words fell into my ears, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in my brain, blowing my rationality, my common sense, and the worldview I had built up over the past 23 years into flying catkins. I looked at her, at that beautiful face that had appeared on television, on billboards, and in countless men's dreams. Now, it was no longer cold and distant, but instead had a palpitating weariness and paleness. Then my eyes slid uncontrollably to her slightly bulging belly. There is a life. Mine? Absurd. The word was the only thing left in my mind. No. Miss Yi, are you mistaken? I swallowed hard, trying to organize my words, but found that my logic was shattered. This kind of thing is not a joke. How could it be possible that night? I hope it's a mistake. She interrupted me, a bitter arc on her lips. For the first time, her beautiful eyes revealed vulnerability. But the hospital report won't lie, and my body's reaction won't lie either. Su Chen, I don't have the time or the mood to play such a joke on you. The seriousness in her tone was like a basin of ice water poured over my head, calming my confused thoughts a little. I began to force myself to think. Abort? This thought popped up immediately. For a top star like her, being pregnant before marriage is a scandal that could ruin her entire career. Dealing with it discreetly while the baby is still young is the most logical and sensible option. Then why don't you? I said halfway, but I couldn't say that cruel word. As if seeing through my thoughts, Yi Qingya subconsciously reached out and gently covered her belly. That action, filled with maternal radiance, formed a stark contrast to her usual image of a high-minded diva. I tried, she whispered, her voice so low it seemed like she was talking to herself. I made an appointment with the best private hospital and the best doctor. But when I lay on that cold operating table, I regretted it. Her eyes were slightly red. I can feel his, or her heartbeat. Su Chen, I can't do it. I'm 26 years old, not an 18-year-old girl. I've been in this circle for so many years, I'm tired. I don't want to kill a life that belongs to me for those false names. I was silent. What else can I say? That she was stupid? That she was crazy? A woman standing at the top of the world of fame and fortune is willing to gamble everything for an unexpected child. I looked at her hands protecting her belly, and I felt mixed emotions. There was shock and confusion, but more of it was an indescribable touch. Okay, even if you want to give birth. I took a deep breath and pointed at the surroundings, my voice filled with powerlessness. Then why did you come to me? Miss Yi, open your eyes and look. I have nothing here. I can barely pay the rent for next month. What can I give you? What can I give to the child? Money for milk powder? The more I spoke, the more excited I became, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with all its fur standing on end. You're Yi Qingya, the national queen. Any endorsement you take on would be enough for someone like me to earn a lifetime. You need me to be responsible? Don't you think my life is ridiculous enough? These words are half self-deprecating and half venting. I was indeed panicked. That huge sense of responsibility, enough to crush a person, was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on my chest, making it hard for me to breathe. I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I have no parents and no ties. The word father is farther away from me than Mars. Now, someone tells me that I am going to be a father? And the child's mother is a diva? Yi Qingya listened to me quietly without any change in expression. She simply turned her gaze back to the small room. This time, there was no disgust in her eyes, but instead a hint of inquiry. I didn't come to you for money, she said calmly. I have money. The real estate under my name is also enough for my child to be born and raised in the best environment. Then what do you want? I couldn't help but ask back. She was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words. I want a status. She looked at me, her eyes more serious than ever. The child can't be without a father. I don't want him to be born with the father's column in the household registration book blank. Status? I was amused by her words. Miss Yi, you and me? Is it possible for the two of us? Believe it or not, as long as our affairs are exposed, you will fall from the sky to the mud tomorrow. And I will be drowned in the saliva of your millions of fans. I know. She nodded, her face growing paler. So, I came to you to hear your choice. My choice? Yes. She looked me straight in the eye. You have two choices. First, you give me some money, any amount is fine, and then sign an agreement to have nothing to do with this child from now on. I will give birth to him alone and tell him that his father is dead. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if someone had squeezed it hard. Then, what about the second option? The second option, Yi Qingya paused, her voice trembling with a barely perceptible tremor, is to assume the responsibilities that you should assume. I don't need you to support me, nor do I need you to give the child anything right away. I just need you to acknowledge that you are his father. We can work together to find a way forward. The room fell into silence again. I looked at her, this woman who shone so brightly in the eyes of outsiders, but now she looked like a helpless little girl, handing the most important choice of her life to me, a poor man with nothing. My mind is a mess. Reason tells me to choose the first path, get the money, and from then on, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and I will continue to live my poor but free life. This is good for her and for me. We shouldn't have had any intersection. My eyes fell on her lower abdomen again. There is a little life that is connected to me by blood. If I had chosen the first path, his life would have been the same as mine. I have been without a father since I was a child. I have to grow up under the strange eyes of others since childhood. From a young age, I have to experience the loneliness of being abandoned by the whole world. I have tasted that kind of bitterness that goes deep into my bones for 23 years, and I know better than anyone how bitter it is. Do I want my children to make the same mistakes? No. Absolutely not. A strong thought, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly burst out from the deepest part of my heart and instantly swept through my whole body. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh. My life has been full of failures and cowardice. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough food to eat, live in a shabby house, or are looked down upon. But if I don't even dare to recognize my own child, then what kind of man am I, Suchen? I raised my head and met Yi Qingya's nervous and expectant eyes. At this moment, all my confusion, all my fear, and all my retreat disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented determination. I choose the second one. When I said these 4 words, I felt like my blood was burning. Yi Qingya was obviously stunned. She didn't seem to expect that I would make such a quick and decisive choice. Her beautiful eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. Have you thought it through? Her voice trembled. This road will be difficult to walk. Think it through. I stood up and, for the first time, straightened my back in front of this woman who was half a head taller than me. Although I am poor, I still have my backbone. I can't have any more regrets in my life. I looked at her and said word by word, the child is mine. I acknowledge him. From today on, I will protect you and your child. As soon as the words fell, I saw a crystal teardrop sliding down the corner of Yi Qingya's eye. She quickly turned her head away, wiped away her tears, and when she turned back, her face regained its cold disguise, but her eyes were still red. She nodded, seeming relieved. Okay, then, what should I do now? She looked at me and asked a very practical question. I can't stay in the hotel forever. The reporters are starting to get suspicious. I looked around my shabby house and smiled bitterly. Yes, she is a superstar, she can't squeeze into this rental house of more than 10 square meters with me, right? Not to mention living there is not even a place to turn around. But if we don't live here, where can we go? All my savings added up to less than 5,000 yuan. Even in a better location, the deposit is not enough to rent a one-bedroom apartment. Reality was like a loud slap in the face, severely hitting the ambitions that had just been ignited in me. What do I do? Just when I was at a loss and felt that life was bleak, a cold, emotionless, mechanical synthesized voice, without any warning, rang in my mind. Ding! Bloodline connected to the host's flesh and blood detected, system activation in progress. I was stunned and subconsciously looked at Yi Qingya. Did you hear any sound just now? Chapter 3 Ding! God-level nanny system, activated on the spot. Did you hear any sound just now? My question escaped my lips, with a hint of panic that I wasn't even aware of. Yi Qingya was lost in her own thoughts, and was taken aback by my nonsensical question. Her beautiful, watery eyes revealed obvious confusion. Noise? What sound? She looked around the shabby house, which was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop except for the sound of our heartbeats. The only voice I heard was yours. Not her? That. My heart skipped a beat, and a chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Are you hallucinating? Did he become mentally ill because of too much pressure? It's over. He hasn't even become a dad yet, but he has already gone mental? Just when I was daydreaming and doubting my life, that cold mechanical voice exploded in my mind again with incredible clarity. Ding! System activation conditions met, host identity confirmed, Su Chen. The God-level daddy system is officially bound. This time, I heard it clearly. Not an illusion. My pupils suddenly contracted, and my whole body froze in place as if I were under a spell. System? The kind of cheat code exclusive to the protagonist in online novels? This thing that only exists in fantasy actually appeared in my body? This system is designed to assist the host, becoming the strongest nanny in the entire field, and providing the host's offspring with the best growth environment. System purpose, everything is for the children. The mechanical sound continued, and my brain had completely turned into a pot of boiling porridge. I subconsciously closed my eyes and then opened them suddenly. Nothing in front of me has changed. Yi Qingya was still standing there, looking at me worriedly, as if I were a fool. The yellowed mold stain on the wall also remained stubbornly in its original place. I pinched my thigh hard. Hiss. Pain. It hurts so much. This is not a dream. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Yi Qingya finally couldn't help it and took a step closer to me, her tone full of worry. Don't scare me. If you feel the pressure is too great and you can't accept it, it's okay, we can discuss it again. I didn't hear a word she said. Because the moment she approached me, a translucent screen emitting a faint blue light that only I could see suddenly popped up in front of my eyes without any warning. It's like a holographic projection in a science fiction movie. At the top of the screen is a line of eye-catching large characters, God-level dad system. Below are a few lines of my personal information. Host, Su Chen. Age, 23. Constitution, 5 likely due to frequent staying up late, it is recommended that the host obtain insurance as soon as possible. Mental, 6 long-term anxiety, on the verge of collapse. Charm, 7 except for the face, nothing else. Wealth, 2,500 yuan truly penniless and heavily in debt. Overall evaluation, a VIP among the weaklings, a specimen of the bottom of human society. This review is so fucking heartbreaking. Although every word is true. I looked at the 2,500 wealth value and felt a burning sensation on my face. I borrowed that from my best friend Li Kai last month and haven't had time to pay it back yet. Unexpectedly, this system is also a big data expert and has thoroughly investigated me. Just as I was staring blankly at this horrible attribute panel, the mechanical voice sounded again. The system detects that the host is binding for the first time and will issue a newbie gift pack. Do you want to claim it immediately? In the center of the screen, a golden, constantly rotating gift package icon was madly attracting my attention. There are two more options below. Weather. Nonsense. Is there any need to choose? I'm so poor now, let alone a big gift package, I'd even accept a steamed bun. Get it. Get it now. I shouted wildly in my heart. Almost at the moment when the thought flashed through my mind, the golden gift package icon exploded with a bang and turned into a sky full of golden light. Then, a series of system prompt sounds, like the sound of nature, began to flash crazily in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received the newbie gift pack. Reward 1, Startup Capital, 10 million yuan. Reward 2, God Level Skill, Heavenly Sound. Reward 3, Comprehensive Optimization of Physical Fitness. Reward 4, Exclusive Portable Space, Cute Baby Castle. Reward 5, Passive Skill, The Tenderness of a Future Father. Fuck. I looked at the series of rewards with my eyes wide open and my breathing stopped instantly. 10 million? I have never even seen 100,000 yuan in my life, and the system gives me 10 million right away? Are there any God-level skills? Exclusive space? This gift pack for beginners is too good to be true. Before I could recover from the huge shock, a warm current suddenly surged out from my heart and instantly flowed through my limbs and bones. That feeling is like soaking in the warmest hot spring in winter, with every cell cheering. I could clearly feel my body, weakened from staying up late for so long, being rapidly strengthened by a mysterious force. My aching back and waist instantly straightened up. My entire body was filled with endless energy. Comprehensive physical optimization. Is this what it feels like to improve your physique? That's awesome. Immediately afterwards, countless knowledge about music theory, vocal techniques, emotional application, flooded into my brain like a tide. Those professional terms that I couldn't understand before now seemed like an innate instinct and I understood them instantly. I even feel that if I open my mouth now, I can sing a heavenly voice that can rival any god of singing. God-level skill, sound of nature. Buzz. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I subconsciously took it out and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Dear Mr. Su Chen, 10 million renminbi was credited to your savings card account ending in 8888 at 1532. The current account balance is 10 million renminbi. That long string of zeros, like shining stars, almost blinded my eyes. I counted 3 times. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, tens of millions. Really 10 million. Not an illusion. All of this is true. I really have a system. I really want to defy fate and change my destiny. The huge ecstasy, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly overwhelmed me. I clenched my phone tightly, my whole body shaking with excitement. Money. With this money, all problems will no longer be problems. Su Chen? Su Chen. Yi Qingya's worried voice pulled me back from my ecstasy. Only then did I realize that I had been in a daze and grinning foolishly, and probably looked like a madman. I raised my head and looked at her. Perhaps it was the passive skill of the tenderness of a prospective father that took effect. I found that when I looked at her again, my eyes unconsciously became much softer. And Yi Qingya was obviously stunned when she met my gaze. She was somewhat surprised to find that the man in front of her seemed to have changed suddenly. Just a few minutes ago, he looked like a panicked young boy, his eyes full of confusion and helplessness. But now, his eyes were deep and firm, with a confident smile on his lips, and his whole body exuded a calm temperament that made people feel inexplicably at ease. It seemed as if even if the sky fell, he could easily hold it up. This sudden change made her dazed for a moment. I looked at her slightly open red lips and the surprise in her eyes, and my heart was filled with pride. Isn't it just that there is no place to live? Isn't it just lack of money? With a system, are these still a problem? I put away my phone, took a step forward, and naturally took the Hermes bag she had placed on the table. Then I carefully folded the pregnancy test report that was a little wrinkled from my grip and put it in the bag. This place is indeed not suitable for pregnancy. I looked at her and said with a smile. My voice, thanks to the blessing of the sound of nature, has become magnetic, gentle, and powerful. Yi Qingya was a little overwhelmed by my sudden action and voice. Then we. I winked at her, my smile filled with a hint of mystery and unquestionable dominance. Come with me, I said. Where are you going? Yi Qingya asked. Chapter 4, starting with 100 million, and there is also the sound of nature? Where are you going? Yi Qingya asked subconsciously, with a hint of confusion in her voice. She couldn't keep up with my pace at all. I met her confused gaze, raised the corners of my mouth slightly, and revealed a smile that made her heart skip a beat. My voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in this shabby rental house. Every word was like a gold nugget dropped on the ground, resoundingly so. Go buy a home for us and the baby. Buying a home? Yi Qingya was completely stunned. She looked at me with a look of surprise that asked, "Are you crazy?" A man who can't even pay next month's rent, who was just looking depressed because of the pressure of reality, now says calmly that he wants to buy a house. Buyer in Shanghai, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. What did he use to buy it? The boxes of beer bottles in the corner? I didn't give her much time to think, I just opened the door and made a pleased gesture. Let's go. The air here is bad and not friendly to pregnant women. My movements were calm and my tone was natural, as if we were not trying to solve a huge problem, but were just going to the convenience store downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Yi Qingya was swept up by the sudden strong self-confidence in me, and as if possessed by a ghost, she actually followed me out. When walking through the narrow, dim corridor that exudes a variety of mixed smells, she even needs to lower her head slightly to avoid her hair from rubbing against the unknown stains on the wall. Several old men who were playing chess at the entrance of the corridor, and several old women who were chatting with their children, all looked at her with curiosity, this alien who was out of tune with the environment. Yi Qingya subconsciously put on the mask and sunglasses and wrapped herself tighter. When had she ever been to such a place? But I, as if nothing had happened, walked half a step in front of her, using my body to subtly block those probing eyes for her. This subtle gesture inexplicably gave Yi Qingya a warm feeling in her heart. We hailed a taxi. Master, go to Lujiazui, Thompson Epine. I sat in the passenger seat and skillfully gave an address. Okay. The driver responded readily, stepped on the accelerator, and the car merged into the crowded traffic in Shanghai. Yi Qingya, who was sitting in the back seat, stiffened noticeably when she heard the words Tangchenipine. Thompson First Class. Where is that place? This is the most luxurious residential complex in all of China, the highest price in Shanghai and even the nation. Those who live there are either wealthy or prominent, and any of them are figures you'd see in the financial news. Why did he take himself there? Could it be? A ridiculous idea arose in her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. Impossible. How could he possibly afford a house there? Even the most ordinary apartment would cost a minimum of 100 million yuan. He must be taking me to meet someone or do something. This was the only way she could comfort herself. The radio was on in the car, playing the hottest love song of the moment. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes to rest. In fact, my consciousness was frantically flipping through the descriptions of those incredible rewards in the system space. Startup capital, 10 million yuan, has been transferred to the host's bound bank card and can be spent at any time. Heavenly voice, a god-level passive skill. Grants the host the most perfect voice and top-notch singing skills. Every word you sing touches the soul. Full constitution optimization, completed. The host's current constitution is approximately 3 times that of an average adult male, with abundant energy and immunity to most common diseases. Cute baby castle, an extra-dimensional space bound to the host, initially measuring 100 square meters. The interior environment maintains a constant temperature and humidity, and the air is absolutely pure, making it the safest and most comfortable haven for babies. The host can enter at any time. Note, only the host and their blood relatives permitted by the host are permitted to enter. Expectant father's tenderness, a god-level passive skill. Your words and actions will create a soothing aura, effectively alleviating anxiety during pregnancy and creating a natural affinity between you and your child. After reading these instructions, my heart beat uncontrollably again. This system is too advanced. Especially the cute baby castle, it's like a mobile safe house. No matter what danger you encounter in the future, as long as you send your wife and children inside, they will be absolutely safe. I took out my phone again, opened the bank app, and looked at the long string of numbers that made me dizzy. I felt more confident than ever before. That string of zeros was like a magical code, rewriting the gloomy script of my life for the past 23 years. From today on, I, Su Chen, will no longer be the pauper who worries about rent. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped steadily in front of the magnificent and majestic sales center of Thompson 1. I paid the fare, got out first, and opened the door for Yi Qingya. Arrive. Yi Qingya got out of the car and looked up at the palace-like building in front of her, feeling a little dazed for a moment. As the national queen, she is used to big scenes, but everything that happened today still made her feel like she was dreaming. As soon as we walked into the sales hall, a sales lady wearing an exquisite professional suit and perfect makeup came to greet us. "Hello, both of you. Welcome to Thomson Epine. Do you have a reservation?" She had a professional smile on her face, but when her eyes swept over the t-shirt on me that was worth no more than 50 yuan, there was a hint of subtle alienation in her smile. "I don't have an appointment, just looking around," I said lightly. "Okay, sir." The sales lady's smile faded a little, and her tone became a little perfunctory. "My name is Cece. You two can feel free to look around the sand table. If there is anything you need to know, feel free to call me." After saying that, she turned and walked away, obviously thinking we were the kind of losers who were poor but loved to pretend, and came to the top real estate specifically to see the world and take photos to post on WeChat moments. In the past, I would probably feel embarrassed or even angry about this kind of condescending attitude. But now, my mentality has undergone a drastic change. There's no point arguing with a salesperson with such limited vision. I walked directly to the huge sand table in the center of the hall and pointed to the building in the most central and best location. "Cece, right? Come here." Cece was whispering and laughing with another colleague. When she heard me calling her, a hint of impatience flashed across her face, but she still walked over in her high heels. "Sir, what can I do for you? Are there any houses in this building?" I asked, pointing to the model of the king of buildings. Cece curled her lips, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Sir, you've got good taste. This is our top-tier unit, with the best river view. But I must remind you, the starting price for units in this building is over 100 million. Chapter 5, let us stop talking nonsense and buy Thomson's first product. Sir, you have a good eye. This is our top-tier unit. The starting price is over 100 million. Cece's voice was not loud, but the deliberately emphasized more than 100 million seemed to be using the price threshold to ruthlessly drive away people who should not be here. The salesmen around with their ears perked up couldn't help but exchange looks of anticipation. Here comes another one trying to show off his wealth. Even Yi Qingya, who had been following me, couldn't help but gently tug at the corner of my clothes, signaling me to stop being impulsive. In her opinion, I was completely humiliating myself. 100 million? What an international joke. Although she is a queen and has considerable assets, it would still be a huge expense for her to come up with 100 million in cash at one time to buy a house. What's more, it's me. However, to everyone's surprise, there was not a trace of embarrassment or retreat on my face. I just looked at Cece calmly and nodded. Yeah, I understand. My reaction was too calm. The calmness made all the sarcasm Cece had prepared get stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down, making her feel very uncomfortable. She was stunned for a moment, then the fake smile on her face became even more intense. Sir, are you planning to? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with her. The most effective way to deal with such a person is never to argue, but to rub her face on the ground with facts. I took out my phone, opened the bank app in front of her, entered the password, and then handed her the crystal clear balance page. 100 million, is that enough? At that moment, the air in the entire sales hall seemed to freeze. The professional fake smile on Cece's face froze instantly, like a low-quality animation with the pause button pressed. Her eyes were fixed on the long string of zeros on my phone screen that made her dizzy, and her mouth opened unconsciously, big enough to fit an egg in. Her eyes almost popped out of her head, her breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10 million, 10 million, 1 billion. The other salesperson next to her subconsciously counted out loud, and the last word billion was almost shouted out with a broken voice. Boom! The entire sales office was like a bomb was dropped, and it exploded in an instant. Everyone's eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, were focused on me and my ordinary cell phone. Shock. Shocked. Incredible. A young man wearing cheap clothes actually had 100 million in cash in his bank account? This isn't a fucking movie. In just a few seconds, Cece's expression changed from contempt, to shock, to horror, and finally to a deathly pale color. She felt her legs going weak and her mind went blank. She knew that she had hit a wall this time. And it is the top-grade iron plate inlaid with diamonds. I'm sorry, sir. Cece's voice was shaking like a fallen leaf in the cold wind, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. What do you mean? You can shut up now. I put my phone away without even looking at her. I turned to a middle-aged man who looked like a manager not far away and shouted, "Who's in charge here?" The sales manager, who had been paying attention to the situation here, was startled and immediately ran over with the most enthusiastic and humble smile on his face. "Hello, sir. I'm the sales manager here, my name is Wang Hao. Cece was blind and didn't recognize you. I'm sorry for offending you. Please don't take it to heart." As he spoke, he glared at Cece fiercely. Cece was so scared that she trembled all over and almost cried on the spot. "Okay, stop talking about this nonsense." I waved my hand and got straight to the point. "Are there any available units in the top-rated building? Renovated, move-in ready." When Manager Wang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. This is truly a great god. He nodded and bowed quickly, his attitude extremely respectful. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. There's also a 720 square meter sky-high apartment on the top floor. It's a model apartment created by our best team of designers. The appliances and furniture are all top global brands. It's absolutely suitable for you. Take us to see it. Yes, yes. Sir, madam, this way please. Manager Wang personally led the way in front, and his attitude was completely different from when I first came in. I didn't even pause as I passed by Cece, who looked as pale as death. I know that from today on, this woman's career is probably over. But all this has nothing to do with me. Yi Qingya, who had been silent all this time, was now completely in a state of detachment. She was like a puppet, being led by me and following me mechanically. She looked at Su Chen's calm profile, and the huge wave of shock in her heart had completely drowned her. 100 million? Where did he get the 100 million? Isn't he a bartender who can't even pay the rent? Could it be that he has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Countless questions filled her head like a tangled mess. She found that she seemed to have never known the man in front of her. Taking the exclusive elevator, we soon arrived at the Sky Villa on the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, even someone like Yi Qingya, who is used to luxurious scenes, couldn't help but gasp. Too big. So luxurious. 270-degree curved floor-to-ceiling windows unreservedly present the most dazzling views of the Huangpu River. Beneath your feet is the ever-flowing river and the galaxy-like stream of cars in the distance. The Oriental Pearl Tower and the three sacred buildings form a magical skyline. Standing here, it feels like you own the whole world. Mr. Su, Ms. Yi, this house has the best view in the entire community. It has smart home appliances, kitchen and bathroom imported from Germany, and handcrafted furniture from Italy. Manager Wang introduced incessantly. I ignored him and walked straight to Yi Qingya, standing side by side with her in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. I could feel the stiffness in her body and the unrest in her heart. I reached out my hand, gently put my arm around her shoulders, and asked softly, "Do you like it here?" My voice, enhanced by the tenderness of a prospective father's skill, has a strange soothing power. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly, and her tense nerves actually relaxed miraculously. She looked at the scenery outside the window, then looked at me, her eyes extremely complicated. "This place is too expensive." She finally said what was in her heart. "Don't worry about the money." I looked into her eyes and said seriously, "I only ask you if you like it. From now on, this will be our home. You and the baby will live comfortably. Our home." Yi Qingya chewed on these three words, and her eyes became red again. Home. What a warm and yet distant word. She nodded, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Like. Good. I turned around and spoke concisely to Manager Wang, who looked expectant. "That's it, pay in full by credit card." Okay. Manager Wang was so excited that his voice changed. "Over 100 million yuan order. Full payment. This commission is enough for him to retire early." Back at the sales hall, Manager Wang personally handled the procedures for us. When I signed the two-word Su Chen on the house purchase contract with a total price of 130 million yuan, the entire sales office fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were a god. Especially Cece, who had mocked me before, was hiding in the corner at this moment, regretting it so much. She missed a 100 million order. "Sir, here is your room card and all your ID documents. Congratulations on becoming the most distinguished owner of our Thompson Epine." Manager Wang handed me an exquisite box with both hands, his waist almost bent to 90 degrees. I took the box without even looking at him and directly pulled Yi Qingya, who was still sleepwalking, out of the sales center. The entire process, from entering the door to purchasing the house, took no more than an hour. Standing at the gate of Tomsonipine, looking at the building that will soon become our home, Yi Qingya finally found her voice. She turned her head and stared at me as if I were an alien. Su Chen, where did the 100 million you mentioned come from? Chapter 6, a song called Xiaoqiu, the aloof queen actually cried in my arms. Su Chen, where did the 100 million you mentioned come from? Yi Qingya's voice was filled with uncontrollable shock and confusion. She stared at me intently, as if trying to see a flower bloom on my face. Today's shocks, one after another, have completely overturned her perception of me. A poor bartender suddenly turned into a mysterious rich man who could easily spend more than 100 million to buy a house? The logical gap here is big enough to drive any normal person insane. I met her inquiring gaze, having already thought of what to say. Of course, it was impossible to tell her about the system. I smiled mysteriously and reached out to help her tidy up her hair that was messed up by the wind. My movements were gentle. Well, it's a long story. I lowered my voice and said in a half-joking tone, just think of me as a down-and-out young master who was kicked out by the family to experience life. Today just happened to be the end of the probation period, and the pocket money arrived. A down-and-out young master? Although this explanation is as melodramatic as a third-rate idol drama, it seems to be the only reasonable explanation in the current situation. Yi Qingya looked at me doubtfully, her clever mind rapidly analyzing this possibility. Only in this way can we explain why he appeared as a bartender in a bar and could suddenly become so wealthy overnight. But, isn't this just too much of a coincidence? Just on the day when I came to him, his probation period ended? Looking at her still furrowed brow, I knew she didn't completely believe it. But it doesn't matter, I don't need her to believe it completely right now. Some things are more powerful when proven through actions than explained through words. Let's go in and take a look at our new home first. I didn't dwell on this issue for too long. I took her hand, turned around and walked into the gilded door that symbolized identity and status. Back in the 720 square meter sky villa, without being disturbed by outsiders, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Yi Qingya stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, silently looking at the river view outside the window. Her back seemed a little lonely and confused. I know she is still digesting everything that happened today. From heaven to hell, and then from hell back to the clouds in an instant, this roller coaster like emotional ups and downs is enough to make anyone's mentality unbalanced. What's more, she is a pregnant woman who needs emotional stability. I quietly walked to the expensive Steinway grand piano in the living room and slowly sat down. This piano was tuned by a top master invited by the developer. The keys feel as smooth as jade and are obviously the best display item. And now, it belongs to me. My fingers gently brushed across the black and white piano keys. A wonderful feeling came from the fingertips. With the help of the sound of nature's skill, this originally unfamiliar piano now seems to have become a part of my body, extremely familiar and intimate. Countless complex music theories and techniques flow naturally in my mind. It seems like I was born to sit here. Yi Qingya heard the noise behind her, turned around, and looked at me sitting in front of the piano with some surprise. Can you play the piano? A little. I smiled at her. In fact, before the system was added, I couldn't even recognize the complete musical notation. But now, I am a world-class piano master. I didn't say anything else, and my slender fingers gently fell on the keys. Bite. A clear sound of piano, like a clear spring in the valley, instantly broke the tranquility in the room. A simple yet melancholy prelude slowly flows out from my fingertips. The musical note, as if carrying a kind of magic, instantly caught Yi Qingya's ears. Her originally confused heart miraculously calmed down the moment she heard the sound of the piano. She walked towards me involuntarily. I closed my eyes slightly and gathered my emotions. Then, I spoke. My voice is no longer as gentle as it is when I usually speak, but has a unique, time-worn, hoarse texture. It is a voice that can pull people into the story in an instant. When you walk into this happy place, carry all the dreams and thoughts on your back. Different makeup for different faces. No one remembers what you look like. The moment the song sounded, Yi Qingya's body shook violently. Her feet seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move even a little bit. Her breathtakingly beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with incredible shock. What song is this? She had never heard of it. But, this melody, these lyrics. How could it be? How could it be so? It hits the heart. As the queen of the Chinese music scene, her appreciation of music has long reached its peak. She can tell about 70% of the quality of a song just by listening to the beginning. The first sentence I sang, whether in terms of the melody arrangement, the artistic conception of the lyrics, or the emotions contained in the singer's voice, far exceeded her cognition. This is simply a stroke of genius. I ignored her shock and was completely immersed in my own musical world. My singing continued to echo in the empty yet luxurious living room. After 3 rounds of drinks, you were in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs. Listen to him being drowned in the noise. You pick up your glass and say to yourself. When she sang this part, Yi Qingya's eyes had unconsciously turned red. Aren't these lyrics written about herself? 10 years after her debut, she has risen step by step from an unknown newcomer to her current position. How many dreams has she carried and how much pressure has she endured? In those happy places where people clink glasses and feast, she wears an exquisite mask and plays the role of the perfect national goddess in the eyes of fans and capital. But who really cares about the face under her mask, whether she is laughing or crying? Who else can understand the unspeakable bitterness in her singing? My singing, like a gentle yet sharp knife, mercilessly cut through layer by layer the hard shell she had built for herself over the past 10 years, reaching the softest and most vulnerable part of her heart. 1 cup to the morning sun, 1 cup to the moonlight. Awaken my yearning and soften the cold window. So you can fly against the wind without looking back. I'm not afraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. When the chorus sounded, my voice suddenly rose, and the emotion suppressed in the melody burst out at this moment. Yi Qingya's defense line completely collapsed at this moment. A drop of hot tear slid uncontrollably from the corner of her eye, and then, like a flood that broke through the dam, it could no longer be suppressed. She recalled her youthful appearance when she first debuted, living in the basement, eating bread every day, but still holding on to her dream of music. She recalled the humiliation of being forced to drink until she had stomach bleeding by a greasy investor for an opportunity. She recalled the night when she stood on the highest podium, surrounded by countless flashing lights, but felt extremely lonely inside. 10 years of wind and rain, 10 years of sadness. All the grievances, all the unwillingness, all the persistence, all the pride. At this moment, all of them were mercilessly turned out, crushed, and pieced together again by this song, turning into torrents of tears. A toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant place. Guarding my kindness, urging me to grow. So the road between north and south is no longer long. The soul no longer has nowhere to go. I finished singing the last sentence, and the sound of the piano slowly faded away, leaving the lingering sound in the air. The only sound in the entire room was Yi Qingya's suppressed, low sobs. I turned around. The national queen, who usually looks aloof and cold like an iceberg snow lotus at this moment, is like a child who has suffered a great injustice, covering her face with her hands, crying bitterly, and her whole body is shaking. All her disguises and strength were completely shattered at this moment by my song. I stood up, walked up to her and said nothing. I just reached out my hand and gently held her in my arms. Her body stiffened suddenly at first, but then she completely relaxed. She buried her head in my chest, clutched the clothes on my chest, and finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears. In that cry, there was grievance, release, emotion, and a kind of dependence that she herself could not explain. I patted her back gently, as if comforting a wounded animal. The skill of the tenderness of a prospective father was brought to its fullest at this moment. My arms seemed to be her safest harbor. For a long, long time. Her crying gradually stopped, leaving only intermittent sobbing. She raised her head, her eyes red and swollen from crying, staring at me blankly, her eyes full of complicated emotions. There was shock, curiosity, emotion, and even a hint of admiration that she herself was not even aware of. This song? She asked in a hoarse voice with a heavy nasal tone, what's the name of it? I looked at her and smiled gently. Dispelling sorrow. Xiao Chou. What a good Xiao Chou. She murmured to herself, then seemed to remember something and looked at me with a look as if she was looking at a monster. Did you write this song? Yeah. I nodded. She gasped. A song whose lyrics, arrangement, and artistic conception are all top-notch, actually came from a bartender? No. He's not a bartender. He's a mysterious tycoon who can easily spend 100 million. And now, he has demonstrated his musical talent that is enough to make the entire Chinese music scene tremble. This man, who is he? How many secrets does he still hold? Yi Qingya looked at me and felt like she had fallen into a huge whirlpool, sinking deeper and deeper. Su Chen, she looked into my eyes and asked very seriously, "Can you sell this song to me?" Chapter 7 Yi Qingya, this song can bring me back to the top. Can you sell this song to me? When Yi Qingya asked this question, her eyes were full of desire. That's the look that only a top musician would have when he encounters a masterpiece that will go down in history. Fierce, focused, even a little pleading. At this moment, she is no longer a national queen nor the mother of my child. She is just a pure singer, making the most sincere request to a creator she admires. I looked at her eyes, which were red and swollen from crying but still surprisingly bright, and my heart couldn't help but soften. Sell it to her? I laughed. What's the relationship between them? It's too polite to talk about whether to sell it or not. I reached out and gently wiped away the remaining tear marks on her cheeks with my fingertips. My movements were so natural that it seemed as if we were a couple who had been in love for many years. Yi Qingya's body stiffened slightly, and an unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks, but she did not dodge. Silly boy. My voice was filled with a hint of indulgence. Do we even need to talk about selling between us? I paused, looked into her eyes, and said word by word, "This song was originally written for you." Written for me? Yi Qingya was completely stunned, her heart skipping a beat uncontrollably. Yeah. I nodded, my face calm and my heart still as I began to make up stories. After that night, I kept wondering what kind of person you are. I've watched all your interviews and listened to all your songs. I can sense that beneath your glamorous exterior, you hide a very tired and lonely heart. So, I wrote this song. Of course, I made this up. This song is a gift from the system, a work of genius from another world. But at this moment, it was the perfect excuse to conquer this extremely sentimental woman in front of him. As expected, Yi Qingya was stunned after hearing my passionate confession. She stared at me blankly, and in her beautiful eyes, there were shock, emotion, doubt, joy, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, and finally, all turned into a misty vapor. Turn out to be. So he has been following me? It turns out that this song that touches my heart was written by him for me? This man, he. Yi Qingya's heart was completely confused. She felt as if a hot stone had been thrown into her heart, which had been frozen for a long time, causing ripples one after another and could no longer calm down. You. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say a word. So, this song is yours. I smiled slightly, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Go ahead and sing it to everyone who understands you." But Yi Qingya finally found her voice, but her tone was full of hesitation. This song is so good, so good. I'm afraid I won't sing it well and will disgrace it. This is not modesty. This is a fact. The song Xiaoqiu may seem simple in melody, but the emotions and artistic conception it contains are as deep as the ocean. Without sufficient life experience and emotional accumulation, it is impossible to master it. If you force yourself to sing, you will only end up imitating someone else's, and end up drawing a dog instead of a tiger. What's more, she had just heard my perfect original version, and with such a good example in front of her, she really had no confidence that she could surpass it. No. I shook my head, my eyes determined. There's no one in this world more suitable to sing this song than you. I looked at her and said seriously, because every word in this song describes your life. You don't need to act, you just need to sing your own story. My words, like a ray of light, instantly illuminated Yi Qingya's confused heart. Yes. Isn't this song written about me? What other skills do I need? I just need to be myself. I see. Yi Qingya's eyes changed instantly. Confusion and hesitation are swept away, replaced by an unprecedented brightness and determination. That is the spirit that only a top singer can show when he has found his own artistic direction. Su Chen, thank you. She looked at me and said solemnly, "This song is so important to me." Her tone was filled with excitement. How important? I asked with a smile. It's so important. She took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with confidence. It can bring me back to the top. When she said this, the powerful aura of a queen unconsciously emanated from her body. Although her career has recently fallen into an unprecedented low due to a series of events such as pregnancy, contract termination, and betrayal by her ex-boyfriend, she even once considered quitting the entertainment industry. But the pride in her bones has not disappeared. She is still the woman standing at the top of the Chinese music scene. The appearance of the song Xiaoqiu was like a shot of adrenaline, which rekindled all her fighting spirit and hope. She is 100% confident that as long as this song is released, it will definitely cause an earthquake in the entire music scene. And she, Yi Qingya, will take advantage of this favorable situation to break all doubts and rumors and tell everyone that she is back. Seeing her regain spirit, I was sincerely happy for her. This is the queen I know. Confident, powerful, and radiant. Ding. Triggering the side quest, the queen's return. Mission content, help Yi Qingya return to the top of the music scene with the song Xiaoqiu. Task rewards, depending on the degree of task completion, 110 skill points will be awarded, and there is a chance to receive a mysterious treasure chest. The system's prompt sounded in my mind at the perfect moment. The corners of my mouth rose slightly. This mission comes at the perfect time. It is only natural to help your wife. What's more, there are rewards to be won. So when are you going to release this song? I asked. Speaking of this, Yi Qingya's excitement, which had just been ignited, was like being poured with a bucket of cold water and cooled down instantly. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not that easy. She sighed and explained, my current situation is quite challenging. My contract with my previous company, Tianyu Entertainment, is about to expire. We've had a very unpleasant relationship due to some disagreements. They're eager to see me ruined and will definitely try every possible means to cut off my resources. Releasing a new song requires a professional production team, a top-notch recording studio, and extensive publicity and distribution channels. I don't have any of these right now. More importantly, she glanced at me with a complicated expression. Although I can still keep my pregnancy a secret for now, my belly is getting bigger and bigger, and it will be exposed sooner or later. I can't imagine what public opinion will be like when that happens. What she said were the most realistic issues. For an artist who has lost the support of his company and is at the center of a huge public opinion storm, it is almost impossible to release a new song. After listening to it, I smiled indifferently. I thought it was a big deal. I held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of her face. These problems, in the final analysis, can be summed up in 2 words. Which 2 words? Yi Qingya asked curiously. Chapter 8 Agent Zheng Man arrives. Who is this guy? Which 2 words? Yi Qingya asked curiously. She was completely carried away by my thoughts. I looked at her and smiled. I stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of her eyes, which were particularly bright with excitement and confusion, like a magician ready to reveal the ultimate answer to the mystery. Then, I gently uttered those 2 words, simple, crude, but enough to solve 99% of the problems in the world. Throw money. Throw money? Yi Qingya was stunned, then she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought I had some amazing PR trick, but this is it? This is too plain and simple. You make it sound so easy. She rolled her eyes at me helplessly. Her charm almost made me lose my mind. Do you think the entertainment industry is a market? There are many things that can't be solved with money. Connections, resources, platforms, these are things that money can't buy. Really? I raised my eyebrows, non-committal. That's because you haven't spent enough money. I walked up to her, counted on my fingers, and helped her calculate the bills one by one. You're in need of a production team, right? Okay, we won't be looking for anyone from China. We'll go straight to the Grammys and poach the entire production team that won this year's award. Money isn't a problem. You need a recording studio? Easy. There's an unused shop downstairs in this building. I'll buy it tomorrow and build you the best recording studio in the world. All the latest equipment, no matter the cost. You lack promotional channels? Tianyu Entertainment wants to ban you? No problem. If they don't give you traffic, we'll create it ourselves. Broadcast it 24/7 on the landmark screens in major cities across the country. Buy out the splash screen ads on all apps for a month. I don't believe that money can't get me a #1 trending search. With every word I said, Yi Qingya's eyes widened a little. When I finished speaking, her sexy little mouth had turned into an O shape and couldn't close for a long time. She looked at me with shock in her eyes. She had never seen such simplistic and crude logic. But it just so happens that it makes damn sense. Yes, when the money reaches a certain level, the so-called rules and barriers will become vulnerable. But, isn't this too expensive? This series of combined punches would cost tens of millions of dollars to defeat. You. She looked at me as if I were a monster. How much money do you have? Not much. I spread my hands and said innocently, just enough for us to raise the child from birth to graduation from Harvard, and buy him a small island as a toy. What I said is half true and half false. The 10 million given by the system is just startup capital. Given the nature of the system, the rewards for subsequent tasks will definitely be beyond imagination. My future is limitless. Yi Qingya was choked by my Versailles-style answer and was speechless. She found that the wealth and status that she was so proud of seemed not worth mentioning at all in front of this man. This feeling is wonderful. For the first time, she felt a sense of security, a sense of being protected and having everything arranged for her. Okay, don't worry about these things. I reached out and ruffled her hair, saying in a doting tone, "You are pregnant now. Your only task is to take good care of your body and stay in a good mood. Leave everything else to me." Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang without warning. The crisp sound broke the warm and ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Yi Qingya and I looked at each other and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Who is it? We just got the room card, and there should be no third person in the world who knows we are here. Yi Qingya's face suddenly became a little nervous. Could it be a reporter? Her first reaction was that she was being followed. Don't be afraid. I patted her hand, signaling her to be at ease, then walked to the door and looked at the screen of the video doorbell. On the screen, there stood a woman. A woman with an aura strong enough to penetrate the screen. She was about 35 or 36, with short, neat hair and a sophisticated, professional look. She wore a well-cut Armani suit and a pair of high heels that could be used as a weapon. Her almond-shaped eyes, painted with delicate eyeliner, narrowed instantly, and she was looking at the door through the camera with a scrutinizing and sharp light. Even through the screen, I can feel her powerful aura of no entry for strangers, no disturbing for acquaintances. Zhang Man? Before I could say anything, Yi Qingya behind me had already called out the name of the person who came. There was a hint of surprise in her voice, and a hint of guilt. Zhang Man. Yi Qingya's agent, the famous Iron Lady in the circle. Sure enough, what is meant to come will come. I took a deep breath and pressed the door open button. The door opened. Zhang Man walked in hurriedly in high heels. Qingya. Are you crazy? You didn't answer the phone, didn't reply to the message. I looked for you all day. Do you know what's going on outside right now? Her words stopped abruptly the moment she saw me. Zhang Man's eyes were like two sharp scalpels, dissecting me from head to toe in an instant. T-shirts, street stall goods. Pants, unknown brand. Shoes, flip-flops. The total value of my entire body does not exceed 100 yuan. Her almond-shaped eyes were instantly filled with vigilance, contempt and undisguised hostility. Who are you? Her voice was so cold that it seemed like ice chips could fall out. Before I could answer, she turned to look at Yi Qingya, her tone as stern as if she was interrogating a prisoner. Qingya, who is this man? Why are you with him? And in Tangchen Ipin? She looked around the ridiculously luxurious living room, the shock and anger on her face almost overflowing. You're being kept? This was the first thought that flashed through her mind, and the one she thought was the most reasonable. Sister man. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingya was anxious and angry, her face flushed red. I'm talking nonsense? Zhang Man laughed in anger. Then tell me, what's going on with this house? And what's going on with this pretty boy? Qingya, you're so confused. Even if you want to find someone, can't you find someone decent? Don't you know what he wants from you, this kind of bastard? Her words were extremely harsh and she didn't take me seriously at all. I didn't say anything the whole time, just crossed my arms and watched her performance with interest. I didn't speak until she finished speaking. Are you done? I asked in a calm voice. Only then did Zhang Man turn her attention back to me, looking at me with contempt. Kid, I don't care who you are or what sweet words you used to deceive Qingya. Now, immediately, get out of here. Otherwise, I promise to make sure you don't survive in the Magic City. These words were said with great arrogance. She is worthy of being called the Iron Lady. Unfortunately, she threatened the wrong person. I looked at her and smiled. I walked slowly to Yi Qingya, and in front of her, I stretched out my hand and gently embraced the shy and anxious Yi Qingya into my arms. Then, I looked at Jiang Man, whose face turned ashen in an instant, and spoke clearly, word by word. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, from today on, this is Qingya's home. And I paused, looking down at the belly of the woman in my arms. A domineering arc appeared on the corner of my mouth. I am the father of the child in her belly. Boom! Jiang Man's mind went blank in an instant. She seemed to have been struck by a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, and her entire body was petrified on the spot, with the arrogant and domineering expression on her face completely frozen. The child's father? She is pregnant? Ms. Jiang Man, I asked with a smile, looking at her distraught appearance. Now, who do you think should get out? Chapter 9. Want to test me? You are not qualified. Now, who do you think should get out? My voice was very soft, but it was like a 1,000-pound hammer, hitting Jiang Man's heart hard. Her face, frozen with shock, instantly turned pale and bloodless. The child's father? Pregnant? These two pieces of information, like two depth bombs, exploded in her mind one after another, making her dizzy and her head spinning. As a gold medal agent, she knows better than anyone what the 4 words pregnant before marriage mean to a female star who is at the peak of her career. That's not a scandal, that's a nuclear weapon capable of destroying everything. Qingya, what he said, is it true? Jiang Man's voice was trembling. She looked at Yi Qingya in disbelief, who was in my arms, her eyes filled with the last bit of luck. Yi Qingya felt a little guilty when she looked at her, but she still nodded gently in my arms, which was considered as her consent. Boom! The last glimmer of hope was shattered. Jiang Man felt like the sky had collapsed on her. She staggered back 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. It's over. It's all over. She worked hard for 10 years and finally helped Yi Qingya ascend to the throne of the Queen of Pop, and she was about to become an unshakable legend in the entertainment industry. Now, everything will be destroyed because of this child who suddenly appeared in this wild man who came out from some unknown corner. You bastard! The huge despair instantly turned into overwhelming rage. Jiang Man's eyes were red, and she pounced on me like an enraged lioness. I'll kill you. It's you who ruined Qingya. It's you who ruined everything for me. Her nails painted with bright red nail polish were like sharp claws, scratching straight towards my face. I frowned. Before I could make any move, Yi Qingya had already taken the lead and stood in front of me. Sister Man. Calm down. I'm calm. Jiang Man looked at Yi Qingya, who was protecting me, shaking with anger. Qingya. Have you been drugged by him? What kind of medicine did he give you to make you give up your future? He didn't. Yi Qingya bit her lip and defended me. It's not his fault. It's my own choice. Your choice? Jiang Man laughed in anger. Your choice is to find a poor, shabby pretty boy like this, hide in this canary cage, and bear him a child? Yi Qingya, are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of the fans who have loved you for so many years? Every word she said was like a needle, piercing Yi Qingya's heart. Yi Qingya's face became paler and paler. I felt a little unhappy when I saw the aggrieved look of the woman in my arms. I patted her back gently and motioned for her to give it to me. Then, I took a step forward, protected Yi Qingya behind me, and looked calmly at the almost crazy woman in front of me. Ms. Jiang Man, I understand how you feel. My voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable strength. But before you call someone a poor, cheap gigolo, shouldn't you first clarify who bought the house you're standing on? My words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing half of Jiang Man's anger. She was stunned. Yes. This is Thompson's first-class product. Worth over 100 million. Could it be? She looked at me in disbelief, her eyes full of surprise and doubt. This house, did you buy it? What else? I spread my hands. Do you think Qingya bought her to keep her in a beautiful house? Jiang Man's throat rolled and she couldn't speak. Based on her understanding of Yi Qingya, she would never do such a thing. But she looked me over again from head to toe. He's wearing all these cheap clothes, and no matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like someone who can casually spend over 100 million to buy a house. Could it be that he is really a top-rich second generation who is hiding his true potential? Jiang Man is worthy of being called the Iron Lady who was able to thrive in the entertainment industry, and her ability to adjust her emotions is first class. After a brief moment of shock and loss of composure, she quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath and stood up straight again, her smart and capable aura returning to her. Okay. She nodded, looking at me sharply. Even if you have money. But, in the entertainment industry, money is not everything. She folded her arms in a negotiating stance. If you want Qingya to bear your child, fine. But you must prove that you have the ability to protect her and the child, and that you have the ability to ensure that she can stand on her own feet safely after going through this turmoil. Otherwise, I will never agree even if I risk my life. This is her final bottom line. It is also the greatest protection she can provide to Yi Qingya as her agent. Oh? I was amused by her words. How do you want to prove it? Or rather, how do you want to test me? It's very simple. Jiang Man spoke very quickly, obviously having prepared a plan long ago. Qingya's biggest problem right now is the contract termination dispute with Tanyu Entertainment and the subsequent public opinion storm. As long as you can perfectly resolve these two issues, I will admit that you are qualified to stand by her side. That's it? I curled my lips, my tone full of disdain. My nonchalant attitude completely infuriated Jiang Man. That's it? She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur instantly exploding. Boy, don't you have any idea what you're talking about? Tanyu Entertainment is one of the top 3 giants in the industry. Their legal department is known as the Nanshan Pizza Hut. Their PR team can turn black into white. What can you use to fight them? She paused, sneered, and continued, not to mention the huge public outcry it would cause if Qingya's pregnancy were exposed. By then, the internet would be full of spitting to drown you. Do you think a few bucks alone would be enough? Are you done? I scratched my ears and interrupted her impatiently. You. Jiang Man was so angry at me that she almost couldn't breathe. I ignored her and turned to look at Yi Qingya, and asked softly, what you want to do most now is to release that new song, right? Yeah. Yi Qingya nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. She knew that the song Xiaoqiu was her only way out of the predicament. Good. I picked up my phone and made a call in front of both of them. The phone rang only once before someone picked it up. Hello, Suchen, why did you think of calling me? Have you considered the several $100 million investment we talked about last time? A cheerful but slightly flattering voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. I turned on the hands-free mode. Mr. Ma, there's no rush for investment, I said calmly. It's just a small matter, and I'd like to ask you for a favor. Hey! Brother Su, you are being too polite. Your business is my business. Just tell me if you have any instructions. Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone was very enthusiastic. Jiang Man and Yi Qingya were both stunned. Mr. Ma? Which Mr. Ma? From the tone of his voice, he seems quite awesome. I glanced at Jiang Man, who looked surprised, and said into the phone with a slight smile on my lips. It's not a big deal. My girlfriend, Yi Qingya, recently wrote a new song and wants to find a platform to release it. Could your Penguin Music give her a top recommendation spot on the homepage? Just 3 days. Puff. There seemed to be a sound of water spraying on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Ma's voice, which was so shocked that it changed its tone, resounded throughout the living room. Who? Who's your girlfriend? Yi Qingya? The national queen Yi Qingya? Yeah. I responded calmly. Fuck. Brother Su. You're awesome. You've been quietly accomplishing great things. Boss Ma was so excited that he was incoherent. All right. Forget 3 days. I'll keep her on hold for a month. No. I'll replace the entire app's splash screen ads with her new song posters. I'll use all the resources on all platforms to give her this. Brother, wait for my news, I'll arrange it now. After saying that, without waiting for my reply, the phone was hung up with a click. The entire living room fell into deathly silence. Jiang Man and Yi Qingya, 2 people, 4 eyes, just stared at me straight, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Especially Jiang Man, her face with exquisite makeup is now filled with the ultimate philosophical questions of who am I, where am I, and what just happened? Penguin Music? That voice on the phone just now. That Mr. Ma who wanted to kneel down and lick me. Could it be Mr. Ma from Penguin Group? The head of one of China's 2 largest internet giants? A terrifying thought was growing wildly in Jiang Man's mind. This kid wearing cheap clothes, who is he? How's it going? I put away my phone, looked at Zhang Man, who was completely petrified, and asked with a smile, "Is this promotional channel qualified enough to release my wife's new song?" Chapter 10. My ex-boyfriend called me? I'll let him know what regret is. How is it? Is this promotional channel qualified enough to release my wife's new song? My voice was particularly clear in the quiet living room. Every word was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping Zhang Man's face full of shock. She looked at me, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Are you qualified enough? This is more than just qualified. This is simply like using a star destroyer to kill a mosquito. Mr. Ma from Penguin Group personally stepped in and mobilized top resources across all platforms to promote a new song? What is the concept? This is a treatment that even national-level publicity projects may not be able to obtain. Not to mention Yichingya, even if you just find an amateur to sing Two Tigers, you can force it to become the song of the year. Zhang Man felt that her worldview had been repeatedly crushed, reshaped, and crushed again by me today. She has been active in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and claims to have seen all kinds of big scenes and made friends with prominent figures. But her connections are a joke compared to the phone call I just made. The capital and resources that she was proud of, which were enough to make her dominate the entertainment industry, seemed like a child playing house in front of me, childish and ridiculous. You and Mr. Ma, what is your relationship? After a long while, Zhang Man finally managed to squeeze out these words from between her teeth. Her voice was dry and hoarse. Oh, there's nothing special about us. I shrugged and made up a story. It's just that a while ago, he wanted me to invest hundreds of millions in a project, but I thought the return was too low, so I turned it down. Maybe he felt a little embarrassed and wanted to find a way to return the favor. Puff. Zhang Man almost vomited blood. Do you think the return on investment of several hundred million is too low? Is this human language? She looked at my calm expression and for the first time, she felt what dimensionality reduction attack meant. She finally understood that she had been wrong from the very beginning. So wrong. What kind of poor pretty boy? What kind of swindler? I am the frog in the well who cannot recognize Mount Tai. The man before him wasn't some hidden dragon at all, he was a true dragon crossing the river. A giant enough to make the entire demon city tremble. After realizing this, Zhang Man's attitude underwent a dramatic 180-degree reversal. All the hostility and scrutiny on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is a kind of respect that is almost flattering and humble to the extreme. She walked quickly to me and bowed deeply to me. Su, Mr. Su. I'm sorry. I'm blind and looked down on you. I apologize for my rudeness and offense just now. Please be magnanimous and don't treat a small person like me with the same attitude. Her waist was bent at 90 degrees, and her posture was extremely low. This is Zhang Man. A very realistic and very smart woman. When she realized that she had offended someone who was totally untouchable, she would put aside all her pride and status without hesitation. Because she knew that this was the only way to survive. I looked at her like this and felt nothing. I've seen many people like this. I didn't say anything, but just looked at Yi Qingya beside me. This is her home. This woman is her agent. It should be her decision how to deal with it. Yi Qingya obviously didn't expect that her always strong and domineering sister man would actually. She was a little at a loss, and subconsciously looked at me with a hint of help in her eyes. I smiled at her and gave her an encouraging look. Yi Qingya took a deep breath, walked forward and helped Zhang Man up. Sister man, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Qingya. Zhang Man raised her head, her eyes red. I'm sorry. Okay, it's all over. Yi Qingya shook her head. She finally softened her heart. We are sisters, aren't we? Qingya. Zhang Man was so moved that she almost hugged Yi Qingya and cried. I looked at their deep sisterly love and coughed at the right time. Ahem, Miss Zhang Man, right? Mr. Su, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Man immediately wiped away her tears and looked at me respectfully. Okay, Xiao Zhang. I nodded, not bothering to be polite with her. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's talk business. I pointed to the sofa and said, sit. Hey. Okay. Please sit down. Zhang Man quickly pulled out the sofa and asked me to sit down first like a waiter. Yi Qingya and I sat down on the main sofa, while Zhang Man was very considerate and sat on the single sofa opposite us, only sitting half of her but with her back straight. He looked like a clerk being lectured by his leader. Regarding the release of Qingya's new song, I crossed my legs and got straight to the point. The issue of the promotional platform has been resolved. Next, it's production and recording. My requirement is to use the best team, the best equipment, and to produce the song in the shortest possible time. Understood. Zhang Nan nodded immediately, took out her phone, and began working on the spot. I'll contact a top producer abroad right now. Money is not a problem. As for a recording studio, there's the best Phantom Sound Studio in Shanghai. I have a good relationship with the owner, so I should be able to cut in line. No need. I waved my hand and interrupted her. Recording studio, I'm ready. Are you ready? Zhang Man was stunned. Where are you? I pointed to the Steinway piano in the corner of the living room. Right here. Ah. Zhang Man and Yi Qingya were dumbfounded. Recording here? Are you kidding me? I looked at their cute faces and laughed. I mean, right here in this building. I paused and dropped a bombshell. Tomorrow, I'll buy the shop on the first floor of this building and convert it into a clean and elegant recording studio. As for the producer, I looked at Yi Qingya and said confidently, no need to look for anyone else, I am the producer of this song. What? Zhang Man and Yi Qingya were once again shocked by me until they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Buy a floor and convert it into a recording studio? And, you want to be the producer yourself? This is too crazy. Su Chen, you can also make music? Yi Qingya asked in disbelief. A little. I said modestly. In fact, with the support of system skills, my current music production level is second to none in the world, and no one dares to claim to be first. But Zhang Man wanted to say something, but when she thought of the phone call I just made, she swallowed her words back. Never mind. This gentleman can no longer be judged by common sense. If he says yes, then it must be okay. Ding ling ling. Just then, a rapid cell phone ring interrupted the conversation in the room. It was Yi Qingya's cell phone ringing. She took out her cell phone and took a look at it, her expression instantly becoming a little ugly. I glanced at the caller ID and saw 3 words flashing on it. Gu Chunfeng. I have some impression of this name. It seems to be Yi Qingya's scumbag ex-boyfriend? Is he also the popular young actor that Tianyu Entertainment is currently promoting? What is he calling for? Yi Qingya frowned tightly and pressed the hang-up button directly. But soon, the phone rang again. Over and over again. What does he want to do? I looked at Yi Qingya and asked lightly. I don't know. Yi Qingya shook her head, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. Ever since that day, he has been harassing me. I blocked him, and he kept calling from different numbers. Oh. I sneered. It seems that it is time to let this ignorant fly know what cruelty is. I reached out and took Yi Qingya's cell phone from her hand. Amid their stunned gazes, I pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the call was connected, a man's voice, which was full of charm but seemed extremely hypocritical to me, came from the receiver. Qingya, you finally answered my call? I knew you still had me in your heart. I know you're still mad at me. It's all my fault. I'm a jerk. I'm not a human. I shouldn't have gone for that role. Qingya, can you give me another chance, please? Let's get back together. I swear, I will. Hello. I only said one word. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. After a full 3 seconds, Gu Chunfeng's voice, which carried a hint of vigilance and doubt, sounded again. Who are you? How did Qingya's phone end up in your hands? I laughed. I didn't answer his question, but turned my head and spoke softly to Yi Qingya beside me in front of him on the other end of the phone. Wife, come here and let me kiss you. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qingya's reaction, I put my arms around her neck and kissed her on the cheek with a bow sound. There was a sudden sound of heavy breathing from the other end of the phone. Obviously, Gu Chunfeng was very angry about my move. Who the hell are you? He finally couldn't help it and started cursing. Who am I? I leaned back on the sofa and spoke slowly in a lazy yet provocative tone. I'm the man who, right now, is hugging your ex-girlfriend, lying on the sofa in our mansion worth over 100 million yuan, preparing to discuss what name to give our child. Chapter 11, Su Chen's words ruined the scumbag's career. I'm the man who, right now, is hugging your ex-girlfriend, lying on the sofa in our mansion worth over 100 million yuan, preparing to discuss what name to give our child. What I said contains a lot of information. Every word was like a poison knife, stabbing precisely and fiercely into the heart of Gu Chenfeng on the other end of the phone. Ex-girlfriend. A mansion worth more than 100 million. Our children. Each keyword was enough to make this pampered and conceited superstar's mentality completely explode. As expected. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. After 5 full seconds, a suppressed roar, like that of a wild beast, suddenly burst out from the receiver. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who the hell are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chenfeng's voice had completely changed in tone due to extreme anger and jealousy. It became sharp and harsh. Qingya is pregnant? And the child is yours? You're talking nonsense. She has been with me for 2 years, and I haven't even let her touch her hand a few times. How could she be with you? He was halfway through his words when he couldn't continue. Because he remembered why Yi Qingya broke up with him 2 months ago. Wasn't it because he betrayed Yi Qingya and sent her to an investor's drinking party for a Hollywood audition opportunity? Although Yi Qingya finally ran away that night, but a terrifying guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that it was after that? Girlfriend? You stinking loser! What kind of magic potion did you feed Qingya? Gu Chenfeng's voice was filled with exasperated madness. Who do you think you are? A mansion worth 100 million? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, with just one word from me, you can't survive in the Magic City. I laughed when I heard his threats, which were threatening but weak in reality. Smiling happily. Yi Qingya, who was standing next to me, had turned pale. She looked at me with a worried look in her eyes. Clearly, she was well aware of the power behind a top-tier star like Gu Chenfeng. Zhang Man, on the other hand, had a strange look on her face. She looked at me, and instead of worry in her eyes were filled with sympathy. Of course, the object of sympathy was Gu Chenfeng on the other end of the phone. This idiot had no idea what a terrifying existence he was trying to threaten. It's like an ant facing an elephant and clamoring to crush it to death. Oh? Really? I scratched my ear and said nonchalantly, as if I were listening to a joke. Your words can make me lose my job. I'm so scared. I paused, and the smile on my lips gradually turned cold. However, it's unfortunate. With just one word from me, I can make you fall from the sky to the mud. Ha 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 ha. From the other end of the phone came Gu Chenfeng's exaggerated laughter, which was full of disdain and ridicule. Let me fall into the mud? Boy, are you awake? Do you know how popular I, Gu Chenfeng, am now? Do you know how many fans I have? Do you know that the company behind me is Tianyu Entertainment? What can you use to fight me? Yeah. I didn't waste any more time talking to him. I just turned my head and asked Zhang Man, who was completely dumbfounded, indifferently. Xiao Zhang, are you familiar with Mr. Wang from Tianyu Entertainment? Ha? Zhang Man was taken aback by my sudden question, but she answered subconsciously, Wang. Mr. Wang Hai? I'm pretty familiar with him. We often met at various drinking parties before. Very good. I nodded. Then, I spoke slowly into the receiver of the phone in a voice that was calm and almost cold. Gu Chenfeng, right? I'm giving you one last chance now. Right now, kneel on the ground, kowtow and apologize to Qingya on the phone. Otherwise, in 3 minutes, you and everything you are proud of will vanish into thin air. My voice was not loud, but it had a magical power that made my words come true, and the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop by a few degrees. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man didn't dare to breathe. Ha ha ha, madman. You're a fucking lunatic. Gu Chenfeng on the other end of the phone was obviously completely amused by what I said. 3 more minutes? I'll give you 30. I want to see how you can make me disappear into thin air, idiot. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a click. Peace returned to the living room. Yi Qingya looked at me, her eyes full of worry. Su Chen, don't be impulsive. Gu Chenfeng. Don't worry. I smiled at her, reached out and pulled her into my arms, gently patting her back. You're just a clown, you can't make any waves. I turned to look at Zhang Man and asked, do you have a phone number for Wang Hai, the president of Tianyu Entertainment? Yes. Yes. Zhang Man woke up as if from a dream and nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. She quickly pulled out a number from her cell phone, and then looked at me with an almost pilgrim look. She knew that she was about to witness the birth of a legend. In other words, the fall of a superstar. I took the phone and pressed the dial button. This time, I didn't use the hands-free mode. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up by a slightly impatient male voice. Hello, who is this? Wang Hai, Mr. Wang? My voice was calm. It's me. Who are you? Wang Hai on the other end of the phone said with a hint of arrogance in his tone. It doesn't matter who I am, I said calmly. What matters is that I want to discuss a business deal with you. Talk about business? Wang Hai sneered, boy, do you know who I am? If you want to discuss business with me, go make an appointment and queue up first. After saying that, he seemed to want to hang up the phone. Don't be so quick to hang up, Mr. Wang. My voice remained steady. I'm sure you'll be interested in my business. I paused, and my tone suddenly turned cold. I'll give you 30 seconds to make your artist named Gu Chenfeng disappear from this world completely. In return, I can choose not to acquire your Tianyu Entertainment. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. A full 10 seconds passed before Wang Hai's voice, tinged with a hint of doubt, sounded again. You, who are you? This time, the arrogance in his tone disappeared. Instead, there is a deep fear. Acquire Tianyu Entertainment? In the whole of China, there are no more than 5 people who dare to say such words. And each of them is someone that Wang Hai cannot afford to offend. I didn't answer his question. I just glanced at my watch, which slowly told the time. 10 seconds left. 9. 8. My countdown was like a heavy hammer that hit Wang Hai's heart hard. The cold sweat on his forehead suddenly fell down. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone. But he knew that the other party was definitely not joking. That tone of control, that domineering attitude that treated Tianyu Entertainment as nothing, was definitely not fake. Want to gamble? Are you going to gamble the empire you've built for half your life on the future of an artist? He, Wang Hai, is not that stupid. 5. 4. 3. Wait a moment. Just when I counted to 3, Wang Hai's voice, with a hint of fear and compromise, finally rang out. I understand. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Don't worry. 3 minutes. No. Within 1 minute. I promise that you will never see the words Gu Chenfeng in any public channel again. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction and hung up the phone. The whole process went smoothly. I returned the phone to Zhang Man. The living room was still eerily quiet. Yi Qingye and Zhang Man, with 2 pairs of beautiful eyes, just stared at me without blinking, and there was nothing but shock in their eyes. Although they didn't hear what was said on the phone, from my few brief sentences, they were able to imagine a thrilling capital game. Done. I spread my hands, as if I had done something insignificant. Is it done? Zhang Man's voice was trembling. That's Tianyu Entertainment. That's the hotshot Gu Chenfeng. Just one phone call? I didn't answer her. I just picked up the TV remote control on the coffee table, turned on the TV, and tuned to an entertainment news channel. Then I pointed at the screen. See for yourself. Subconsciously, the 2 of them turned their gazes to the TV screen. On the screen, a beautiful host is reporting the latest entertainment news. Here's an urgent news item. Just now, Tianyu Entertainment, a top domestic entertainment company, released an urgent statement through its official Weibo account. The statement stated that due to serious violations of artist ethics and personal moral corruption, the company has decided to terminate all cooperation with its artist Gu Chenfeng and ban him from all channels indefinitely. At the same time, the statement also included a large amount of substantial evidence of Gu Chenfeng's suspected activities, including drug use, tax evasion, and sexually exploiting actresses. Boom! Chapter 12 Shocking Revelation. Is Yi Qingye pregnant? On the TV screen, the beautiful host's voice continued. The harshly worded ban statement released by Tianyu Entertainment was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the entire entertainment industry. Gu Chunfeng, the popular rising star who was at the top of the traffic charts and was adored by countless fans just a second ago, turned into a prisoner with corrupt personal morals, a bad record, and even suspected of breaking the law in less than 3 minutes. This vertical fall from heaven to hell is so fast that people don't even have time to react. The living room fell into deathly silence. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man just stared at the TV blankly, their brains completely losing the ability to think. They looked at the blurred but still shocking evidence photos on the screen, and felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They knew that Gu Chunfeng was not a good person, but they never expected that he would play such a big game in private. Gathering to take drugs? Tax evasion? Unspoken rules? Pick out any one of them at random, and it would be enough to ruin him forever. And now, all the evidence of his crimes has been ruthlessly revealed by his own boss. What the hell is this? Tianyu Entertainment, are you crazy? That's not how you play a suicide truck, right? After a long time, Zhang Man finally turned her eyes away from the TV with difficulty, and slowly, as if in slow motion, turned to me. She looked at me, and the look in her eyes was no longer one of shock, but of awe that was almost like fear. If the previous phone call made her realize that I was a real dragon that she couldn't afford to offend, now, she finally understood how terrifying this dragon of mine was. What you say is what you do. These 4 words are the only things left in her mind at this moment. He said that in 3 minutes, Gu Chunfeng would disappear into thin air. So, 3 minutes later, Gu Chunfeng really disappeared. It's even worse than disappearing into thin air. Not only is his career path ruined, but he will most likely spend the rest of his life in jail. What kind of extraordinary means is this? What kind of terrifying energy is this? Mr. Su, Mr. Su. Zhang Man's voice was shaking worse than Parkinson's. She looked at me as if she were looking at a god. This. I told you, it's just a clown. I calmly turned off the TV, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with me. I turned to look at Yi Qingya and found that she was also looking at me with an extremely complicated look. There was shock, curiosity, and gratitude in those eyes, but more than that, there was a kind of admiration that even she herself felt unfamiliar with. And a little bit of fear. She was glad that the person she met in the bar was me. I'm also afraid that if I had chosen to be my enemy. She didn't dare think about it anymore. Okay, the flies are gone. I stretched and stood up. It's getting late, you two should go to bed early. Pregnant women need plenty of sleep. I pointed to the master bedroom and said, Xingya, you sleep in that room. Xiao Shang, you sleep in the guest bedroom. I live here too? Zhang Man was flattered. Of course, I said matter-of-factly. From today on, you're Qingya's personal agent. You don't live here, so do you really want her, a pregnant woman, to go out and talk to you about work every day? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Man was so excited that she almost knelt down in front of me. Being able to live in Thompson 1 is itself a symbol of status. After settling them down, I prepared to return to my doghouse in the urban village. Although I bought this place, I haven't moved my belongings here yet. Where are you going? Seeing that I was about to leave, Yi Qingya subconsciously grabbed the corner of my clothes. I'll go back and get some things and move in tomorrow. I smiled at her. Oh. She nodded and let go of his hand with some disappointment. I don't know why, but now she doesn't want me to leave. With me around, she feels safe. Just when I was getting ready to go out. Suddenly, without any warning, Zhang Man's cell phone issued a shrill alarm. That was a special reminder tone, she said, which would only sound when a top public opinion crisis occurred. Zhang Man's face turned pale in an instant. She hurriedly took out her cell phone, took a look at the screen, and collapsed on the sofa as if all her strength had been drained. It's over. Her voice was filled with despair. What's wrong? Yi Qingya's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly enveloped her. I just reached the door and stopped. I turned around and frowned. Zhang Man didn't say anything, but just handed her vibrating cell phone to us. On the phone screen is the Weibo page. At this moment, the first place on Weibo's hot search list is a title that is enough to make anyone shudder. #shocking news. National Queen Yi Qingya is suspected to be pregnant. #. Following the title, there is a deep red word, explosion. Click on the entry. The first Weibo post was from the most famous paparazzi in the circle, Paparazzi Sun, who posted a picture and text exposing the news 5 minutes ago. The photo is a bit blurry, obviously it was taken secretly with a telephoto lens. The background of the photo is the entrance of a private obstetrics and gynecology hospital. The protagonist of the photo is Yi Qingya. Although she wore a mask and a hat and wrapped herself tightly, her unique figure and temperament could still be recognized at a glance by fans who are familiar with her. The most deadly thing is, one of the photos has an extremely tricky angle. She happened to be photographed walking out of the hospital. A gust of wind blew up her loose windbreaker, revealing her slightly bulging belly. Although the curve is not big, it looks unusually obvious against her extremely slender figure. Boom! Yi Qingya's brain went blank in an instant. She felt her blood solidify at this moment. How could this happen? She went to the hospital for a checkup and was clearly extremely careful. How did she still get photographed? It's over. It's all over. The text of that Weibo post is full of incitement and suggestion. According to first-hand information from within the industry, national superstar Yi Qingya has completely ceased work recently, and her whereabouts remain a mystery. After several days of surveillance, I finally captured her today at a top private maternity hospital in Shanghai. The photos clearly show her slightly plump figure, with a slightly protruding belly. Could she be pregnant? Even more shocking is that, according to insiders, Yi Qingya has broken up with her boyfriend of many years, Gu Chenfeng. So the question is, if the pregnancy is true, who is the father of the child? This Weibo post is like a depth bomb dropped into a calm lake. In just 5 minutes, the number of comments, reposts, and likes all exceeded 100,000. Moreover, it is still growing madly at a geometric multiple. The entire Weibo was completely paralyzed because of this revelation. Hashtag Yi Qingya is pregnant hashtag. Hashtag Yi Qingya obstetrics and gynecology hospital hashtag. Hashtag who is the father of Yi Qingya's child hashtag. One after another, related entries, like mushrooms after rain, rushed to the hot search list. The entire network exploded. It's over, it's all over. Zheng Man looked at the disgusting comments and vicious speculations on her phone, her face pale. She knew that Yi Qingya's acting career had come to an end from this moment on. No female star can withstand labels such as pregnant before marriage and chaotic private life that are enough to destroy everything. Yi Qingya's body was shaking constantly. She looked at those vicious remarks and felt like the whole world was spinning. A huge fear and despair completely overwhelmed her. She felt like she was about to suffocate. Just then, a pair of warm and powerful hands gently held her cold hands. I walked up to her, squatted down, and looked straight into her eyes that were full of fear and helplessness. My voice is not loud, but it has a power that is enough to calm people's hearts. Don't be afraid. I looked at her and said word by word. The sky won't fall. Even if it really collapses, I'll hold it up for you. My words, like a warm current, instantly injected into her cold heart. She looked at me with those deep and calm eyes, and tears, unable to be held back any longer, burst out. Su Chen. She asked in a trembling voice, what should we do now? Chapter 13. The whole internet exploded. Who is the Queen-S man? Almost at the moment when Paparazzi Sun released the explosive Weibo post, the entire Chinese internet fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Weibo's server experienced 3 outages in just 10 minutes. Even if the programmers typed away until sparks came out of their keyboards, they still couldn't keep up with the terrifying amount of traffic pouring in like a tide. Burst. 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 The top 10 hot searches, without exception, were all dominated by the 3 words Yi Qingya and their derivative entries. Hashtag shocking news. National Queen Yi Qingya is suspected to be pregnant. Hashtag breaking. Hashtag Yi Qingya obstetrics and gynecology hospital hashtag explosion. Hashtag who is the father of Yi Qingya's child hashtag explosion. Hashtag Gu Chunfeng and Yi Qingya breakup hashtag explosive. Hashtag Tanyu Entertainment bans Gu Chunfeng hashtag boiling. Hashtag Weibo crashed hashtag new. The entire network seemed to have turned into a pot of boiling water, and every onlooker was like a meatball in the pot, jumping up and down with excitement. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell did I see? Yi Qingya is pregnant? Is this true? Pictures speak louder than words. That photo of the bulging belly is definitely not photoshopped. That curve must have been there for at least 2 or 3 months, right? Oh my god. My youth is over. My goddess, my sister Chingya, is actually going to give birth to someone else's child? I don't believe it. I can't accept it. Don't get excited, the person above. Isn't the main point about who the father of the child is? She got pregnant right after breaking up with Gu Chunfeng. The amount of information contained in this is too much. It's terrifying when you think about it. Is there a possibility that there was an affair during marriage? Is that why Gu Chunfeng was banned by Tianyu Entertainment? Don't be so mean. Our brother was wrongly accused. It must have been that bitch Yi Qingya who threw mud at him. Gu Chunfeng's crazy fans, get out of here, okay? The evidence of your brother's drug use and sexual relations has been shattered. Now it seems that Yi Qingya must have discovered his scumbag face and broke up with him. So, the question is back again. Since the child isn't Gu Chunfeng's, whose is it? Could it be some mysterious rich man's? Wow. My image as a pure goddess has completely collapsed. She's pregnant before marriage, and her private life is a mess. I'm quitting being a fan, quitting. Online public opinion experienced several reversals in just half an hour. Countless fans, black fans, passers-by, and water armies have joined this unprecedented fighting war. Yi Qingya's fans tried their best to control the comments and clear her name, trying to prove that those photos were photoshopped, fake, and that someone was maliciously spreading rumors. But their voices were soon drowned out by the ocean of saliva from hundreds of millions of onlookers. After all, that photo is so impactful. At the same time, in a high-end club in Shanghai, a gentle-looking man with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses hung up the phone with a gloomy face. He is the person who just posted the explosive Weibo post paparazzi son. Brother son, how is it? What do they say over there? A shifty-looking, yellow-haired young man came over and asked flatteringly. Humph. Paparazzi son snorted coldly and slammed his phone on the table. Yi Qingya's agent Zhang Man actually dared to hang up on me. Hey, this bitch, shameless. The yellow-haired younger brother immediately echoed, Brother son, what should we do next? Should we release more explosive information? No rush. A greedy glint flashed in the paparazzi son's eyes. Let's stir up the hype first. When they can't bear the pressure anymore, they'll naturally cry and beg us to buy the photos back. He paused, picked up the red wine on the table and shook it proudly. When the time comes, I want this number. He held up 5 fingers. 5 million, the yellow-haired younger brother asked tentatively. That's too small. Paparazzi son sneered, his eyes flashing with madness. It's 50 million. 1 cent less, and I'll ruin their reputation. The other side. Tianyu Entertainment President's Office. Wang Haizhang received a mysterious phone call with a panicked look on his face. Yes. Mr. Su, don't worry. I've already dealt with that idiot Gu Chunfeng. I promise I won't cause you and Missy any more trouble. What? The online revelations about Missy? Wang Hai was stunned for a moment and quickly turned on the computer. When he saw the overwhelming news on Weibo, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh shit. Which blind paparazzi dared to expose Yi Qingya's secrets? Doesn't he know that this person is now under the protection of that master? Isn't this like looking for death by holding a lantern in a toilet? Mr. Su. Please calm down. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I will deal with it right away. I promise that within half an hour, all related news will disappear from the internet. As Wang Hai spoke, he bowed madly into the phone, as if the person on the other end of the line was standing right in front of him. After hanging up the phone, he pressed the intercom without hesitation. Hello? PR department? I'm Wang Hai. Now. Immediately. Mobilize all the company's connections and resources. Suppress all the online news about Yi Qingya's pregnancy. No matter how much it costs. If you can't suppress it, you all will get out. Thompson Epine, in the top-floor bungalow. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Zhang Man's cell phone has been completely blown up. The company, the media, the partners. Countless calls came one after another like death warrants. She was on the verge of collapse. She asked in a hoarse voice, looking at the man sitting on the sofa with his arms folded, who had a calm expression from beginning to end. Mr. Su, now, what should we do? Should we issue a statement first to deny it? This is standard PR practice. No matter whether it is true or not, just deny it first. Deny? I shook my head and smiled. Why deny it? Ah. Zhang Man was stunned. No, no denying. Are you admitting it? If I admit it, wouldn't that be suicide? Right. I nodded, my words shocking. Not only must you admit it, but you must admit it openly. What? Zhang Man and Yi Qingya screamed at the same time. They looked at me with horror in their eyes. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. Admit it at this time? Isn't that pushing Yi Qingya into the fire pit? Su Qin. You. Yi Qingya was also anxious. She grabbed my hand and cried, "Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? My career will be ruined." Who said it would be ruined? I looked at her and asked back. I reached out and gently stroked her cheek, which looked particularly pale with excitement. Her eyes were more gentle and firm than ever before. Qingya, listen to me. Escape and lies will never solve the problem. Since they want to see it, then we'll let them see it to their heart's content. Since they want to know who the father of the child is. I paused, a domineering yet confident smile playing on my lips. Then let's tell them. I turned my head and looked at Zhang Man, who was completely dumbfounded, and gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Xiao Zhang, right now, immediately, use Qingya's official Weibo account to issue a statement. Send what? Zhang Man asked stutteringly. I looked at the brilliant night view outside the window and slowly uttered words that were enough to make the whole of China tremble. Just tell them that Yi Qingya is pregnant. The child is mine. I am the man you have been looking for, the queen of divas. Also, I paused and added, by the way, please hit that guy called Go Pai-sun for me. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me at home. I already know his dirty deeds. Chapter 14. Don't be afraid, your husband will hold up your shoulders even if the sky falls. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me at home. I already know his dirty deeds. My voice slowly echoed in the luxurious and silent living room. Every word seemed to carry a tremendous force, hitting Yi Qingya and Zhang Man's hearts hard. The two of them just stared at me blankly, their brains completely shut down. Admit? Not only do I have to admit it, but I also have to take the initiative to tell the world that I am the child's father? Even more, do we have to confront the paparazzi who leaked the information head-on? This is no longer crazy. This is because he thinks death is not fast enough, so he is ready to rush directly into the crematorium holding the gas tank. Mr. Su, you are not kidding, right? Zhang Man's voice was shaking even more than when she heard the news just now. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. She has been in the industry for more than 10 years and has handled at least 80, if not 100, crisis public relations cases. But she had never seen, and couldn't even imagine, such a suicidal public relations plan. This isn't public relations, this is a public execution. Su Qin. Yi Qingya finally came back to her senses from the huge shock. She stood up suddenly and grabbed my arm. She was so excited that her nails almost dug into my flesh. Do you know what you are saying? Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Her eyes were red and her voice was filled with a hint of despair. You'll be exposed. All your information will be dug out. By then, the spit from the entire internet will be enough to drown you. And I'll be nailed to the pillar of shame, never to be able to turn over. We, and our children, will become the biggest jokes in the world. She almost yelled. She was scared. She was really scared. She doesn't need to care about her career or fame and fortune. But she can't not care about me, she can't not care about the unborn baby in her belly. She couldn't imagine that her child would be branded as an illegitimate child as soon as he was born, and would have to live under the strange gaze of the world. Just thinking about that kind of pain made her feel like her heart was being cut by a knife. Seeing her almost collapse, my heart ached. I didn't speak. I just reached out and wrapped her hands, which were cold due to excitement, tightly in my warm palms. Then, I gently pulled her into my arms. Hold her tightly. Don't be afraid. I lowered my head and whispered in her ear with an unprecedented gentleness and firmness. I'm here. My voice seems to have a strange magic. With the help of the tenderness of a future father's skill, Yi Qingya's heart, which had been beating wildly due to fear and despair, miraculously and slowly calmed down. Her body, which had been trembling with excitement, gradually relaxed. She leaned in my arms, feeling the steady and strong heartbeat in my chest, smelling the inexplicably soothing scent on my body, and her originally confused brain began to regain a bit of clarity. "Qingya, look at me." I held her shoulders and asked her to raise her head and look into my eyes. My eyes are very calm. As calm as a bottomless pool of water. That calmness contains an absolute confidence and powerful strength that is enough to convince anyone. I ask you, do you believe me? Yi Qingya looked at me, looking at my eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. She was stunned. Do you believe him? She didn't know how to answer this question. Intellectually, she shouldn't believe it. Because the proposal I proposed was too crazy, too outrageous, and too unreasonable. But emotionally, she couldn't find any reason not to believe it. This man, from the time he appeared until now, in just a few hours, has brought her so much shock. He could easily spend more than 100 million to buy Thompson Epine. He can sing a song called Xiaoqiu at will that is worthy of being called a god. With just one phone call, he can make Mr. Ma from Penguin Group work at his beck and call. With just one word from him, a popular traffic star can be ruined and never be able to recover. The energy and means he displayed were completely beyond her comprehension. Would a man like this do something he is not sure of? Would he joke about her and the child's future? Yi Qingya's lips trembled slightly. She looked at me, saw the unquestionable determination in my eyes, and that deep doting hidden deep in my eyes. For some reason, she nodded. I believe you. When she said these 3 words, she felt like she must be crazy. Good. I laughed. Smiling happily. I reached out and gently scratched her delicate nose. That's enough. I turned my head and looked at Zhang Man, who was completely stunned, and my tone regained that unquestionable dominance. Xiaoshang, do as I say and post on Weibo. But, Mr. Su. Zhang Man still wanted to make a final struggle. No buts. I interrupted her directly, my eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Either, do as I say. Or, you can leave now. Zhang Man's face turned pale in an instant. She glanced at Yi Qingya, then looked at me. Finally, she slumped down on the sofa like a deflated ball and nodded resignedly. Okay, I'll send it. She knew she had no choice. From the moment Yi Qingya said the word faith, the rules of this game were completely set by the man in front of her. Zhang Man picked up Yi Qingya's phone with trembling hands, unlocked it, and opened Weibo. Her fingers tapped on the screen, word by word, laboriously. Every word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Because she knew that the moment she pressed the send button, the entire entertainment industry would be hit by an unprecedented 18-magnitude earthquake. And I once again held Yi Qingya tightly in my arms. I could feel that her body was still trembling slightly. She is scared. I know. Anyone who bets their future on a man they have just known for less than a day would be afraid. I lowered my head and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Very light and soft. But it carries a power that is enough to calm people's hearts. Don't be afraid. I looked into her eyes that were still filled with anxiety, and solemnly made my first promise in this life to her, word by word. The sky won't fall. Even if it really collapses. Husband will support you. Boom. Yi Qingya's mind went blank in an instant. She stared at me, at my handsome face so close to her. Only the last 6 words echoed in my ears. Husband, I'll support you. Husband. He claims to be my husband? An unprecedented warm current, mixed with an indescribable shyness and sweetness, instantly surged through her whole body. Her heart, which had been frozen by fear, was completely melted at this moment. She looked at me, saw the domineering tenderness in my eyes, and all the fear, all the uneasiness, all the worries disappeared at this moment. She didn't want to think about anything anymore. She just wanted to hug the man in front of her tightly. Even if the world ends in the next second. She buried her head deeply in my arms and responded in an almost inaudible voice. That voice was thick with nasal notes, and a kind of complete dependence. Just then. Next to him, a shrill scream came from Zhang Man. She looked at the phone on which she had just pressed the send button, as if she had seen something extremely horrifying. It's been sent. I really sent it. She held her head, looking hopeless. It's over. It's all over. The 3 of us are about to be drowned in the saliva of the entire internet. I looked at her, smiled, and took the phone from her. I took a look at the Weibo post that had just been published and nodded with satisfaction. Then I raised my head and looked out the window at the night sky dyed colorful by neon lights. My eyes are calm and deep. The storm has come. Then, let this storm come even harder. I asked with a smile to Yi Qingya in my arms and Zhang Man, who was almost fainting from fright. Do you want to see a bigger fireworks display? Chapter 15 Su Chen's public relations plan made Zhang Man stunned. Do you want to see a bigger fireworks display? My voice was very soft, but it was like a stone thrown into a silent lake, causing 1,000 ripples. Yi Qingya raised her head from my arms, her eyes red and swollen from crying, filled with confusion and puzzlement. Zhang Man, on the other hand, had a look of despair on her face. She held her head and muttered to herself, "It's over. It's over. Fireworks? We're almost blown into fireworks ourselves." I looked at her and laughed. Xiao Zhang, I'm telling you. You're a well-known iron lady in the industry, after all. How come your mental state is so poor? I walked up to her and took the phone from her hand, which was still vibrating wildly and exploding with messages. Isn't it just a Weibo post? Why is it so serious? Isn't this enough? Zhang Man raised her head and looked at me with a look of despair. Mr. Su. You don't know what a mess it is outside right now. Look. She pointed at the phone screen, her voice trembling. The suicidal statement released by Yi Qingya's official Weibo account had already exceeded 500,000 comments and reposts in less than a minute. Moreover, it is still soaring wildly at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I see? The real culprit came down and admitted it himself? Crazy! Yi Qingya is absolutely crazy. How dare she admit such a thing? Is she planning to quit the entertainment industry? The child is mine, and I'm the man you're looking for. This tone is so damn arrogant. Who is this man? Why is he so tough? He still dares to a dog paparazzi? Threatening the paparazzi? I'm dying of laughter. Does this guy think he's not dying fast enough? Sisters! Dig him up. Dig up his entire family. I want to see who dares to speak to us like that. The comments section has completely collapsed. Angry fans, enthusiastic haters, and excited onlookers. Everyone was like crazy, using the most vicious and harsh language to launch an inhumane siege against this Weibo post. Just by looking at it, Zhang Man felt her scalp tingling and her hands and feet cold. She could even foresee what kind of overwhelming public opinion attack Yi Qingya would face tomorrow morning. It's over. This time, it's true, there is no way to save the situation. However, when I looked at the disgusting remarks on the screen, there was no panic on my face. My eyes were so calm, as if I was watching a farce that had nothing to do with me. Well, the popularity is pretty good. I nodded and gave a fair evaluation. It's better than I expected. Better? Zhang Man felt like she was going crazy. This is a matter of urgency. How can you still be in the mood to make sarcastic remarks here? Mr. Su. Please. Think of a solution. She begged with tears in her eyes. What should we do now? Didn't I tell you that? I looked up, looked at her and smiled. That smile, confident, calm, and with a sense of control over everything, is absolutely domineering. Watch the fireworks. Ah. Zhang Man was confused again. I ignored her. I took my cell phone, walked to the sofa and sat down, then, in front of the two of them, I began my real public relations operation calmly. First step. I clicked on the search bar on Weibo and entered 3 words. Paparazzi Sunday. Soon, the account with tens of millions of followers and certified as a well-known entertainment blogger popped up. I clicked on his homepage and saw his latest Weibo post, which was posted a minute ago. He forwarded Yi Qingya's statement and added some extremely arrogant text. Ha, are you impatient? Are you impatient already? You still want me to clean my neck and wait? Boy, I've been a paparazzi for so many years, and you're the first one to dare talk to me like that. Fine. I'll wait. I want to see what you've got. At Yi Qingya official studio. A clown. I scoffed and began tapping rapidly on the screen. I didn't comment or forward it. I clicked the private message button directly. Then I sent a picture. That was a screenshot of a bank transfer record. The transferer is an anonymous overseas account. The recipient of the payment was the real name account of his paparazzi son. The transfer amount was neither too big nor too small, exactly 5 million. The transfer took place the day before Guchen phone was banned. After doing all this, I didn't say another word. I just leisurely put my phone on the coffee table and waited quietly. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man both came over and looked at my operation with confusion on their faces. Su Chen, what picture did you send him? Yi Qingya asked curiously. A picture that can ruin his reputation, I said lightly. Zhang Man was still puzzled. Just a picture? What use can it have? In her opinion, paparazzi are like tough guys with thicker skins than city walls. How can a picture of unknown origin scare them? I smiled and didn't explain. I just pointed at the phone screen and signaled them to continue watching. Time passes by minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. There was no movement on paparazzi Sun's Weibo. A look of disappointment appeared on Zhang Man's face. See, I told you it's useless. However, just in the 4th minute, it is about to happen. A sudden change occurs. Suddenly, the extremely arrogant Weibo post by paparazzi Sun disappeared without any warning. Immediately afterwards, the Weibo post he had previously posted about Yi Qingya's pregnancy also disappeared. Refresh the page again. The entire account of paparazzi Sun actually, directly became the user does not exist. Account cancelled? A paparazzi with millions of fans, a powerful voice in the entertainment industry, a figure even top stars feared, actually deactivated his own account? How is this possible? Zhang Man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She looked at me like I was a living ghost. What the hell is going on? What is in that picture? I ignored her look of astonishment. I just took back my phone and calmly started my second step. I called again the number that I had only called once, the number of Mr. Ma from Penguin. Hey! Brother Su! Do you have any new instructions? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Ma's voice was still full of enthusiasm. Yeah, there's something going on. My voice remained calm. Please help me check for someone. Who? A paparazzi named Sun Hao, nicknamed Paparazzi Sun. Okay. No problem. Give me 10 minutes. Hang up the phone. I started to proceed to the 3rd step. I opened Weibo and started editing a new Weibo post using Yi Qingya's account. This time, I didn't write anything. I just uploaded an audio clip. A melodious and slightly melancholic piano accompaniment. That was the prelude part 1 recorded with my mobile phone when I was playing Xiaoqiu just now. Su Chen, what are you doing? Yi Qingya looked at my operation with a puzzled look on her face. Don't be impatient. I smiled at her, the good show has just begun. I looked at her in Zhang Man, who was completely dumbfounded, and slowly told her the core of my entire public relations plan. Do you think my purpose is to clarify and explain? No. I shook my head, and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to scare any opponent. My purpose has never been to defend. Instead, attack. I want everyone to know, Qingya, not only did she not do anything wrong. I want to take advantage of this favorable situation and make her even more popular than before. To the point of exploding popularity. I will turn this dirty water thrown at her into a downpour of sweet rain to crown her. And the starting point of all this. I paused and sent out the Weibo post with only a clip of audio. Let's start with this song that will surely go down in history. Ding dong. Almost at the moment I posted on Weibo. Mr. Ma called. Brother Su. I found out. I have all the negative information about Sun Hao. This guy is so dirty. He's involved in extortion, tax evasion, and even suspected of. Very good, I interrupted him. Collate all his evidence. I looked at the deep night sky outside the window and slowly gave my last order. Tomorrow morning, I want these things to appear on the front pages of all media outlets across the country. I want everyone to know what happens to women who offend me, Su Chen. Then, what about Miss Qingya? Mr. Ma asked cautiously. The online public opinion right now is very unfavorable to her. Chapter 16. No explanation needed. The new song The Wind Rises is the best response. Then, what about Miss Qingya? Mr. Ma's voice on the other end of the line was filled with cautious probing. The public opinion online right now is very unfavorable to her. I smiled at the worry in his voice. There was a hint of absolute confidence in that smile that even Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone felt his heart palpitate. Public opinion? I turned my head and glanced at Yi Qingya, who was lying on the sofa, curled up in my arms like a wounded kitten. My eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Mr. Ma, please remember this. My voice, through the radio waves, was clearly transmitted to the ears of the Chinese internet giant. From today on, my woman, Su Chen, doesn't need to care about public opinion. Because public opinion will change for her. Help me prepare all your recommendation slots. I paused, then slowly uttered a sentence that would go down in the history of the Chinese entertainment industry. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I'm going to use a song to make the entire Weibo crash again. Hang up the phone. The entire living room was silent. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man both stared at me blankly as if I were a god. Especially Zhang Man, her professional knowledge and professional qualities as a gold medal agent, which she was proud of, were shattered to pieces and disappeared in just a few words from me. No explanation? No clarification? No pity? Instead, you have to fight hard? Do you need to use a song to fight against the whole network's saliva? What kind of magical operation is this? Su Chen. Yi Qingya raised her head and asked softly, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, the song you are talking about, is it Xiaoqiu? In her opinion, only a masterpiece of the level of Xiaoqiu can create miracles. No. I shook my head, denying her guess. No, isn't it? Zhang Man was also stunned. Mr. Su, with all due respect, the song Xiaoqiu is absolutely a once-in-a-decade classic. As long as we produce it well, there's definitely hope. Xiaoqiu is used to soothe the soul. I interrupted her, my eyes suddenly becoming sharp. But right now, what we need is not soothing. It's a fight. We need a song that, like an extremely sharp spear, can pierce through all the rumors. We need a war song that can make everyone who hears it, their blood boil and move them to tears. We want to tell the world that we are fearless. And Xiaoso. I shook my head. It's too heavy, and too gentle. It doesn't fit as our first battle cry. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were both stunned. They had never imagined that the choice of a song would involve such strategic considerations. Then, what should we sing? Yi Qingya asked subconsciously. Yes, apart from Xiaoqiu, what other song can take on this important task? I looked at her and smiled. That smile was confident and full of doting. Of course, sing the second song I wrote for you. I stood up and walked back to the Steinway piano. My fingers gently slid across the piano keys. A melody that is completely different from the melancholy and rhythmic Xiaoqiu, which is light, agile, yet with a hint of grandeur, pours out from my fingertips. The notes seem to carry a kind of magic, like a breeze blowing through the wheat waves, instantly blowing away the depressing and dull atmosphere in the living room. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man's eyes lit up instantly. Just by listening to the prelude, they can already conclude that the quality of this song is definitely not inferior to Xiaoqiu. In fact, it is even better in structure and artistic conception. I didn't look back. I just sang softly in a voice that was a little ethereal but full of power. We stopped and walked along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station. I'm a little hesitant. The moment the song sounded, Yi Qingya's body trembled violently. If we say that Xiaoqiu sings about the bitterness and loneliness she experienced in her 10 years since her debut. So this song. What she sang was about her journey from an ignorant girl to where she is today, all her youth and past. That stubbornness of walking against the light, regardless of wind and rain. The courage to see the comings and goings of the world and still be full of hope for the future. I once turned my youth into her. I also played the midsummer with my fingertips. Let your heart lead you wherever it leads you. Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain blow. I stopped singing here. I turned around and looked at Yi Qingya, who was completely stunned, and Zhang Man, who was completely petrified, and asked with a smile. This song is called The Wind Rises. Is it sharp enough to use as our spear? Enough. Zhang Man's lips trembled, and it took her a long time to squeeze out these two words. Her eyes were full of fanaticism. Sharp? This is more than just sharp. This is simply a magical weapon that is powerful enough to split the sky and the earth in half. She could already foresee that when this song, coupled with Yi Qingya's heavenly voice, came out, it would cause a terrifying and overwhelming uproar. Good. Yi Qingya also came back to her senses from the huge shock. There was no trace of fear or confusion in her eyes. Instead, there is a blazing flame called fighting spirit. Just sing it. Good. I nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Zhang. Here. Mr. Su, please give me your orders. Zhang Man shuddered and stood up straight immediately. Right now, immediately, go to the convenience store downstairs and buy the best microphone and sound card. Remember, they must be professional. Huh? Zhang Man was confused again. Mr. Su, aren't we going to the recording studio? It's too late. I shook my head. Besides, there's no need. I pointed to my head. The best recording studio in the world is right here. Zhang Man. Although she didn't understand, she knew that it was right to do as she was told. She rushed out as fast as she could. Soon, a set of recording equipment, which was not as good as a top-level recording studio but was also professional level, was bought. And I, in just less than 10 minutes, perfectly reproduced the arrangement of the entire song on the piano. That miraculous operation once again made Yi Qingya and Zhang Man see what a god is. Okay, Qingya, come here. I debugged the equipment and waved to Yi Qingya. Let's start recording. Now. Yi Qingya was a little nervous. This is The Wind Rises. Such an important song, and you just recorded it in the living room? Moreover, there is no preparation at all? Yes, right now. I looked at her, and my eyes became extremely professional and focused. You don't need to prepare. You just need to give me all your emotions. Believe me, I will guide you and make you sing the most perfect song of your life. My voice seems to carry an unquestionable magic. Yi Qingya looked at me, and her nervous heart miraculously calmed down. She nodded and walked to the microphone. Put on your headphones. Fix your breathing. Clear your mind and don't think about anything. Listen to my prelude. In the next few hours, I completely transformed into a devilish producer. I used the strictest and most precise standards to demand Yi Qingya to control every breath, every transition of tone, and the emotion of every word. At first, Yi Qingya was still not used to it. But soon, she was shocked to find that under my guidance, her understanding of the song and her control over the sound were improving at an incredible speed. She felt like she had touched a completely new artistic realm that she had never reached before. Zhang Man, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the man who was sitting in front of the piano, sometimes gentle, sometimes strict, calmly and in control of everything, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. Major. So fucking professional. This kind of understanding of music, this kind of ability to train singers, let alone domestic gold medal producers, even the top Grammy stars are probably no better than this, right? How many surprises does this man have that he doesn't know about? When the first ray of morning light shines into the living room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows outside the window, the last note falls. Yi Qingya slowly took off her headphones. There was still a trace of extreme emotion on her face that had not yet faded. Her chest was heaving violently. There were crystal tears in the corners of her eyes. Those were not tears of sadness. Rather, it is the kind of satisfying and moving tears that come after completing a work that can be called a work of art. I nodded with satisfaction at the flawless audio track on the computer. Then I take the final master, export it, and package it. Sent to the one who has been waiting all night, Penguin, Mr. Ma. At the end of the email, I only attached one sentence. At 10 o'clock, let the wind blow across the whole of China. Do all this. I turned around and looked at Yi Qingya, who was almost exhausted but still excited with a flushed face, and Zhang Man, who had completely turned into my fangirl beside her. I smiled. Alright, our spears have been forged. Then, what should we do next? Zhang Man looked at me and asked cautiously. Chapter 17. The whole network burst into tears. This damn love. Then what should we do next? Zhang Man's voice seemed particularly hollow in the silent dawn. Like a lost traveler, she subconsciously placed all her hopes on me, her only compass. And I looked at her in Yi Qingya's eyes, which were filled with fatigue and anxiety, and smiled. I pointed to the soft and comfortable big bed in the master bedroom and gave an answer that neither of them expected. Sleep. Sleep, sleep? Zhang Man's eyes almost popped out. Mr. Su. Boss. My dear father. What time is it? The world outside is in turmoil. Hundreds of millions of netizens are holding torches and pitchforks, ready to burn us to death on the cross of public opinion. You old man, actually, still have the mood to sleep? What else? I spread my hands and said matter-of-factly, a meal should be eaten bite by bite, and a battle should be fought one battle at a time. Right now, our spear is ready, and we'll just have to wait until 10 o'clock to throw it. Before then, you two, especially Qingya, must get enough sleep. I walked up to Yi Qingya, reached out my hand, and gently smoothed her furrowed brow. You're pregnant. Staying up late is a big taboo. My voice was unquestionable, yet full of tenderness. Now, don't think about anything. Go in and have a good sleep. When you wake up, you'll find that it's daybreak. My words seemed to have a magical power that could calm people's hearts. Yi Qingya looked at me, looked at my deep and confident eyes, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, miraculously fell back to earth. Yes. With him here, what do I have to fear? She nodded, as obedient as a kitten. Watching Yi Qingya walk into the bedroom, I turned my head and looked at Zhang Man, who was still standing there with a confused look on her face, at a loss as to what to do. And you, go to bed too. I can't sleep. Zhang Man was almost crying. You have to sleep even if you can't. I pointed to the guest bedroom. If you don't want to have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow and miss an epic comeback, get out of here and go to bed right now. My words are simple and rough. But Zhang Man, as if she had heard some imperial decree, shuddered and rushed into the guest bedroom, crawling all the way. An epic comeback. These 6 words were like a shot of adrenaline, piercing her heart. Good. I sleep. I want to see how you, a god, are going to change fate. No words were spoken that night. When the early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and fills the entire living room, a rich aroma of food woke Yi Qingya and Zhang Man from their sleep. They both walked out of the bedroom almost at the same time. Then, they saw a scene that both of them would never forget. They saw that the man who, in their eyes, was mysterious, powerful, and domineering like a god or demon, was now wearing a pink apron with Hello Kitty printed on it, holding a spatula in his hand, and frying eggs slowly and leisurely in the open kitchen. The morning light shone on his profile, giving him a golden outline. The picture is harmonious, warm, and full of the breath of life. Compared with his domineering look last night, which seemed to be able to control the world and stir up the situation, it formed a huge contrast. Woke up? I heard some movement behind me, turned around, and gave them both a bright smile. Go wash up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon. My tone was so natural, as if we had been a family for many years. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were both stunned. Especially Yi Qingya, she looked at the tall figure who was preparing breakfast for her, and her heart skipped a beat. Her eyes felt a little hot unconsciously. Is this the feeling of home? 9:50 in the morning. After finishing that loving breakfast that would put even a Michelin 3-star chef to shame, the 3 of us sat back on the sofa in the living room. Zhang Man held the cell phone tightly in her hand, and her palms were full of sweat. Her eyes were fixed on the clock on the wall, and her expression was tense, like a prisoner waiting for the final trial. As for me, I still have a calm and composed look. I even had the mood to pick up an apple and slowly peel it. At this moment, the internet is still in a bloody mess. After fermenting all night, the news of Yi Qingya's pregnancy has completely turned into an online carnival with the participation of the entire nation. In order to gain traffic, countless marketing accounts began to frantically fabricate all kinds of outrageous rumors. Some say the child is from a wealthy businessman. Some say that Yi Qingya was being taken advantage of. Some people even swore that the mysterious man who posted on Weibo was actually hired by Yi Qingya as a shield. In short, the dirtier the better. The entire internet is in a mess. It's 9:59. Zhang Man's voice was trembling. I peeled the apple and used a knife to cut it into small pieces in the shape of rabbits. Then, I inserted toothpicks and handed them to Yi Qingya's mouth. Here, take some vitamins. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the clock on the wall moves extremely clearly. Finally. When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand coincide at the number 12. 10 o'clock in the morning, sharp. Time's up. I said lightly. Almost as soon as I finished speaking. Throughout China, hundreds of millions of people are surfing the internet, their phones, computers, tablets. Whether you are watching videos, playing games, or browsing the news. All at the same time, with a buzz sound, a full-screen pop-up window from Penguin Music popped up. The background of the pop-up window is an artistic black and white photo. The photo shows Yi Qingya's breathtakingly beautiful profile. There was a hint of stubbornness and a hint of yearning for the future in her eyes. In the center of the photo are several large characters written in cursive script, looking very lively. The wind rises. Singer, Yi Qingya. Lyricist, composer, producer, Chin. Boom. At this moment, the entire network seemed to have been muted. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? When the entire internet was blackening him, instead of issuing a PR release or sending a lawyer's letter, he released a new song? Moreover, they used this kind of overbearing, viral method to forcefully push it to everyone? What kind of magical operation is this? Countless people subconsciously want to click the close button. However, when their eyes fell on the name of the mysterious producer Chen, they stopped for some unknown reason. Chen? Isn't this the mysterious man who posted on Weibo last night? He is actually a music producer? Moreover, you dare to put your name on it so openly? I want to see what tricks you can come up with. With such curiosity and a hint of sarcasm in my mind, I am looking forward to the show. Countless people clicked the play button. Then, that's all. The moment when the prelude, which is light, agile, yet has a touch of grandeur, sounds. Everyone's ears were caught in an instant. Immediately following, Yi Qingya's heavenly voice, as if kissed by an angel, rang out. We stopped and started along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting. That moment, the entire network was silent. All those who are typing, insulting, mocking, and eating melons. At this moment, all the keyboard warriors stopped their evil fingers. They are all crazy. All drunk. When the chorus, that epic, magnificent melody, sounded. I once turned my youth into her, and played the midsummer with my fingertips. Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain blow. Boom! At this moment, the emotions of all the listeners were completely ignited. Countless people who were listening to this song in front of the screen had their eyes red unconsciously. 1 drop, 2 drops. Hot tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of their eyes. What they heard was no longer a song. Rather, it is an epic story about a girl who uses her entire youth to pursue her dreams. It was she who, in the face of the malice of the whole world, showed her stubbornness and courage to go against the light. And when they put this feeling into reality. When you connect this song with that man last night, and his extremely domineering words, I am the man who is the queen you are looking for. They finally understood. What the hell is this scandal? This is clearly a fairy tale love story. A man, in order to protect his beloved woman, is in the center of the storm. With a masterpiece worthy of being deified, he carved out a bloody path to light for her. He didn't explain. No argument either. Because this song is the best response to the whole world. Holy crap! I'm crying. I'm a 300-pound strong man, and tears welled up in my eyes just listening to this. What the hell is this magical song? Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain blow. Whoa! Sister Qingya, how much injustice have you suffered over the years? Chapter 18, Reputation Reversal. This man is so talented. Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain blow. Whoa! Sister Qingya, how much injustice have you suffered over the years? I'm never going to criticize Yi Qingya again. From today on, I'll be angry with anyone who criticizes her. Do you know how hard she works? You only see her glamour, but not the scars behind her. This is real music. This is the kind of song that can touch people's hearts. Compared to The Wind Rises, all those cheesy songs in the music scene today are pure garbage. I declare that from today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Chen. What kind of godlike talent is this? Writing lyrics, composing music, and producing all in one? Is he going to let anyone else live? I finally understand. That Weibo post last night wasn't about arrogance at all, it was about deep affection. It was about a man, in his own way, protecting the woman he loves and their unborn child. This damn love, I'm so fucking mad. When the magnificent melody of The Wind Rises resounded throughout the entire Chinese internet, the wind direction has completely changed. Countless netizens who had previously criticized Yi Qingya and mocked the mysterious man Chen collectively turned against her after listening to this song. Their anger, their doubts, their malice. All of them were washed away by this song that was enough to purify the soul. Instead, I felt touched, shocked, heartbroken, and a kind of admiration from the bottom of my heart. Weibo crashed again. But this time, the bund was completely different from last night. Yesterday, the server crashed due to complaints. And today, it was the server that crashed due to over-the-top talk. Hashtag the wind rises hashtag explosion. Hashtag the whole network owes Yi Qingya an apology hashtag explosion. Hashtag. Hashtag what kind of damn love is this hashtag explosion. Hashtag feeling sorry for Yi Qingya hashtag boiling. Hashtag Weibo crashed again hashtag new. A hot search list was once again swept by blood. Only this time, all the entries are filled with kindness and blessings. Countless music bloggers, music critics, and even some music giants who have retired for many years have come out and used the most gorgeous and exaggerated words to praise the song The Wind Rises from all angles. It has been 10 years since I last heard a song with such a soul. The lyrics are poems engraved in the bones, the music is the soul that stirs the wind and clouds. And Yi Qingya's singing brings out the emotions of this song to the extreme. Once this song is released, the Chinese music scene will be on the rise. Famous composer, Lu Guodong. I declare that The Wind Rises is slated to be the best single of this year, no, this century. As for the mysterious producer Chen, I just want to say, please take my knee. You are the god of the Chinese music scene. The venomous music critic, Ear Emperor. After listening to this song, I just want to fall in love. The man who can write such a song must love her very much. Emotional blogger, Nini Meng. The shocking reversal of public opinion was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. Those black fans and internet trolls who were still madly insulting Yi Qingya last night were now completely dumbfounded. They want to refute and continue to criticize. But they found that they had no idea where to start. Because this song is really, really powerful. Do you dare to say it doesn't sound good? You will be drowned alive by the saliva of hundreds of millions of people who have been completely conquered by this song. Thompson Epine, in the top floor bungalow. The atmosphere is completely different from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Very quiet. It was so quiet that only Yi Qingya's suppressed sobs could be heard. She looked at the comments on her phone, which changed from insults to understanding, and then from understanding to heartache and blessings. Tears fell like beads with a broken string, and she couldn't stop them. She won. No. It's us who won. We, with a song, won this seemingly hopeless war of public opinion in a fair and just manner. She raised her head, her red and swollen eyes staring blankly at the man who was leisurely handing her a tissue. Her eyes were filled with deep love and dependence that she herself had not even noticed. This man is her hero. He was the peerless hero who, when she was abandoned by the whole world, went against the light and cut a bloody path for her. Zhang Man, who was standing aside, was completely numb. She looked at the miraculous reversal of word of mouth on her phone, and her brain had completely given up thinking. An epic comeback. It turns out that what he said yesterday was actually true. She looked at me, and in her eyes, there was only fanatical admiration. This is no longer something that a gold medal agent can understand. This is fucking God. He is a true God who can make things happen as he says and turn stones into gold. Su, Mr. Su. Zhang Man's voice was trembling, and she looked at me as if she were looking at a monster. How did you do this? Was all this, according to your calculations? Calculate? I smiled and shook my head. I never count. I reached out my hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Yi Qingya's eyes. My movements were extremely gentle. I just believe her. I also believe that truly good works have the power to change everything. I spoke very calmly. But to Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, it was no less than thunder. What kind of confidence is this? What kind of courage is this? Ding. Side quest, The Queen's Return, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Quest reward, skill points plus 10, a mysterious treasure chest. The system prompt sounded quietly in my mind. The smile on my lips grew even wider. Very good. Everything is going perfectly according to the script I envisioned. Okay, stop crying. I pinched Yi Qingya's delicate face and said with a smile, if you cry again, the baby in your belly will protest. Puff. Yi Qingya was amused by me and burst into laughter. She wiped her tears and looked at me, her eyes full of curiosity. Su Chen, who are you? Why, do you know so much? This is the question Zhang Man wants to ask the most. A man who could casually come up with 100 million yuan, who could make President Ma bow down to him, and who could write God-level songs like Xiaoqiu and The Wind Rises. Who is he, anyway? I looked at their curious baby-like eyes and smiled. I didn't answer directly. I just slowly told them a shocking fact that once again struck them like lightning. Actually, compared to writing songs. I paused, my tone incredibly sincere. What I'm better at is cooking. Ah. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were once again stunned. Cook? Boss. Aren't you jumping around too quickly on this topic? We are curious about your amazing background. Why are you suddenly talking to us about cooking? I looked at their cute faces and laughed. I stood up and stretched. Just right, it's almost lunchtime. As I spoke, I took off the pink Hello Kitty apron and tied it back on. Today, I'll let you see my true skills. After saying that, I turned around and walked into that luxurious, top-notch kitchen. Only 2 women were left, looking at each other, their hair disheveled in the wind. Sister man. Sister man. Yi Qingya looked at my back and asked Zhang Man uncertainly, do you think what he just said wasn't a joke? Zhang Man swallowed hard, her voice dry. I have no idea. I only know that from today on, there may be another person in this world who will be forced to death by Mr. Su's talent. Which industry? Chef. Chapter 19 The Scumbag S Revenge. All the internet's internet trolls are trending on the internet. Which industry? Chef. Zhang Man's answer made Yi Qingya stunned for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. The tense and oppressive atmosphere before was completely broken by my sudden and unexpected action. The 2 of them, with a hint of curiosity, a hint of suspicion, and a hint of expectation that they themselves were not even aware of, sat on the sofa, watching the tall figure busy in the kitchen in an orderly manner. Soon, their suspicion turned into shock. The German kitchen knife in my hand seemed to come alive, whirling up and down, leaving only a shadow. In just a dozen seconds, a potato was cut into thin, hair-thin shreds, so even that it looked like they were machine-cut. This knife work. Even the top chefs at state banquets are only this good, right? Half an hour later. I steadily brought 4 dishes and a soup to the table. There are no delicacies from land and sea, just the simplest home-cooked dishes. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and a pot of milky white Christian carp soup. However, these dishes seem to be cast by magic. The golden and crispy potato shreds exude an enticing burnt aroma. The red and yellow scrambled eggs with tomatoes are so bright in color that they look like a work of art. The delicious and spicy mapo tofu will make your mouth water just by smelling it. The most exaggerated thing is the pot of Christian carp soup. The soup was as thick and white as milk, and even a thin layer of milk skin condensed on it. An indescribable and extremely fresh fragrance domineeringly penetrated into the nostrils of both of them. Gudong. Zhang Man and Yi Qingya, both of them swallowed their saliva at the same time. They looked at the table full of dishes, then looked at the man who was taking off his apron with a calm expression on his face. Their minds went blank again. Evildoer. This guy is definitely a monster. It's fine that he can become a god for songwriting, but how come he can even cook food that tastes like a god? Are you going to let ordinary people live? What are you standing there for? Eat. I served them both rice and a bowl of fish soup. Pregnant women should drink more fish soup, it's good for the baby. My tone is natural and gentle. Yi Qingya looked at the bowl of steaming, milky white fish soup, and her eyes once again turned red. She lowered her head and carefully scooped a small mouthful with a spoon and put it into her mouth. Boom! An indescribable ultimate deliciousness instantly exploded on her taste buds. The taste was rich, sweet, and delicious to the extreme. It was as if every cell in her body was cheering and jumping for joy. It's so delicious. She had never tasted such delicious fish soup in her life. How is it? I asked with a smile. Yi Qingya raised her head, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. She nodded vigorously and drank the whole bowl of fish soup. Zhang Man, who was standing aside, had long since stopped caring about her image. She held chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, eating with both hands, her mouth full of oil. She looked like a refugee who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Wow, so delicious. Mr. Su. I, Zhang Man, have never had such a delicious meal in my life. She shoveled rice into her mouth while mumbling the highest praise to me, from today on, you are my half-brother. From now on, I will work like a slave for you. All you have to do is provide me with one meal a day." Looking at their useless looks, I laughed. God-level cooking skills, are you kidding? This is just the beginning. The lunch ended in such a warm and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, like two salted fish, collapsed on the sofa, touching their round bellies with contentment. Public opinion on the internet is still very positive. The song "The Wind Rises" has become completely popular. Just 3 hours after its release, the number of paid downloads on Penguin Music has exceeded 10 million. It directly broke the historical record of the fastest single to reach 10 million sales, held by Yi Qingya herself. The number of her followers on Weibo soared to 5 million in just a few hours. All the comment sections are filled with compliments like "I feel sorry for my sister," "I support my sister," "It's a fairy tale love," and so on. Everything is developing in the best direction. However, just then, Zhang Man's cell phone once again issued that piercing public opinion crisis alert. Again, what happened again? Zhang Man startled and jumped up from the sofa. She hurriedly picked up the phone and took a look at it. The face that was just satisfied with the delicious food turned pale in an instant. Son of a bitch. These beasts. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and cursing. "What's wrong, sister man?" Yi Qingya also became nervous. I stopped cleaning up the dishes and frowned slightly. Zhang Man didn't say anything, but just handed the phone to us. I saw it on the Weibo hot search list. An entry filled with malice and filth is climbing up madly at an extremely abnormal speed. Soon, it reached the 3rd place in the hot search. Hashtag deep dive into the man behind the queen hashtag. Click on the entry. Inside, there is no more blessing or praise. But it is a sea of negative information. Countless water army accounts and marketing accounts, as if they had received unified instructions, began to lead the rhythm frantically. Shocking reversal. The so-called fairy tale love is nothing but an elaborate scam. According to insiders, the so-called mysterious producer Chin is not a young talent at all, but a 50-something, bald, beer-bellied, and greasy businessman with a family. Yi Qingya got pregnant before marriage, and it turned out to be a mistress. To clear her name, she spent a fortune, bought online trending searches, and staged a self-produced "protecting her wife" drama. The so-called original song "The Wind Rises" was most likely purchased from overseas. The purpose is to create a genius persona. These revelations are well written and convincing. It even came with some so-called evidence. It was a very blurry, candid photo. In the photo, Yi Qingya was having a very pleasant conversation with a fat middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle in a private room of a high-end restaurant. Although the photo is so blurry that even the facial features cannot be seen clearly. But in the mouths of these internet trolls and marketing accounts, it became irrefutable evidence that Yi Qingya was being kept by a financial sponsor. Boom! The public opinion that had just reversed was once again detonated in the face of these obviously well-planned and dirty rumors. Countless people who don't know the truth have once again been led astray. What the hell? Is this true? I told you, there's no such thing as a perfect love story. I was wondering if that Chen wouldn't show up. Turns out he's an old man? I'm vomiting. Disgusting. This is so disgusting. Mistress. Get out of the entertainment industry. This is too much. This is simply too much. Yi Qingya looked at those remarks, which were 100 times more vicious than those made last night, and was so angry that she was shaking all over. She can tolerate being scolded. But she couldn't stand others slandering the pure feelings that had just sprouted between her and Su Chen in such a dirty way. What is even more intolerable is that others portrayed Su Chen, a hero who gave everything for her, as an old, ugly, greasy money sponsor. It's Shiroyuki. It must be her. Zhang Man on the side said with gritted teeth. The man in this photo is the vice president of Hawaii. Last month, he did ask Qingya out for dinner to discuss a collaboration, but Qingya rejected him on the spot. At the time, Bai Shui was in the box next door. She must have taken this secret photo. Bai Shui, a first-line actress, is also Yi Qingya's biggest competitor in the circle. The two have been holding a grudge for a long time. It's not just her. I put down the dishes in my hands and walked over slowly. There was no trace of smile on my face. Instead, there was a piece of icy cold frost. My eyes are very calm. It was as calm as the Dead Sea before a storm. To be able to organize such a large-scale navy in such a short time, by shui alone cannot do it. I paused, then slowly uttered a name. Tianyu Entertainment. Obviously. Gu Qinfeng's downfall and my threatening phone call made Wang Hai feel terrified. It also made him want to kill. He didn't dare to attack me directly. So, he used this most despicable and vicious method to attack the person I care about the most. He wanted to use public opinion to kill Yi Qingya. I also want to use this method to test my bottom line. Very good. You succeeded. You succeeded in irritating me. I picked up my phone and looked at the dirty trending search that was still climbing on the screen. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. It seems that some people really think they have lived too long. Su Chen. Yi Qingya looked at me, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anger. What should we do? Chapter 20, New System Task. Is it so important to cook a meal for your wife? Su Chen, what should we do? There was a hint of deep dependence in Yi Qingya's voice, which she herself had not even noticed. In her world, I have become the only pillar she can rely on. Zhang Man, who was standing beside me, stared at me with eyes full of hope and fear. They are all waiting for my answer. Wait for me, just like before, with great force and in the blink of an eye, I will destroy the enemy. However, my reaction, once again, took all of them by surprise. I didn't look at the dirty, overwhelming negative information on my phone. No, I didn't make a phone call to mobilize the resources behind me that were enough to make the world tremble. I just reached out my hand and gently smoothed Yi Qingya's brows, which were tightly furrowed with anger and worry. Don't be angry. My voice was very light and soft, like a warm spring breeze, blowing across her almost broken heart. The doctor said that the mood of the pregnant woman is the most important. You are not alone now. For the sake of the baby, no matter how big the problem is, we have to put it aside, okay? My words left Yi Qingya and Zhang Man stunned. They didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death. The first thing I was concerned about was Yi Qingya's emotions? And the baby in her belly? But they... Yi Qingya wanted to say something, but her eyes were already filled with tears of grievance. She doesn't mind being scolded. What she felt wronged about was that they dared to slander her like this. Just when her emotions were about to get out of control again. That cold, long-lost, mechanical synthesized sound, without any warning, rang in my mind again. Ding! It has been detected that the host's offspring's mother is suffering from severe cyberbullying, causing her mood to fluctuate drastically and her mental state to be extremely unstable. Warning! This condition has a significant negative impact on the healthy development of the fetus. System emergency task, now triggered. Task name, chicken soup for the soul for expectant mothers. Task content, the host must personally cook a dish for Yi Qingya within half an hour that is both soothing and top-notch delicious to calm her anxious mood and stabilize her mental state. Task requirements, no restrictions on ingredients, but the host must complete it personally. Mission reward, system special item, internet public opinion control card one-time use. I looked at the task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, emitting a light blue light. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. System boss? Are you a little bit unable to grasp the key point? Outside, it's almost like a world war. Old man, don't you think about how to help me get rid of those bastards? Instead, let me cook a meal for my wife? And, it's a fucking emergency mission? Is it so important to cook a meal for my wife? However, when I saw the reward for the mission, my eyes immediately widened. Online public opinion control card one-time use. After use, the host can obtain God-level authority to guide public opinion on designated online platforms no more than 3 within 24 hours. This includes but is not limited to ignoring rules and deleting any posts, ignoring permissions and banning any accounts, modifying trending search terms and sending targeted information. Oh shit. I looked at the card icon that was emitting golden light and couldn't help but curse in my heart. Isn't this too outrageous? How can this be called public opinion guidance? This is simply the words or laws of the online world. It's GM authority. With this card, let alone a mere internet troll army, I can even make the entire Weibo collectively sing conquer for me. System boss. I was wrong. I take back what I said. You, old man, are truly far-sighted and prudent. Cooking for my wife is so fucking important. This is our first shot in counterattack. My expression changed in an instant. The cold, murderous aura disappeared. Instead, there is a sense of responsibility that is almost fanatical. No. I stood up suddenly and looked at Yi Qingya and Zhang Man with a serious face. My sudden action scared both of them. Qingya, you must calm down right now, I said, leaving no room for doubt. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Sour? Sweet? Spicy? Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were once again confused. They have completely lost track of my train of thought. Mr. Su? Boss? What stimulated you? Why, suddenly, you are concerned about the issue of eating? Su, Mr. Su. Zhang Man's face was about to burst into tears. Is now really the time to discuss dinner? Trending search has already reached #1. She pointed at the phone, her voice trembling. First is first. I waved my hands, looking unconcerned. Let them fly for a while. I walked up to Yi Qingya, who was completely dumbfounded, squatted down, took her hand, and spoke in an unprecedented serious tone. Qingya, listen to me. Right now, nothing is bigger than the health of you and your baby. Those clowns on the internet are nothing but a bunch of buzzing flies. I can kill them all with just one slap. But your body is the capital of revolution. So, now, don't think about anything. Just tell me, what do you want to eat? Husband, I'll do it for you. My words are like the warmest sunshine. In an instant, all the gloom in Yi Qingya's heart was dispelled. She looked at me, at my eyes that were filled with sincerity and doting. All the anger and grievances disappeared at this moment. Her heart was filled with an emotion called happiness. Yes. With a husband like this, what else could a woman ask for? What do those online rumors really matter? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I want to eat what you made this morning, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Good. I laughed. I stood up and put on the pink Hello Kitty apron again. Then, under Zhang Man's dull gaze as if he was looking at a god, he walked into the kitchen with his head held high. It's as if I'm not going to cook a dish, but go to a sacred war that will decide the fate of the world. Ding ling ling. Just when I had just beaten the eggs, my cell phone rang. It's Mr. Ma. I pressed the hands-free button and answered the phone while stirring the egg liquid. Brother Su. We found out. Mr. Ma's voice, filled with excitement and a hint of self-promotion, came from the other end of the line. That by Shui and Wang Hai from Tanyu Entertainment, their dirty laundry is as stinky and hard as rocks in a latrine. I have a complete chain of evidence of their tax evasion. And then there's those, artistic photos that Bai Shui took in her early years to get ahead. And also, recordings of her late-night script workshops with several directors. Wang Hai's case is even more exciting. This bastard is suspected of money laundering and is linked to several disappearances of female artists. If this evidence gets out, they'll be in jail for the rest of their lives, let alone their chances of making it in the entertainment industry. Very good. After listening to it, I nodded calmly. That expression was like he had heard something insignificant. Put all these things in order. While pouring the golden egg liquid into the boiling oil pan, I gave my counterattack order to the internet giant on the other end of the phone in a cold and emotionless tone. Don't rush to let it out. Wait for me to serve this plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the table. Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone was also confused. Su, brother Su, what are you doing? Don't be impatient. I looked at the golden scrambled eggs in the pot that were quickly solidifying and emitting an enticing aroma. The corners of my mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. Eat your meal one bite at a time. People must be killed one by one. Then are we just going to watch them being so arrogant? Mr. Ma asked somewhat unwillingly. Chapter 21 God-level cooking skills, a bowl of noodles conquers the queen's stomach. Then we are just going to watch them being so arrogant now? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Ma's voice was filled with reluctance and a hint of excitement of wanting to try. Obviously, being able to personally defeat an opponent of Tianyu Entertainment's level is also an extremely tempting thing for him. I smiled at the eagerness in his words. That smile was like an old fox that had already laid out a net and was about to close it. Arrogant? I poured the chopped, bright red and juicy tomato pieces into the pan and stir-fried them with the golden scrambled eggs. Sizzle. A rich, sweet and sour aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Let them be arrogant. My voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried an absolute confidence that made Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone feel palpitations. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Go, help me, add more fuel to the fire. Ah? Mr. Ma was stunned. Brother Sue, what do you mean? It's very simple. As I added the secret seasoning into the pot, I spoke in an almost cold tone. Give me their entry for hashtag deeply digging the man behind the queen hashtag and make it the top trending search. And, lock it. I want everyone who goes online to open Weibo to see this first thing. I want all the dirty water to be thrown at us. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. A full half-minute passed before Mr. Ma's voice, tinged with a hint of shock and horror, was heard again. Sue, Brother Sue, you're using the legendary self-destruct style? No. I shook my head. I put the delicious fried tomato and eggs into a plate, then turned off the phone. In the last second before hanging up the phone, I said something softly into the receiver. This is called luring the snake out of its hole. Also called, gather and annihilate them. In the living room, Yi Qingya and Zhang Man have completely given up thinking. The two of them just stared blankly at the man in the pink Hello Kitty apron, talking on the phone, plotting strategies, chatting and laughing, stirring up public opinion throughout China, while at the same time, he kept cooking. Their brains have completely turned into a mess. Magical. It's so fucking magical. How could there be such a divided, yet so harmonious man in this world? Who is he, the boss behind the scenes who controls the situation? Or, a house husband who focuses on the daily necessities of life? Okay, stop being in a daze. I brought the plate of brightly colored and fragrant fried tomato and eggs to Yi Qingya. The rich, sweet and sour aroma instantly aroused her appetite. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Yi Qingya nodded heavily, took the chopsticks, picked up a large piece of scrambled eggs covered with rich soup, and put it into her mouth. Boom! Once again, an indescribable ultimate deliciousness exploded on her taste buds. The eggs are fried until the outside is crispy and fragrant, while the inside still retains a silky and tender texture. The sour and sweet taste of tomatoes is brought to the extreme, but just right, without overpowering the flavor. The best thing is the rich soup. Sour, sweet, salty, fresh. All the flavors are perfectly blended together to form a divine taste that is enough to make anyone fall in love with it. It's so delicious. It's even more delicious than the meal we had at noon. How is it? I asked with a smile, looking at her cute face with her eyes narrowed into slits due to happiness. Tasty. Yi Qingya shoveled rice into her mouth and nodded vigorously incoherently. How could she look like the national queen, still looking cool and aloof? It's clearly a greedy little cat that has been completely captivated by delicious food. Ding. Urgent mission, chicken soup for the soul for expectant mothers, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Mission reward, system special item, Internet public opinion control card one-time use, has been distributed to the system warehouse. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the task brilliantly, additional reward, God-level skill, pastry mastery. The system prompt sounded quietly in my mind. The smile on my lips grew even wider. Very good. The most important thing is that the props are in hand. So, next. That's right, it's time to close the net. I looked at Yi Qingya, who was almost finishing a whole plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and said with a smile. Just eating vegetables won't do. Wait, husband, I'll make you another bowl of noodles. Noodle? Yi Qingya raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Now, she is 200% looking forward to any food I make. I nodded, turned around, and walked into the kitchen again. This time, I didn't touch those ready-made ingredients. I just took out a bag of ordinary high-gluten flour from the refrigerator. Then, under the curious and puzzled gazes of Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, I began my real performance. Mix the dough, knead the dough, let it rest. My movements are smooth and flowing, full of an indescribable sense of rhythm. The originally ordinary dough seemed to be given life in my hands, becoming smoother and more chewy. Immediately following, the most astonishing scene for both of them happened. I just pinched both ends of the dough with my hands and shook it gently. The dough seemed to have come to life. In my hands, it began to stretch, fold, and stretch again. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. My hands flew up and down, leaving only a dazzling afterimage. The noodles drew graceful white arcs in the air, like dancing silver dragons. At last. My wrist shook violently. Those countless noodles, as thin as hair but distinct from each other, fell precisely into the boiling hot pot next to them like flowers scattered by a fairy. The whole process takes no more than 1 minute. Zhang Man, who was standing aside, was completely petrified. She opened her mouth and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground with a click without her noticing. She pointed at me, her voice trembling. R.A. Ramen? This is the legendary dragon beard noodles? This is no longer in the realm of cooking. This is fucking a unique skill. Noodles are cooked quickly. I fished it out, rinsed it with cold water, and then poured it with the special sauce I made using the leftover broth from scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Finally, sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles that look simple but is full of soul is done. I brought the noodles in front of Yi Qingya, who was completely stunned. Come, try it. Yi Qingya looked at the crystal clear, hair-thin noodles in the bowl, smelled the overbearing sweet and sour aroma, and swallowed hard. She picked up the chopsticks, carefully picked up a strand of noodles and put it into her mouth. Boom! That moment. Her eyes suddenly widened. A wave of extreme deliciousness, 10 or 100 times stronger than before, flooded her entire mouth in an instant like a mountain torrent and tsunami. The noodles are chewy, smooth and melt in your mouth. The soup is rich, sweet and sour, and extremely delicious. The two are perfectly blended together to form a delicacy that is so delicious that even gods and Buddhas will fall in love with it. It's so delicious. She felt like she wasn't eating noodles, but eating happiness. It is a feeling of being loved, wrapped in warmth and happiness. She raised her head and looked at me, at the man who was looking at her with a doting look on his face. Her eyes, once again, were red. But this time, it was no longer because of grievance and anger, but because I was moved and full of love. She couldn't say anything. She just lowered her head and ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. It's as if I want to engrave this bowl of noodles full of love in my soul forever. I looked at her and laughed. I took out my phone and opened Weibo. At this time, the entry hashtag deeply digging into the man behind the queen hashtag has been firmly ranked first in the hot search thanks to Mr. Ma's money ability. The comments below are completely disgusting. Almost all of them were vicious curses against Yi Qingya and me, the so-called greasy money sponsor. Very good. The snakes have all come out of their holes. So, I turned around and looked at Zhang Man, who was still in a state of spiritual sublimation because of a bowl of noodles. I smiled and asked slowly, Xiao Zhang, do you want to watch a one-sided massacre? Chapter 22 Yi Qingya's fall, I really seem to fall in love with him. Xiao Zhang, do you want to watch a one-sided massacre? My voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhang Man's ears. Massacre? One-sided massacre? She raised her head, and her face, which was still stained with a little tomato soup, was filled with extreme shock and a kind of indescribable fanaticism. She looked at me, at that man with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and eyes as calm as if he was looking at a group of dead people. She knows. What he said is true. A one-sided, bloody massacre targeting the internet's water army and the masterminds behind the scenes is about to take place. I want to see it. Zhang Man almost blurted it out. Her voice was trembling because of extreme excitement. She felt like all the blood in her body was burning. I can witness with my own eyes a cyber war directed by Mr. Su, this godlike man. What an honor! This is even more exciting than winning a 100 million lottery ticket. However, just when Zhang Man had already moved her small stool and was ready to enjoy this epic drama, Yi Qingya, however, did something that no one expected. She slowly put down the chopsticks in her hand. There was still half a bowl of delicious noodles left in that bowl, but she didn't want to eat it anymore. Then, she raised her head, and her eyes, which were no longer red and swollen, were now bright as if filled with the entire galaxy. She just looked at me quietly. There was no longer any fear or uneasiness in her eyes. Nor is there any anticipation for the upcoming counterattack. What we have is just one kind of incomparably pure tenderness. And a kind of attachment that goes deep into the bones. Su Chen. She called my name softly. I looked at her with some doubt. What's wrong? Not to your liking? She shook her head. Then, in front of Zhang Man, who was completely stunned, she slowly stood up. He walked around the table and came in front of me. She stretched out her pair of slender, white hands, hugging me gently. I buried her face, which was so beautiful that it could make the world pale in comparison, deeply in my arms. The entire living room fell into deathly silence in an instant. I was stunned. Zhang Man was also stunned. We never expected that the national queen, who has always been aloof, and even has a hint of social phobia, would actually make such an proactive and bold move. Xingya? Subconsciously, I reached out and gently patted her on the back. I could feel her body trembling slightly. She's there, scared? Wrong. This wasn't a trembling of fear. This is a kind of extreme mood swings. Su Chen. She spoke in my arms, muffled. The voice has a strong nasal tone. Let's just ignore them, okay? I was even more confused. What's going on? I don't want to care about those things on the internet anymore. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, which were so close to her, were filled with crystal tears. But those were not tears of sadness. It was a kind of tears filled with happiness and satisfaction. I don't care what they say to me. I don't care if my career will be ruined. I just want to be alone with you and the baby in peace and quiet. I just want to eat the food you cook for me every day. Her voice was very light and soft. But it carries a power that is enough to melt steel. She looked at me with eyes full of something I had never seen in her eyes before. That is love. It's the kind of love that would make you give up the whole world for one person, risking your life for that person. I seemed to. A touching blush appeared on her cheeks. The sound was so low, like a mosquito's buzz. I seemed to really have fallen in love with you. Boom. My brain, at this moment, also froze. I stared at her in a daze. Looking at her face, which looks even more charming and attractive because of her shyness. Looking at her eyes, which became more and more dazzling because of love. My heart skipped a beat. No. Yes, it started jumping like crazy. An unprecedented, unfamiliar, yet extremely strong emotion, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly burst out from the deepest part of my heart. In an instant, it swept over my whole body. That is a heart-pounding feeling. I always thought that my attitude towards her was simply out of my responsibility as the mother of my child. It's sympathy for a helpless woman. It's a natural desire for protection in men. But, at this moment, when I heard her say I love you, then I realized that I was wrong. It turns out that, without realizing it, this woman is cold, stubborn, yet kind and gentle. It has already become like the most flexible vine. Silently, they crawled all over my heart, which had been deserted for 23 years. And on it, the most gorgeous flowers bloomed. I looked at her and smiled. Smiling, happier than ever before. I reached out my hand and gently held up her face that had haunted me. Then, next to him, Zhang Mana, who could already swallow a whole ostrich egg, looked in shock. Slowly, he lowered his head. Kissed her. It was a very light and soft kiss. Like a feather, it gently fell on the surface of a calm lake. It stirred up circle after circle of ripples called love. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Qingna's face was as red as a ripe apple. She shyly buried her head in my chest, not daring to look at me again. The shy look of a little girl forms a huge contrast with her usual image of a high and mighty queen. So cute that it melts one's heart. Zhang Man, standing aside, had completely become corrupted. She looked at the crazy scene of showing off their love in front of her, and felt that her eyes were about to be blinded. Oh my God! Where am I? Why am I here? I'm clearly here to watch an epic cyber war. How did it suddenly become a filming location for an idol drama? This is too much. Don't you treat us single people as human beings? I ignored the super light bulb that was about to turn into a wife-waiting stone. I just hold tightly in my arms this woman who completely belongs to me. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. I lowered my head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only she could hear. Xingya, I love you too. So? I paused, and my eyes instantly became cold and full of murderous intent. So, I can't let go of those bastards who dared to bully you. Because, they not only bullied you. They bullied my, Su Chen's, woman. I raised my head and looked at the mobile phone screen that was still constantly refreshing the dirty words. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. The game is over. I slowly asked Yichingya, who was still in my arms with a shy look on her face, and Zhangman, who had been completely petrified. You said, let the entire Tianyu Entertainment, along with that person named by Shui, disappear from this world. About how long will it take? Chapter 23, Moving into a New Home, This is so luxurious. You said, let the entire Tianyu Entertainment, along with that person named by Shui, disappear from this world. About how long will it take? My voice was cold and without any emotion. The chilling murderous aura seemed to make the temperature of the entire living room drop by several degrees. Yichingya shivered subconsciously in my arms. Zhang Man was completely stunned by my words, which were understated yet full of world-destroying domineering power. Let an entertainment giant with a market value of tens of billions disappear from this world? And, you're still asking how long it will take? This is no longer a fight between gods. This is fucking the god of creation, deciding the life and death of a world. I don't know. Zhang Man's lips trembled, and after a long time, she finally squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Her mind was blank. This kind of problem has completely exceeded the limits of what a mortal like her can understand. I looked at the two of them, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and laughed. The cold murderous aura disappeared in an instant. Instead, it is as warm as the spring breeze. Okay, I was just kidding you guys. I reached out and gently scratched Yichingya's straight and beautiful nose. Look how scared you two are. War always has a prelude. I paused and looked around at this incredibly luxurious sky villa. A gentle curve appeared on the corner of my mouth. And a stable home is the best prelude. I let go of Yichingya in my arms and stood up. Before swatting all those disgusting flies to death. We have to settle our home first. I looked at the two of them, their empty hands, and asked. Don't you two have any luggage to pack? My question stumped both of them. Yes. Luggage. Yichingya's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. My things are still in my old apartment. But it's definitely been swarmed with reporters now. There's no getting out. Mine too. Zhang Man also looked distressed. Besides, we are penniless now and don't even have a change of clothes. The two of them have been staying here since yesterday, and they even use disposable toothbrushes. I thought it was a big deal. I laughed. I took out my cell phone and dialed an unfamiliar number in front of them. The phone rang only once before someone picked it up respectfully. Hello, Mr. Su. How can I help you? Yeah. I nodded and said lightly, I'm the owner of the top floor of Building A of Thomson Epine. Send over a few of the most professional life managers now. By the way, please help me contact Chanel, Dior, Hermes, well, just these few brands. Tell their store manager to deliver all their new women's clothing, shoes, bags, skincare products, and makeup to my home within half an hour. Remember, it's all. My wife will choose it herself. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. It seemed that he was shocked by my super rich level operation. But soon, that extremely professional voice, which also carried a hint of extreme respect, sounded again. Yes. Mr. Su. I understand. I'll make arrangements right away. I guarantee that all your instructions will be completed within half an hour. Hang up the phone. I looked at Yichingya and Zhang Man, who were completely petrified, and spread their hands. Nailed it. The two of them just stared at me blankly, unable to say a word. Bring all the new styles from luxury stores this season, all of them, into your home? Let the queen choose it herself. This is fucking like the treatment only given to the emperor when he's selecting a concubine, right? Poverty, once again, limits their imagination. Okay, stop being in a daze. I pulled up Yichingya's hand, who was still in a sleepwalking state, and said with a smile. Come on, I'll take you to visit our new home. Under my leadership, the two of them finally realized what true inhumanity was. The 720 square meter space is divided into more than a dozen functional areas. In addition to the conventional living room, dining room, and bedroom. There is also a private cinema, a temperature-controlled wine cellar, a gym, and even a small indoor golf driving range. The whole house is equipped with the top-notch smart home system. Lights, curtains, temperature, music. Everything can be controlled by voice or a tablet. It's even more exaggerated than the future world in science fiction movies. Oh my god. Zhang Man stood in the cloakroom, which was even bigger than her living room. She was almost fainting from happiness. A whole wall of bag display cabinets. A whole wall of high heels display racks. This is the paradise that every woman dreams of. I took Yiqingya to the door of an empty room next to the master bedroom. This will be the baby's room from now on. I pushed the door open and said with a smile. All decoration materials are the most environmentally friendly. All toys, use them, the safest ones. As for the style of the room, once we know whether it's for a little prince or a little princess, you can design it yourself, okay? My voice is full of longing for the future. Yiqingya looked at the spacious, bright, sun-filled room, as if she had already seen her and my child in the future, toddling and babbling adorably here. Her eyes were wet again. She turned around and hugged me tightly. She buried her head in my chest and responded heavily with a nasal voice. Just then. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Man ran to open the door. Outside the door, there stood a row of elegant life managers wearing neat uniforms. And behind them, there were several managers of luxury stores, leading their staff, pushing row after row of mobile hangers filled with the new season's clothes, waiting respectfully at the door. The scene was so spectacular, like a fashion show. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, everything you requested has been delivered. Zhang Man stuttered and said. Her legs felt a little weak. She had only seen this kind of scene on TV. Well, let them in. I nodded calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter. I pulled Yiqingya, who was completely stunned, to the rows of mobile clothes racks that were enough to drive any woman crazy. I picked up a Chanel, the latest white dress, and compared it to hers. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it suits you very well. I turned around and spoke calmly to the Chanel store manager, who looked so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. Except this one. I paused and lightly ran my finger across the remaining row of dazzling clothes. That action is cool and domineering. The rest, all of it, I don't want. Ah. The store manager was stunned for a moment. All, you don't want it anymore? Boss. What the hell are you doing? I ignored him. I just looked at the lovely woman in my arms, who was completely dizzy because of my magical operation. I smiled and asked slowly. Honey, do you think our cloakroom seems still a little empty? Chapter 24, How dare you look down on others? Manager, get out. Honey, do you think our cloakroom seems still a little empty? My voice is not loud. But when it fell into the ears of the luxury store managers in the living room, it was no less than a thunderclap. The cloakroom is still empty? Are you kidding me? Boss. Your dressing room is almost as big as half of our store. If this is still considered empty, then us mortals won't even have underwear to wear? The Chanel store manager, who had nearly suffered a myocardial infarction when I said, I don't want the rest, suddenly brightened up his eyes the moment he heard what I said. He seemed to understand something in an instant. Mr. Su. He shuddered and quickly stepped forward, his face filled with the most humble and flattering smile. Mr. Su. You're right. It's our fault. We didn't understand what you meant. As he spoke, he winked frantically at the shop assistants behind him, who were still in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Quick! Bring all the clothes in our store, all the styles, all the colors, all the sizes, all for Mrs. Su. Go! His voice was trembling with extreme excitement. He made the right bet. This gentleman is not picking styles at all. He was enjoying the feeling of being the king and in control of everything. What he wants is not a choice. But, own it. It's I want them all, absolutely domineering. Upon seeing this, the other store managers were instantly enlightened. Yes. Mr. Su is right. Hurry. Go back to the store. Bring everything here. All of them. Nothing less. For a while, the whole living room was in chaos. All the store managers and employees rushed out as fast as they could, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Only those relatively calm life managers were left, and Yiqingya and Zhang Man, who were completely numb. Su-Chen. Yiqingya tugged at the corner of my clothes, and said in a low voice, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. You're exaggerating. Can you wear all the clothes you bought? If you can't wear all the clothes, just hang them up and look at them. I said as a matter of course, my wife's closet must be full. It's a matter of principle. My tone was full of unquestionable arrogance. Yi Qingya listened, and her heart felt sweet, as if she had eaten honey. Although, she felt it was a bit wasteful. But this feeling of being spoiled without any limits by the man you love is really, really good. Zhang Man, who was standing aside, had completely given up resistance. Now, she just wants to be a salted fish who was responsible for shouting 666 quietly. Because, she knows. She doesn't understand the world of big guys. Soon, those store managers who returned brought back an army that was 10 times larger than before. Countless clothes, shoes, bags. Like a tide, it poured into that huge cloakroom. Soon, the cloakroom, which was originally somewhat empty, was filled to the brim. The scene was so spectacular that it was enough to make any woman suffocate. Mr. Su. Look. The Chanel store manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran up to me with a look of wanting credit. Are you still satisfied? I nodded, took out a black card and handed it to him. Swipe the card. Then, I turned around and gave instructions to those life managers who looked respectful. The rest is up to you. Cut off all the tags. Then, sort them by color, style, and season, and hang them all up. Yes. Mr. Su. The butlers responded in unison, looking so professional, like a well-trained army. Finish all of this. I looked at the time and it was almost afternoon. Let's go. I said this to Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, who were still in a state of spiritual sublimation. I'll take you somewhere. Where are we going? Yi Qingya asked curiously. Go move my broken belongings here. I smiled. By the way, meet an old friend. Half an hour later. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, provided by Thomson Epine Property, was parked steadily downstairs of my familiar urban village. The huge luxury car and the dilapidated, old environment around it formed an extremely strong visual impact. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all passers-by. Countless neighbors, uncles and aunts, poked their heads out of their homes and pointed at this luxury car, which they had only seen on TV all their lives. Oh my! Whose car is this? It's so impressive. Could it be that some big boss came to experience life here? Look! Someone's getting off the car. Amidst countless curious, shocked and envious gazes, I got out of the car first. Then, like a most gentlemanly prince, he opened the car door for the two most important women in my life. When Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, those two beautiful faces that could make the sun and the moon pale in comparison, appeared in front of everyone, the entire urban village was in an uproar. Oh my god. Isn't that the famous star, Yi Qingya? It's really her. I've seen the TV series she starred in. Oh my god. Yi Qingya, why would you come to a place like this? Who's that guy next to her? He looks so handsome. I recognize him. Isn't he Xiao Su, the one who lives in 302? The poor boy who works as a bartender in the bar. What? It's him? How could he be with Yi Qingya? And, in a Rolls-Royce? Countless discussions came like a tide. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were both a little uncomfortable with it. As for me, I had a calm face. I protected Yi Qingya and walked through the crowd into the dilapidated residential building where I had lived for 3 years. Wait here for me. I said to them both, I'll go up and get something and come back down. I was just about to go upstairs. A sarcastic, yet extremely familiar voice sounded from behind. Hey! Isn't this Xiao Su? I looked back. I saw a middle-aged woman with a bloated figure, curly hair, and wearing colorful pajamas. She was looking at me with her arms folded and a look of contempt on her face. She is my landlady, Wang Suifan, who asks for rent 8 times a month. What? Did you get rich? Her eyes moved back and forth between the Rolls-Royce behind me and Yi Qingya, and her eyes were full of naked jealousy and greed. You found a rich woman? Not bad, kid, you have a future. Her words were extremely harsh. I didn't have time to speak. Yi Qingya's face had already darkened. Auntie, please speak with respect. Her voice was cold. Yo-ha? When Wang Suifan heard this, she immediately got furious. Auntie? Who are you calling auntie? You shameless little vixen. You drive a luxury car to a place like ours, what are you showing off for? As she spoke, she actually wanted to reach out and push Yi Qingya. My eyes turned cold in an instant. I took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Qingya. He grabbed Wang Suifen's fat wrist. I have great strength. The pain made her scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch. It hurts. Let go. You little punk. How dare you hit me? I'm warning you one last time. My voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming into this world. My eyes are cold. It's so cold, like a Siberian cold wave. Wang Suifen looked into my eyes and was so scared that her whole body trembled. She had never seen such a terrifying look. That look is like looking at a dead person. Just then, a man in a suit with a big belly, accompanied by several security guards, ran over from not far away, panting. Wang Suifen. What the hell are you doing here? The man ran and cursed loudly. Who the hell made you offend Mr. Su? When Wang Suifen saw the person coming, she was stunned. Husband? Why are you here? Who is this? The person who came was the property manager of this urban village, Li Fugue, Wang Suifen's husband. However, Li Fugue didn't even look at her. He ran straight to me and knelt down in front of me with a plop. He hugged my thighs, crying and wailing. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the great man. I failed to discipline him properly. Please, sir, be magnanimous and give us another chance. This scene made everyone dumbfounded, including Wang Suifen. She looked at her husband kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy like a dog, and her mind went blank. Husband, what are you doing? He's just a poor. Shut the fuck up. Li Fugue suddenly turned around and roared at her hysterically. Poor boy? Do you know? This piece of land under our feet, including the building we live in, was all bought by Mr. Su 10 minutes ago. What? Wang Suifen's eyes suddenly widened into a circle. She looked at me like she was looking at a living ghost. Bought a whole urban village? I ignored their farce. I just looked at Li Fugue, who was kneeling in front of me, and asked indifferently. Are you the property manager here? Yes. Li Fugue nodded repeatedly. Very good. I nodded. Then, he spoke slowly in an unquestionable tone. From now on, you and the woman next to you. Fired. Pack your things. Get out of here within 3 minutes. Chapter 25 Warm and Daily Life, exclusive prenatal education music for your baby. Get out of here within 3 minutes. My voice was cold, without a trace of room for maneuver. That absolute arrogance that had the power of life and death made all the onlookers around gasp subconsciously. They looked at me with eyes filled with deep awe. This is no longer an ordinary rich man. This is the real fierce dragon crossing the river. And the landlady Wang Suifen, who was so arrogant and domineering just now, rolled her eyes and fainted the moment she heard what I said. Li Fugue was as if he had been pardoned. He kowtowed to me frantically, dragging his wife, who was like a dead dog, and disappeared from everyone's sight, crawling and rolling. I ignored this pair of clowns. I just turned around and took the hand of Yi Qingya, who was completely stunned. Let's go home. My voice instantly returned to its gentleness that belonged only to her. Back to Thompson Epine. The managers and staff of those luxury stores have all left. And those well-trained life managers have already organized the huge cloakroom in an orderly manner. Even the only luggage I brought back from the rental house in the urban village, a shabby wooden box containing my parents' belongings, was carefully wiped clean by them and placed on the bedside table in the master bedroom. Mr. Su, Miss Yi. The leader, an elegant middle-aged woman who looked like a housekeeper, bowed respectfully to us. Everything has been sorted out. If you have no other instructions, we will take our leave. Well, thank you for your hard work. I nodded. You're welcome, Mr. Su. It's our honor to serve you. After saying that, they retreated quietly and helped us hold the door and closed it gently. The whole process was professional and full of sense of proportion. Finally, there were only 3 of us left in the huge room. After experiencing a series of god-level operations today that were enough to overturn her entire worldview, Zhang Man was still in an extremely excited, yet somewhat dazed state. She looked at me, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. You. You were so handsome just now. She stammered, giving me the highest level of praise, by a whole piece of the village in the city. This is too. She couldn't find the right adjective. It's just a little money. I waved my hand, looking calm and composed. In fact, the money I spent on buying that land was less than 1/10 of my bank account balance. After all, the 10 million given by the system is just startup capital. The returns from the few small projects I casually discussed with Mr. Ma and others are enough to make the Forbes rankings tremble. Of course, there is no need to explain these to them in detail. I ignored Zhang Man, who had completely become my little fangirl. I just took Yi Qingya's hand, walked to the Steinway grand piano in the living room, and slowly sat down. Are you tired? I looked at her and asked softly. Not tired. Yi Qingya shook her head. She leaned on my shoulder, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. Today, though, so much happened. But her heart was at peace as never before. Because, she knows. From now on, she will no longer be fighting alone. She now has a harbor that can shelter her from all wind and rain. I looked at her cute look, relying on me like a kitten, and smiled. My fingers gently brushed across the black and white piano keys. Well, do you want to listen to the third song I wrote for you and the baby? Yi Qingya's eyes lit up instantly. Besides? Just how many magical songs does this man have hidden? Did he empty the Earth's music library? I smiled and said nothing. My fingers gently fell on the keys. Bite. A clear, pleasant sound, like the sound of a wind chime, slowly rang out in the silent living room. An extremely warm, healing and fairy tale melody slowly flows out from my fingertips. The notes are like a pair of the most gentle hands, gently caressing Yi Qingya's heart, which had just experienced many ups and downs. It made her whole soul relax. Subconsciously, she stretched out her hand and gently placed it on her slightly bulging belly. A maternal, gentle glow was revealed on her face. She could feel it. The baby in my belly also became quiet the moment he heard this melody. It was as if he could also feel the love in this music that belonged only to him. I didn't sing. This is a piece of pure music. A piece of prenatal education music that I created specifically for her and her baby. The title of the song is very simple. It's called Baby's Song. This song is not as profound as Xiaoqiu. Nor does it have the grandeur of The Wind Rises. It is only the purest tenderness and love. The melody is like a clear stream, flowing slowly through the valley full of flowers. The sunlight shines on the water, making it sparkle. Butterflies dance among the flowers. The whole world becomes peaceful and beautiful. Yi Qingya leaned on my shoulder, closed her eyes and listened quietly. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, forming a happy arc. Unconsciously, the corners of her eyes became moist again. But this time, it's not because of any negative emotions. It's a pure, touching feeling. And full of happiness. Zhang Man, who was standing by, was also mesmerized by what she heard. She looked at the golden boy and jade girl, who were snuggling in front of the piano, like a couple from heaven. Listening to that is enough to purify all the filth in the world, the sound of nature. Her heart, which had become as hard as iron after being immersed in the world of fame and fortune for more than 10 years, was completely melted at this moment. For the first time, she began to yearn for love. For the first time, I started to think about getting married. The song ends. The lingering sound. The whole room is immersed in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. For a long, long time. Yi Qingya slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were sparkling, as if filled with a whole starry sky washed by rain. Su Chen. She looked at me, her voice so soft that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of her. This song is really beautiful. I can feel it, baby, he likes it too. Of course he would like it. I smiled, reached out my hand, and gently placed it on the back of her hand that was resting on her lower abdomen. I closed my eyes and used my heart to feel the little life that was connected to me by blood. Because, this song contains my father and my love for him. My voice is very light and soft. But he has a fatal gentleness that is enough to make any woman fall for him. Yi Qingya looked at me, that handsome face that was so close to me. Looking at him, there is undisguised pampering and love in his eyes. Her heart was beating so fast. So fast, as if it was going to jump out of my throat. Her cheeks, too, were getting hotter and hotter. She felt like she was getting drunk. drunk in the boundless tenderness that this man had woven for her. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She leaned forward slightly, standing on tiptoe. Taking the initiative, he kissed me. Cough, cough, cough. Next to him, Zhang Man coughed loudly. She pointed out the window and said with an embarrassed look on her face. The moon today is so round. Yi Qingya. Big sister. It's afternoon now. Afternoon. Where did the moon come from? You, old man, are still able to be a light bulb? Can you be more dedicated to your work? I looked at Zhang Man, who had an expression that said I didn't see anything, and shook my head helplessly. Then, I turned my head and looked at Yi Qingya, who was so embarrassed that she was about to bury her head in the ground. I smiled gently, scratched her nose, and asked softly, Honey, are the light bulbs in our house a little too bright? Chapter 26. The System Mall is open, there are so many good things. Honey, are the light bulbs in our house a little too bright? My words are like a precision-guided, socially fatal bomb. In an instant, there was a loud explosion right above Zhang Man's head. Her face, which had just turned red from embarrassment, instantly became redder than a monkey's butt. Ha! What light bulb? While laughing, she jumped up from the sofa as fast as she could. Oh! I suddenly remembered. I still have some work to do. I'm going back to my room first. You guys continue. Keep going. After saying that, she rushed into the guest bedroom like a rabbit targeted by a hunter, and slammed the door shut. The way he fled in panic was so miserable. Looking at her like that, Yi Qingya and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the living room, peace was restored. Just this time. There was a hint of sweetness in the air, called ambiguity. Yi Qingya's cheeks were still rosy, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. She was shy, lowered her head, and dared not look at me again. That shy look of a little girl is so cute. I looked at her, and my heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. I didn't tease her anymore. I just took her hand and sat down on the sofa again. Okay, let's get down to business. My voice has regained its unique calmness. Although, those clowns can't cause any big waves. But it's also quite annoying to have them jumping around like this all the time. It's time to close the net. When it came to business, Yi Qingya's expression became serious. She raised her head and looked at me, her beautiful eyes full of trust. Su Chen, what do you think we should do? Now she has completely regarded me as her backbone. It's very simple. I took out my phone and opened Weibo. At this time, the entry hashtag deeply digging into the man behind the queen hashtag is still firmly at the top of the hot search list. The comments below are becoming increasingly unsightly. Countless internet trolls and black fans who have been led by the rhythm are frantically exporting their cheap and vicious malice. I looked at those dirty words, and my eyes gradually turned cold. Since they like it, pick it up. Then I'll let them rip as much as they want. As I spoke, I gave instructions to the system in my mind. System, open the warehouse. Ding. The system warehouse has been opened. A translucent storage compartment interface that only I could see suddenly appeared before my eyes. At this moment, two things were lying quietly in the storage compartment. One is a mysterious treasure chest emitting colorful light. That was the extra reward I got when I completed the Return of the Queen mission. The other one is a card emitting golden light. It is exactly this god-level item that I just obtained by cooking for my wife. Internet Public Opinion Control Card. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding. Are you sure you want to open the mysterious treasure box? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have opened the mysterious treasure box and received the following rewards. Reward 1, skill points plus 20. Reward 2, system points plus 1000. Reward 3, System Mall, officially opened. The system's prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. My eyes lit up instantly. Skill points. Integral. Besides. System Mall? This reward is too generous, right? I suppressed my inner excitement and immediately said it silently in my heart. System, open the properties panel. Host, Su Chen. Age, 23. Physique, 15, far beyond the average person, comparable to a special forces king. Spirit, 16, determined, rock hard. Charm, 18 walking hormone, has a fatal attraction to the opposite sex. Wealth exceeds the scope of the system's primary statistics. Skill points, 30. System points, 1000. Skills already possessed: heavenly sound god level, cooking mastery god level, pastry mastery god level, piano playing master level, music production master level. Overall evaluation: a versatile dad who is starting to show his potential. Looking at my now brand new attribute panel, I nodded with satisfaction. Very good. In just one day, I have been completely transformed. Especially those 30 free skill points. This is a god level plugin that is enough to make me a master in any field instantly. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and focused my attention on the newly enabled function. System, open the mall. Ding. System mall has been opened for the host. A dazzling list of products full of futuristic technology instantly appeared before my eyes. It is divided into several major categories: skills, tools, black technology, bloodline. Under each major category, there are thousands of amazing products that are enough to drive anyone crazy. I just clicked on skills. God level fighting technique, exchange for 10,000 points. Instantly master every fighting technique known to man, and be able to kill a cow with a single punch. God level driving skills, exchange for 10,000 points. Let you become the true Akina mountain driving god. God level programming skills, exchange for 10,000 points. Make you an omnipotent god in the online world. I looked at those people who had tens of thousands of points, and then looked at my own pitiful 1,000 points. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Never mind. These, for the time being, are not what I can think of. I clicked on props again. Truth potion, exchange for 500 points. One drop will make the target speak their true feelings for 10 minutes. Various masks, exchange for 800 points. Allows you to transform into anyone's appearance at will for 1 hour. Bad luck sticker, redeem for 1,000 points. Stick this on the target to make them lose their teeth even when drinking cold water and fall flat on their faces for 24 hours. Oh shit. These props are so damn insidious, aren't they? But I like. Especially the bad luck sticker, it is simply a must-have artifact for harming people. Too bad, I still can't afford it. Finally, I turned my attention to a section with relatively affordable prices. Consumables. Stamina recovery potion basic, exchange for 10 points. Instantly restores 50% of your stamina. Marrow cleansing pill inferior, exchange for 100 points. Eliminates impurities from the body and slightly improves physical fitness. Memory capsule, exchange for 200 points. After taking this capsule, you can have a photographic memory within an hour. Hacker beginner USB drive, redeem 300 points. Contains basic hacking techniques, enough to make you a master in the online world. Looking at these dazzling array of goods, my eyes are getting brighter and brighter. System Mall. This is simply a super treasure house that has everything. With it, why should I worry about not being able to become the strongest man in the world? Su Chen? Su Chen? Yi Qingya's voice, with a hint of worry, pulled me back from my endless reverie about the future. What's wrong with you? Why are you daydreaming again? She looked at my expression, which was sometimes excited, sometimes regretful, and sometimes with a smirk, and was somewhat confused. Oh, nothing. I came back to my senses and smiled at her. I suddenly thought of a very fun game. I picked up my phone and looked at the screen. Those water armies and black fans who were still shouting wildly, a cold and cruel arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. System, exchange, hacker beginner USB drive. Ding. Consume 300 points to successfully redeem the hacker entry USB drive. The item has been stored in the system warehouse. Very good. With this thing, my plan is foolproof. I raised my head and looked at Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, who were looking curious. I smiled and asked slowly. Are you interested in avenging yourself? Or, are you interested in watching an unprecedented online expose? Chapter 27. My physical fitness has increased dramatically, I can now beat 10 people. Are you interested in avenging yourself personally? Or, are you interested in seeing an unprecedented online expose? My words were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. In an instant, huge waves were stirred up in the hearts of Yi Qingya and Zhang Man. Revenge, with my own hands? Internet, big expose? The two of them looked at each other and saw a hint of extreme shock and an indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Especially Yi Qingya. She looked at the dirty words on the phone that were still madly insulting and slandering her and Su Chen. For the first time, a raging fire called anger ignited in her beautiful eyes that were as gentle as water. Being kind doesn't mean you can allow yourself to be bullied. Being gentle doesn't mean being without edge. Think. She raised her head and looked at me, her eyes more determined than ever. Su Chen, what do you think we should do? Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. I like her rose with thorns look. I turned my head and looked at Zhang Man, who had completely become my fangirl. Xiao Zhang. Here. Mr. Su, please give me your orders. Zhang Man shuddered and stood up straight immediately. Go, buy me a laptop with the best configuration. Remember, be the fastest. Yes. Zhang Man took the order and rushed out like a gust of wind. That resolute and decisive look finally had some of the Iron Lady's style. Looking at Zhang Man's back as she left, I smiled. Then, I turned my head and looked at Yi Qingya, who was looking curious. Before you tear those disgusting flies to pieces with your own hands. First, let me give you a small gift. As I spoke, I gave instructions to the system in my mind. System, open the Properties panel. Host, Su Chen. Skill points, 30. System points, 700. Looking at those 30 free skill points, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. This is a huge fortune. Before, I had never figured out how to use it. Now, I have an idea. Please help me check the system for skills related to security and combat. Ding. Querying for the host. Query completed. The following skills have been selected for you that are most suitable for the host. 1. Wing Chun Master, required skill points, 10. 2. Bajiquan Master, required skill points, 10. 3. Free Fighting Master, required skill points, 10. 4. Firearms Mastery Master, required skill points, 15. 5. Mixed Martial Arts God Level, required skill points, 30. This skill combines the essence of all the world's mainstream martial arts, turning you into a true humanoid weapon. Looking at the dazzling array of fighting skills on the system panel, my eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Especially the last one, Mixed Martial Arts God Level. Simply, so handsome. What man can resist the temptation of becoming a human weapon? Even though it will cost me all my skill points. But value. It's so damn worth it. System, redeem, Mixed Martial Arts God Level. I gave the order in my heart without hesitation. Ding. Are you sure you want to spend 30 skill points to redeem Mixed Martial Arts God Level? Confirm. Ding. Redemption successful. Instilling skills into the host. Boom. An unimaginably huge torrent of information instantly flooded into my brain. Boxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Karate, Krav Maga. Countless of the world's most advanced and deadly killing skills. At this moment, it seems to have become my innate instinct. I even feel that as long as I want, I can use 100 different methods to knock a grown man to the ground in an instant at any time. However, this is not the end. The moment you finish instilling the skills, a terrifying heat current, 10 or even 100 times stronger than before when my physical condition was optimized, suddenly exploded from my heart. It instantly swept through every part of my body. Crack. Crack. I can clearly hear that every bone in my body is making a crisp sound under the heavy burden. I can clearly feel that every inch of muscle in my body is being madly torn apart and then reassembled by an extremely domineering force. It was an extreme pain that was hard to describe in words. Yet, it also brings with it a kind of incomparably comfortable and reborn pleasure. I couldn't help but let out a groan. In an instant, a layer of fine cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Su Chen? What's wrong with you? My strange behavior instantly frightened Yi Qingya beside me. She looked at me, her face turned extremely pale in an instant, and her facial features were slightly distorted because of pain, and she was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Don't scare me. Are you feeling unwell? I'll call an ambulance. She was in a panic and wanted to pick up her cell phone. Don't move. I reached out and grabbed her. My voice became a little hoarse because of the extreme pain. I'm fine. It's just a little bit low blood sugar. This process comes quickly and goes quickly. Probably, it lasted about a minute. The overbearing heat finally, slowly, receded. Instead, there was an unprecedented powerful feeling. I feel like my body is filled with endless explosive power. I even had the illusion that I could punch through this expensive coffee table made of pure solid wood with just a light punch. I slowly let go of Yi Qingya's hand. He breathed a long sigh of relief. I exhaled a foul breath with a hint of sweet and fishy smell from my mouth. Cool. It feels so fucking good. I opened the properties panel again. Host, Su Chen. Physique, 30 human limit. Spirit, 25 solid as a rock, immovable as a mountain. Charm, 20 a walking aphrodisiac, possessing a dimensionality defying attraction to the opposite sex. Skills already possessed, mixed martial arts god level. Looking at my attributes that had skyrocketed again, I nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Now I finally have the capital to protect the woman I love. Whether it's on the web. Still, in reality. Su Chen, are you really okay? Yi Qingya looked at my face, which had regained its rosy complexion, and asked with some concern. Fine. I gave her a bright smile. That smile, with the blessing of 20 points of charm, seems particularly sunny and handsome. Yi Qingya couldn't help but blush and her heart skipped a beat. Don't believe it? I raised my eyebrows, looked at her eyes that were still full of worry, and smiled. I stood up and walked to the empty carpet in the middle of the living room. Then, in front of her, he slowly performed the starting posture of Wing Chun. Watch carefully. As soon as the words fell. My body is moving. My feet stood firmly in place as if they had taken root. And my hands turned into afterimages all over the sky. Snap. 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 A series of dense and crisp sounds like popping beans instantly resounded throughout the living room. Sun-shaped punch. Beat. Hands on. Subdue the enemy. All the moves of Wing Chun were performed in my hands as smoothly as flowing water. The speed was so fast that Yi Qingya couldn't see clearly. All she could see were countless fist shadows flashing wildly before her eyes. The fierce wind from the fist even blew up her bangs. This is Ip Man? Yi Qingya was stunned as she looked at the man who was boxing in the living room and exuded a powerful aura of a master. Once again, her worldview was refreshed. This man. How much more does he still not know? One set of punches, done. I took it back, posture. No red face, no shortness of breath. It was as if I had just done a set of radio gymnastics. I turned my head and looked at Yi Qingya, who was completely petrified. I smiled at her and slowly stretched out a finger. Guess who I am now? I paused, my tone filled with immense confidence. Can fight, how many? Yi Qingya asked subconsciously. How many? 10. I laughed. And the kind that doesn't involve breathing. Chapter 28 Paparazzi taking secret photos? Just a good opportunity to practice on you. 10. And, it's the kind that doesn't involve breathing. My words are very calm. But to Yi Qingya's ears, it was no less than a thunderclap. She looked at me and at the man who had just delivered a set of grandmaster-level boxing moves that dazzled her. Looking at him, his face looked calm and composed, as if saying, I ate 10 buns today. Once again, her mind was in a trance of happiness. My man. How can he be so handsome? Writing songs can make you a god. Cooking can make you holy. Even fighting now is like Ip Man? This is simply a walking bug in the world. Marry him. Now. Immediately. Immediately. You must marry him. Then tie him up tightly at home and don't let him go anywhere. Yi Qingya's mind was filled with comments frantically. Those beautiful eyes looking at me are now full of little pink stars. Ding dong. Just then. The doorbell rang. It's Zhang Man. She came back panting, carrying the latest model, Alienware laptop. Mr. Su. The computer you wanted. I bought it. She handed the computer to me like she was presenting a treasure, with an expression that said praise me quickly written all over her face. Well, thank you for your hard work. I nodded and took the computer. It's very heavy when you get it. The performance is definitely the best on the market. Very good. With it, my massacre plan can officially begin. I walked over to the huge mahogany desk in the living room and sat down. Unpack, turn on the computer and connect to the internet. A series of operations, smooth and flowing. Yi Qingya and Zhang Man also came over, one on the left and one on the right, like two curious babies, looking at me nervously. They know. An unprecedented cyber war is about to begin. However, just when I was about to take out the hacker's beginner's USB drive from the system warehouse, my brows suddenly frowned slightly. My ears also moved slightly. What's wrong? My strange behavior instantly caught Yi Qingya's attention. Nothing. I shook my head and smiled. There was just a nasty fly that flew in. Fly? Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were both a little confused. This is the top floor of Thompson 1. The security is the best in the country. Not to mention a fly, even a mosquito can't fly in. I have no explanation. I just stood up slowly. Then I walked to the huge 270-degree curved floor-to-ceiling window. I looked out the window at the dazzling night view of the Huangpu River, and my eyes gradually grew cold. After the physique is increased to 30 points. My five senses have also been strengthened like never before. My hearing and vision have reached an extremely terrifying level. Just now, I heard it. On the rooftop of the office building opposite our building, about 800 meters away. There was a very subtle shudder sound. And the two men were talking excitedly in low voices. Holy crap! I got it. I got it. High definition and censored. An intimate photo of Yi Qingya and that mysterious man. We're rich. We're rich. This time, we're going to make a fortune. Oh. Paparazzi? Really, it's haunting. And, so professional? How could they find such a tricky angle for taking secret photos? It seems that this has been planned for a long time. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold arc. Very good. I'm just worried that I have no place to display my god-level fighting skills. You guys just brought it to my door. Just right. Take you and practice your hands. You two stay here and don't move. I said to Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, who looked confused. I'm going out to take care of some trash. Huh? Dealing with garbage? The two of them were even more confused. Boss, your thinking is too jumpy, isn't it? Aren't we going to fight a cyber war? Why do we suddenly have to deal with garbage again? I didn't explain to them anymore. I just turned around, walked to the door and changed into a pair of sneakers. Then, in their dull eyes, I directly pushed open the door next to it, which led to the open-air balcony. Walked out. Su Chen? What are you doing? Yi Qingya was startled and quickly chased after him. Zhang Man also followed him out. Then they saw a scene that they would both never forget for the rest of their lives. I walked to the edge of the wide open-air balcony. Below is a height of hundreds of meters. The whistling river wind made the corners of my clothes rustle. Su Chen! Danger! Come back quickly! Yi Qingya was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought I was going to. However, I just turned around and gave her a bright smile. Don't be afraid. Wait for me, 5 minutes. Finished. I turned around. Looking at the office building opposite, it looks like a steel giant in the night. The corners of my mouth curled up in a crazy arc. A distance of 800 meters? For me. But it's just a few steps. Then, Yi Qingya and Zhang Man were filled with extreme horror and screams. My legs are slightly bent. A terrifying force suddenly exploded under my feet. Boom! A loud, dull thud. The hard balcony floor under my feet, which was paved with special marble, was actually stepped on by me and left 2 spiderweb-like cracks. And my body is like a cannonball fired from a gun. In an instant, it soared into the sky. Turned into a black lightning. Tear the night sky. Towards the rooftop of the office building opposite, 800 meters away. Fly straight over. At the same time, opposite the rooftop of the office building, 2 men in black jackets were admiring the trophies in their cameras with excitement. Hey, now we're rich. The yellow-haired guy with shifty eyes looked at the photo in the camera of Yi Qingya and the mysterious man hugging in front of the window, and laughed so hard that his saliva was almost dripping out. With these photos, that paparazzi grandson means nothing. From now on, we are the new kings of the paparazzi world. That's it. The tall scar-faced man next to him also said this with a smug look on his face. But it's also thanks to Miss Bai Shue for the information. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to find such a good sniping spot. Hey, wait until we sell these photos for a good price. A gleam of lust flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes. When the time comes, let's find some young stars like Yi Qingya and have some fun with them. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, an extremely violent sound of breaking through the air rang out from above their heads without any warning. Call. The sound was sharp and piercing. It looks like a fighter jet flying low over the sky. What's that sound? The two of them were startled and subconsciously raised their heads. Then, they saw a scene that made their pupils shrink instantly and their hearts and livers tremble. I saw a black figure descending from the sky like a god, with an unmatched terrifying aura. It fell straight down towards them. Holy shit? Is it a person? Huang Mao's mind went blank in an instant. How could humans fly? Is this fucking Superman? Boom! A loud, dull thud. My feet landed firmly on the rooftop. The huge impact force caused the entire rooftop to shake violently. The cement floor beneath my feet was left with 2 deep footprints by my footsteps. I slowly stood up. He twisted his neck and there was a crackling sound, his bones crackling. Then I raised my head and looked at the 2 paparazzi in front of me who were completely scared silly. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. I heard. My voice is very light, but it sounds like the devil's voice coming from the underworld. You took pictures of my woman? Do you still want to find a few little stars like her to play with? Chapter 29. Su Chen took action and the professional bodyguards were stunned. Want to find a few more little stars like her to play with? My voice is very soft. As light as a feather. But to the ears of Huang Mao and Scarface, it was no less than the deadly devil's cry from the abyss of hell. After experiencing that terrifying appearance that could be described as a god descending to earth, the 2 people's brains have completely gone blank. They just stared at me blankly. Look at that man with a devilish smile on his face. My legs are shaking. My heart is trembling. There was a damp and hot feeling in the crotch. They were scared to death. Ghost. Finally. The yellow-haired man, whose mental quality was relatively poor, let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. He could no longer bear this horrific pressure, which was enough to make anyone suffer a mental breakdown. He turned around and wanted to run. However, can he run away? Want to leave? The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold arc. After I agreed? The words haven't been finished yet. My body is moving. Just one step. I just crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. In an instant, he appeared behind the yellow-haired man. Quick! Almost there, ultimate. It's almost there, already, completely violating the laws of physics. In Huang Mao's eyes, there was extreme horror. I slowly stretched out a hand. Pressed gently on his shoulder. Bang! A crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out on the silent rooftop. Ah! The yellow-haired man let out a scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He felt that his entire shoulder blade was crushed by an unmatched and terrifying force. The severe pain made his eyes roll back and he fainted. Collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Next to him, the tall man with the scar on his face was stunned when he saw his companion being killed instantly. He swallowed hard. Looking at me, that face that still had a faint smile on it, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Monster! This handsome young man in front of me looks harmless. Damn, he's not even human. Yes, monster. Yes, devil. He no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. With a plop sound, this 1.9 meter tall, ferocious looking man with a face full of flesh actually knelt down in front of me without hesitation. Big brother. Spare me. Spare me. He kowtowed to me madly, crying and wailing. We are also entrusted with this task. It's Bai Shue. It was that bitch who paid us to film Yi Qingya's dirty laundry. We won't dare to do it again. Please, just treat us like shit and let us go. Snow White? When I heard the name, my eyes turned cold. Very good. Just as I guessed. But this cannot be the reason for you to survive. Dare you take secret photos of my woman? How dare you say such dirty words? You should be prepared to go to hell. I didn't waste time talking to him anymore. I just walked towards him slowly. No. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Scarface looked at me and approached me step by step. I was so scared that my heart was broken. He got up from the ground, turned around and wanted to run towards the stairs to the rooftop. However, just then, bang! A loud, dull thud. The heavy iron door on the rooftop, made of fine steel, was kicked open by someone from the outside. Right after, a dozen strong men wearing black suits and sunglasses, exuding a fierce aura, rushed in an instant like a tiger coming down the mountain. They are well trained and move swiftly. As soon as they came in, they immediately surrounded the entire rooftop. It looked exactly like those professional spy organizations in the movies. Scarface was stunned at first when he saw this group of reinforcements that suddenly appeared. Then, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face after surviving the disaster. He thought it was the police. Help! Help! Police comrades! There's someone here. He hadn't finished his words yet. A bald man with a height of nearly 2 meters, a body like an iron tower, muscles all over his body, has walked in front of him. Then, no word. Raise the fist that is bigger than a sandbag. A clean, straight punch to his face. Bang! A loud, dull thud. Scarface's tall body looked like it was hit head-on by a high-speed truck. In an instant, he flew backwards. In the air, a beautiful parabola was drawn. Then, he fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away. I don't know whether I'm dead or alive. The entire rooftop instantly fell into deathly silence. I looked at the bald strong man who took out the scarred man with one punch and raised my eyebrows slightly. Quite interesting. The power and speed of this punch. It's no worse than those top professional boxing champions. It seems that he is a martial artist. And he's the kind who's killed people before. After dealing with Scarface, the bald strong man didn't even look at him. He just turned around slowly. Those eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, were fixed on me through the sunglasses. A cold murderous aura instantly filled the entire rooftop. You are Su Chen? His voice was hoarse and low. Like two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. It's me. I nodded calmly and looked at him, and the dozen or so strong men behind him who also had extraordinary aura, and asked lightly. Whose people are you? You don't need to know who we are. The bald strong man slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes full of violence and madness. You just need to know. He twisted his neck, and his bones made a crackling sound. Today, you can't walk out of this rooftop. He paused, a cruel, sinister smile forming on his lips. Someone spent a lot of money. By yours, 2 legs. And a hand. Oh. I was amused by his words. It seems that Wang Hai sent you here. I can't think of anyone else except him who has such great energy and can find me in such a short time. It seems that he was frightened by my previous phone call. Be prepared, it's better to strike first. What a pity. In my eyes, he hired this group of so-called professional bodyguards. But they are just a bunch of useless people. Stop talking nonsense. The bald strong man obviously didn't want to waste any more time with me. He waved to the group of people behind him. Superior. Quick victory. At the command. The dozen or so strong men in black immediately moved. They took out telescopic batons from their pockets that gleamed with cold metallic light. Then they surrounded me from all directions. They look so well trained and have good coordination. Obviously, professional. However, I looked at the group of so-called professional bodyguards rushing towards me, without a trace of panic on their faces. My eyes are as calm as an ancient well without ripples. I just slowly raised my hand. Then, he gently hooked his finger at them. That action was full of disdain and extreme provocation. Roar! The group of strong men were instantly enraged by my arrogant behavior. They let out a beast-like roar. The speed is a bit faster. The 2 strong men who were rushing in the front, with their batons in their hands, smashed towards my head and legs with great force. The force was enough to break a person's bones on the spot. Ruthless. And poisonous. However, just when the two batons were about to hit me, I moved. My body is like a piece of weightless catkins. Just a slight shake. Just like that, at an incredible angle, he dodged the two fatal attacks in an instant. Then, my hand moved. Quick. Almost there, ultimate. Only two white afterimages were left. A clean and neat knife hand strike. It hit the carotid artery of the strong man on the left with precision. A very tricky inch punch. It hit the tangent point on the chest of the strong man on the right hard. Bang! Bang! Two loud, dull thuds. The two tall and strong men didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies are like noodles with the bones removed. In an instant, it went limp. Collapsed to the ground. On the spot, he lost his fighting power. One move. Just one move. Just instantly killed two professional thugs. What the hell is this terrifying strength? All the strong men who were halfway through their charge subconsciously stopped. They looked at the two companions on the ground who had completely fainted, and then looked at me, the one who still had a smile on his face, as if he had just casually swatted two flies to death. For the first time, a look called fear appeared in their eyes. And the bald strong man who had been watching the show with his arms folded, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. He looked at me, those smooth movements, and those insanely precise strikes. A huge wave was rising in his heart. Is this Wing Chun slapping and inch punching? No. There's also a throat lock technique from military combat techniques? Who is this kid? Chapter 30 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Gu Chun Fong, you still dare to come? Who is this kid? A huge wave was set off in the bald strong man's heart. His name is Gao Chang, and he is the top ace of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces. After he retired, Wang Hai hired him as the chief instructor of the security department at a huge price. How sharp is his eyesight? He saw at a glance how simple my two moves seemed, but in fact, they contain such terrifying lethality. That is definitely the real killing skill that can only be honed in a sea of blood and corpses. This handsome young man in front of me, who looks harmless, is definitely much stronger than me. Hit the wall. This is the only thought left in Gao Chang's mind. And the group of strong men in black who were still standing were completely frightened by my powerful methods. They looked at me as if I were a devil crawling out of hell. The batons in his hands were shaking constantly. Don't say yes, take another step forward. They didn't even have the courage to look me in the eye. How? I looked at their cowardly looks and laughed. Where's the courage just now? Aren't you going to buy my two legs and one hand? Come on. I slowly opened my arms to them. That action was full of disdain and extreme contempt. I'm just standing here. Who of you dares to come up and take it? The entire rooftop was in complete silence. Those dozen or so strong men who looked ferocious just now were now like ducks with their throats strangled. Their faces were pale and they were silent as a cicada. They looked at each other. No one dared to take another step forward. What kind of joke is this? Go up there and die? A bunch of trash. I looked at their useless appearance and shook my head, my face full of disappointment. Then, I turned my gaze back to the only bald strong man still standing. It seems that it has to be you. I hooked my finger at him. Come on, let me see how powerful the Southwest Falcon's ace is. You, how do you know? Gao Chang's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His identity is top secret. Except for Wang Hai, no one in the entire Tianyu Entertainment knew about it. Who is this man in front of me? I know a lot more. I smiled and didn't waste any more time talking to him. I kicked my feet hard. The whole person rushed out in an instant like an arrow. The speed is extremely fast. Only a faint afterimage was left in the air. Not good. Alarm bells were ringing in Gao Chang's heart. He didn't even have time to react. I have already appeared in front of him. A fist that looked white and slender, but contained terrifying power, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Roar. A matter of life and death. Gao Chang unleashed all his potential. He let out a beast-like roar. He crossed his arms and suddenly protected his chest. You want to withstand my earth-shattering punch? However, He is too naive. With the blessing of 3-0 God-level fighting skills, my strength has already exceeded the limits of human beings. Bang! A loud, dull, heart-pounding sound. My fist hit his arm, which was as hard as steel. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out instantly. Gao Chang's arms, which he was so proud of, were broken on the spot by my punch. An unmatched and terrifying force instantly surged into his body. His burly body, like an iron tower, looked like it was hit head-on by a battering ram. In an instant, he flew backwards, flying higher than the scarred face just now. Farther. Boom! He fell heavily on the rooftop railing more than 10 meters away. The sturdy guardrail made of fine steel was smashed and deformed. Puff! With one mouthful, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out of his mouth. He struggled to get up from the ground. But in the end, his eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. The entire rooftop fell into deathly silence once again. The group of burly men in black who were still standing looked at their chief instructor, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, his life or death unknown. I looked again and saw me, who had retracted my fist with a smile on his face, as if I had just casually crushed an ant to death. They could no longer bear this terrifying pressure, which was enough to cause anyone's spirit to completely collapse. Plop! Plop! A series of uniform kneeling sounds suddenly rang out. Those dozen or so strong men who were so arrogant just now all knelt down in front of me. Big brother. Spare me. Spare me. We were wrong. We were really wrong. We will never dare to do that again. For a while. The entire rooftop was filled with their wails, filled with fear and regret. I looked at their useless appearance and shook my head. I ignored them. I just walked slowly to the tripod that was equipped with the hidden camera equipment. I picked up the expensive professional camera above. I flipped through the photos inside. Very good. The photo was taken quite clearly. I nodded with satisfaction. Then, in front of everyone, I used a little force with both hands. Crack! There was a crisp sound of metal breaking. That sturdy camera made of special alloy was crushed into a pile of scrap metal by me on the spot, just like cracking a walnut. Do all this. I dusted off my hands. Turn around and prepare to leave. This is a dirty place. However, just then, a burst of applause, full of resentment and madness, suddenly rang out from the stairs of the rooftop. Snap! 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 I stopped my steps. His brows furrowed slightly. I slowly turned around. I saw it in the shadows at the stairs. Walked out slowly, alone. A person I am very familiar with but who shouldn't be here. He was wearing a well-tailored Armani suit. Her hair was combed meticulously. On his face, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. There was a sick and crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. Behind him were two men wearing black windbreakers and sunglasses, whose aura was even more terrifying than Gao Chang's. This was the person who should have been disgraced and even imprisoned. Gu Chunfeng. It's wonderful. Gu Chunfeng clapped his hands and slowly walked towards me. His eyes were full of hatred and undisguised murderous intent. It's really wonderful. He looked at the burly men in black lying on the ground and laughed even more crazily. Su Chen, right? I really admire you. I'm really curious too. He stood 3 meters in front of me. The pair of eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses stared at me like a poisonous snake. What the hell are you? Why are you here? I looked at him calmly and asked. Shouldn't you be drinking tea in the police station? He. Gu Chunfeng smiled. Smiling, very proud. Very cruel. Police station? Do you think you can bring me down with just that little phone of yours? Do you think that I, Gu Chunfeng, have been doing business in the capital for so many years for nothing? Innocent. He shook his head, his face full of playfulness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Tianyu Entertainment has collapsed. That loser Wan Hai is in jail too. But, me. He pointed at his nose, and every word he spoke was filled with endless resentment and madness. Alive and well. So, I looked at his eyes, which gradually turned cold. You were behind all this today? That Bai Shui, is she also yours? Clever. Gu Chunfeng snapped his fingers. It's a pity that you realized it too late. He turned his head and glanced at the Tangshan sitting opposite me. His eyes were filled with morbid jealousy. That bitch Yichingya is mine. Everything she has is mine. Who the hell are you? How dare you steal my woman? He roared hysterically at me. He looks like a mad dog. I looked at his ugly face and shook my head. I think I understand. I moved my wrist and heard a series of crackling sounds from my bones. It seems that I was too kind before. I raised my head and looked at him, my eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Originally, I just wanted to ruin your reputation. But now. I paused, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. I've changed my mind. I've decided to send you and the two behind you, trash. Let's get going together. Just you? Gu Chenfeng seemed to hear it. What a joke. He pointed at the two black-clad bodyguards behind him with a terrifying aura and said to me jokingly, "Do you know who they are? They are the top guards who retired from Zongnanhai. Every one of them is the king of soldiers among the kings of soldiers. Killing you is like crushing an ant." Yeah? I laughed. I didn't waste any more time talking to him. I just slowly raised my middle finger to the two so-called top guards behind him. Then, he gently ticked the box. That action was full of disdain and extreme provocation. You, what do you want to do? Gu Chenfeng's face changed instantly. Chapter 31, New and Old Grudges, let us settle them all today. You, what do you want to do? Gu Chenfeng's expression changed instantly. He looked at me with a gesture that was full of extreme provocation. He looked again at the two top bodyguards behind him, who had expressionless faces from beginning to end, like two statues. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. This kid, he couldn't possibly be thinking. Superior. Give it to me, destroy him. Gu Chenfeng never dared to be arrogant again. He roared hysterically at the two top guards behind him. Just keep a breath. I'm going to throw him off this rooftop with my own hands. His voice was full of resentment and madness. Yes. The two black-clad bodyguards with terrifying auras finally moved. They slowly took off their sunglasses, revealing a pair of cold eyes without any emotion. Then, one from the left and one from the right, they slowly surrounded me. Their steps are very slow. Every step is taken steadily. But every step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. A terrifying pressure that was 10 times stronger than the previous one instantly spread across the entire rooftop. That was a kind of iron-blooded evil spirit that had truly crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Kid, in your next life, when you reincarnate, keep your eyes open. The bodyguard on the left, who was relatively thin and had eyes like a venomous snake, spoke coldly. Some people are not someone you can afford to offend. That's right. The bodyguard on the right, whose figure was like an iron tower and exuded explosive power from head to toe, also spoke in a muffled voice. To die at the hands of our Dragon Fong. It's your honor. Dragon Fong? When I heard the name, my eyebrows raised slightly. The most elite special forces unit in the Zongnanhai Guard Regiment? It seems that your Gu family is quite powerful in the capital. Even a national treasure like this can be hired as a private bodyguard? You, how do you know? The expressions of the two top guards who called themselves Dragon Fong changed instantly. The codename Dragon Tooth is the country's top secret. Apart from those core bosses, it is impossible for anyone else to know. Who is this kid in front of me? I did. I looked at their eyes filled with shock and horror, and smiled. I know a lot more. I moved my wrist and heard a series of crackling sounds, like the sound of bones breaking. But it's okay. Because the dead don't need to know too much. Arrogant. Court death. The two members of the Dragon Fawn team were instantly enraged by my arrogant attitude. They no longer have any reservations. Roar. A roar like a beast. The two people are like two tigers coming down the mountain. In an instant, it moved. Quick. Almost there, ultimate. Only two faint afterimages were left in the air. One left and one right. It formed a perfect, decisive momentum. Coming straight towards me. They don't even have weapons. Because, in their opinion, their bodies are the most terrifying killing weapons in the world. The skinny bodyguard on the left, his hand, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, locked towards my throat with an extremely cunning grasp. If that claw had caught me firmly, my larynx would definitely be crushed right there and then. As for the strong man on the right, who was as strong as an iron tower, his fist carries a terrifying force that is enough to break stones and split rocks. Like a cannonball fired from a gun. It hit my heart hard. If this punch hits, my heart will definitely be smashed into a pool of flesh on the spot. Ruthless. Poison. And don't leave any way out. This is the strength of Dragon Fong. However, facing this, it is a fatal blow that is enough to make any world-class boxing champion despair. But I laughed. That smile was full of disdain and extreme contempt. Can even a grain of rice shine brightly? My voice is very soft, but it echoes clearly in everyone's ears. Just before those two deadly hands and fists were about to touch my body, I moved. My body didn't retreat. On the contrary, in a more violent manner. Instead of retreating, advance. Facing those two shots, it was a decisive kill. Head on, go straight up. Boom. A force that was 10 times more terrifying than all of theirs combined suddenly burst out from my body. At this moment, my eyes turned red. A boundless murderous intent from the god-level fighting technique instantly enveloped the entire rooftop. What? The expressions of the two Dragon Fall team members changed instantly. They felt a terrifying pressure from me that made them tremble from the depths of their souls. That is the absolute suppression from the life level when the inferior faces the superior. This kid. What kind of monster is he? However, it's too late. My fist is moving. Start late, but arrive first. Quick. It's almost completely beyond the limit of human vision. Only two white afterimages were left in the air. Bang! Bang! Two dull, heart-pounding sounds of bones breaking rang out instantly. Those two arrogant top guards didn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Their wrists and fists were broken on the spot by my two seemingly light punches. The white bones mixed with the bright red flesh and blood instantly exposed their skin to the air. The scene was bloody and horrifying. Ah! Ah! Two shrill screams that did not sound like human voices instantly resounded throughout the rooftop. Those two so-called kings among kings of soldiers now looked like two dead dogs with their spines pulled out. He knelt on the ground, holding his completely deformed hands and fists, madly wailing. The severe pain made them unable to even stand steadily. One move. Still, just one move. I just destroyed two top-level guards who came out of Zongnanhai. This is the god-level fighting technique, truly terrifying. The entire rooftop once again fell into deathly silence. Gu Chenfeng looked at the two powerful bodyguards who were like gods and demons in his eyes. At this moment, they were kneeling on the ground like two dead dogs, wailing in pain. I looked again and saw that the man who had retracted his fist was still smiling, as if he had just crushed two bugs to death. He could no longer bear this horrific blow that was enough to completely shatter his entire worldview. His legs went limp. With a plop sound, he followed suit and knelt down. There was no trace of blood on his face. All that is left is endless fear and regret. He finally understood. What kind of terrifying existence had he gotten into trouble with? I ignored the two Dragon Tooth team members who were completely useless. I just walked slowly to Gu Chenfeng, who was already scared to death. I squatted down and looked straight into his eyes, which were full of fear and despair. I laughed. The smile is very brilliant. Very, very cruel. Gu the big star. I reached out and gently patted his handsome face, which was twitching violently with fear. Now, you think. I paused, my tone extremely gentle. It's time to get on the road. Who is it? Chapter 32, do you have the capital? I have the black material to ruin your reputation. It's time to get on the road, man. Who is it? My voice is very gentle. As gentle as the whispers between lovers. But to Gu Chenfeng's ears, the sound was 100 times more terrifying than the devil's words coming from the abyss of the Nine Netherworld. No, it's not me. It's not me. He completely collapsed. Before, the last bit of pride and dignity of being a young master in the capital was crushed in the face of the absolute fear of death. He knelt on the ground like a humble pug. He hugged my thighs, tears streaming down his face, and kowtowed like crazy. Su, Master Su. Grandpa Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I'm trash. Please. Please treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. I swear. I will never, ever dare to do that again. I will never, ever dare to harass Yi Qingya again. No. I will never, ever dare to appear in front of her again. He wailed incoherently. His humble appearance in the dust formed an extremely ironic contrast with his arrogant and domineering appearance just now. However, just when he thought that his undignified plea for mercy could buy him a glimmer of hope, a cold hand gently grasped his chin, forced him to raise his head. He met a pair of eyes that were calm, yet cold, and without a trace of emotion. Gu Chunfeng. I looked at his handsome face covered with snot and tears and smiled. Did you make a mistake about something? Do you think I dare not kill you? Boom. My words are like a hammer. It hit Gu Chunfeng's heart hard. He looked at me with those calm, terrifying eyes, and an unprecedented chill instantly shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. He finally understood. The man in front of me is a lunatic. He is a real madman. He is real and dares to kill himself. No, you can't. The extreme fear, on the contrary, aroused a trace of his final madness. He roared at me with a fierce look but a weak heart. You dare to touch a hair on my head. I, the Gu family, will never let you go. Do you know who my grandfather is? He is. I know. I interrupted him lightly. Gu Jianjun, right? The retired second in command of the Beijing military region. I still have in my hands some secret powers that cannot be seen in public. Dragon Fang should be one of them, right? Every word I say. Gu Chunfeng's face turned pale. When I finished speaking, his handsome face has become as white as a piece of paper. He looked at me like a living, breathing ghost. These are the most core secrets of his Gu family. How did he know? You think? I looked at his eyes filled with extreme horror and smiled. That smile was full of disdain and extreme contempt. Do you think that just because of your so-called Beijing Gu family, you have the right to show off in front of me? Do you think that your so-called capital can save your life? Innocent. I shook my head, my face full of pity. Gu Chunfeng, your biggest mistake is that you provoked the wrong person. You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. I released my hand that was holding his chin. Slowly, stand up. Looking down at this former young master, whose psychological defenses had been completely broken by me. You have the capital. But, unfortunately. I paused, and the corner of my mouth curled up in a devilish arc. I have the black material that can bring ruin to you and your proud family. What? Gu Chunfeng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Black material? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He asked himself, he has always done things perfectly. Absolutely, it is impossible to leave any handle. However, my next words were like the most ruthless hammer. Smashed to pieces, all is luck. 3 years ago. I spoke slowly. The voice was very soft, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. In Beijing, on the Shishan winding road. A red Ferrari. There was a collision with a female college student riding a bicycle. The girl died on the spot. And the drunk Ferrari owner was unharmed. He didn't even get out of the car. Just made a phone call. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to him arrived at the scene. That man is the deputy district chief of a certain district in Beijing. It's also the Ferrari owner's uncle. Then, I paused and looked at Gu Chunfeng, whose face had turned as pale as a dead person, and then I smiled. Then an innocent designated driver becomes the scapegoat. Sentenced to 10 years. And the real perpetrator boarded a flight to a foreign country the next day to study abroad. It wasn't until a year later, when the storm had died down, that he secretly came back. And he suddenly became the hottest and most popular young actor in the entertainment industry. Every word I say. Gu Chunfeng's body was shaking even more violently. When I finished speaking, he was already shaking like a sieve. He looked at me, his eyes that seemed to be able to see through all the secrets of the world, filled with endless fear and despair. How could he know? How could he possibly know this? This is the biggest secret in his life. It is also the eternal nightmare in his heart. It is absolutely impossible that there is a fourth person who knows about this except him and his family. Who is this man in front of me? Is he a human or a ghost? Gu Chunfeng. I looked at his distraught look and slowly squatted down. I took out my cell phone from my pocket. I clicked on a video. The video is the surveillance footage of the winding mountain road that was completely destroyed 3 years ago. High definition and censored. You say. I handed the phone to him and smiled like a devil. If I post this video online, you, your uncle who is an official, and your grandfather who is a leader, what will happen? No. Gu Chunfeng, looking at the terrifying picture on his phone, let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. He completely collapsed. He pounced on me like a mad dog. He wanted to snatch away the cell phone that was enough to destroy everything for him. However, he came up empty-handed. I just turned slightly to avoid him. Then he kicked him to the ground. I stepped on his chest and nailed him to the cold concrete floor. Looking down at him from above. That look, as if looking at a pile of garbage. Now, you still feel it. Is your capital strong enough? No. Don't, please, please. Gu Chunfeng was completely desperate. He looked at me with eyes full of pleading. You say, whatever you say, I'll agree. As long as you let me go. Let our Gu family go. Let you go? I laughed. Can. I took it back, foot. Then, in his eyes, filled with ecstasy of surviving the disaster, I said slowly, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. I paused, and the corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. Now, pick up your phone. Call your grandfather. Chapter 33, President of Tianyu Entertainment? Who the hell are you? Take care of those two blind paparazzi. I returned to Tom Sinipine. At this time, it was already late at night. After my repeated urging, Yi Qingya finally went back to her room to sleep with a hint of worry about me and a full sense of happiness. Zhang Man, on the other hand, still had an excited look on her face. She, like the most loyal Valkyrie, stayed in the living room and never left. She knows. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. A storm that could overturn the entire entertainment industry is about to brew in the hands of the godlike man in front of her. And she will be the only witness of this storm. I ignored Zhang Man, who had completely become my fangirl. I just sat at that priceless mahogany desk. I inserted the hacker entry USB drive that I had just redeemed from the System Mall into the brand new Alienware laptop. Ding! External device detected. Do you want to install the God-level hacker auxiliary software? A pop-up window, visible only to me, instantly appeared on the computer screen. Install. Without hesitation, I chose to confirm. Ding! Installation successful. Congratulations, host. You are now a qualified newbie village chief in the online world. The village chief of the novice village? System, isn't your metaphor a bit too down to earth? However, when I opened the software called God's Eye and looked at the simple yet sci-fi operating interface, I just realized I still underestimated the awesomeness of the system. What is this, the village chief of the novice village? This guy is simply the omnipotent god in the online world. IP address tracking? Database hack? Data tampering? All those god-level hacking techniques that I had only seen in movies before. At this moment, it's like the simplest, one-click operation buttons are clearly presented in front of me. I don't even need to know any code. Just enter a name. A person whose name I want to know. Then, gently, press enter. So, all the information about this person. Whether it is public or hidden in the deepest and dirtiest secrets of the online world. Everything will be presented to me without reservation within 0.01 seconds. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp. This is too perverted, right? With this thing, can I do whatever I want? I suppressed my inner excitement and slowly entered two names in the search box that was flashing with a faint blue light. White Snow. Wang Hai. Enter. Boom. In a moment. Countless private photos, chat records, bank transfer records, and even some mosaicked, but still exciting short videos. Like a flood that broke through the dam, it instantly filled up my top-of-the-line computer screen. The amount of information was so huge that the CPU started roaring like crazy. I looked at the screen, and my brows gradually furrowed as I saw the dirty content that was enough to destroy any normal person's worldview. His eyes also became colder and colder. I still underestimated how dirty this circle is. Also, underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Tax evasion, money laundering, hidden rules to suppress newcomers, and disregard for human life. In their eyes, these things were as casual as everyday meals. Especially, that, Wang Hai, the president of Tianyu Entertainment. He actually has several lives on his hands. Several young artists who had just debuted and were unwilling to accept his hidden rules eventually disappeared inexplicably. And all the evidence was suppressed by him using his powerful capital power. It was as if they had never appeared in this world. Brute. I squeezed out these two words from between my teeth. Unconsciously, a cold, murderous aura emanated from my body. Even Zhang Man, who was serving me tea and water, shuddered subconsciously. She looked at my face, which instantly became as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. She was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. I didn't hesitate anymore. I have sorted and organized all the negative information about Bai Shui and Wang Hai into different categories. Then, I sent it to Mr. Ma, who had been waiting for my news. At the end of the email, I still only attached one sentence. Before dawn, I will make these two names completely disappear from this world. Do all this. I turned off the computer. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Everything that should be done has been done. Next, it's up to time. However, just as I was getting ready to get up and go back to my room to sleep, my cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. I frowned and picked up the phone. Hello, is this Su Chen, Mr. Su? On the other end of the phone came the voice of a middle-aged man filled with arrogance and disdain. It's me, who are you? My voice was cold. He. There was a light laugh from the other end of the phone. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I can decide whether you live or die. Boy, I don't care about you or where you come from. I don't care what means you used to get involved with that bitch Yiqingya. Now, I give you a chance. Leave her now. Then, take your worthless, so-called talent and get out of the Magic City. Otherwise, I guarantee that tomorrow morning, there will be another nameless corpse floating at the bottom of the Huangpu River. His voice was full of superiority and menace. I laughed at his childish threats. You are Wang Hai, right? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Obviously, he didn't expect that I could reveal his identity in just one sentence. It seems that you are not that stupid. Wang Hai's voice turned cold. Since you know who I am, then you should know that I have this ability. Strength? I laughed. Smiling, very happy. Also, disdainful. Wang Hai, let me ask you a question. What's the problem? Who do you think you are? My voice was very soft, but full of extreme contempt. You. Wang Hai was instantly enraged by my arrogant attitude. Boy. You're looking for death. Court death? I shook my head. No. I am giving you a chance to atone for your sins. I paused, and my tone suddenly turned cold. Wang Hai, I'm giving you a chance now. Before dawn, go to the police station and turn yourself in. Tell us all about the dirty things you've done, without leaving out a single one. Perhaps, I can still leave you with an intact body. Otherwise. I paused, and the corner of my mouth curled up into a devilish arc. I promise. Tomorrow morning, your art photos and script workshop recordings. It will be the best gift you can give to your wife and children. You, how do you know? Wang Hai's voice came from the other end of the phone, a scream full of extreme horror. I didn't answer him again. I just hung up the phone. Then, block this number. It would be a waste of words to say any more to a dying person like this. I stood up and stretched. I smiled at Zhang Man, who was standing next to me and was completely stunned by my magical operation. Okay, time to call it a day. The rest will be left to Mr. Ma. Su, Mr. Su. Zhang Man looked at me, her calm and composed back, and swallowed hard, her voice trembling. That, Tianyu Entertainment and Bai Shui, they. You'll know after tomorrow. Then what should we do now? Sleep. Chapter 34 Gu Chunfeng is completely doomed and banned from the entire internet. Timeline, back to the rooftop. Now, pick up your phone. Call your grandfather. My voice is calm. So calm, as if saying it's a nice day today. But to Gu Qianfeng's ears, it was no less than the final judgment from hell. Call Grandpa? What does he want to do? No, don't. Gu Qianfeng, like a dog whose tail was stepped on, shook his head wildly. He looked at me with eyes filled with extreme fear. Please, don't tell my grandfather, he will beat me to death. He will really beat me to death. He wailed incoherently. He looked so humble and down to earth. How could he still have the demeanor of a young master from the capital? However, I just, quietly, looked at him. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Beat. I only said one word. That voice was like an invisible, sharp knife. Hard, against his throat. Gu Qianfeng, in an instant, dared not make any sound. He looked into my terrifyingly calm eyes and knew that he no longer had any choice. With trembling hands, he took out the expensive Vertu phone from his pocket. Then, with fingers that looked uglier than crying, he pressed a number on the screen with great difficulty, a number that was both familiar to him and extremely fearful. The phone rang only once before someone picked it up. Hello? Qianfeng? How's things going? An old, yet powerful and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice carried the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time, with an air of majesty even without being angry. It was none other than the old man of the Gu family, Gu Jianjun. Grandpa. Gu Qianfeng was so frightened when he heard the voice that his whole body trembled. His voice was shaking and unrecognizable. Gu Jianjun on the other end of the phone obviously also heard that something was wrong with his grandson. His brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? What happened? His voice became deeper. A terrifying pressure instantly came out from the receiver. Gu Qianfeng opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at me with a pleading look. I laughed. I took the phone from him. Then, in front of him, he pressed the button, hands-free. Hello? Qianfeng? Speak. Gu Jianjun's voice already had a hint of impatience. Mr. Gu, how are you? I spoke lightly. The sound was very light, but like a blockbuster bomb. In an instant, there was a loud bang on the other end of the phone. Who are you? Gu Jianjun's voice suddenly turned cold. The terrifying murderous aura that was forged in the sea of corpses and blood instantly came over through the radio waves. It's enough to make any ordinary person tremble with fear. I acted like nothing happened. I even smiled. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your precious grandson is now in my hands. Also, it seems I got into a little trouble. You dare? Gu Jianjun was furious. Kid. I don't care who you are. I'll give you 3 seconds. Release my grandson right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. He. I was amused by his words. No place to bury the dead? Mr. Gu, haven't you been out for a walk in a while? You can't even figure out what era it is now. I paused and my tone suddenly turned cold. Do you think this is still the capital city where your Gu family can dominate the world? Do you think that with your so-called power you have, you are qualified to show off in front of me? Innocent. I snorted coldly and said disdainfully. I'll give you 3 seconds too. Immediately, have your people release the designated driver you wrongly imprisoned 3 years ago. Also, pack up your son, who is an official, and your grandson, who is a celebrity, and send them to the Discipline Inspection Commission to surrender. Otherwise. I paused, and a devilish curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. I promise. In 3 minutes. Your Gu family, those dirty things that cannot be seen in public. It will be the front page headline of all media outlets nationwide tomorrow. When the time comes, you and your proud family. It will be even worse than Tianyu Entertainment is today, and even more completely ruined. You. Gu Jianjun's voice came from the other end of the phone, with heavy breathing filled with extreme horror. He was obviously completely shocked by my earth-shattering words. How could he know? How could he possibly know about what happened 3 years ago? Who the hell are you? His voice was trembling. I didn't answer him again. I just slowly said a string of numbers. 601. The other end of the phone fell into deathly silence. A full half-minute passed. Gu Jianjun's old voice, filled with endless fear and regret, sounded again. I understand. His voice seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. Su, Mr. Su, don't worry. I know what to do. After saying that, he slowly hung up the phone. That back figure is desolate and lonely. It was like the end of a dynasty. I threw the phone back to Gu Chenfeng, who was completely frightened. Then, patted his face. Did you hear that? Your grandfather asked you to go and turn yourself in. No. Gu Chenfeng, like a dead dog, collapsed on the ground and shook his head frantically. His eyes had completely lost all their spirit. All that is left is endless emptiness and despair. He knows. He is finished. They are also finished with their family. It's because he offended a man whom he could never afford to offend in his entire life. I didn't pay any more attention to this poor bastard. I turned around and slowly walked to the edge of the roof. I looked at the brightly lit building opposite, Thompson Hotel. My eyes are very gentle. There is only one thought in my mind. Xingya is still waiting for me to go home. However, just as I was preparing to perform the Superman Returns scene again, a burst of shrill sirens sounded from downstairs without any warning. Right after, countless red and blue police lights instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Countless policemen and special police rushed over from all directions like a tide. In an instant, the entire office building was surrounded. Even in the sky, there was the roar of a helicopter. Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. A full, majestic, and loud voice resounded through the loudspeakers, filling the entire rooftop. I looked at the exaggerated scene downstairs that was comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. No. Old man Gu, isn't your efficiency a bit too high? I just want you to send your grandson and surrender yourself. Are you really going to make such a big fuss? If you don't know, you might think they are trying to capture Osama bin Laden. I shook my head helplessly. It seems that I can't fly today. The only option is to go through the main entrance. I turned around and looked at Gu Chenfeng, who was completely scared silly. I smiled and asked slowly. Big Star Gu, do you think we are turning ourselves in now? Or, arrested? Chapter 35 Yi Qingya was touched, husband, thank you. Big Star Gu, do you think we are surrendering now? Or, arrested? My words are like a warm spring breeze. It blew away the extremely suppressed bloody smell on the rooftop. The wind also woke up Gu Chenfeng, who was completely frightened. He raised his head, and finally, a hint of spirit returned to his empty eyes. That was a kind of relief for surviving a disaster. And a kind of resigned relief. He knows. You don't have to die. But what awaits him will be an endless life behind bars, more painful than death. He smiled. Smiling is uglier than crying. He looked at me, his eyes full of complexity. There is fear and regret, but more of a deep sense of powerlessness. He finally understood. I lost from the very beginning. Lose miserably. The loss was no surprise. The next thing is very simple. I was in the eyes of a group of special police officers armed with live ammunition, who were looking at me with awe and curiosity. He walked down the rooftop with a calm face. Made a simple record. Then, the head of the Demon City Bureau personally saw him off. Got on the special car going home. The whole process went smoothly. No, there was no hindrance. It was as if I was not a violent element who had just beaten up more than a dozen people on the rooftop, but a superhero who just saved the world. And Gu Chenfeng and his two bodyguards were completely useless. And those strong men in black who were still unconscious on the rooftop. Then, they were all handcuffed with cold handcuffs. Like dead dogs, they were taken into the police car. What awaits them will be the law and the most severe judgment. As for those two paparazzi, they were scared to death by me. They told everything they knew in detail, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Including how they were instructed by Bai Shui to secretly take photos of Yi Qingya. Including which celebrities they have blackmailed before. In short, after this battle, The paparazzi community in the entire Magic City will usher in an unprecedented purge. However, I, the instigator of all this, have already left the world and hidden my achievements and fame. When I return to Thompson Epine, that brightly lit top-floor villa. It's already an hour later. I just opened the door. A soft figure full of worry and fragrance suddenly threw herself into my arms. Su Chin. Yi Qingya, hold me tight. The force was so strong that it seemed to rub itself into my bones. I could feel her body trembling slightly. Obviously, the exaggerated scene just now, which was comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster, scared her a lot. Okay, I'm back. I reached out and gently patted her back, soothing her softly. It's okay. My voice is like a warm spring breeze. In an instant, all the fear and anxiety in her heart were soothed. Woo woo. She buried her head in my chest, and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. There was worry and fear in that cry, but more importantly, it was a kind of joy of regaining what had been lost. I thought you would never come back. She spoke incoherently. Fool. I laughed. I reached out and gently scratched her lovely nose, which was stained with tears. Didn't I tell you that? Even if the sky collapses, your husband will hold it up for you. Just a few policemen, can they eat me up? Puff. She was so amused by my frivolous words that she burst into laughter. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, just looked at me without blinking. Looking at my handsome face, which still has a faint smile on it. Look at the clothes on me that are intact. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. She knows. From now on, this man is her lifelong god. Su, Mr. Su, you're back. Zhang Man, who was standing by, finally came back to her senses from the huge shock. The look in her eyes when she looked at me was full of fanatical admiration. She had just been leaning against the window, witnessing the entire exaggerated arrest scene downstairs. And I was treated like a fairy tale by being personally escorted to the car by the head of the municipal bureau. Her feelings towards me now are more than just simple admiration. That's simply faith. In her eyes, I am the omnipotent god. I nodded. Then, I pulled Yi Qingya, who was still clinging to my arms and refused to come out, to the sofa and sat down. Everything is resolved. I said lightly. Gu Chenfeng, by Shui, Tianyu Entertainment, these disgusting names will never appear in your world again. Really? Zhang Man's voice was trembling with excitement. Then, the one on the internet. Rest assured. I smiled. After daybreak, you will see a show that is 100 times more exciting than The Wind Rises. Ding. It's detected that the host has successfully protected his woman and resolved the potential threat, perfectly demonstrating the responsibility and commitment of a god-level father. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, system points plus 5,000. Reward 2, exclusive portable space, the cute baby castle, expanded to 1,000 square meters and unlocking the simulation training room feature. Reward 3, the host and Yi Qingya's favorability is increased to life and death together. The system prompt sounded quietly in my mind. I was stunned for a moment. Then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Very good. It seems that my efforts tonight were not in vain. Especially the favorability of life and death. It makes me feel warm in my heart. I lowered my head and looked at the lovely woman in my arms, who had buried her head deeply in my chest, acting like a kitten and acting coquettishly. My eyes became extremely gentle. I reached out and gently stroked her soft hair. Nothing said. For a long, long time. Yi Qingya slowly raised her head. There were still traces of tears on her face. But those beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She looked at me with eyes filled with deep love and emotion. She slowly came up. He whispered softly in my ear, in a voice that only I could hear. The voice was so soft that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of it. It's so sweet that it makes people's hearts melt. Husband. She blushed and called out softly. Thank you. Her voice was very soft. But, it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Thank me for what? I asked with a smile. Chapter 36. Zhang Man was completely convinced. You are my boss from now on. Thank me for what? I asked with a smile, reaching out my hand and gently scratching her cute nose, which was slightly red due to shyness. Fool. I should do anything for you. Because you are my woman. My voice was soft but full of unquestionable dominance. Yi Qingya listened and felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She stood on tiptoe slightly. He took the initiative and kissed her again. It was a kiss filled with gratitude, love, and deep dependence. Hot and long. And Zhang Man, the super light bulb who claimed to have a power of 1000 watts, experienced a brief embarrassment. With an anti-smile on her face, she took out her cell phone from her pocket. Then, he pressed the shutter button frantically at the two of us. Crack. Crack. The sound was clear and loud. Yi Qingya. The two of us, like two frightened rabbits, separated in an instant. Yi Qingya's face instantly turned red as if it was about to bleed. She was embarrassed and anxious, stamping her feet and scolding Zhang Man, who had a look of knowing all the plans on his face. Sister man. What are you doing? He. Zhang Man looked at the absolutely beautiful kissing photos on her phone and smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. Material. She said as a matter of course. What great PR material. When the sun comes up, release these photos. What do you mean by mistress taking over? What do you mean by greasy sponsor? All of it, bullshit. This is the ironclad evidence of divine love. I listened to her professional speech, which was always about her field, and I felt both amused and sad. Yi Qingya was both embarrassed and angry. She rushed over and tried to snatch Zhang Man's cell phone. The two women instantly started fighting on the sofa. I couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth when I saw that vivid and beautiful picture. Okay, stop messing around. I coughed and forcibly ended this frolic that could have triggered a world war. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Everyone go to bed. I said in an unquestionable tone. I've rested enough. There's another good show tomorrow. We're going to see it. The next day. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and fills the entire living room. An unprecedented internet earthquake broke out without any warning. Countless netizens who were still asleep were all awakened by the crazy pop-up news push on their mobile phones like bombers. Shocking news. Tianyu Entertainment president Wang Hai was arrested at his home last night. According to insiders, he is suspected of tax evasion, money laundering, and even involvement in multiple disappearances of female artists. Entertainment industry earthquake. Private photos and recordings of a list actress by Shui have been leaked. The content is shockingly explicit and exposes a complete power for sex industry chain. Major changes in Beijing. Gu Group declared bankruptcy early this morning. Its chairman, Gu Jianjun, along with his children and grandchildren, surrendered to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Their crimes include 1. Another one. Every piece of news is like a heavy nuclear bomb. In an instant, the entire Chinese internet exploded. Weibo crashed. Zhihu collapsed. The headlines have collapsed. All social media platforms have collectively been paralyzed at this moment. Countless people who were watching the shocking melons on their phones were dumbfounded when they saw those shocking melons that were more exciting and thrilling than Hollywood blockbusters. Their brains have completely lost the ability to think. Only 2 words left. Fuck. And, when they connected these seemingly unrelated shocking cases with the one that was still ranked first on the hot search yesterday, hashtag deeply digging into the man behind the queen hashtag, they finally understood. A terrifying chill that made them tremble from the depths of their souls instantly swept through their entire bodies. Yesterday, he was still online, frantically stirring up trouble and smearing Yi Qingya and the mysterious man Chen, who were the main forces. Tianyu Entertainment. White Snow. Gu Chunfeng. Surprisingly, all of them were uprooted overnight? And he used this kind of thundering method that could be called divine means? This is too much of a coincidence, right? No. This is definitely not a coincidence. This is clearly a long-planned one-sided massacre. It was that man, the mysterious Queen of Heaven, Chen, who launched the bloodiest and cruelest revenge on all his enemies. Oh my god. What kind of god have I messed with? This Chen is so fucking terrifying, isn't he? His methods are simply extraordinary. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have scolded him yesterday. Boss. Please treat me like shit and let me go. Wow, wow, wow. I declare that from today on, I am Chen's #1 die-hard fan. This is so damn domineering. He is simply the perfect domineering CEO in my mind. The entire network was completely boiling. Those who were still there before, madly insulting and questioning me. At this moment, everyone turned their guns around. He began to flatter me from all angles with an enthusiasm that was 10 or 100 times more exaggerated than yesterday. And my mysterious account Chen, which only has a name and no avatar, has skyrocketed to 10 million followers in just 1 hour. Directly reached the top and became the #1 trending search on Weibo. Hashtag explosion. This is strength. In the face of absolute strength. All the conspiracies and tricks are vulnerable. Thompson Epine, top floor villa. Zhang Man looked at the devastating news on her phone that could be described as earth-shattering. She looked again at the man who was wearing a pink Hello Kitty apron and preparing a loving breakfast for Yi Qingya in the kitchen, without haste. She could no longer bear this terrifying shock that was enough to completely shatter her entire worldview. Her legs went limp. With a plop sound. He actually knelt down in front of my tall figure without hesitation. That posture was so pious as if he was worshipping a real god. Su, Mr. Su. Her voice was trembling. She looked at me with eyes full of fanatical admiration. No. From today on. You are my boss. I, Zhang Man, am yours in this life. In death, I will be your dead. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Please. Take me in. I walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of freshly fried heart-shaped poached eggs. Looking at Zhang Man kneeling on the ground, crying and snotting, insisting on being my little brother. I was a little bit amused and confused. I turned my head and looked at the lovely woman who was sitting at the dining table, waiting for me to feed her with a happy look on her face. I spread my hands helplessly and asked with a smile. Wife, you said I accepted her? Or, don't accept it? Chapter 37 triggers the mission, build your own entertainment empire. Wife, do you think I accepted her? Or, don't accept it? My words are like a hot potato. In an instant, it was thrown into the hands of Yi Qingya, who was waiting for me to feed her with a happy look on her face. She was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Zhang Man, who was still kneeling on the ground with a begging for shelter expression on her face, and felt a little amused. Of course, she knew what kind of person her best friend and Iron Lady agent was. To put it nicely, it means being smart, capable, and able to judge the situation. To put it bluntly, it is extreme realism and admiration for the strong. Now, she was obviously completely impressed by my series of miracle and extraordinary methods. That's why I put aside all my pride and bowed down without hesitation. I want to hug tightly my golden thigh, which is thicker than Optimus Prime. You. Yi Qingya looked at Zhang Man, whose pitiful appearance made her heart soften. After all, the two of them have been together for 10 years. We have been like sisters for a long time. She turned her head, tugged at the corner of my clothes and pleaded for her in a low voice. Hubby, why not, just accept Sister Man? She is, though, a bit realistic sometimes. But she is really good to me. And her business ability is among the best in the entire industry. In the future, our company will also need someone like her to manage it, right? Our company? When I heard these words, my eyebrows raised slightly. What? My dear wife, are you planning to start your own business? Yi Qingya nodded heavily. There was an unprecedented confidence and light shining in her eyes. Before, she had already become discouraged due to the restrictions of her contract and the suppression of the company, and even had the idea of quitting the entertainment industry. But now, it's different. Behind her, there is a man who is capable of holding up the entire sky for her. She no longer wants to be constrained by anyone. She wants to sing the songs she wants to sing. Shoot the scenes you want to shoot. Live a brand new self. The premise of all this is to own a company that belongs entirely to you. Good. I looked at her cute and high-spirited look and smiled. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. I'll do as you say. You said to start a company, so we will start a company. Whoever you choose to be CEO, then let him be CEO. My tone was filled with unquestionable pampering. Thank you, husband. Yi Qingya happily gave me a kiss on the face. Then, he turned around and said with a smile to Zhang Man, who was still kneeling on the ground with an expectant look on her face. Sister Man, did you hear that? Why don't you thank your future boss? Ah? Zhang Man was instantly stunned by this huge surprise that came out of nowhere. CEO? I'm going to be a CEO? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss lady. After she realized what was happening, she was so excited that she was incoherent. While he was kowtowing to me madly, he was also bowing to Yi Qingya madly. That funny look made Yi Qingya and I couldn't help but laugh. However, just then, that cold mechanical synthesized sound rang in my mind again without any warning. Ding! It has been detected that the host has a preliminary entrepreneurial idea and has obtained the absolute loyalty of a core team member CEO Zhang Man. The main quest of the God-level daddy system has been triggered. Main mission, Entertainment Empire. Mission description, as a God-level, all-around dad, the host must not only make his wife the happiest woman in the world, but also make her the most dazzling diva in the world. The host is requested to establish his own entertainment company and develop it into the world's top entertainment empire within a year. Mission Phase 1, Establishment of the company. Stage requirements, please complete the company registration, site selection, and initial staff recruitment within 1 week. Stage reward, 1 system-specific building, absolute domain recording studio. System points plus 10,000. Also, unlock the artist development template. I looked at the golden main task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, and for a moment I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. System boss? Isn't the way you posted this task a bit too random? I'm just chatting with my wife. Why are you suddenly going to build an entertainment empire? Isn't this a bit too big a step? However, when I saw that outrageously generous mission reward, my eyes widened instantly. Absolute domain recording studio? 10,000 points? Also, a brand new artist development template? Oh shit. This reward is fucking awesome, right? Done. I have built this empire. Jesus, even you can't stop me. I said it. My expression changed instantly. That lazy house husband temperament disappeared. Instead, there is a kind of domineering attitude that allows one to point out the way forward and make decisions, absolutely domineering. I slowly stood up. Walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down, the bustling city below is like a steel forest. My eyes are very calm. As calm as the Dead Sea before a storm. Xiao Zhang. I spoke lightly. Here. Boss, give your orders. Zhang Man was startled and immediately got up from the ground and stood up straight. The company's registration and staff recruitment are now left to you. My voice is unquestionable. I have only one request. A person may not have experience, but he must have absolute loyalty. Money is not a problem. I want you to build a top-notch operations team for me within 3 days. Yes. Boss. I promise to complete the task. Zhang Man was so excited that her face turned red. She knows. She made the right bet. From this moment on, her life will completely take off. As for the company's location, I paused, and the corners of my mouth curled up into a mysterious arc. I turned my head and looked at the lovely woman who was looking at me with admiration. I smiled at her and asked slowly. Wife, you said our company is on the top floor of the Magic City Center building opposite Tomsonipine. How about it? Chapter 38. The company is called Chensi to light the way forward for my wife. Honey, tell me, our company is located on the top floor of the Magic City Center building across from Tomsonipine. How about it? My words are very light. Like a feather. It brushed past gently. Yi Qingya and Zhang Mana, whose hearts had just been bombarded by a series of God-level operations, were in tatters. Then, once again, a hydrogen bomb with a super-large yield was detonated. Devil City Center building? Zhang Man's eyes suddenly widened bigger than a cow's. She pointed at the tallest building in China outside the window, which was like a sharp sword piercing the sky and reaching into the sky. Her voice was trembling. You mean, there? I nodded calmly. As if talking about a trivial matter. There's a good view there. Qingya, from now on, if you miss me, you can just stand by the office window and see home. Me too. Very convenient. Convenient? Very, very convenient? Jiang Man, after listening to my extremely Versailles speech, she felt her knees go weak. Almost again, give me, kneel down. Oh my god. Boss. Do you have any misunderstanding about the word convenience? That's the fucking Magic City Center building. It is the landmark of the entire Magic City. Yes, countless Fortune 500 companies are trying their best but still can't rent a toilet. You, just for convenience, are separated from your wife by a river? So, where do you want to open the company? Damn, it's the top floor? This is fucking not just about being rich and willful. This is fucking the world of the super rich. Mortals simply cannot understand it. Yi Qingya was completely melted by my extremely romantic and magical operation. She looked at my profile, which looked particularly handsome in the morning light. Looking at the undisguised pampering and love in his eyes. Her heart was beating so fast. It was so fast that it seemed to jump out of my throat. Her eyes unconsciously became moist again. This man. How can he be so good? He always inadvertently makes some romantic moves that are enough to make any woman fall for him. Domineering yet gentle to the extreme. Good. She walked up to me and hugged me gently from behind. She pressed her soft cheek against my broad back. He spoke softly with a happy voice that had a strong nasal tone. I'll do as you say. Where you say it is there. Ahem. Next to him, Jiang Man's cough, full of desire to survive, was heard. She looked at the scene in front of her, where they were showing off their love so crazily early in the morning, and she felt like her teeth were about to ache. That, boss. Boss lady. She quickly changed the subject and asked in a flattering tone. Then what is the name of our company? I need to think about it first. I'll need it when I go to register. Name? I was stunned when I heard this question. Then, he laughed. I turned around and gently embraced the lovely woman who was still acting coquettishly in my arms. I lowered my head, looked into her eyes that were as bright as stars, and spoke softly. Our company. Just call it Morning Light. Morning Light? Yi Qingya and Jiang Man were both stunned for a moment. This name is very nice. Full of hope and light. But, is there any special meaning? I looked at the two of them, their eyes full of curiosity, and smiled. I reached out and gently stroked Yi Qingya's soft hair. My voice is very soft and gentle. However, it carries a deep affection that is enough to move heaven and earth. Su Chen's Chan. The homophone of yet in Yi Qingya means the glow before dawn. Chen Guang and Xiaxi. Together, it means dawn. I paused, looked into her beautiful eyes that were completely infatuated, and spoke solemnly, word by word. I want to set up a company using our name. I want this company to be, like, the first ray of sunshine in the morning. Illuminate all the roads ahead for you. To dispel all the darkness and gloom for you. Let you, from now on, forever, live in the warmest light. Boom. My words are like the hottest warm current. In an instant, the last line of defense in Yi Qingya's heart was broken through. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him again. It was a kiss full of emotion and deep, inextricable love. Hot and desperate. Jiang Man standing aside had already been completely killed. She squatted on the ground, covering her heart with her hands and looking painful. Ouch. She let out a wail that was not like a human voice. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. This dog food is poisonous. It's so damn poisonous. Boss. Please. Give me a chance to live. I want to live a few more years. Looking at the couple in front of her who were kissing each other as if they were completely oblivious to the surroundings, she felt that her career as a manager over the years had been a waste of time. Look at them. This is fucking love. This is fucking life. Compared with Mr. Su, those so-called superstars I followed in the past were simply a bunch of uncivilized primitive people. No. Even primitive people understand romance better than them. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Qingya's face was as red as the sunset in the sky. She buried her head in my chest shyly like an ostrich. That look is extremely cute. I looked at her shy look and smiled. I turned my head to look at Jiang Man, who was still drawing circles on the ground and doubting her life, and said lightly. Xiao Zhang. Here. Boss, give me your orders. Zhang Man shuddered and instantly recovered to full health. Now, go register these 4 words, Chensi Entertainment for me. By the way, please help me contact the property management of the Magic City Center building. I paused and spoke in an extremely calm tone. But he said something that was enough to make the entire business community in Shanghai tremble. Tell them I bought the top 2 floors. They can name the price. Then, how much registered capital does the company need? Zhang Man asked cautiously. Chapter 39, the first prenatal checkup, the husband is more nervous than the wife. Then, how much capital do we need to register the company? Zhang Man asked cautiously. She felt that with Mr. Su, who spent money like water and was a wealthy man, he would have to register a company first, maybe a few billion, just for fun, right? However, my answer once again refreshed her cognition. I stretched out a finger. In their eyes, both were filled with anticipation and shock. Said lightly. Register first, 100 million. Ah? Zhang Man was stunned. Only 100 million? Boss. Are you being a little too low-key? It costs more than this to buy a house. 100 million is just the starting capital. I saw through her thoughts, smiled, and explained. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. There's no need to make it so earth-shattering at the beginning. Being low-key is the way to go. Yes. Great idea, boss. Zhang Man suddenly had an epiphany. She looked at me with eyes as deep as the sea, full of fanatical admiration. High. It's really high. Look at their layout. This realm. At every turn, it's the Sea of Stars. And I am still struggling with that mere few hundred million registered capital. It's simply so vulgar. Boss, you are worthy of being the boss. I still have a lot to learn. The next few days, the entire demon city fell into an extremely strange and quiet state. All the rumors about Yi Qingya on the internet have long since disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was crazy praise for the divine song The Wind Rises. And all kinds of deified speculations about the mysterious man who became the Queen of Heaven, Chen. Countless media reporters are trying like crazy to find out who this Chen of mine is. But in the end, all failed. Because, there is always Ma. All my information is classified as the highest level of national confidentiality. Not to mention them, even the FBI couldn't find out a single thing. However, the business world in Shanghai is even more turbulent. Tianyu Entertainment, the former industry giant, collapsed overnight. President Wang Hai was thrown into jail. The artists under its banner scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. As a result, the entire entertainment industry has been shaken up. Countless capital tycoons smelled the blood and wanted to rush in to get a piece of the pie. But they soon discovered a bigger and more delicious cake has been reserved in advance. A mysterious company called Chensi Entertainment suddenly appeared. In an almost arrogant manner. Directly, I bought the top floor of the entire Magic City Center building with full payment. And they started recruiting people from all over the society with high salaries. The scale of the move was so huge that it frightened all the tycoons who called themselves capital. They are all guessing. What kind of terrifying deity is standing behind this Chensi Entertainment? However, to the outside world, all of this, I don't care at all. Because at this moment, I am facing the biggest challenge of my life. Accompany my wife to the prenatal checkup. Magic City, the top private obstetrics and gynecology hospital. At the entrance of the VIP clinic, I paced back and forth in the corridor, feeling restless. My palms are full of sweat. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat. The level of tension was 10 times more exaggerated than when I was on the rooftop, fighting 15 people at once. Hey, could you please stop spinning? It's making me dizzy. Next to me, Yi Qingya, who was sitting on a bench with a leisurely look on her face, looked at me, who was at a loss, and said with a helpless look. She is the pregnant woman who needs to go in for a checkup. Why, you're even more nervous than her. How can I not be nervous? I stopped and looked at her still flat belly, my voice trembling. What if the doctor says there's something unhealthy about the baby? What if you are malnourished? Just in case. There aren't that many chances. Yi Qingya was amused by my worrying look. She stood up and walked over, took my hand, and spoke softly to comfort me. Don't worry, husband. I can feel that our baby is very healthy and full of energy. Besides, you make so many delicious foods for me every day. My nutrition is absolutely the best in the world. Her voice was like a warm spring breeze. In an instant, most of the anxiety in my heart was relieved. Ms. Yi Qingya, Mr. Su Chen, please come in. Just then, the door of the clinic opened. An amiable old lady with white hair and wearing a white coat waved to us with a smile. She is Professor Sun Ximiao, the top obstetrician and gynecologist in the country. That's right, I spent a lot of money to hire a royal doctor to protect Yi Qingya. Hello, Grandma Sunday. Yi Qingya called out sweetly. Then, he pulled me, still standing there like a log, into the clinic. The following series of inspections went smoothly. Blood test, urine test, blood pressure test. Yi Qingya remained calm throughout the entire process. As for me, I was like Granny Lu who entered the Grand View Garden for the first time. I was in a state of high tension and alert throughout the whole process. Doctor, please be gentle when drawing blood. My wife is afraid of pain. Doctor, is the radiation high? Will it affect the baby? Doctor. Professor Sun couldn't help but laugh when he saw that nervous look. He, Mr. Su, there's no need to be so nervous. She spoke to me kindly. I have been an obstetrician and gynecologist all my life. It's the first time I've seen a husband as worried about his wife as you are. Qingya is really so lucky. Her words brought a sweet smile to Yi Qingya's face. Finally. Now comes the last and most important step. The ultrasound. When Yi Qingya lay on the examination bed, revealing her still smooth and flat belly, my heart once again rose to my throat. I held her hand tightly, staring at the cold screen of the ultrasound machine next to me without blinking. He looked even more focused than, say, the stock chart of his own company. Professor Sun applied the cold coupling agent on Yi Qingya's belly. Then he picked up the probe and moved it slowly. Soon, on the screen, which was originally pitch black, a small, blurry shadow appeared. That shadow was very small. Like a tiny bean sprout. But, knock, 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 knock. A strong and powerful heartbeat like a war drum suddenly passed through the loudspeaker of the instrument and resounded throughout the quiet clinic. That sound is full of the power of life. Boom! My brain, at this moment, went blank. I stared blankly at the little life on the screen. Listened to the strong and powerful heartbeat. My eyes unconsciously turned red. An unprecedented, indescribable, wonderful feeling instantly flooded my whole body. That is the feeling of blood connection. That is a brand new life is announcing his arrival to me. I'm going to be a father. I, Su Chen, am really going to be a father. Baby, he's very healthy. Professor Sun looked at the screen and said with a smile. The heartbeat is very strong. It's developing very well. I couldn't control my inner emotions anymore after listening to her words. A drop of hot tear fell uncontrollably from the corner of my eye. I, the man who remains calm even in the face of thousands of troops. At this moment, I actually cried like a child. Husband. Yi Qingya looked at me, crying with joy, and I couldn't help but have tears in my eyes. She reached out her hand, gently wiped the tears from my face, and asked softly, do you think our baby will look like you or me in the future? Chapter 40. Hearing the baby's heartbeat, Su Chen was as excited as a child. Do you think our baby will look like you or me? Yi Qingya's voice was very light and soft. Like a feather. Gently, it brushed across my heart, which was completely overwhelmed by the huge sense of happiness. I raised my head. The pair of eyes, slightly red from crying with joy, stared at her blankly. Looking at her face, which appeared particularly gentle and beautiful under the dim light of the ultrasound screen. Looking at her, a happy smile on her face was full of maternal radiance. My heart was so soft and broken at this moment. It doesn't matter who you look like. I reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The voice had an imperceptible tremor due to extreme excitement. As long as it's our child. He is the most perfect angel in this world. My words brought an even sweeter smile to Yi Qingya's face. She held my hand tightly. The two of them just looked quietly at that tiny life on the screen. Listened to the strong and powerful heartbeat like a war drum. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment. All that remains is the closely connected heartbeats of our family of three. Knock, 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 knock. That sound is the most beautiful music in the world. It is the most primitive hymn of life. I just watched and listened intently. The whole person was immersed in an indescribable, wonderful feeling. It seems like the whole world has nothing to do with me anymore. All that's left in my eyes and heart is that little life. And his heartbeat, full of life. I even reached out and wanted to touch the small shadow on the screen. Professor Sun standing next to him couldn't help laughing at his silly look. He, Mr. Su, you don't need to be so excited. She spoke to me kindly. Baby, it's still very small, just a tiny embryo. In a few months, he will slowly grow up and have little hands and feet. Then you will be able to see him more clearly. Aha! I nodded vigorously like a primary school student who had been praised by the teacher. My eyes are still staring at the screen without blinking. I'm afraid that I will miss any wonderful moment about my baby. That nervous yet expectant look was just like a child watching a 3D movie for the first time. Okay, Su Chen. Yi Qingya looked at me like a fool and pulled my hand with a helpless look. The inspection has been completed. We should go out now. Ah. Is this all? I was stunned for a moment, and a trace of loss appeared on my face. Professor Sun. Can you let us watch for a little longer? I spoke to Professor Sun in an almost pleading tone. He looked like a child who wanted to play with toys for a while longer and was acting like a spoiled child to an adult. Puff. Yi Qingya and Professor Sun were both amused by my childish look. Mr. Su, don't worry. Professor Sun said with a smile. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Every month from now on, you can accompany Qingya for prenatal checkups. Then you will be able to witness your baby growing up day by day with your own eyes. Really? My eyes lit up instantly. Then when can I come next time? I asked impatiently. Next month's, today. Professor Sun replied with a smile. Okay. I'll take note. I nodded heavily like a warrior who had received a sacred mission. She looked so serious, as if next month's prenatal checkup was more important than signing a contract worth tens of billions. Come out of the B ultrasound room. My mood still remains unsettled for a long time. The sound of my baby's strong heartbeat kept echoing in my mind. Knock, 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 knock. That voice is like a pair of the warmest little hands. It completely filled my lonely heart that had been wandering for 23 years. I feel like I own the whole world. Hubby, what are you grinning at? Yi Qingya looked at me, absent-minded and silly, and pinched my face with a funny look. He. I scratched my head and smiled foolishly like a young boy who was just beginning to fall in love. Honey, I'm just so happy. When I think about the fact that soon we will have a baby who is as beautiful as you and as smart as me. I just can't help it. I want to laugh. My words brought an even sweeter smile to Yi Qingya's face. She took the initiative to reach out and hold my arm. She pressed her soft body tightly against mine. She leaned her head on my shoulder and responded softly. That voice was filled with infinite longing for the future. The two of us just snuggled together quietly. Walking in the quiet corridor of the hospital filled with the smell of disinfectant. The sunlight shines through the window and falls on us. Make our shadows very, very long. The picture is harmonious and beautiful. Like the most moving oil painting. By the way, husband. Suddenly, Yi Qingya seemed to remember something, raised her head and said to me. Grandma Sun just said that I'm in the early stages of pregnancy and my emotions are more sensitive. Let me listen to some soothing music. Didn't you write a piece of prenatal music for the baby before? Can you write a few more songs? She looked at me, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. She really likes the song Baby's Song that I wrote. Sure. I agreed without thinking. Joke. My wife's request must be an imperial decree. Don't even mention it, just a few songs. Just let her hold a prenatal education concert, no problem. After all, my mind contains the entire Earth's music library. But. I paused and looked at her, her cute face full of anticipation, and she smiled. Music alone is not enough. I think we should tell him some more bedtime stories. Bedtime story? Yi Qingya was stunned for a moment. Baby, he's still so young, can he understand? Of course, I said with a confident look on my face. Scientists say that prenatal education is very helpful for the baby's intellectual development. As I spoke, I was thinking in my mind. Andersen's fairy tales? Grimm's fairy tales? Or 1001 Nights? It seems that they are all pretty good. Or, tell him everything again? Ding. The host has been detected to have a keen interest in the early education of their offspring. System special task, now triggered. Quest name, The God-Level Dad's Literary Cultivation. Task content, please create at least 10 original, high-quality prenatal music pieces for your baby within 1 month. Also, personally tell your baby at least 20 original bedtime stories. Quest reward, System special skill, God-Level Novelist. System points plus 20,000. I looked at the task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me again, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. No. System boss? Did you install a surveillance camera on me? I was just chatting with my wife. What, another fucking mission was triggered? And he's also a God-level novelist? This reward is too outrageous, right? Husband, what's wrong with you? Yi Qingya looked at me and asked curiously with a dazed expression again. Don't you think it's too troublesome? No. It's okay. If you don't have time, No trouble. Not at all. I was startled and came to my senses in an instant. I looked at her with a serious face and said. That serious look seemed like he was accepting an extremely sacred mission. Wife. Don't worry. From today on, I will not only write songs for our baby. I'm going to write a book for him. I want him to be the most cultured baby in the world. Yi Qingya was once again confused by my sudden bold words. Write a book? Husband, you can also write novels? Chapter 41 A Call from the Yi Family in Beijing, A Breath of Arrogance. Husband, you can also write novels? Yi Qingya looked at me with her beautiful eyes filled with little stars. The adoration was so intense that she almost wanted to give birth to a baby on the spot. The cute look on her face filled my heart with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. I laughed. I reached out and gently scratched her straight and beautiful nose. How? Don't you believe it? Your husband, I'm a literary giant who was delayed by music and cooking? My tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Believe it. Of course I believe it. Yi Qingya nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She now worships me blindly. Don't say yes, just write a novel. I told her now that I can actually drive a Gundam. She would believe it without hesitation. Then what story are you going to write? She asked expectantly. Yes, a magical world like Harry Potter? Or is it an epic masterpiece like A Song of Ice and Fire? No. I shook my head. As I looked at her slightly bulging belly, my eyes became extremely gentle. I want to write a fairy tale about love, friendship, and protection. The name of the story is... I paused, and a mysterious curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. The Little Prince. The next few days, our lives finally returned to the long-lost peace. I make delicious food for Yi Qingya in different ways every day. I will use my God-level cooking skills to keep her and the baby in her belly plump and healthy. However, Yi Qingya completely put down all her work. Every day, I just stay at home peacefully and take care of my baby. Listen to the prenatal education music I created for her and the baby. Read the fairy tale I wrote for her and the baby. The manuscript of the book titled The Little Prince had been filled with a thick stack in just a few days. Every word is filled with my deep and unbreakable love for her and the baby. She would often lean in my arms and read those warm and healing words, her eyes would unconsciously become red. Then he raised his head and gave me a kiss brighter than the sun. Days like that are filled with warmth, sweetness, and happiness. It seems as if the whole world has nothing to do with us. We are each other's whole world. Zhang Man, on the other hand, has completely transformed into a crazy workaholic. She goes out early and comes back late every day. Use the almost unlimited startup capital I gave her. And she has built up a strong network of contacts in the industry over more than 10 years. He handled all matters concerning Chensi Entertainment with swift and decisive action. recruiting the company's registered personnel, decorating the office space. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. She was filled with unprecedented energy, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Because, she knows. She is not working for others. She is creating an entertainment empire of their own. A legend that is destined to go down in history. However, just when we all thought that such peaceful and beautiful days would last forever, an unexpected call from an unexpected guest broke everything. That afternoon, Yi Qingya and I were snuggling on the sofa, watching a boring love movie. Her cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Beijing. Yi Qingya frowned and subconsciously wanted to hang up. However, when she saw clearly that familiar string of numbers, her face turned pale in an instant. It was a pale color without any blood. Her face, which had just been filled with a happy smile, froze in an instant. All the light in those beautiful eyes seemed to be extinguished in an instant. All that was left was endless complexity and a hint of fear hidden deep in his eyes. What's wrong? I immediately realized that something was wrong with her. I reached out and held her little hand, which had become cold due to nervousness. Nothing. She forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Then he pressed the hang-up button with trembling hands. However, the phone rang again without giving up. Over and over again. Like a death warrant. My brows furrowed. I took the phone from her hand, which was still vibrating wildly. I took a look and saw the caller ID. Then he pressed the answer button. Also, the hands-free mode is turned on. Yi Qingya. You've become so capable, haven't you? You even dared to hang up my phone? As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice, full of anger and questioning, suddenly exploded from the receiver. That voice carried the arrogance of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. And a kind of arrogance that comes from the bones. Yi Qingya's body trembled suddenly. Her face became even paler. She bit her lip, lowered her head and dared not say a word. That aggrieved and frightened look made it look like a kitten that had done something wrong. Seeing this, I felt a surge of anger in my heart. Who are you? I spoke lightly. The voice is very cold. The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect that the person who answered the phone would be a man. He was stunned for a moment. Then he questioned in a more arrogant tone. Who are you? Where's Qingya? Let her answer the phone. The tone of command was so matter-of-fact, as if I was just a servant who was not worthy of talking to him. She's not convenient. My voice became even colder. If you have something, tell me. Tell you? There was a disdainful sneer from the other end of the phone. Who the hell are you? You're qualified to talk to me? I'm telling you, kid, I don't care who you are. Immediately ask Yi Qingya to answer the phone. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. He. I laughed out loud at his words. How many years have passed? It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in this tone. This fool who doesn't know how to live or die is the first one. It will also be the last one. I didn't waste time talking to him anymore. I just said a word slowly. One sentence was enough to make the arrogant man on the other end of the phone shut up instantly. Yi Wenba, right? Yi Qingya's father? Beijing, the current head of the Yi family? I said that, didn't I? The other end of the phone fell into deathly silence. It took a full half-minute. Yi Wenba's voice, filled with surprise and doubt, sounded again. You, who are you? This time the arrogance in his tone disappeared. Instead, there is a deep fear. He didn't expect it. The other party could actually reveal his identity in one sentence. It doesn't matter who I am. I said lightly. It's important. I reached out and held the lovely woman who was still shivering beside me tightly in my arms. Then, he spoke clearly into the phone, word for word. I am the father of the child in her belly. It's hers too, man. From now on, I will be fully responsible for everything concerning her. You. Yi Wenba was obviously very angry about my arrogant declaration. Nonsense. This is pure nonsense. He roared in frustration. Yi Qingya. Listen to me. I don't care what kind of magic potion that wild man fed you. I'll give you 3 days. Right now, get back to the capital. Otherwise, I will pretend that you are not my daughter. Beep beep beep. After saying that, he hung up the phone angrily. The entire living room returned to tranquility. Only Yi Qingya's suppressed low sobs remained. She buried her head in my arms and cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Whoa, why do they always force me like this? I looked at her pitiful face with tears in her eyes and my heart ached. A cold, murderous intent flashed across my eyes. Beijing, Yi family? Very good. You succeeded in provoking me. I patted her back gently and soothed her softly. Okay, don't cry. With your husband here, no one can force you. I paused, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. Don't they want you to go home? Yi Qingya raised her head, stared at me with her red and swollen eyes, and asked in confusion. Then let's go back. I laughed. The smile was very cold. Also very domineering. I want to see it with my own eyes. This, the so-called Beijing family. What the hell is that thing? Chapter 42, You want us to abort the baby? I want to see it with my own eyes. This so-called Beijing family. What the hell is that thing? My words are very calm. But it carries with it an overwhelming domineering aura that is enough to change the color of heaven and earth. In his arms, Yi Qingya, who was still trembling, stopped crying instantly. She raised her head. Those beautiful eyes, red and swollen from crying, stared at me blankly. Looking at my profile, which appears particularly cold and resolute in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security and an indescribable feeling of being moved. This man. He is always like this. When she was most helpless and desperate. Like a god descending from the sky. Provide her with an absolutely safe sky. Block all the wind and rain behind him. Su Chen. She reached out and gently stroked my tense jawline, with a hint of deep worry in her voice. Don't get into conflict with them for my sake. They are not nouveau riche like the Gu family. The Yi family is a truly prestigious family in the capital. The background is very deep. The power is also very great. We can't afford to offend. Her voice was filled with deep fear. Obviously, the so-called Yi family left her with an extremely deep psychological shadow. Can't afford to offend? I laughed when I heard what she said. The smile was very cold. Also, disdainful. I turned my head and looked at her cute face full of worry, then reached out and gently scratched her nose. Wife, do you have any misunderstanding about your husband's strength? Just one, the Yi family in Beijing. In my eyes. I paused, my tone extremely calm. But he said something that was enough to make the entire capital city tremble. But they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Yi Qingya was completely stunned by my domineering declaration. She opened her mouth and stared at me blankly, unable to utter a word. I didn't explain to her anymore. I took out my cell phone and dialed a number in front of her. Hello, Mr. Ma. Book me 2 first-class tickets to Beijing tonight. By the way, please arrange for me to meet with Yi Jiangwo, the old man of the Yi family, tomorrow morning. Let's set the venue at the Daiao Yutai State Guest House. Tell him it's me, Su Chen wants to see him. He will come. After saying that, I hung up the phone neatly. The whole process went smoothly. The way I command the world with such an arrogant look on my face, as if I were the true king standing at the pinnacle of power. The next day, morning. Building 18, Daiao Yutai State Guest House, Beijing. This place is specially used to receive foreign heads of state. But at this moment, the place was completely cleared out. An old man with gray hair, wearing a Zhongshan suit, but with a vigorous spirit and a terrifying aura of majesty without even being angry, was sitting upright on a throne with his eyes closed, resting. He is the pillar of the Yi family, Yi Jiangwo. A legendary figure who was once decisive and ruthless on the battlefield and a powerful figure in the political arena. Behind him stood a trembling middle-aged man. It was Yi Wenba, the one who was left speechless by me on the phone yesterday. At this moment, there was no trace of arrogance on his face anymore. All that is left is endless fear and anxiety. He still hasn't figured it out. Who on earth is that guy who dares to speak to him in that tone? It was so amazing that his old father, who was so arrogant, rushed back from the sanatorium in Shishan overnight. And cancelled all important meetings. Just to see him? Dad, you said, that guy named Su Chen. Yi Wenbo finally couldn't help but speak cautiously. Shut up. Yi Jiangluo didn't even open his eyes, but just coldly spat out 2 words. The voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Yi Wenbo was so frightened that he dared not make any sound for a moment. Just then, the heavy mahogany door of the box was slowly pushed open from the outside. I walked in holding Yi Qingya's cold little hand with a calm face. There was a faint smile on my face. I looked so calm and composed, as if I wasn't here to negotiate. Instead, I came to my own back garden for a walk. You are Su Chen? Yi Jiangluo slowly opened his eyes, which were a little cloudy but still as sharp as an eagle. His eyes were like 2 extremely sharp knives. In an instant, it locked onto me. A terrifying murderous aura, forged in a sea of corpses and blood, instantly swept towards me. It's enough to scare any ordinary person to death. I, however, acted as if nothing had happened. I even smiled at him. The murderous aura that was enough to scare thousands of soldiers and horses disappeared in an instant the moment it touched my body, just like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. Yi Jiangluo's pupils shrank slightly. For the first time, a trace of emotion appeared on his face. Good boy. Quite interesting. Just this kind of composure to remain calm even when facing a crisis. It is enough to kill 99% of the so-called geniuses in the capital in seconds. Qingya, come here. He didn't pay any attention to me anymore. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yi Qingya, the one beside me, who had been keeping her head down and not daring to look at him since she entered the door. His voice softened a little. But, still, it carries an unquestionable majesty. Grandpa. Yi Qingya's body trembled violently. She subconsciously wanted to let go of my hand. But I held on tighter. I pulled her over and sat down in front of the huge round table. Then he looked up at the high and mighty old man of the Yi family and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for this nonsense. We are all very busy." Presumptuous. Yi Wenbo, who was standing by, instantly got furious. He pointed at me angrily and roared, "Kid! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to my dad in that tone?" Bang! A crisp, slapping sound rang out instantly. Yi Jiangluo actually slapped his disappointing son hard in the face. "Do you have the right to speak here?" He scolded coldly. "Get out of here. Dad." Yi Wenbo, covering his swollen face, looked at his father in disbelief. "Roll!" Yi Jiangluo shouted again. The sound was like thunder coming out of nowhere. Yi Wenbo was so frightened that he shuddered and crawled out of the box. The whole room finally became quiet. Yi Jiangluo turned his gaze to me again. This time, there was no contempt in his eyes. Instead, there is a deep solemnity. "Mr. Su, right?" He spoke slowly. "Name your price. How much money do you want to leave Qingya? And, let her abort the evil creature in her belly." Boom! His words were like the most ruthless hammer. It hit Yi Qingya's heart hard. Her face, which had just regained a hint of color, turned pale again in an instant. Her body kept shaking. His eyes were red again. Bastard! It turns out that in their eyes, the fruit of her love with Su Chen. Just a bastard that shouldn't exist. I looked at her pitiful and heartbroken appearance and my heart ached. A huge rage suddenly exploded from the bottom of my heart. I slowly stood up. Looking at this old guy in front of me who thinks he is superior. The corners of my mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. Old man. My voice is very soft. But, it is like the sharpest knife. It fiercely penetrated into Yi Jiangluo's proud heart. What did you just say? Let's abort the baby? I laughed. The smile was very cold. Also, crazy. You guys, are you worthy? Chapter 43. Su Chen protects his wife domineeringly. I will protect her and the child. You guys, are you worthy? My voice is very soft. But, it's like an invisible hammer. It hit Yi Jiangluo's heart hard, which had been proud all his life. The air in the entire box seemed to freeze at this moment. The temperature dropped sharply to freezing point. A cold murderous aura that was 10 times more terrifying than before suddenly burst out from Yi Jiangluo's old body. Presumptuous. He slammed the table. The heavy round table made of precious gold and nanmu wood was actually slapped by him, leaving a spider web like crack. Boy! Do you know who you are talking to? He stared at me intently. Those hawk-like eyes were filled with raging anger and an undisguised murderous intent. Yi Jiangwo, a man who had conquered the battlefields and dominated the political arena throughout his life, had he ever suffered such a terrible humiliation? A yellow-haired boy who came out from some unknown corner. How dare you call him an old bastard right in front of him? You still dare to say he's unworthy? It's simply courting death. However, facing his terrifying aura that is enough to scare thousands of troops. But I laughed. The smile was very cold. Also, disdainful. Of course I know who I'm talking to. I slowly walked in front of him, looking down at this old guy who thinks he is superior. My eyes are calm and cold. A selfish, cold-blooded old bastard who can even sacrifice his own granddaughter's happiness for the sake of so-called family honor. A foolish and stubborn old man who was still living in his old dream of being a rich family and refuses to wake up. I said that, didn't I? Comrade Yi Jiangwo? I spoke clearly word by word. That nonchalant look seemed as if I was not provoking a legendary figure who was enough to make the entire capital tremble. Instead, he was scolding a disobedient junior. You. Yi Jiangwo was so angry at my outrageous and heartbreaking remarks that he was shaking all over. He pointed at my lips, trembling, and couldn't say a word. His face, which was flushed red with extreme anger, looked like pig liver. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The white Zhongshan suit on his chest was dyed red. I actually forced him to give up, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. Grandfather! Yi Qingya, who had been hiding behind me, was shocked when she saw the scene. She subconsciously wanted to rush over. But I grabbed her. I held her tightly behind me. Then, I looked coldly at Yi Jiangwo, who was breathing heavily and looking at me in disbelief. Now, are you awake? My voice was cold and emotionless. If you still refuse to wake up, I don't mind giving you a ride again. You. Yi Jiangwo looked at me, his pair of terrifyingly calm eyes, for the first time revealing a look called fear. He finally understood. This young man in front of me is a lunatic. He is a real madman. He is a complete madman who does not play by the rules and is not afraid of the power of the Yi family at all. He is serious. If you dare to kill him here, he will be pissed to death. What do you want? For a long time, Yi Jiangwo finally managed to squeeze out these words from between his teeth. His voice was hoarse and weak. It seemed as if he had aged by dozens of years in an instant. He gave in. For the first time in his life, he admitted his weakness in front of a young man. Because, he knows. Then, just keep going. He will really die. What do I want? I laughed at what he said. I slowly walked to Yi Qingya's side. In front of him, I reached out and held the lovely woman, who was still trembling, tightly in my arms. Then, I raised my head and looked into his eyes, which were filled with resentment and humiliation, and spoke clearly, word by word. That voice was filled with unquestionable and absolute dominance. From today on, Yi Qingya, I'm officially leaving your Yi family. From now on, I will have nothing to do with you. Her weddings, funerals, joys and sorrows are all under the full responsibility of me, Su Qin. The one in her belly, what you call, bastard. His last name is Su. This is my, Su Chen's, only bloodline in this life. It's me, Su Chen. I'll protect you with my life, baby. I paused, and my eyes instantly became cold and filled with murderous intent. Today I'm putting my words here. Who among you Yi family dares to touch a hair of them, mother and son? I will slaughter you, your entire family. Boom! My words are like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. It struck Yi Jiangwo's already fragile heart hard. He stared at me blankly. Look at me, I am like a god or demon, so domineering. Looking at the girl in my arms, who was looking at me with a touched and happy face, his granddaughter. Suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. And a hint of deep regret. He seemed to be really wrong. So wrong, so outrageous. He did it for the so-called family honor. What did I miss after all? Besides, I ignored the old man who was completely distraught. I just took Yi Qingya's hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. This place makes me feel sick. When I walked to the door, I stopped my steps. I didn't look back. I just left a few words lightly. One sentence is enough to make the entire Yi family regret for the rest of their lives. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Originally, I wanted to. For Qingya's sake. When you are about to give up, I will give you a hand. Let your Yi family prosper for another 100 years. But now. I paused and a cold arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. No chance. You are just clinging to the empty reputation of your so-called century-old family. Let's rot together in the dust of history. Finished. I, without looking back, pulled Yi Qingya out of the box. All that was left was a lonely figure with a pale face and full of regret. And a sentence full of endless loneliness, muttering to oneself. What on earth did I do wrong? Husband. Walking in the quaint corridors of the Daio Yutai State Guesthouse. Yi Qingya raised her head, her red and swollen eyes staring at me blankly. Her voice was nasal and full of deep worry. Do we really want to break up with them completely? After all, they are my relatives. Relatives? I stopped walking as I listened to her words. I turned around and looked at her kind and somewhat silly cute face, and sighed with some heartache. I reached out and gently stroked her soft hair and asked softly. Wife, what do you think? The kind that can sacrifice you at will for profit. Someone who can force you to abort your own flesh and blood just to save face. Are you worthy of calling them relatives? Chapter 44 Yi Qingya, for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Are you worthy of calling them relatives? My words are very light. But it is like the sharpest scalpel. It cruelly cut open Yi Qingya's kind heart, which had been bound by the so-called blood ties for more than 20 years. She stared at me in a daze. Looking at my pair of deep eyes, calm yet seeming to see through everything. Scenes from the past unconsciously emerged in my mind. She remembered that when she was little, she didn't want to learn the so-called ladies' arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and just wanted to sing quietly. And on that cold, rainy night, I was punished by my grandfather to kneel in the ancestral hall without any food for 3 days and 3 nights. She remembered that when she was 18, she secretly ran away from home, participated in a talent show, and won the championship. However, her father, who rushed over after hearing the news, slapped her hard in the face and called her the shame of the Yi family in front of all the media. It was a humiliating moment. She recalled the cold phone call she received not long ago when they forced her to marry the eldest son of the Zhao family in Beijing, a man she had never even met, for the sake of a so-called family marriage. Scene after scene, incident after incident. Those cold scars that she deliberately buried deep in her memory. At this moment, everything was ruthlessly revealed by my seemingly casual words. Blood was everywhere. Yes. Relatives? Yes, is he a relative who treats his daughter as a tool to gain benefits? Are there any relatives who would treat their granddaughter as a sacrifice to maintain the family's reputation? Yes, in this way, can one force one's own flesh and blood to abort the baby in her belly just for the so-called equal status? No. No. They don't deserve it. I understand. For a long, long time. Yi Qingya slowly raised her head. All the weakness and hesitation in those beautiful eyes that were originally filled with confusion and reluctance disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was an unprecedented firmness and determination. That is the spirit that can only be felt when one has cut off all the shackles of the past and is heading towards a brand new future. She looked at me and smiled. The smile is very beautiful. Also, relieved. That smile is like a snow lotus that has broken free from all constraints and blooms proudly on the cliff, facing the wind. So beautiful and breathtaking. Thank you, husband. She reached out and hugged me tightly. She gave me her soft body and her heart, which completely belonged to me, without reservation. Thank you for letting me see all this clearly. Thank you for bringing me out of that cold cage. Her voice was soft and gentle. But it carries a power that is enough to move heaven and earth. From now on. She raised her head and her eyes, bright as stars, just looked at me without blinking. He spoke each word seriously. That voice was her most affectionate confession to me. It is also her proudest declaration to the world. My world only has you and my baby. My only relatives are you and the baby. For you, for our family. She paused, and then raised her lips into an arc so beautiful that it could make the sun and the moon pale in comparison. I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Boom! At this moment, my brain was completely overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. I stared at her in a daze. Looking at her beautiful face, which becomes more radiant because of love. Look at the desperate determination and deep affection in her eyes. My heart was hit hard. I can no longer control my inner emotions. I lowered my head. Kissed her hard. It was a kiss full of passion and deep, unbreakable love. It's as if they want to rub each other into their own bones and blood. After returning from the capital, our lives returned to peace again. No. It should be said that, yes, it is even sweeter than before. After completely breaking the cold shackles with the Yi family, Yi Qingya, the whole person, seemed to have been reborn. She has a happy smile on her face every day, which comes from the heart. That smile is brighter than the sun, brighter than the stars. She is no longer the queen who is high and mighty with a sense of alienation. Instead, she is a cute little woman who is immersed in love, acts coquettishly and shyly, and will act like a spoiled child with me just to eat the food I cook. That cute and innocent look almost melted my heart. As for me, I have completely transformed into a good husband who is filial to his parents and a god-level dad. Every day, I would make delicious food for her in different ways. That is, accompany her for walks, listen to music, and tell stories. The manuscript of The Little Prince has become thicker and thicker. Every word in it records the happiness between us. As for the matter of chancy entertainment, I, on the other hand, completely became a hands-off boss. All of it was thrown to Zhang Man, who had completely transformed into a workaholic. And she did not disappoint our trust. Just 1 week. She used the almost unlimited funds I gave her. And her terrifying connections and skills. He forcibly built a company that was just an empty shell into something that looked like a proper company. The top floor of the Magic City Center building was booked by her, who was so rich and powerful. And we invited the world's top team of designers to carry out the decoration. All departments of the company have also been initially set up. She even hired a top legal and financial team consisting of more than a dozen financial elites from Wall Street at high salaries. The amount of money was so huge that it made the entire business community in Shanghai take notice. Everything is guessing. What on earth is this chancy entertainment that suddenly appeared out of nowhere trying to do? Does it really want to challenge those entrenched traditional entertainment giants on its own? However, for all this in the outside world, Yi Qingya and I didn't care at all. We just stay quietly in our warm little home in Tomsonipine, enjoying our own world of two. Those days were peaceful and beautiful. It seems that even time has slowed down for us. Husband. This afternoon, Yi Qingya, leaning in my arms, eating the apple one peeled for her, while watching the MV of The Wind Rises being replayed on TV, suddenly said to me, "You said our company is about to open. Shouldn't we sign a few artists? I can't be the only one in the company without any help, right?" I was stunned when I heard her words. Then, he laughed. "How? My dear wife, are you thinking about being the boss lady and having fun?" I reached out and gently scratched her nose. "That's disgusting." She shyly patted my hand and scolded me. "I'm serious." She looked at me with a gleam of wisdom in her beautiful eyes. "A mature entertainment company cannot have only one artist. That would be too risky. We need to cultivate fresh blood of our own. In this way, the company can develop for a long time." She spoke very clearly. That serious look made her look like a domineering female CEO who was planning her own business empire. It made me laugh. Okay, I'll do as you say." I smiled and said lovingly. "Then, my dear wife, what kind of artist do you think we should sign?" Yi Qingya tilted her head and thought for a while, then her eyes lit up. "I do have a choice," she said to me excitedly. "Do you still remember Zhou Yi, who participated in Dream Singer with us before?" Zhou Yi? When I heard this name, an image of a young man holding a guitar, with clear eyes and a stubborn spirit immediately appeared in my mind. I remember him. He was a very talented, grassroots singer. It's a pity that in that stage full of capital and insider information, his talent is destined to be buried. Yi Qingya nodded heavily. "I like his songs very much. His voice is very clean and full of storytelling. Besides, he's fighting on his own strength just like us. I think he's a good fit for our company. She looked at me with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Honey, what do you think about us signing him off? Chapter 45 Hidden Mission. Make the Yi family who look down on you kneel down and beg you. Coming out of the Daio Utai State Guesthouse. The sky was gradually getting dark. The evening breeze in the capital city carries a hint of the bleakness that is unique to the north. It feels cool when blowing on people's faces. But Yi Qingya's heart was warm. Unprecedented, warm. She held my arm tightly. She leaned the entire weight of her body on me. That little bird-like appearance was like a small boat that had finally found its own harbor. Full of security and dependence. Husband. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, washed by tears, sparkled like stars in the sky. Let's go home, she said softly. I nodded. He reached out and gently brushed her hair, which was messed up by the evening breeze, behind her ears. The movements were gentle to the extreme. Go home. However, just as we were about to leave this oppressive, cold, and chaotic place, that cold, mechanical synthesized voice rang in my mind again without any warning. Ding! The host has been detected. He has successfully protected his woman and confronted her head-on with a thunderous force. A so-called century-old prestigious family has perfectly demonstrated the absolute dominance of a god-level nanny. System hidden task, now triggered. Hidden mission, the king's revenge. Mission description: as a male host destined to stand at the top of this world, you should not leave any regrets. You cannot tolerate anyone showing the slightest disrespect to your woman and child. Those foolish and arrogant old stubborn people of the Yi family in Beijing must pay the most painful price for their actions. Mission requirements: host, within 1 year, mobilize all your energy and means to launch a comprehensive, dimensionality reduction attack on the Yi family of Beijing. Make them fall from their so-called clouds into the quagmire they despise the most. Ultimately, make them kneel before you, weeping bitterly and begging for your and your wife's forgiveness. Mission reward: ultimate system authority, absolute control, unlock progress plus 10%. Host's exclusive talent: photographic memory officially awakens. System points plus 100,000. I looked at the hidden task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, emitting a scarlet glow. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. System boss? Aren't you a little too vindictive? I almost forgot about those old stubborn people. You actually specifically gave me a hidden task? Let me whip the corpse? And fucking, do I want them to kneel down and beg me? You are too sinister, aren't you? However, when I saw that outrageously generous mission reward, my eyes instantly widened. Ultimate authority, absolute control? Exclusive talent, photographic memory? Besides, 100,000 points? Oh shit. This reward is too fucking incredible, right? Done. I will definitely avenge this. Jesus, even you can't stop me. I said it. My expression changed instantly. That gentle pampering disappeared. Instead, there was a kind of coldness, like 10,000-year-old black ice. And a kind of absolute dominance that dominates the world and controls everything. The Yi family in Beijing? Very good. I originally wanted to let you go. But now it's you who are seeking death. Then don't blame me for being cruel. What's wrong, husband? My strange behavior immediately caught Yi Qingya's attention. She looked at my profile, which had become extremely cold in an instant, and asked worriedly, "Are you still angry about what just happened?" Angry? I came to my senses and smiled. I turned my head and looked at her cute face full of worry, then reached out and gently scratched her nose. No. I'm not angry. I was just thinking. I paused, and a mysterious curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. Wait until our baby grows up. If he asks who his grandfather and great-grandfather are, how should we answer him? Yi Qingya was stunned for a moment. Obviously, I didn't expect that I would ask this out of the blue. A complicated look flashed across her face. There is loss and sadness, but more of a sense of relief. Just tell him. She thought about it and said softly. They are all gone. Her voice was very soft. However, it was with a determination that severed all ties from the past. No. I shook my head. I looked into her beautiful eyes and spoke seriously, word by word. I want him to see it with his own eyes. Those two people who abandoned you and his so-called relatives. How to be like two of the humblest dogs. Kneel down in front of you. Please, your forgiveness. Boom. My words are like the hottest thunder. It hit Yi Qingya's heart hard. She stared at me in a daze. She looked at my eyes that were full of cold dominance, yet with a hint of paranoia that made her feel distressed. Her eyes unconsciously became red. This man. He is always like this. Keep all the grievances she has suffered firmly in mind. Then he would get it back for her tenfold, 100-fold in his own way. Even if the other person is her biological father and grandfather. Husband. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She reached out and hugged me tightly, pressing her soft cheek against my broad chest. Don't do this for me. Her voice was filled with tears. I don't want you to make so many enemies because of me. As long as I have you and my baby, that's enough for me. Really, that's enough. Fool. I smiled as I listened to her kind yet somewhat silly words. I reached out and gently patted her back, soothing her softly. Are they worthy of being my enemies? In my eyes. I paused and spoke in an extremely calm tone. However, it is filled with absolute confidence that would make even gods and Buddhas tremble. They are nothing but a bunch of ants that can be crushed at any time. The reason why I don't kill them now is because of me. Just because. I looked at the brightly lit night view of Beijing in the distance, and a cold and cruel arc appeared on the corner of my mouth. Cats always like to play with mice before eating them. Isn't it? Then what should we do next? Yi Qingya raised her head with her red and swollen eyes, stared at me blankly and asked with some confusion. Chapter 46, an invitation from the TV station? Then let us go and have some fun. Husband, what do you think? Should we sign him? Yi Qingya looked at me with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. That serious look on his face made him look like an HR director who was recommending outstanding talents to his boss. It made me laugh. Good. Without thinking, I agreed. I'll do as you say. We'll sign whoever you choose. My tone was filled with unquestionable fondness. Joke. My wife personally appoints the generals. Not to mention he's just a small, grassroots singer. She now says she wants to pick the moon from the sky and use it as the company's logo. I have to find a way to build a ladder for her. Yeah. You're so nice, husband. Yi Qingya happily gave me a kiss on the face. The little girl whose wish was fulfilled looked as cute as a little girl who got her favorite candy. But I paused and smiled at her cute face with a flushed face due to excitement. Signing him is not enough. We have to give him a stage to soar to the sky. A stage where all of China can see his talent. Stage? Yi Qingya was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned in some distress. But, nowadays, the music programs on major TV stations are basically monopolized by those big entertainment companies. A layman like Joey, with no background, simply can't get good resources. Although we are not short of money now. But compared to those established giants, my connections and channels are still. Who said we have to compete with them for resources? I listened to her and smiled. The smile is very mysterious. Also very confident. Wife, have you forgotten? What is your husband, me, best at? What is it? Yi Qingya asked curiously. Yes, create rules. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. Instead, follow the rules. I paused and raised the corners of my mouth, a curve that was enough to make the entire Chinese TV station tremble. Since they won't give us a stage, then let's create a stage ourselves. A stage bigger and brighter than all their stages combined. Yi Qingya was once again confused by my wild ideas. Create a stage yourself? How is this possible? However, just then, ding-ling-ling. A rapid cell phone ring rang out without any warning. Yes, Jiang Man S. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression instantly became a little strange. Boss lady. She looked at us and said in a troubled tone. Yes, it's Director Qin of Magic City TV station calling. Qin Genoa? When I heard the name, my eyebrows raised slightly. Quite interesting. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Why did he call? Yi Qingya was also a little curious. She had no previous connection with Shanghai TV. I don't know either. Zhang Man, with an innocent look on her face. How about, I should take it first? Take it. I nodded. By the way, turn on speakerphone. Yes. Zhang Man immediately pressed the answer button and the hands-free button. As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice filled with hearty laughter came from the receiver. Oh. Mr. Zhang, the agent. You finally answered the phone. I've hit dozens of them. That voice is as passionate as a fire. They are completely different from the previous TV station leaders who were arrogant and had such a condescending attitude. Hello, Director Qin. Zhang Man was obviously not used to his sudden enthusiasm. The voice is a little stuttering. No. Sorry, I was a bit busy and didn't see it. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Zhenhua laughed and said nonchalantly. Manager Zhang, you're so busy. I understand. I understand. He paused and finally stated his purpose. Miss Zhang, I'm calling you this time because I want to discuss a cooperation with you. Our TV station has recently planned a new music talent show. It's called Dream Singer. We would like to invite Queen Yi to be our judge and mentor. Look. Judge mentor? Zhang Man was stunned for a moment. Then a look of understanding appeared on his face. She understood. The other party has taken a fancy to Yi Qingya's current terrifying popularity and traffic. I thought, we can take advantage of her popularity to build momentum for their new show. Oh. It's a beautiful thought. If it were someone less famous than her, she wouldn't even bother to watch a new show. But now. She subconsciously turned her gaze to the godlike man who was calmly peeling an apple. Director Qin, I'm sorry. Zhang Man cleared her throat and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Our Qingya hasn't been feeling well recently and needs to rest. So, the job of the judges and mentors is probably. Hey! Stop! When Qin Zhenhua heard this, he immediately became anxious. Ms. Zhen. The price is negotiable. We can give you 3 times the market price. No. 5 times. He was afraid that Zhang Man would hang up the phone, so he quickly revealed his trump card. Besides, we can promise. As long as Queen Yi is willing to come. We can give her an extra recommendation spot. She can bring a newcomer from her own company to participate in the competition. We guarantee to send him all the way to the finals. Oh. I had been silent all this time, but when I heard the words recommended quota, my eyes lit up slightly. I also stopped peeling the apple. I winked at Zhang Man. Zhang Man understood instantly. She cleared her throat and spoke calmly into the phone. Master Qin, I see your sincerity. But I can't make the decision on this matter alone. Please wait a moment. I need to ask our boss for instructions. After saying that, she turned her head, covered the microphone, and asked me silently with her mouth. Boss, what do you mean? I laughed. I put down the fruit knife in my hand. He took the phone from Zhang Man. Then, Yi Qingya and Zhang Man looked at each other with curiosity and expectation. Facing the TV station director who was waiting for the verdict with a nervous look on his face on the other end of the phone. Said lightly. Director Qin, right? We can be the judges. We can also bring new people. But. I paused, and a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, which made Qin Zhenhua on the other end of the phone feel frightened. I have one condition. Mr. Su, Mr. Su? Qin Zhenhua was obviously startled by my sudden voice. But he quickly reacted. The boss who could make Zhang Man ask for instructions on the spot. Isn't that the legendary mysterious man Chen who is the Queen of Heaven? Oh my god. I'm so lucky to be able to talk to this deity. Qin Zhenhua was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. Mr. Su. Hello? Hello? His voice instantly became extremely humble and respectful. What are your conditions? Just tell me. As long as I can do it. I will definitely die for it. He. I was amused by his flattering look. Don't worry, it's not difficult. I said slowly. My conditions are very simple. I don't want to see any inside stories or capital games on your show. What I want is an absolutely fair, just and open stage. A stage where only your strength and work speak for themselves. All the judges are decided by me. All competition systems are also determined by me. All voting must be open and transparent and subject to online oversight. To put it simply. I paused, my tone extremely calm. However, he said something that would make all the talent shows in China ashamed. I want this so-called dream singer of yours. From today on. Surname, Su. Ah. Qin Genoa on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. This. How the hell is this a collaboration? This is clearly blatant robbery. I ignored him. I just smiled at Yi Qingya and Zhang Man, who were completely shocked by my magical operation. Then slowly, he asked. Wife, tell me. This is a special stage I built for you and Joey. Is it still grand? Chapter 47, someone wants to stir up trouble backstage at Dream Singer? Still, grand? My words are very light. But it's like a supernova. In an instant, in Yi Qingya and Zhang Man's worldview, which had already been bombarded by me and was riddled with holes, there was a loud explosion. Grand, grand? This is more than just Shanda. This is simply a miracle. Personally creating a top-notch music talent show just for his wife and his company's first new talent? Damn, was it stolen? This. What the hell is this, a god-level wife-loving operation? Even a domineering CEO wouldn't dare write like this. Husband. Yi Qingya, looking at me, her beautiful eyes are already full of pink little stars. She couldn't say anything anymore. She just wanted to marry this man who doted on her right now. Then give him a bunch of monkeys. Zhang Man, who was standing aside, had completely given up thinking. She just silently took out a quick-acting heart pill from her pocket. Then he swallowed it with a look of despair. She felt that if she continued to follow this amazing boss, she would be in trouble. Sooner or later, he will die suddenly on the spot because his heart is overexcited. 3 days later. Madu TV station, studio number 1. Dream Singer, the recording site of the first episode. Backstage, in the dressing room. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Logically speaking. Yes, you can come and participate in this ACE program produced by the S+ level at Shanghai TV station, and hosted by the national queen Yi Qingya and the mysterious god producer Chen. All the players should be excited and nervous. But at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were vaguely glancing at the 3 figures in the corner who seemed a little out of place. One is the national queen Yi Qingya, who, although she wrapped herself tightly in sunglasses and a mask, still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. One is Su Chen, a mysterious young man who was wearing cheap clothes and looks ordinary, but is a little too handsome. Another one was Joey, a grassroots singer who was holding a worn-out acoustic guitar and looked nervous and awkward, like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a pack of wolves. Hey, look, that's the relative Yi Qingya brought with her, right? An intern who looked like a spirited young man with thick smoky makeup and earrings curled his lips at the pretty boy next to him with greasy hair and powdered face, and whispered with disdain. She's actually quite pretty. What a shame, he's just a waste. You do not say. The pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face also sneered and echoed. I heard that he's just a singer in a bar. I don't know what kind of luck I have to be favored by Queen Yi. But it's okay. Wait a minute, when we get on stage, we'll know whether it's a mule or a horse. We'll take it out for a walk and see. I'll see how he disgraces himself when the time comes. Ha ha. Mr. Lee, that's right. The trainee with smoky makeup smiled flatteringly. Who the hell is he? Is he worthy of being compared with you? Who else could be the champion this time besides you? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. That pretty boy called Mr. Lee said he would keep a low profile. But the arrogance and complacency on his face could not be concealed. His name is Li Hao. He is one of the 3 major entertainment giants in China and the prince of Huai Entertainment. This time, participating in this program is just a way to gild myself and go through the motions. The championship was already his, in his pocket. As for the others? They are just a group of supporting roles to serve as his foil. Especially that Joey who looks extremely poor. In his eyes, she is not even qualified to be a supporting role. Their conversation was quiet. But how could it possibly escape my ears, which have long been inhuman? My brows furrowed slightly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Again, why? It seems that we have learned the lesson from the last incident with Bai Shui and Tianyu Entertainment. Still, it's not profound enough. There are always some flies that don't have eyes. If you like to fly up, you're looking for death. Su Chen, don't. Yi Qingya, obviously, also noticed the unfriendly looks around her. She pulled at the corner of my clothes and shook her head at me. Signaled to me not to be impulsive. After all, this is backstage at a TV station. There are many people and many eyes. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble just for a few clowns. I smiled at her cute face full of worry. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. Rest assured. I don't hit people. I only hit the face. Finished. I stood up. In the eyes of everyone, full of curiosity and surprise. He walked slowly to the Prince of Hui, Li Hao, who was still there, chatting and laughing with the girl with smoky makeup and giving advice on the state of the country. You are Li Hao? I looked down at him and asked calmly. It's me, who are you? Li Hao obviously didn't expect that I would dare to come to him on my own initiative. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head arrogantly and looked at me with his nose. That look was extremely arrogant. It doesn't matter who I am. I laughed. The smile is very bright. Also, very dangerous. It's important. I pointed at Joey, the person in the corner who was looking at us nervously. He is mine. I heard that you have some opinions about him? Opinion? Li Hao seemed to have heard something, a huge joke. He sneered and said with disdain, Boy, who do you think you are? You're worthy enough to question me? I'm telling you today, I'm putting my words here. That piece of shit Joey couldn't even make it past the first round. I said it. Jesus, it's no use even coming here. His voice was full of unquestionable dominance. It looked as if he was the master of this show. Yeah? I laughed at his childish threats. I didn't waste any more time talking to him. I just took out my cell phone in front of him. Then a call was made. Hello, is this Director Chin? It's me, Su Chen. Yeah, to me backstage at your show. A little trouble. Do you have a contestant here named Li Hao? Yes, that's him. I feel very unhappy when I look at him now. Change his appearance order. Ah? Mr. Su, Mr. Su? Qin Genoa's voice, full of panic and flattery, came from the other end of the phone. Why did you come backstage in person? Oh my. Look at me. I'm not a good host. I'm not a good host. Change. Must change. Which one do you want to replace him with? I took a look at the man who was looking at me with a sneer on his face as if he was looking at a stupid Li Hao. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold arc. Then, he spoke slowly into the phone. Don't go too far back. Let him be the one in front of Joey. I want him to see it with his own eyes. What is true despair? Then, what about Joey? Which one should he appear on stage first? Qin Zhenhua asked cautiously. Chapter 48. Sorry, your methods are too low level. Then, what about Joey? Which one should he appear first? On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhenhua's voice was extremely humble. It was as if I was the real director of the TV station. I took a look and saw Joey in the corner, holding his guitar with a nervous look on his face, like a death row prisoner waiting for sentencing. I took another look and saw the person in front of me, Li Hao, the Prince of Hui, looking at me with a joking look on his face as if he was looking at a clown. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold arc. Joey? Let him be the finale. Look, the drama of the return of the king. Okay. Got it. Mr. Su. Qin Zhenhua agreed without even thinking about it. Joke. This gentleman is a god who even Mr. Penguin Ma has to serve respectfully. Don't say it, just change the order of appearance. He now says that he wants to demolish the entire studio and build a toilet. He must call the engineering team immediately. Mr. Su. Don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. I promise it will be done for you. After saying that, he respectfully hung up the phone. And, the whole process. Li Hao just folded his arms and looked at me with a sneer on his face. That look was like looking at a hopeless idiot. He was amused by my serious performance. Boy, it would be a waste of your talent if you don't go to Dayun Club to perform crosstalk. He said to me jokingly. Also, call Director Chin? Also, arrange the order of appearance? Who do you think you are? The Jade Emperor? The trainee next to him, who was wearing smoky makeup, also echoed in a sarcastic tone. That's right. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What kind of person is that? He's just a gigolo who relies on women to get ahead. Why are you acting so arrogant? Their voices are not loud. But it was enough for everyone in the dressing room to hear it clearly. For a while, countless gazes filled with contempt and ridicule were focused on me. It seemed as if I had really become a huge joke. However, I acted as if nothing had happened. I didn't even look at them again. I just, slowly, put away my phone. Then, in the eyes of everyone, filled with confusion and suspicion, he walked slowly in front of Joey. Nervous? I looked at his face, which had turned slightly pale due to excessive nervousness, and asked lightly. A little bit. Joey raised his head and looked at me, his eyes as calm as water, but his voice was trembling. Although he doesn't know who I am. But, he knew. A man who can make a queen like Yi Qingye snuggle up to him like a little bird. Absolutely not, it is something a mortal like him can imagine. So, he was 100 times more nervous facing me than facing the upcoming game. Relax. I reached out and gently patted his shoulder. A warm and calming force instantly passed through my palm and spread throughout his body. The skill of the tenderness of a prospective father produced unexpected results at this moment. Joey's heart, which was originally beating wildly, miraculously calmed down slowly. You just need to remember one thing. I looked into his clear and stubborn eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. Today, you are not here to compete. You are here to hold your own solo concert. This stage is yours. All the audience and judges are yours, the audience. You just have to be like you were in that little bar. Sing the song you want to sing to them. That's enough. My words are like the warmest light. In an instant, it illuminated Joey's heart, which was originally filled with confusion and anxiety. He stared at me blankly, looking at my deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. His lonely heart, which had been wandering for many years, seemed to have finally found a harbor to dock at this moment. He nodded heavily. All the tension and anxiety in those clear eyes disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is a blazing flame called dream. That's right. I nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out a folded sheet of music from his pocket. Handed it in front of him. This is the battle robe I prepared for you. Put it on. Go, conquer this stage. What is this? Joey took the music score with some doubts. When he saw clearly the song title written in a flamboyant style, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Ordinary Road. Lyrics music, Chen. He suddenly raised his head, looking at me in disbelief. You are, Chen? His voice was trembling. Shoo. I put a finger to my lips and made a shut-up gesture to him. This is a secret between the two of us. Joey was completely petrified. He looked at me like he was looking at a living, breathing god. He never dreamed of it. I am so lucky to have the opportunity to sing the work written by this amazing producer. What the hell, smoke is coming out of my ancestral grave. Just then. Attention all contestants. The first episode of Dream Singer has officially begun. Player number 1, Li Hao, please get ready. The director's voice urging the performance came from the backstage radio. When Li Hao heard his name, he sneered and stood up from his seat. He adjusted his expensive, high-end suit. Then, with a victorious attitude, he glanced at me with contempt. That look seemed to say, "Boy, did you see that? This is strength. Be the first to appear, and get the best exposure during prime time. And you, and that piece of shit of yours. Just wait and be ruthlessly crushed by me." Finished. Surrounded by a group of staff, he walked towards the stage with his head held high. He looked so arrogant, as if he was already the champion. However, he didn't see it. The moment he turned around, the corner of my mouth curled up into an arc full of pity. Idiot. I uttered 2 words softly. Boss. Zhang Man looked at Li Hao's arrogant back and asked me with some confusion. Your phone call just now. Who said I only made 1 phone call? I looked at her cute confused look and smiled. He smiled like an old fox who had just stolen something fishy. Qin Genua is just an appetizer. The real feast has not yet been served. As I spoke, I took out my other personal cell phone. Then, in front of them, I dialed a number named Lao Chen in my address book. Hey, Lao Chen. It's me, Su Chen. Yeah, I'm at Magic City TV. Are you free now? Send a few people over here. Yes, those are the most professional ticket inspectors under your command. Here, there's a star named Li Hao. I seriously suspect that he evaded taxes. Help me check him out. By the way, check his father's company. Hawaii Entertainment, have you heard of it? Yes, that's them. Check carefully. I'm waiting for your good news. Hang up the phone. I looked at Yi Qingye and Zhang Man, who were completely stunned by my magical operation. I spread my hands helplessly and asked with a smile. You guys tell me. Deal with this kind of rubbish that likes to play with capital. Is it still the most unpretentious way to compare and vent your anger? Chapter 49. Su Chen came on stage and the audience was stunned. Isn't it still better to use this simple and unpretentious way of comparison to relieve your anger? My words are very light. But, it's like an invisible hammer. It hit Yi Qingye and Zhang Man's worldview, which had already been shattered by my bombing, hard. Relieve? This is more than just a relief, isn't it? This is simply a physical salvation from the root cause. A phone call came in, a professional ticket inspector from the tax inspection team? Also, by the way, check Hawaii Entertainment's past? This. What the hell is this, a god-level dimensionality reduction attack? Killing people and destroying their hearts? Too cruel. Boss. Zhang Man looked at my calm profile, swallowed hard, and her voice trembled. That old Chen, is. Oh, him. I smiled and explained casually. Modu, the head of the State Administration of Taxation. We've had tea together a few times before. He's a nice guy. Zhang Man and Yi Qingye were once again, collectively, petrified. They looked at me with a casual expression, as if they were saying, I'm Uncle Wang from the convenience store downstairs. The brain has completely given up thinking. Magic. Magic City, the head of the State Administration of Taxation? Also, how many times have we had tea together? Boss. How many gods do you know that we can't afford to offend? Your circle of friends is fucking scary, isn't it? As we are talking. On stage. Li Hao's performance also began. I have to say. As the prince that Hawaii Entertainment is promoting. His business ability is still quite good. An original R&B love song, sung by him, was affectionate, gentle and beautiful. In addition, he has a handsome appearance that is comparable to that of the top young actors. In an instant, the atmosphere of the whole venue exploded. Countless female audiences were screaming and shouting for him crazily. The fanatical look was like a large-scale cult scene. Wow! Li Hao is so handsome. His singing is so nice. Yes. As expected, he is the Prince of Hawaii. His strength is too strong. Champion. Li Hao must be the champion this time. Backstage, in the dressing room. The trainee with smoky makeup listened to the thunderous cheers outside and showed an extremely proud smile on his face. He turned his head and glanced contemptuously at Joey in the corner with a victorious attitude. He was still sitting silently in the corner, holding his guitar and resting with his eyes closed. That look seemed to say, Waste, did you see that? This is the gap between you and my young master Li, like a chasm. Just wait to be ruthlessly crushed. However, just when everyone thought that Li Hao would win the highest score in this game with an unmatched attitude, a sudden change occurs. I saw a huge LED screen on the stage. Li Hao's final score slowly appeared. 85 points. A score that is neither high nor low, and it can even be said to be a bit embarrassing. What? The backstage immediately exploded. All the contestants who were waiting to watch the show were dumbfounded. 85 points? Are you kidding me? Li Hao's performance just now was perfect. At least it should be above 95 points, right? There is definitely something shady going on. And Li Hao on the stage was completely confused. He looked at the glaring 85 on the screen, and the smile on his face froze in an instant. He looked towards the judges' table in disbelief. I saw that the 4 top music producers in the country, who were selected by me personally, were all looking at him with expressionless faces. That look was so calm, as if he was looking at a clown. Why? He could no longer control the anger and humiliation in his heart. He roared hysterically at the judges. My performance was so perfect. Why did you only give me 85 points? Did you accept black money from someone? Perfect? Lu Huan, the gold medal producer on the judges' panel who was always known for his sharp tongue, sneered after hearing his words and picked up the microphone. Li Hao, right? Do you have any misunderstanding about the word perfect? You do have some singing skills. But, it's a pity. There is no soul in your singing. Only the stench of money. And, the arrogance of capital. I'm giving you 85 points, all for your father's sake. Otherwise, you won't even pass with me. Every word he said was extremely impolite. That venomous look left Li Hao speechless. His face turned blue and white. You. He wanted to say something else. But, at this moment. Attention, contestants. Now, please welcome contestant number 2, Su Chen, to the stage. The director's voice came from the backstage broadcast, full of a hint of weirdness and anticipation. Boom! The entire backstage exploded instantly. All the contestants who were gloating were dumbfounded. Su Chen? Which one, Su Chen? How come they didn't remember there was such a person on the roster? And, I was sitting in the corner and was stunned when I heard this name. Then, a look of neither knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. This, Qin Genua. He really knows how to cause trouble for me. Husband? Yi Qingya beside her was also completely confused. She looked at me with those beautiful eyes filled with incredible shock. You want to sing on stage too? I opened my mouth and was about to say, this is a misunderstanding. But, at this moment, that cold, mechanical synthesized sound rang in my mind again without any warning. Ding! It has been detected that the host is about to have her first public performance in her life. God-level nanny system, temporary tasks have been triggered. Mission name, The Queen's Man, stun the audience. Mission content, please, Master, immediately step onto the stage and captivate the audience and judges with your heavenly voice, enough to captivate even gods and Buddhas. Get the highest score of this competition. Mission reward, system special item, emotional infection or a one-time use. System points plus 5,000. I looked at the task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me. What else can I say? I can only say, the system is awesome. Breaking sound. All right. I sighed helplessly. In everyone's eyes, there was shock, curiosity, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude. Slowly, stand up. Then, in Yi Qingya's complex eyes filled with worry and expectation. Slowly, he walked towards the brightly lit stage. When I, wearing a piece of cheap clothes, appeared in front of all the audience and looked out of place on this gorgeous stage. The entire studio was boiling with excitement. Holy shit! Who is this handsome guy? Why haven't I seen him before? Yeah. He's so handsome, isn't he? He's 100 times more handsome than that Li Hao just now. He is, the second contestant, Su Chen? But why doesn't he even bring a guitar? Is he going to sing a cappella? Countless discussions came like a tide. And the 4 top music producers on the judging panel were all stunned when they saw me. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. Of course they know who I am. You also know my purpose of coming to power. Establish authority. I ignored the thunderous chatter from the audience. I just walked slowly to the center of the stage. Pick up the microphone. Then, facing the huge crowd below the stage. And on the judges' panel, those 4 music industry giants were looking at me with anticipation. Wei Wei bowed. Then, he slowly spoke. My voice is very soft. However, through the top-notch sound equipment on site, the sound was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Hello everyone. My name is Su Chen. He is also the mysterious man you all call the Queen of Heaven. Chun. Today, I want to sing. I just want to tell you a story. A story about me and my wife. The name of this song is. I paused, and a gentle curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. Ordinary Road. Finished. I closed my eyes. Then there was a dead silence in the whole audience. Slowly, he spoke. The voice was clean and pure, without a trace of impurities. Yet, it also carries a kind of vicissitudes that can penetrate people's hearts. And a sense of story. Wandering on the road. Are you leaving, via? That moment. The whole world is quiet. At this moment, everyone's soul seemed to be gently grasped by the most gentle big hand. Then Mr. Su, he. Zhang Man looked at the radiant man on the stage, her voice trembling. Chapter 50, the song Ordinary Road was performed and the whole audience stood up to pay tribute. Wandering on the road. Are you leaving, via? My voice is very soft. There is no accompaniment. It was transmitted so cleanly throughout the studio through the microphone. The voice was clean and pure, without a trace of impurities. Yet, it also carries a sense of vicissitudes and stories that can penetrate people's hearts. It's like a traveler who has experienced all the storms in the world. On a quiet afternoon. Facing a cup of tea. Slowly, he recounted his ordinary yet extraordinary life. That moment. The entire noisy studio suddenly became quiet. All of them, those who were discussing, screaming, curious, and disdainful. At this moment, everyone subconsciously shut their mouths. It was as if their souls were being gently held by the most gentle big hand at this moment. Fragile and proud. That was me, too. Boiling and restless. Where are you going, via? My singing continues. Those simple lyrics are like the sharpest key. In an instant, the floodgates of long-forgotten memories of everyone present were opened. They remembered that they were once just like what the song said. I have been proud, confused, uneasy, and excited. They remembered how they had left their hometowns for their dreams. In this cold steel forest, I stumbled and fell, and my head was bleeding. But still, I am the stubborn one who refuses to give up. Backstage, in the dressing room. That Hui Prince Li Hao, who just had a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. At this moment, Zhang was staring blankly at the man on the monitor who was singing quietly with his eyes closed. There was no trace of blood on his face. All that is left is endless shock and horror. He is a fool though. But he is not a fool. He grew up under the influence of money and art. He knows better than anyone else. The song sung by the man in front of me. Whether it is the lyrics or the singer's emotional expression. They had reached a terrifying height that he was not even qualified to look up to. This is no longer just sounds good. This is fucking art. It is an immortal work of art that will be recorded in the history of Chinese music. What kind of monster did I mess with? He slumped weakly in the chair. Eyes, empty and desperate. He knows. He is finished. That so-called pride and confidence. In front of the song Ordinary Road, it was crushed to pieces. Not even a slag is left. And, in the corner. That Zhou Yi who was holding the guitar silently. At this moment, I have already been mesmerized by what I have heard. He looked at the radiant man on the monitor. Those clear eyes were filled with fanatical admiration. And a heartfelt gratitude. He knows. Mr. Su, who are you singing this song for? It's because of him. It is for all those who are still struggling to pursue their dreams on this ordinary road like him. He is telling them with his singing. Don't be afraid, you are not alone. On stage. My emotions are becoming more and more involved. Emotional contagion aura one time, at this moment, I was stimulated to the extreme. An invisible and powerful emotional force instantly swept in all directions with me as the center. Covering the entire studio. I have crossed mountains and seas and walked through crowds of people. Everything I once had vanished like smoke in the blink of an eye. I was once lost, disappointed, and lost all direction. Until you see it, ordinary is the only answer. When the chorus, that epic melody sounded. Boom! The emotions of all the audience were completely ignited at this moment. Countless people can no longer control their inner emotions. Their eyes became red unconsciously. 1 drop, 2 drops. Hot tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of their eyes. What they heard was no longer a song. But it's their own life. It is their ordinary life that is full of regrets and unwillingness, but they have to move on. On the judges' panel, Lu Wan, who has always been known for his impartiality and impartiality. At this moment, I was already crying uncontrollably. He took off his glasses, covered his face with his hands, and his shoulders trembled constantly. He recalled the hardships he had endured for music when he was young. He also thought of the most precious things he had lost after achieving success. This song is about him. And, backstage, Yi Qingya, who had been staring at the monitor nervously. At this moment, I have already cried like a tearful person. She looked at the man on the stage who shielded her from all the wind and rain and held up the sky for her. Looking at his slightly thin yet extremely tall and majestic back, her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of being touched and happiness. She knows. This man sings about ordinariness. But he gave her the most extraordinary love in the world. Go forward, just walk forward even if you've been given something. Keep going, just keep going even if something is taken away from you. Just keep going forward, even if you miss something. Go forward, just keep going like this even if you can. I've finished singing the last line. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Then, facing the sea of tears in the audience, bowed deeply. The entire studio fell into deathly silence. It took a full half-minute. Wow! A burst of thunderous applause broke out without any warning. Right after, everyone, whether it is the audience, judges, or even the backstage staff, they all stood up from their seats at the same time. They were facing the man on the stage, who was wearing cheap clothes but was shining brightly. I used up all my strength and clapped like crazy. The applause lasted for a long time. That is the highest respect for art. It is also the coronation of a true king. Ding! Temporary mission, the Queen's Man, completed with stunning stunners. Task evaluation, superb. Mission reward, the system's special item emotional infection aura one-time use has been distributed to the system warehouse. System points plus 5,000, already received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering all the audience with the song Ordinary Road and gaining epic fame. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, the host's personal reputation value is increased to attracting everyone's attention. Reward 2, system points plus 10,000. Reward 3, unlock a new template gold medal poet. I listened to the series of heavenly sounds in my mind. Also, I looked at the faces in the audience that were filled with emotion and respect. The corners of my mouth curled up in a relieved arc. Very good. My goodness, I succeeded in establishing my authority. Just then, the highly respected person on the judging panel is Lu Guodong, Mr. Lu. Trembling, he stood up. He looked at me with his cloudy eyes filled with excitement and a hint of pleading. His voice was trembling when he picked up the microphone. Su, Mr. Su. I, Lu Guodong, in the name of the president of the Chinese Music Association, I beg you. The exclusive copyright to this song, Ordinary Road, which will go down in history. Sell it to us, okay? Chapter 51. The judges cried, this is a song written into the soul. I will obtain the exclusive copyright to this song, Ordinary Road, which will go down in history. Sell it to us, okay? Lu Guodong's voice, old yet full of sincerity, echoed in everyone's ears through the microphone. The entire studio, which had just been bustling with thunderous applause, fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone held their breath. They focused their attention on the man in the center of the stage, who was wearing cheap clothes but was radiant. Waiting for his answer. The president of the Chinese Music Association personally issued the invitation in front of the national audience. What an honor! This is the pinnacle moment that every musician dreams of. In everyone's opinion, I had no reason to refuse. However, I just watched quietly at the white-haired old man on the judges' panel who was looking at me expectantly. Slowly, he shook his head. Then he bowed deeply to him. Mr. Lu, thank you for your kindness. My voice is sincere. Very, very firm. But I'm not selling this song. What? My words are like a bombshell. In an instant, there was a loud bang in the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. No. Not selling? He actually refused? Is he crazy? Even Lu Guodong was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that he would be rejected so simply. Why? He asked subconsciously. Mr. Su, price is not a problem. As long as you open your mouth. It has nothing to do with money. I interrupted him calmly. I turned around and looked towards the backstage. Although, there is a thick curtain between us. But I know. She is right there. Look at me. My eyes instantly became extremely gentle. This song is not a commodity. It is a story. It's out the ordinary road that my wife and I have walked together. So it doesn't belong to me. I paused and turned my gaze back to the faces in the audience that were filled with emotion and shock. The corner of my mouth curled up into a warm arc. It belongs to every ordinary person who is still walking alone on this road. Boom! My words are like the warmest light. In an instant, it illuminated the hearts of everyone present. They stared at me in amazement. The look he gave me was clean and pure without a trace of commercial greed. Their eyes unconsciously became red again. Noble. So fucking noble. This is the mindset that a true artist should have. Good. What a great one, belongs to every ordinary person. Lu Huan, the man on the judges' panel who was always known for his sharp tongue, slammed the table and stood up from his seat. His face, still stained with tears, was filled with extreme appreciation and a kind of admiration from the heart. He picked up the microphone and his voice was as loud as a bell. Su Chin. I, Lu Huan, have been playing music all my life. I boast that I've heard more songs than any of you here have eaten. But, today, I want to apologize to you for all my previous self-righteousness. He bowed deeply to me. Your song Ordinary Road has helped me rediscover my original passion for making music. Let me understand. Real music has never been about those gorgeous techniques and complicated arrangements. It's written into the sincerity in my bones. Yes, a story engraved in the soul. He raised his head and stared at me with his eyes that were slightly red due to excitement. Speak clearly word by word. So, my score. Full marks. 100 points. Wow. The whole audience was instantly boiling with excitement. 100 points? Lu Huan actually gave it a perfect score? This has never happened to him in all the more than 10 years he has been a judge. Naing, who was sitting next to him, wiped the tears from her eyes, smiled, and stood up. I have nothing to say. She looked at me, her generous eyes full of admiration and a hint of feminine tenderness. I just know. To be able to write The Wind Rises for the Woman You Love, a war song full of courage. And a man who could write a simple and natural story like Ordinary Road for your love. He must be very gentle and very strong. She paused, blinked at me and said with a smile. So, my score is the same. 100 points. Just consider it as an advance gift to you too, your share of money. Her words instantly triggered laughter and applause from the entire audience. Countless audiences were there, cheering wildly. Together. Together. The thunderous cheers of blessing made Ji Qingya in the backstage so embarrassed that she almost buried her face in the ground. Sitting on the far right is the usually taciturn rock veteran, Do Wei. Also, slowly stood up. He looked at me with his eyes full of rebelliousness, and for the first time, a look called respect appeared in them. He didn't say any fancy words. He just nodded heavily at me. Then, he raised the scorecard in his hand. On it, there were 3 bright red numbers written. 100. At last. Everyone's eyes were focused on the highly respected Lu Guodong, Mr. Lu. He looked at me with his cloudy old eyes filled with satisfaction and a hint of relief, as if the waves behind were pushing the waves ahead. He slowly picked up the microphone, his voice sounding old but full of power. Give a score to this song that is written into the soul of each of us. It's a kind of blasphemy in itself. But, since that's the rule. He paused and a kind smile appeared on his face. Well, old man, will take advantage of my age and dominance for once today. He slowly raised his scoreboard. There is also a bright red one on top, 100. Oh my god. 4 100s. On the stage, the host who had been completely stunned finally found his voice. He roared hysterically in a voice that was almost broken. Let us congratulate contestant number 2, Su Chen, with an unprecedented full score, becoming the well-deserved champion of our Dream Singer in the first episode. Boom! The entire studio completely exploded. Countless ribbons and golden sequins fell from the sky. The man, who was wearing cheap clothes but radiant, was made to look like a god. I looked at the faces in the audience that were filled with enthusiasm and admiration. Listening to that, the cheers were enough to blow the roof off the floor. However, there was no trace of pride on my face. My eyes are very calm. I bowed deeply once again to the audience and the judges. Then, everyone looked at him with confusion and astonishment. He gently placed the microphone, a symbol of honor, on the ground. He turned around and walked off the stage without looking back. It seems as if all this glory and praise have nothing to do with me. I want to go backstage. Because, I know. There is, the most important person in my life. Here, wait for me. Su, Mr. Su, he. Backstage, Zhang Man looked at the godlike man who was walking towards them step by step, and her voice was trembling. He doesn't even want the championship anymore? No. Yi Qingya looked at me, and smiled with eyes so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water. The smile is very sweet. Also, very happy. He doesn't want the championship. Then what does he want? Zhang Man asked subconsciously. Chapter 52. After the show was broadcast, Su Chen's name became famous all over the country overnight. So, what does he want? Zhang Man asked subconsciously as she looked at Yi Qingya, who was looking at Su Chen with a happy face. She really couldn't understand it. What is going on in the mind of this godlike man? Yi Qingya listened to her words and smiled. The smile is very sweet. Also, very happy. She looked at the man who was walking towards her firmly, step by step, through the noisy crowd and against all the light. Those beautiful eyes were sparkling, as if filled with the brightest galaxy. She stretched out her hand, gently stroking her slightly bulging belly. A maternal, gentle glow appeared on her face. He doesn't want the championship. Her voice was soft and gentle. But he carries a kind of pride that is enough to make women all over the world jealous. He just wants us more. He wants to go home. That night. 8 o'clock sharp. Magic City TV, prime time. The first episode of Dream Singer has officially started airing under the attention of the public. Countless people who had been waiting in front of the TV and the onlookers in the live broadcast room were all so excited that they kept shouting. They have been eager to see it. That mysterious man who created a huge wave on the internet, what kind of god is Chen? I want to see it too. The national queen Yi Qingya, who was pitted by the whole network, will appear in front of the public again with what kind of attitude after experiencing such a big storm? However, when they saw, at the beginning of the show, Huai's prince, Li Haoshi, wearing a high-end suit and exquisite makeup, singing or be love songs affectionately on the stage, everyone was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit! What's going on? The first person to appear is actually Li Hao. Where's Qin Shen? I've already taken off my pants and you're showing me this? That's right. That's right. Does the director know how to have fun? We want to see Qin Shen. We want to see a fairy tale love story. Don't worry, don't worry. Who knows, God Chen, maybe it's the finale. Hee, don't be so naive, the person above. Do you think this is some purely music show? It's a game of capital. Li Hao is the crown prince of Huai, so it's only natural that he gets to perform first and get the best resources. As for that Chen, he's just an amateur who appeared out of nowhere. It's great that he even got to perform, and you want him to be the finale? You're dreaming. That's right. I think that Chen is just a tool used by the program team to hype him up. He will definitely be crushed by Li Hao soon. For a while. The entire live broadcast room was filled with noisy comments. Yes, I look forward to it. Yes, I question it. Yes, let us enjoy the show. But, without exception, everyone was completely intrigued by this unconventional show. And this is exactly the effect I want. Soon, Li Hao's performance is over. When the 4 merciless low scores from the judges panel and Lu Huan's heart-piercing and venomous comments were transmitted to thousands of households through television signals, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell did I see? 85 points? Lu Huan only gave Li Hao 85 points? There's no soul in your singing, only the stink of money? Holy crap! Brother Huan is awesome. Voice cracks, that's pretty damn bold, isn't it? Awesome. This is so fucking awesome. I've been annoyed with that Li Hao for a long time. He's always boasting about his family's wealth online. Now, finally, he's hit a wall, right? I declare. From today on, I'm a die-hard fan of Dream Singer. This is the music show we want to watch. Real. No pretense. Not bowing to the capitalists. And just when everyone's emotions were completely ignited by this sudden reversal, the host's voice, full of mystery and expectation, rang out. Next, please welcome contestant number 2. He is an amateur. Yes, a legend. He is the man we have been waiting for, the Queen of Heaven. Su Chin. Boom. The entire internet completely exploded. At this moment, countless netizens were refreshing the barrage like crazy. Here he comes. Here he comes. He is finally here. Holy crap. His name is really Su Chen? What a nice name. Quick. Give him the camera. I want to see. What does the man who wrote The Wind Rises and The Sorrow of Dissipation look like? Then, in the eyes of hundreds of millions of netizens that are filled with extreme expectations, I, wearing a piece of cheap clothes that looked out of place on the gorgeous stage around me, slowly appeared in front of the camera. The entire barrage seemed to be paused at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. It took a full 10 seconds. The entire network was completely detonated once again. But this time, it was no longer quarrels and questioning. Instead, it was a scream like a tsunami. And a series of oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell did I see? This is the god of Chen? Mom. I'm in love. What kind of divine looks is this? He's 100 times more handsome than all the young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry combined. Wow, I'm heartbroken. Such a handsome man, and yet, he already has a wife. And his wife is the national queen. I totally have no chance. No wonder. No wonder Yi Tianho would get pregnant before marriage for him. I would do that too. Forget about giving birth to a child. I would even give birth to a litter of babies for him right then and there. He's rich. He's talented. And he's so damn handsome. And most importantly, he's so damn loyal. He dotes on his wife so much. What the hell is this godlike man? Did God give him all these advantages when he created him? Just a face show. I just rely on my incredible looks that have been enhanced to the extreme by the system. In an instant, he conquered 99% of the female audiences on the internet. And when my clean, pure, yet story-filled heavenly sound rang out. Wandering on the road. The whole of China is suffering from insomnia. Countless people, men and women, young and old. All here, in this quiet night. I was moved to tears by a song called Ordinary Road. They heard their own stories in the songs. I also found myself in the song, the one who had long been forgotten by them in the corner of time. That night. Su Chen, this is just an ordinary name. It became popular. It was extremely popular. It is very popular and known to everyone. It was so popular that the entire Chinese music scene was trembling. And when the unprecedented scene at the end of the show where all 4 mentors stood up and gave 100 points collectively was broadcast, public opinion on the entire network has reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone is crazy. They flocked to my Weibo account, which only had one name. Follow, comment, forward and send private messages. My number of Weibo followers skyrocketed from 10 million to 50 million overnight, directly surpassing Yi Qingya. He became the man with the most followers on Weibo. A legend that has never been seen before and will never be seen again is born. Thompson Epine, top floor villa. I looked at the horrifying fan growth data on my phone. I looked at the comment section again, which was completely flooded with netizens' flattery. But there wasn't a trace of pride on my face. My eyes are very calm. Because all this is within my expectations. I put down my phone and turned my head. I looked at the lovely woman who was looking at me with admiration, as if she was looking at a superhero. I laughed. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. Then slowly, he asked, "Wife, tell me. Am I famous?" Chapter 53. The whole network is asking, "Who is this handsome boy?" Wife, tell me. Am I famous? My words are very light. Like a feather. It gently brushed past Yi Qingya's little heart, which had already been completely filled with a huge sense of happiness and pride. She looked at my profile, which looked particularly handsome and charming in the dim light of the TV screen. Looking at his nonchalant expression, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. She laughed out loud. She laughed so hard that her body shook. It is so beautiful that it is beyond description. It's popular? She reached out her hand, gently pinched my cheek, which was more perfect than a sculpture, and said angrily, "Husband, do you have any misunderstanding about the word fire? Where are you angry? You're clearly exploding." Yes, it blew up the entire Chinese internet. Her voice was filled with unquestionable pride. And a sense of pride. It was as if the man who was shining brightly on the stage and became a god overnight was none other than him. That is, herself. Is it that exaggerated? I smiled and said, "I don't believe it." Exaggerate? Yi Qingya was amused by my Versailles look of getting an advantage and still acting cute. She picked up her phone and clicked on Weibo. Then, the hot search page that had been completely dominated by various amazing terms was handed to me. See for yourself. She pointed at the screen and said proudly. She looked so cute, like a little wife showing off to the world how awesome her husband is. I took a look. I saw that the top 10 hot searches were all related to me without exception. Hashtag Su Chen's ordinary road to becoming a god. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag the most handsome amateur in history. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag the whole network is asking who this fairy little brother is. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag did Yi Qingya save the Milky Way in her previous life? Hashtag boiling. Hashtag requesting Su Chen to debut on the spot. Hashtag hot. Hashtag Lu Wan cried. Hashtag new. Hashtag Hoi Prince becomes the biggest background board. Hashtag new. Did you see that? Yi Qingya raised her chin with a smug look on her face. Now the whole internet is asking, who exactly is this fairy little brother of yours? Your number of fans has exceeded 60 million. 10 million more than me, the national queen who debuted 10 years ago. Tell me, are you popular? Her voice was filled with a hint of jealousy that she herself was not even aware of. Oh? I listened to her words and raised my eyebrows slightly. How? My dear wife, are you jealous? I reached out and held her in my arms. He lowered his head and blew gently beside her pink earlobe. She spoke softly in a voice full of magnetic charm. Rest assured. Even if all the women in the world fall in love with me, I only love you. My heart is so small that it can only hold you and our baby. That's disgusting. My words are like the sweetest electricity. In an instant, it hit the softest part of Yi Qingya's heart. Her face turned red in an instant. Like a ripe peach. She shyly buried her head in my chest like an ostrich. That shy look is extremely cute. And Zhang Man, who was standing aside, had been in a petrified state since the show began. After being unexpectedly stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Finally, I came to my senses. She looked at my handsome, infuriating face with eyes filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and an excitement that was almost insane. Boss! She suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Like Columbus who discovered the New World. We made it. We really did make it. She was talking incoherently and waving her arms. Do you know how popular you are right now? Do you know how high your commercial value is now? Just now. Just now. No less than 100 top brands have contacted me through various channels. They all want you to be their spokesperson. These even include Patek Philippe, Rolls-Royce, and Armani. The endorsement fees they offer all start at 9 figures. And they let us name our own price. The more she talked, the more excited she became. The whole person is like a chicken with blood injected. Boss. Should we take it? Catch? I laughed when I heard what she said. I looked at her money-hungry look, as if she couldn't wait to sign the contract, and shook my head. Why do you want to answer it? Ah? Zhang Man was confused again. No. Don't answer? Boss. That's 9 figures. Or, US dollars. Are you not moved at all? Motivated? I laughed. Smiling, very calmly. Also, disdainful. Xiao Zhang, have you forgotten? As your boss, the last thing I lack is money. And. I paused, and my eyes gradually turned cold. Do you think I'm on this show just to become famous and a star? Innocent. I shook my head. The reason why I stood on that stage. Just to tell everyone. Yi Qingya, you are my woman. Anyone who dares to touch her will be an enemy of me, Su Chen. That's all. As for those so-called fame and fortune. In my eyes. I paused and spoke in an extremely calm tone. But it is full of absolute domineering power that makes even gods and Buddhas tremble. It's just a pile of garbage. Zhang Man and Yi Qingya were once again shocked by my domineering declaration and were completely impressed. They looked at my immortal state where money was like dirt and fame and fortune were like floating clouds. His eyes were full of fanatical admiration. This is the mindset that a true king should have. Then what should we do next? Zhang Man asked cautiously. You can't just let it go to waste like this. Your current popularity is terrifying, right? Of course not. I laughed. My fame is worthless. But it can pave the way for the future development of our company. I paused, looked at her eyes full of curiosity, and said slowly. From tomorrow. You are the CEO of Chensi Entertainment. Issue a recruitment order to the outside world. Recruitment order? Zhang Man was stunned for a moment. Boss, aren't we already recruiting people? No. I shook my head. We are not recruiting employees this time. We only recruit entertainers. Also, we only recruit 2 types of people. Which 2 types of people? Zhang Manhwa and Yi Qingya both looked over curiously. Chapter 54, Rivals Jealousy? Just a clown. Which 2 types of people? Zhang Man and Yi Qingya both looked over with curiosity. They really couldn't understand it. Given Mr. Su's current appeal, this can be described as terrifying. As long as he raises his arm and calls. Not to mention those trainees who haven't debuted yet. They are the first line or even super first line superstars in the entertainment industry who have already become famous. They would all be crying and shouting, scrambling to switch jobs and join him, right? Why did he set up a threshold? I looked at their cute faces full of confusion and smiled. The smile is very mysterious. Also very confident. The first kind. I stretched out a finger. Yes, those who were suppressed and buried by capital and the so-called rules. A true, lost gem. For example, Joey. They have talent, dreams and a pure heart. All they lack is a fair stage. And what we at Chensi Entertainment have to do is to give them this stage. My words made Yi Qingya and Zhang Man's eyes light up instantly. They understand. Boss, this is going to be a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. He disdains to get involved with those dirty capitals. He wants to use his own way to change this already rotten circle. High. It's really high. This pattern. What a broad mind. It's even deeper than the Mariana Trench. Then, what about the second type of people? Zhang Man asked impatiently. She has been completely ignited by my grand blueprint. The second type of people. I paused, and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to make all the entertainment giants tremble with fear. Yes, those are bound by the so-called unfair terms. I want to leave, but I can't. The king and the queen. You, go tell them. As long as they are willing to come. We, Chensi Entertainment, will bear all the liquidated damages. We, Wall Street's top legal team, will help them fight all the lawsuits. I want to let those self-righteous entertainment giants know. From today on. Those old-fashioned rules that exploit artists. It's time to end it. Boom. My words are like 2 heavy nuclear bombs. In an instant, there was a loud bang in the hearts of Zhang Man and Yi Qingya. They stared at me in amazement. Look at me, with my overwhelming domineering attitude of pointing out the world and making decisions. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. Crazy. Boss, this is absolutely crazy. He is going to declare war on the old forces in the entire entertainment industry on his own. This is no longer about building an entertainment empire. This guy is trying to be a revolutionary leader in the entertainment industry. At the same time, Beijing Hui Entertainment Headquarters Building. In the president's office. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. A gentle middle-aged man wearing a custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses was looking gloomily at the overwhelming news about Su Chen on the computer screen. He is the head of Hui Entertainment. Yes, he is the biological father of Li Hao, who I just sent in for tea with a phone call. Li Guohua. Opposite him, there stood a trainee with heavy smoky makeup and earrings, looking like a spirited young man. It was exactly the one who had been sneering at me and Zhou Yi backstage before, Li Hao's lackey. At this moment, there was no trace of arrogance on his face anymore. All that is left is endless fear and panic. He was tremblingly reporting to Li Guohua everything that had happened backstage that day. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Li Guohua suddenly stood up from his seat. A slap, hard on the face of the trainee with smoky makeup. Waste! He was so angry that he was shaking all over and cursing. A bunch of useless people who can't do anything good but always cause trouble. Do you know what kind of person you've messed with? I don't know, Mr. Li. She put on smoky makeup, covered her swollen face, and said aggrievedly. I thought he was just a gigolo who relied on women to get ahead. Joko? Li Guohua was so angry that he laughed at his stupid words. Have you ever seen a pretty boy who could summon the head of the State Administration of Taxation with just one phone call? Have you ever seen a pretty boy who could, with just one sentence, completely destroy my tax network that I built up over a decade in Shanghai? Have you ever seen a pretty boy who could make Hui Entertainment lose billions of dollars in market value overnight? He pointed at the frightened woman with smoky makeup and roared hysterically. He's not a gigolo. He is God. Yes, the true God that none of us can afford to offend. Then what should we do now? Mr. Li? She asked with smoky makeup and a crying voice. How, brother, how? He won't really go to jail, right? Jail? Li Guohua sneered. His eyes were filled with coldness and chill. Well, they are all light. With the energy displayed by that man. He wants us, Hui, to die. It's just a matter of words. Ah. Smoky makeup, so scared that she fell to the ground. But. Li Guohua paused, and a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. He is a god. But he also has a soft spot. He slowly walked to the French window. Looking out the window at the bustling city with heavy traffic. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. He cares too much about that woman named Ji Qingya. Yeah, too arrogant. So arrogant that I thought I could really change everything. He wants to be the savior? He sneered. I just won't let him have his wish. He turned around and looked at the frightened woman with smoky makeup, and spoke clearly word by word. Go immediately and contact all the media and marketing accounts that have cooperated with Hui. Tell them to direct all their artillery fire at that loser named Zhou Yi. I want to ruin his reputation. I want everyone to know that the so-called god producer, Chen, the person he has his eyes on, he's nothing but a scumbag who plagiarizes, takes drugs, and has a messy private life. Ah. Smoky makeup, stunned for a moment. But, Mr. Li. That Zhou Yi doesn't have any of this negative information. No? Li Guohua smiled. The smile was very cold. Also, crazy. I said he did. He just has to have it. Chapter 55 Yi Qingya's show off. Look, this is my man. We only recruit two types of people. First, it's a buried gem. The second is the bound king and queen. My words were like two bombshells. In an instant, there was a loud explosion in the hearts of Zhang Man and Yi Qingya. They looked at me, with such powerful and domineering aura. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. Declare war on the old forces in the entire entertainment industry? This is fucking too tough, right? Boss. Zhang Man looked at me with her calm profile, swallowed hard, and her voice trembled. Are you serious? We really want to do this? What else? I turned around and looked at her cute face filled with shock and horror and smiled. Su-chan, either don't do it. If you're going to do it the biggest. Be the only one, king. My words are full of unquestionable and absolute dominance. It instantly ignited the passion in Zhang Man's heart that had been dormant for many years. Yes. What are you afraid of? Yes, Mr. Su, this godlike man, is here. Not to mention just a few, they are entertainment giants. Even if it means making the whole world my enemy, what's the harm? Yes. Boss. She suddenly straightened her back. In those shrewd and capable eyes, the raging fire called ambition was rekindled. I see. I'm going to draft a recruitment order now. I promise. Within 3 days. I'll make the entire Chinese entertainment industry tremble for us, Chensi Entertainment. Finished. She is like a Valkyrie who has received a sacred mission. Rushed out in a hurry. That look of being full of energy, as if he was ready to conquer the whole world. Looking at her hurried back, I smiled. I turned my head and looked at the lovely woman who had been looking at me with admiration from beginning to end, as if she was looking at a hero. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. How? I am impressed by your husband, you are so handsome? Yi Qingya nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She stretched out her arms and hugged my waist tightly, pressing her soft cheek against my broad chest. A face rubbed happily. Honey, you looked so handsome just now. Like a king who wants to conquer the world. Her voice was very soft and gentle. But it is filled with deep and unbreakable love and admiration. He. I was amused by her cute little fangirl look. I lowered my head and gently placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Fool. Why would I conquer the world? I just want to conquer you. My voice is full of magnetism and charm. In an instant, Yi Qingya's face turned red. Like a ripe peach. That's disgusting. She buried her head in my chest shyly like an ostrich. That shy look is extremely cute. As I looked at her cute and lovely appearance, my heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. I held her tightly, feeling the soft touch in my arms. And the faint body fragrance that belongs only to her. There is peace in my heart. It's like owning the whole world. What, entertainment empire? What, the sea of stars? At this moment, it all becomes unimportant. I just want to hold her quietly, just like this. Until the end of time. The next few days. Zhang Man has completely transformed into a workaholic. I go out early and come back late every day, and I'm busy all the time. And I have completely become a house husband. Every day I stayed at home with Yi Qingya to help her take care of the pregnancy. Give her something delicious. Accompany her to watch a movie. Tell her the story of The Little Prince, which I wrote for babies. Days like that are filled with warmth, sweetness, and happiness. Various legends about me on the internet are still fermenting wildly. Countless fans spontaneously established my global fan club. And he gave me a loud and childish nickname. Chen Xin. Every one of my Weibo updates will be on the hot search list the moment it is published. I'm just casual, just posting a selfie. All of these can cause women across the internet to collectively lick the screen. That popularity is so high that all the so-called top stars are far behind. There are even countless entertainment companies and brands trying to contact me through various channels. The prices offered are all sky-high prices that ordinary people cannot even imagine. But, without exception, I rejected them all. Because I am really not interested in those so-called fame and fortune. However, Yi Qingya completely transformed into a husband-showing maniac. Her favorite thing to do every day is to share our sweet daily life on Weibo. Today, I made a loving breakfast for her. Tomorrow is the prenatal music I wrote for her. The day after tomorrow I accompanied her for a walk by the river. This is her back view. Every Weibo post is filled with pink bubbles. Netizens all over the internet were so jealous that they cried out in anger. Ah! I'm dead. What kind of fairy tale love is this? It's too sweet. Wow, God Chen is so doting on me. He can handle everything from housework to writing songs and even fighting. What kind of godly husband is this? Yi Qingya. I command you. Immediately. Right now. Set Xinshin's Weibo to livestream 24/7. I want to watch it. I want to watch it every day. Yi Qingya. The hatred for stealing your husband is irreconcilable. Look at those jealous and envious people in the comments section. Yi Qingya always laughs like a kitten that has stolen some fish and falls back and forth. Then, he held my arm with a smug look on his face and showed off to the phone screen. That cute look seems to be saying, "Did you see that? Envious, right? Jealous? Such a good man, he is mine. Just watch." Looking at her cute and childish appearance, I felt a little amused and helpless. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. "Okay, stop playing. Hurry up and drink this bowl of bird's nest. This, I specially asked someone to fly it back from Indonesia. It's top quality, official bird's nest. Good for you and your baby's skin." Yi Qingya nodded obediently. He took the bowl from my hand and started drinking it in small sips. It looked so satisfied, like a cute kitten being fed by its owner. However, just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. I frowned. "Who is it? Will you come at this time?" I walked to the door and glanced at the video doorbell. On the screen, there stood a middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking very gentle. Behind him were two bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses, exuding a tough aura. It looked like he was coming with bad intentions. "Who is it, husband?" Yi Qingya also walked over curiously. When she saw the face of the middle-aged man on the screen, her expression changed instantly. It becomes a little complicated. There was surprise, confusion, and even a hint of disgust that she herself was not even aware of. "What's wrong? Honey, do you know him?" I asked curiously. Yi Qingya nodded, her voice a little cold. "He is the president of Hawaii Entertainment. Li Hao's dad. Li Guohua." "Oh." When I heard this name, my eyebrows raised slightly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. It turned out to be the old man who had escaped the net. What is he doing here? Come, plead for his beloved son who was still drinking tea in the police station. Still. Are you here to seek revenge? Interesting. I laughed. The smile was very cold. Also, very dangerous. I didn't hesitate any longer. Directly, pressed the door open button. Then he smiled at Yi Qingya, who looked worried, and asked, "Wife, tell me. He's here to get himself killed? Are you still here to give yourself away?" Chapter 56, the second match, a piece of ancient style amazed everyone. A week later. Dream Singer, the recording of the second episode has arrived as scheduled. With the first episode's phenomenal and shocking start. The second episode of the show is attracting much attention. Countless viewers and media, as if they were injected with chicken blood, were waiting in front of the TV and in the live broadcast room early in the morning. They all want to see it. That mysterious man Chen, who became a god overnight, will bring them an audio-visual feast that will destroy the world again today. I want to see it too. What kind of amazing performance will Joey, the chosen one chosen by him, have? Backstage, in the dressing room. The atmosphere is completely different from the previous issue. The strange atmosphere filled with contempt and ridicule had long since disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a kind of awe that is almost like a pilgrimage. All the contestants, whether they are big stars or grassroots amateurs. When she saw the godlike man sitting in the corner with a calm face, peeling an apple for Yi Qingya, they would subconsciously hold their breath and bow. Their respectful look made them look like a group of ministers meeting the emperor. No way. The name Su Chen now represents two words in the Chinese music scene. Invincible. Who dares to act arrogantly in front of him? Don't you want to hang out? Didn't I see that arrogant prince of Hawaii, Li Hao, last week? The day after the show aired. So, he and his richest man dad were packed up and put in jail to sing Tears Behind Bars? Until now, it hasn't come out yet. This is the fate of offending God Chen. A bloody lesson. Husband, here. Yi Qingya took a piece of apple that I had just peeled, put a toothpick on it, and handed it to Joey, who was holding a guitar next to her with a nervous look on his face, like a wooden man. Don't be nervous, take some vitamins. Her voice is very gentle. She looks so approachable, like an older sister next door who was caring about her younger brother. Where is the cold and aloof look of the national queen? Thank you, Madam Boss. Joey was flattered and quickly stood up and took the apple with both hands. It was enough to make all the men on the internet jealous. The apple was fed by the boss lady herself. He looked at the couple in front of him who could be called a fairy couple, and his heart was filled with endless gratitude. He knows. The best decision I have ever made in my life. That is, joining Chensi Entertainment. Holding on to these two, the thickest golden thighs in the world. Relax. I looked at him, who was still a little nervous, smiled and patted his shoulder. Remember what I told you. Today, you are the only king on this stage. Go up there and sing whatever song you want. Leave the rest to me. Joey nodded heavily. Those clear eyes are full of determination and confidence. Attention, contestants. The second episode of Dream Singer has officially begun. Please prepare yourself according to the order of the draw. The director's voice urging the performance came from the radio backstage. Soon, the competition officially began. Yes, the first issue is a good example. And I, the big devil, am here in person to take charge. In the second episode, all contestants gave 200% of their strength. The entire competition scene was like a fight between gods. It's even more exciting than the first episode, several levels higher. The audience in front of the TV and in the live broadcast room were all shouting with excitement. Finally, it's Joey's turn to play. He is the last one. The finale. When the host announced his name in a tone full of expectation and mystery, the entire studio was boiling. Here he comes. Here he comes. He's finally here. God Chen, the man he personally selected. I want to see. What exactly is he capable of? Under the scrutinizing and curious gazes of hundreds of millions of viewers, Joey walked slowly onto the stage holding his worn-out acoustic guitar. He looked, still, a little nervous. But when he saw the godlike man on the judges' panel who was giving him an encouraging smile, his nervous heart calmed down instantly. He bowed deeply to the audience and the judges. Then he slowly walked to the center of the stage. Sit down. Closed his eyes. A melodious guitar prelude full of classical charms slowly flowed out from his fingertips. The notes were like a breeze blowing through the thousand-year-old alley, with a hint of the hazy rain of the Jiangnan water town. Instantly, everyone present was brought into a beautiful world full of poetry and painting. Wow! This prelude is so nice. Yeah. It has an ancient feel to it. Could it be that he's going to sing an ancient style song? Just when everyone was speculating curiously, Joey spoke. His voice is clean, clear, and without a trace of impurities. Yet, there was a faint sadness that was inconsistent with his age. And a sense of story. The sound of prosperity has escaped into the Buddhist world, leaving the world devastated. Dreams are cold, and I toss and turn throughout my life, and how many debts of love have I accumulated? If you agree, life and death will wait. Waiting round and round, the rings of the years. The moment the singing sounded, the whole world is quiet. Everyone was stunned. All drunk. They seemed to see a beautiful ink painting. In the painting, a love-struck woman spends the rest of her life in front of an ancient temple surrounded by green lamps and ancient Buddhas, just to wait for someone who will never come back. The loneliness and sadness that penetrated deep into the bone marrow pierced the hearts of every listener through Joey's singing voice full of stories. How many floors of the pagoda are broken? Whose soul is broken? Pain runs straight ahead, a broken lamp at the collapsed mountain gate. Let me wait a little longer, and history will turn. Waiting for the wine to be mellow, waiting for you to play a piece of guzheng. On the judges' panel, those four knowledgeable music industry bosses were all dumbfounded. They looked at the young man on the stage, holding a guitar and singing quietly. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. And, unbelievable. What kind of magical song is this? This word. The writing is too damn good, isn't it? What kind of sentence is this masterstroke like it's fate that we take root here? Only a god could write it. Also, this song. Perfectly blending the traditional Chinese pentatonic scale and modern pop music. It has both classical charm and popular potential. This is simply a masterpiece that is destined to create an era. Hearing the laughter of youth makes many people envious. It would be too cruel for Wenru to refuse to write about that history. Fireworks fade away easily, and people and things separate easily. And you're asking if I'm still serious. Backstage, in the dressing room. Those contestants who were full of disdain and jealousy towards Joey before. At this moment, everyone was frozen in place as if they were under a spell. Their faces were filled with horror and despair. They finally understood. What is a real dimensionality reduction attack? What is true talent? In front of such a masterpiece that can be called a work of art. Those so-called songs they sang before. It's just a bunch of shit. You don't even have the qualifications to carry other people's shoes. Listening to the sound of rain in the Jalan temple, longing for eternity. Joey finished singing the last sentence. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Then he faced the dead silent audience below the stage. Bowed deeply. The entire studio was still eerily quiet. Everyone was still immersed in that world of music filled with sadness and beauty, unable to extricate themselves. For a long, long time. Wow. A burst of thunderous applause, 10 times more enthusiastic than when Suchin sang Ordinary Road before, suddenly broke out without warning. Everyone is crazy. They stood up from their seats. I used all my strength to applaud crazily for the young man holding a guitar on the stage. The applause lasted for a long time. That is the purest respect for a true musician. And, on the judges' panel, Lu Wan, who has always been known for his impartiality. Once again, crying. He looked at Joey on the stage, and then looked at the man on the judges' panel, who had a calm expression as if all this had nothing to do with him. A huge wave was rising in his heart. He picked up the microphone and his voice was trembling. Joey, I don't want to comment on your singing. Because that no longer makes any sense. I just want to ask you a question. He stared at Joey intently and asked clearly word by word. The voice was filled with extreme shock and a hint of piety that was almost like a pilgrimage. This song is enough to revolutionize the entire Chinese music scene. It's a masterpiece. It's the songwriter. Who is it, anyway? Chapter 57. The master of Chinese studies stood up on the spot. This song should only exist in heaven. Listening to the sound of rain in the Jalan temple, longing for eternity. When Joey finished singing the last line of lyrics that was full of endless sadness and beautiful artistic conception, the entire studio was silent. It's so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Everyone was still immersed in the musical world that was like a beautiful ink painting and couldn't extricate themselves. In their minds, the sad story of the infatuated woman who waited for a lifetime in front of the ancient temple, but in the end, everything was in vain emerged. The loneliness and sadness that penetrated deep into the bones were like an invisible net, tightly wrapping the hearts of everyone present. Let them feel the same way. Let them be heartbroken. For a long, long time. On the judges' panel, Lu Wan, who was always known for his impartiality, slowly came back to his senses from his extreme sadness. He looked at Joey on the stage, who was holding a guitar quietly like a boy next door, with his eyes filled with extreme shock. And a kind of awe that is almost like a pilgrimage. He picked up the microphone, his lips trembling, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a word from between his teeth. This is a word a human can write? His voice was trembling. It is fate that brings us to this land. It would be too cruel for history to refuse to write about it. Hearing the laughter of youth, many are envious. Every time he recited a line of lyrics, the shock in his heart deepened. When he finished reading, he can no longer control his inner emotions. He slammed the table and stood up from his seat. He roared hysterically at the divine man on the judging panel who had remained calm from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Shun! Damn it, come out! Come out right here! Tell the truth! Did you travel back from the Tang dynasty? Otherwise, how could you possibly write such a brilliant poem that would put Li Bai and Du Fu to shame? His words were full of foul language though. But it expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Yes. This word. The writing is too fucking amazing, isn't it? That artistic conception. That writing style. That illusion that comes to mind effortlessly yet perfectly. It is simply a masterpiece that can be directly included in the Chinese textbook. And Na Ing, who was sitting next to him, had already burst into tears. She looked at Joey on the stage and then at me. His eyes were full of complexity. There is shock and admiration, but more of it is a deep sense of powerlessness. For the first time, she felt what was called true talent. What is a true dimensionality reduction attack? Those so-called love songs that she was proud of were compared with the song in front of her that was enough to sing into people's souls. Fireworks cool easily. It's just a bunch of babbling, incomprehensible, kindergarten stuff. I have nothing more to say. She picked up the phone and spoke in a hoarse voice. I just want to go back and destroy all the songs I sang before. Because that's simply an insult to music. Finished. She slowly raised her scorecard. 100 points. No suspense. However, they are not the most exaggerated. But today, the program team specially invited a real master of Chinese studies as a special guest. Nan Huijin. He is already over 90 years old this year. Yes, he is one of the few remaining national treasures and cultural masters in China. Originally, he was disdainful of participating in this so-called pop music program. But Qin Genua is his most proud disciple. He really couldn't resist the other party's soft and hard nagging. Only then did I reluctantly agree to come and sit for a while just to go through the motions. Originally, he was in the mindset of, come, listen to a joke. But, now. His cloudy old eyes, which had long seen through the vicissitudes of the world, burst into an unprecedented bright light. He looked at Zhou Yi on the stage. He looked at the young man sitting on the judges' panel with a calm expression. His body was shaking because of extreme excitement. He stood up from his seat tremblingly. In everyone's eyes, filled with shock and confusion. He was talking to me, a junior who was even younger than his grandson. I bowed deeply, deeply. That was the highest respect from a cultural master to another cultural giant who was capable of founding a new school of thought. Great! What a saying! Fireworks fade away quickly, and people separate easily. He picked up the microphone, his voice was old but full of power. What a wonderful saying, it is fate that we take root here. This song. This lyrics. He paused, raised his head and looked up at the magnificent dome of the studio, and let out a long sigh filled with endless emotion. Only in heaven. How can I hear it in this world? How often have I heard it? Boom. His words are like the most authoritative seal. It severely overshadows the altar of the song Fireworks Cool Easily. Even the master of Chinese studies came out to stamp and certify it personally. Who dares to question this song? Who else dares to say no? Zhou Yi on the stage, after listening to the crazy flattery from Lu Huan and Nan Huijin, two leading figures. I was completely dumbfounded. He sat there blankly, holding his guitar. My brain is blank. He felt like he was dreaming. An unreal dream. He was just a poor boy from a small county town. A grassroots singer who has been singing in bars for 5 years but no one is paying attention to him. What qualifications does he have? How can it get such a high evaluation? He knows. None of this is because of him. But it was because of the godlike man sitting on the judges' panel. Yes, him. Gave myself a new life. It also gave me a stage that could attract the attention of the whole world. Zhou Yi. Lu Huan's voice, full of excitement and expectation, pulled him back from his trance. Tell us now. This song is enough to revolutionize the entire Chinese music scene. It's a masterpiece. It's the songwriter. Who is it, anyway? Chapter 58, Number 1 again. Is this guy the king of original creation? Who is it, anyway? Lu Huan's voice, filled with extreme shock and a hint of almost pilgrim-like piety, echoed in everyone's ears through the microphone. The entire noisy studio once again fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes, like a searchlight, focused on the young man on the stage, who was holding a guitar with a dazed look on his face. Yes. Such an awesome song. Who wrote it, anyway? Zhou Yi looked at the faces in the audience that were full of curiosity and expectation. He looked at the 4 pairs of eyes on the judges' panel, filled with enthusiasm and scrutiny. He swallowed hard. My brain is blank. Of course he knew the answer to this question. But can he speak? But Mr. Su had repeatedly told him to keep it confidential. But facing this, it is a huge honor that is enough to make any musician crazy. Can he really hold back from saying it? Just when he was torn between his conscience and his desires, he was in a dilemma. On the judges' panel, the godlike man who had remained calm from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him, slowly spoke. His voice was very soft. But it carries an unquestionable power. Teacher Lu, is the answer to this question really that important? A good piece of work can be liked by everyone. Isn't that enough? His words were like a warm spring breeze. In an instant, the tense and oppressive atmosphere at the scene was blown away. It also woke up Zhou, who was still in a dilemma. Yes. Mr. Su, you are right. The work is the most important thing. As for who the author is it really that important? Lu Huan was stunned for a moment after hearing what I said. Then, a bitter smile of understanding appeared on his face. He understood. This gentleman really doesn't want to be famous. Yes, it's true, fame and fortune are just like clouds. 2. His terrifying energy is enough to make the whole world tremble. What does the empty title of Godfather of Chinese music mean? It's yourself who is attached to appearances. I see. He bowed deeply to me. His face was filled with genuine admiration. Mr. Su, I'm grateful for your advice. He paused and turned his gaze back to Zhou on the stage. His voice was as loud as a bell. Zhou, I don't want to comment on your work anymore. Because that is a blasphemy against art. I just want to tell you. My score. Full marks. 100 points. Wow. The whole audience was boiling in an instant. Another one, full marks? Teacher Lu Wan, are you crazy? Is he going to give all the perfect scores in his life to the people of Chenxi Entertainment? Na Ing and Do Wei, who were sitting next to him, smiled at each other. They didn't even bother to pick up the microphone. He just raised the scorecard in his hand. 100. 100. No suspense. At last. Everyone's eyes were focused on the highly respected master of Chinese studies, Nan Huijin. He looked at Zhou on the stage, who looked flattered, and then looked at me. Those cloudy old eyes were filled with relief and emotion. He slowly picked up the microphone, his voice old but full of power. Child. He looked at Zhou and said kindly. You sing very well. But what really impressed me was not your voice, but the one who gave the song its soul. He paused and turned his gaze to me. His eyes were full of appreciation and a hint of mutual understanding. Mr. Su, right? I, an old man, have an unwelcome request. I don't know, should I tell you or not? Mr. Nan, please feel free to speak. I stood up and bowed slightly to this respectable cultural leader. Good. Nan Huijin nodded and a kind smile appeared on his face. I heard that Mr. Su not only has amazing talent in music. Are you quite accomplished in literature? The book The Little Prince, that has recently become a hit in the cultural world, is your work, isn't it? Boom. His words were like a hydrogen bomb with a super large yield. In an instant, there was a loud explosion in the entire studio. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Little Prince? That magical book hailed as the best fairy tale for adults, which sold 10 million copies in a single week, breaking all Chinese publishing records? He actually wrote it? I'm fucking? This fucking thing, are they going to let people live? It would be fine if I could become a god by writing songs. Can you become a god by writing a book? What kind of monster is this guy? Backstage, in the dressing room. Those contestants who were just beaten to a pulp by fireworks cooled down easily. When hearing this even more devastating news, I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes. With a plop sound. Everyone fainted. No more. This is really not fun. We are in the same dimension as this kind of god who has activated Bloodlock plus infinite mana plus full map cheat. It's simply a torture. And, on the stage, I laughed when I heard Nan Huijin's words. Mr. Nan, thank you for the compliment. Just some bedtime stories for my unborn child. It's not allowed in this elegant hall. Bedtime story? Not even worthy of such a refined place? Listen. Listen. Is this human language? You care, that masterpiece that's worthy of winning the Nobel Prize for Literature is called Bedtime Story? Boss. You are so pretentious, isn't it? Please. Please leave a way out for us mortals. He. Nan Huijin was obviously amused by my Versailles-style speech. He shook his head, looking very emotional. Mr. Su, you are too modest. Your talent is enough to put all the writers of this era to shame. So, I, an old man, would like to invite you as the honorary president of the Chinese Writers Association. He paused and said sincerely. How about joining us? With your talent, I believe it will take less than 3 years. There will definitely be a place for us Chinese people on the Nobel Prize in Literature podium. The entire studio fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at me as if I were a god. The president of the Music Association begged him to buy his songs. The president of the Writers Association begged him to join. This guy. What kind of existence is he? I looked at Nan Huijin's eyes full of expectation and smiled. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Nan. But now, I just want to be a quiet dad. As for those false reputations, I shook my head. I'm not interested. Why? When Nan Huijin heard what I said, his face showed an undisguised disappointment. And a deep regret. He knows. After all, the Chinese literary world missed out on a genius who was worthy of being recorded in history. He sighed helplessly. Slowly, he raised his scoreboard. 100 points. No suspense. Again, for 100 points. The host's voice, which had become somewhat numb due to extreme shock, rang out. Let us congratulate the contestant, Joey. With, also unprecedented, a perfect score. Tied with our teacher Su Chen as the champion of this competition. Wow. The whole audience was boiling again. A show. 2 full marks champions. And damn, they're all from the same company. This is fucking cheating, right? Shensi Entertainment, this is going against the will of heaven. And, backstage. Yi Qingya looked at the monitor and saw Joey, who was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes on the stage. Then, he looked at the judges' panel, at the godlike man who still had a calm expression, as if all this had nothing to do with him. A smile of immense pride and happiness appeared on her face. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Man, who had completely become Su Chen's #1 fangirl, and asked with a proud look on her face. That cute look, like a little wife showing off to the world how awesome her husband is. Sister man, look. Am I very discerning? Chapter 59, Major companies are scrambling to grab contracts with sky-high prices. Sister man, look. Am I very discerning? Yi Qingya asked Zhang Man, who had completely become Su Chen's #1 fangirl, with a proud look on her face. That cute look, like a little wife showing off to the world how awesome her husband is. Seeing this, Zhang Man felt a surge of sadness in her heart. Yes. 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 She nodded quickly, with a flattering smile on her face. Boss lady, you are more than just a person with good taste. You've simply opened your third eye. Yes, I can find the boss, such a unique and unparalleled man. This is the blessing you earned by saving the entire galaxy in your previous life. Her flattery is so loud that it resounds across the mountains. Seeing that shameless look, Yi Qingya, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but blush. However, just then, ding-ling-ling. A cell phone ringtone, 10 times more urgent than the previous one, rang out without any warning. Yes, Zhang Man S. She took a look at the caller ID and her expression instantly became a little strange. Boss lady. She looked at us and said with a troubled look on her face. Yes, it's Li Guohua from Huai Entertainment. Li Guohua? When I heard the name, my eyebrows raised slightly. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This old fox. He called, what for? Could it be that he came to plead for his beloved son who was still drinking tea in the police station? Take it. I said lightly. I want to hear what he wants to say. By the way, turn on speakerphone. Yes. Zhang Man immediately pressed the answer button and the hands-free button. As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice, full of humility and flattery, came from the receiver. Hello? Is this Miss Zhang Man? That voice was extremely humble. He is completely different from the arrogant president of Huai before. Hello, Mr. Li? Zhang Man was obviously not quite used to his sudden change. The voice is a little stuttering. Hey! Miss Zhang. Please don't call me Mr. Li. You can call me Lao Li or Xiao Li, it's all fine. Li Guohua laughed heartily, his voice was as passionate as a fire. Miss Shang, I called this time to apologize to you. Before, my son, I was ignorant and offended by the backstage of the TV station. I hope you and Mr. Su and Ms. Yi will be magnanimous and please don't take it to heart. I've already taught him a lesson. I promise, he will never dare to do it again. He. I laughed as I listened to his evasive speech, which was worthy of being called a art master. A lesson? That's easy to say. If it weren't for me, I would have shown mercy. Your precious son is probably now feeding sharks at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Mr. Lee, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm too lazy to go around in circles with him anymore. Be direct and get straight to the point. Yes, Mr. Su? From the other end of the phone came Li Guowa's voice full of surprise and panic. Oh. Mr. Su. You are here too. Look at me. I can't recognize a great man. He quickly lowered his posture and spoke in an almost flattering tone. Mr. Su, it's like this. I just watched Mr. Zhou Yi's performance on TV. It's really wonderful. So shocking. I, Li Guowa, have been in this industry for half my life and have never seen such a talented and promising young person. So, I want to. He paused and finally told his real purpose. I want to ask you, has Mr. Zhou Yi signed with your company? If not, we at Huawei want to sign him at all costs. Price is not a problem. A sky-high S+ level contract. Whatever you want, open it. As long as you nod. Boom. His words were like a bombshell. In an instant, the hearts of the contestants backstage, who had not yet recovered from the shock, exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. An S+ level, sky-high contract? Just open it? I'm fucking? This is too exaggerated, right? But, that SY. It is one of the 3 major entertainment giants in China. They actually fought for an amateur who just debuted. Such an incredible condition? Crazy. This world is absolutely crazy. Countless eyes filled with jealousy, envy, and a hint of greed instantly focused on Zhou Yi, who was still holding the guitar with a dazed look on his face. They can't wait to replace him now. However, just when everyone thought that Zhou Yi was about to reach the pinnacle of his life by marrying a beautiful, rich woman. But I laughed. The smile was very cold. Also, disdainful. Mr. Lee, right? I remember, I seem to have told your son. Zhou Yi, he is mine. You didn't understand? My voice is very soft. However, it brought with it a chill that was enough to make Li Guowa on the other end of the phone tremble with fear. No. Mr. Su. You misunderstood. Li Guowa was shocked and quickly explained. I absolutely do not intend to snatch anyone from you. I just, simply, admire Mr. Zhou Yi's talent. Since he's already a member of your company, then, forget it. But. He changed the subject and put forward an even more tempting condition. Mr. Su. Although we can't sign Mr. Zhou Yi. But we can cooperate. We at Huawei are willing to mobilize all our channels and resources. Come, let's do our best to make Mr. Zhou Yi famous. We can give him the best film and television resources. The best variety show resources. The best fashion resources. We can even let him be the leading actor in our next S+ rated film, which will cost 1 billion yuan. We don't want anything. As long as I can get my name on his agency contract. What do you think? Hiss. His words once again made the entire backstage gasp. Everyone is crazy. They looked at me as if they were looking at a living god. This is no longer just a matter of robbing people. This guy is really asking for help and wants to be a bootlicker. What's more, they come with their own dog food and luxurious doghouses. Huai is trying to hold on to Chinshin, this golden thigh. It's like he doesn't even want to have any face anymore. Cooperate? I listened to what he said and laughed. Can. I nodded. But I also have a condition. Mr. Su, please speak. Li Guowa's voice was trembling with excitement. It's very simple. I paused, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. Let your precious son, who is still in the police station, drink tea. Facing the camera, kowtow and apologize to Zhou Yi. And admit in front of the entire nation that I am a waste. Then. I looked at the four music industry bigwigs sitting on the judges' panel, looking at me with amusement on their faces. Then, I looked at the group of contestants in the backstage who were already stunned by my amazing operation. My voice came through the microphone and reached everyone's ears clearly. That voice was full of unquestionable and absolute dominance. I, Chensi Entertainment, want 50% of the shares in all S+ level projects of Hawaii Entertainment for the next 10 years. And it doesn't cost a penny. Ah. Lee Guohua on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. This is fucking a collaboration. How can this be called a collaboration? This is clearly a naked robbery. And what's more, they don't even leave their underwear behind. I didn't pay any attention to him anymore. I just smiled at Joey, who was completely confused by my series of magical operations. Then slowly, he asked, "How about it? I prepared this debut gift package for you. Still, is it considered generous?" Chapter 60 Suchen, you can't afford my goal. It's quite generous, isn't it? My words are very light. Like a feather. It gently brushed Joey's heart, which had been almost shocked by a series of god-level operations. Rich? This is more than just generous. This is simply a free gift right at the start, a max-level GM account. 50% of Hawaii's S+ level projects for the next 10 years? Damn, it's the kind that doesn't cost a penny? What the hell is this, a debut gift package? Not to mention that he is an amateur who just debuted. Right now, those so-called international superstars in the entertainment industry would burst into tears and shout about quitting their jobs right after seeing this contract, right? Sue, Mr. Sue. Joey looked at me, his calm profile becoming so excited that he became incoherent. He made a plop sound. He knelt down in front of me without hesitation. Mr. Sue. You are my, Joey's, second parents in this life. He hugged my thighs and wailed with tears and snot. I, Joey, swear. In this life, I will be a member of Chensi Entertainment. In death, I will be a member of Chensi Entertainment. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. I, Joey, am willing to serve you like a slave, even if it means death. That loyal look is just like a brave general from the Three Kingdoms who has just been rescued from dire straits by his lord. Okay. I looked at his useless appearance and helped him up from the ground, feeling both amused and helpless. What does it look like for a grown man to cry? Remember. I reached out, gently patted his shoulder and said seriously. You are the one I, Suchen, like. From now on, stand up straight and behave yourself. Who dares to look down on you again? Just use your talent to slap him hard in the face. Do you understand? Yes. Boss. I understand. Joey suddenly straightened his back. Those clear eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence and light. He knows. His life will completely change from this moment on. And, on the other end of the phone, Lee Guohua, who was completely dumbfounded by the conditions I had given him, which could be called a robbery, experienced a 1-minute-long struggle between his conscience and his desires. He finally made the most humiliating yet wisest decision of his life. Good. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out this word. The voice was filled with endless reluctance and a hint of deep fear. Mr. Sue. Your conditions. I agree to them all. He knows. He has no choice. Compared with Hawaii's interests in the next 10 years. He and his useless son's life. Obviously, more important. Not to mention. In this way, I can hold on to Mr. Sue's amazing thigh. This may not be a bad thing for him and the entire Hawaii. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Lee is a smart man. Then, happy cooperation. After saying that, I hung up the phone neatly. It seemed as if they had just concluded a small business deal worth a few $100s. And the entire studio. After witnessing this god-level negotiation that was enough to overturn their entire worldview. Already, completely fallen into deathly silence. Everyone looked at me as if I were a god. His eyes were filled with fanatical admiration. And a kind of awe from the heart. Awesome. So fucking awesome. This is the demeanor of a true king. While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. Ahem. On the judges' panel. The highly respected Lu Guodong, old Lu coughed and forcibly broke the strange silence at the scene. He looked at me, his cloudy old eyes full of complexity. There is appreciation and admiration, but more of it is a deep curiosity. He really couldn't figure it out. This young man in front of me, who looked to be in his early 20s, what kind of person was he? Why does he possess such terrifying power? And such incredible talent? Sue, Mr. Sue. He picked up the phone and asked me cautiously in a tone that was almost like a conversation between peers. Can I, please, ask you a question? Mr. Lu, please feel free to speak. I bowed slightly to this respectable senior in the music industry. Good. Lu Guodong nodded. He looked at me with eyes as calm as water and asked clearly word by word. That voice also expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Mr. Su. A person like you, with such incredible talent, could be called a god like Dot. You, come and participate in our little music program. He even went so far as to personally pave the way for the newcomers. You, what exactly is this for? What exactly is your goal? Yes, for fame? Or for profit? Or is it to, as you said, change this corrupt circle? His words were like a depth charge. In an instant, there was a loud bang in the crowd. Everyone held their breath. Focus your eyes on me. Waiting for my answer. Yes. What on earth is this gentleman trying to achieve? With his godlike means in background. What does he want that he can't get? Why do you still want to come and wade into the muddy waters of the entertainment industry? I listened to what he said and laughed. I turned around and looked towards the backstage. That look instantly became extremely gentle. It seems as if water can drip out. Name? I shook my head. I'm not interested. Profit? I shook my head again. I'm even less interested. As for changing this circle? I laughed. I'm not that great. I paused and turned my gaze back to the faces in the audience, which were filled with curiosity and confusion. The corner of my mouth curled up into a warm arc. The reason why I am standing here. Yes, I will do all of this. Just because. I pointed at my heart. He spoke every word with utmost seriousness. I promised, alone. We must create the brightest sky for her and our children. Yes, make her the happiest and most shining woman in the world. So, I looked at Lu Guodong, who was completely stunned on the judges' panel, and smiled. The smile is very bright. Also, very happy. You ask me what my goal is? My goal is very simple. That is, my wife and children. As for the so-called fame and fortune you gave me. I paused and my tone became incomparably calm. But it is full of absolute confidence that makes even gods and Buddhas tremble. Feel sorry. You guys can't afford it. Then where should we go next? Backstage, Yi Qingya's voice trembled as she watched the man who shone so brightly on the stage and was willing to make the whole world his enemy for her. Chapter 61 Chensi Entertainment opens, a company with only 3 people? Then where should we go next? Backstage, Yi Qingya's voice trembled as she watched the man who shone so brightly on the stage and was willing to make the whole world his enemy for her. Her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of being touched and happy. She just wanted to fly to his side right now. Then, give him the warmest hug. I laughed when I heard what she said. I no longer paid attention to the thunderous cheers from the audience. Nor did I care about the media reporters who were rushing towards me with fanatical looks on their faces. I just opened my arms towards the backstage. That action was gentle and full of pampering. Of course, I'm going home. Wife, I'm here to pick you up. The next day. Magic City Center Building, top floor. Chensi Entertainment, headquarters. Officially, open for business. There was no grand, ribbon-cutting ceremony. No, the media's cameras and microphones. There wasn't even a celebratory flower basket. Everything is a little too low-key. It seems that what is opening today is not a future empire that is destined to subvert the entire entertainment industry. It is a shop run by a husband and wife downstairs in the community. Boss. Zheng Man looked at the huge office in front of her, which was spacious enough to hold a sports meeting. He looked again at the 3 veteran employees in the office who were staring at each other. A hands-off boss, Su Chen. One is Yi Qingya, the boss lady and the company's only designated artist. There is also a newly signed mascot, Joey. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Our company, is it just the three of us? Her voice was filled with uncertainty. And a hint of deep doubt. No. Boss, aren't you planning to build an entertainment empire? Aren't you going to declare war on the old forces in the entire entertainment industry? Just us, 3.5 people. There is one in Yi Qingya's belly? This is too fucking, a makeshift team, right? Are you sure you're not playing house? Quality is more important than quantity. I smiled at her cute look that looked like she was about to cry. I leaned leisurely on the expensive boss chair and said lightly, "Eat your meal one bite at a time. The road must be taken step by step. An empire is not built in a day." My tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. It seems as if I have already seen the vast empire standing at the top of the world in the future. But. Zhang Man is still a little worried. Boss, we don't even have a professional operations team right now. The company's official website and blog are both still empty. Also, Zhou Yi's new song promotional materials haven't been. Stop. I waved my hand, interrupting her machine gun-like complaints. I looked into her full, anxious eyes and smiled. Xiao Zhang, have you forgotten? What is my best skill as your boss? What is it? Zhang Man asked subconsciously. Yes, create miracles. I paused, and a mysterious curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. And who said we don't have an operations team? I said as I took out my cell phone. Then, in front of them, I opened my god-level account Chen, which already has 60 million followers. Immediately following, I edited a Weibo post that was extremely short but enough to make the entire Chinese internet crazy. Chenxi Entertainment officially opened today. We are hiring new employees. Interested parties, please send your resume to this email address. Salary will be generous. In addition, I, Su Chen, will officially take up the position of Chief Music Director of Chenxi Entertainment from today onwards. Artists under the brand at. The future is promising. At Chenxi Entertainment official Weibo. Boom. This Weibo post without any preheating is like a supernova. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. Countless netizens went crazy the moment they saw this Weibo post. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell did I see? Chenxi Entertainment is open for business? Chenshin, he actually stepped down as the music director himself? Oh my god. What kind of magical company is this? They're still fucking hiring new members? Aha. I want to go. I absolutely must go. To be able to work under Chin Shin. I'm willing to work overtime every day and die suddenly. The person above, stop dreaming. Do you think it's that easy to get into Chin Shin's company? Haven't you seen? They only hire the best talent. Wowo hate me, no, I'm studying media. Otherwise, I'd just be serving Chin Shin, serving tea, pouring water, and cleaning the toilets. Chenxi Entertainment. The future is promising. Go for it. For a while. Chenxi Entertainment, these 4 words instantly topped the hot search list on major platforms. And the official Weibo account that was just registered by Zhang Man has the number of fans as 0. Moreover, within just 1 hour, the number of fans skyrocketed to 10 million. That speed is faster than riding a rocket. The most exaggerated one is the recruitment email address that I just applied for. Almost in the next second after I posted on Weibo. The job application resumes from all over the world poured in like snowflakes, and it was overwhelmed on the spot. Among them, there are many top students from Harvard, Yale, Oxford, and Cambridge. There are even several industry giants who serve as senior executives in Fortune 500 companies. They're all like, crazy. Not hesitating to lower one's own value or even take 0 salary. Just to get a chance to enter Chenxi Entertainment, a future empire that is full of infinite possibilities in their eyes. In the office, Zhang Man and Joey looked at the horrifying recruitment event on the computer. I'm completely dumbfounded. They looked at the godlike man who still had a calm expression as if all this had nothing to do with him. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. This is the fucking appeal of Chin Shin? This is too perverted, right? One person is an army? No. This is a fucking one person taking on the responsibility of supporting a country. How about it? I laughed at their silly looks as if they had never seen the world. Do you still feel that our company is short of people? No, not a few. Zhang Man swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Boss, you're really, really awesome. It's just routine operation. I waved my hands with a calm face. Then I turned my head and looked at the lovely woman who had been looking at me with admiration from beginning to end. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. Then slowly, he asked. Wife, tell me. We are just a makeshift team. Looks like playing house? Chapter 62. The future domineering female president is now just a small assistant. Wife, tell me. We are just a makeshift team. Looks like playing house? My words are like a warm spring breeze. Gently, it blew away the last trace of uncertainty in Yi Qingya's heart. She looked at my profile, which looked particularly handsome and charming in the sunlight. Looking at him, he looked so calm and composed, as if he had just ordered some takeout. She laughed out loud. Her smile is brighter than the sunshine outside the window. No. She stretched out her arms and hugged my waist tightly from behind. She pressed her soft cheek against my broad back. With a happy look on his face, he rubbed it. Not at all. My husband built the stage. Even if there's only one person. That is also the grandest stage in the world. Her voice was soft and gentle. However, it is filled with strong and inextricable pride and pride. He. I was amused by her cute little fangirl look. I turned around, grabbed her, and picked her up sideways. In her exclamation filled with surprise and shyness. Slowly, I walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Look. I pointed out the window at the bustling city that looked like a steel forest, and the endless stream of traffic under my feet that looked like ants. My voice was very soft, but it carried an absolute domineering aura that seemed to be dominating the world. Wife, look. This is the kingdom I built for you. The next few days, the entire Chensi Entertainment was plunged into a crazy state of pain and happiness. Pain. Because I'm so damn busy. The tens of thousands of job application resumes that I summoned from all over the world with a recruitment order piled up on Zhang Man's desk like snowflakes. Each one is shining with gold. Every one of them is incredibly awesome. PhDs from Harvard, masters from Oxford, elites from Wall Street, big names from Silicon Valley. Zhang Man was dazzled and her scalp was tingling. She felt like she wasn't recruiting employees. But it's about choosing a country leader. That pressure is huge. And happy. It's because the feeling of building a future empire with one's own hands is so fucking awesome. She is like a chicken with blood injected every day. Screening resumes, interviews, and job placement. In just 3 days. She selected for me a dream team composed of hundreds of top elites from all walks of life from tens of thousands of gods. And all the departments of the company are set up in an orderly manner. The efficiency is so high that all people in the industry are amazed. As a result, the 4 words dawn speed spread like wildfire. It has become a brand new legend in the entire business world of Shanghai. However, just when everyone thought that Chensi Entertainment was about to set sail like a galactic battleship full of gods, an unexpected incident occurred that no one expected. This afternoon, I was sitting leisurely in my boss's office. While doing so, I drank the top-quality Dahongpo brewed for me by Yi Qingya herself. At the same time, he was reviewing the final list of employees that Zhang Man had just handed over. Sudden. Dong dong dong. There was a polite knock on the door. Enter. I said lightly. The door opened. A young girl, wearing a cheap business suit that was washed and faded, a simple ponytail, and a little student-like on her face, walked in with a nervous and awkward look on her face. In her arms, she held a thick stack of documents. It looked so pitiful, like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a pack of wolves. Su. Mr. Su, hello. She bowed deeply to me, her voice trembling. I'm the new intern assistant, Han Shui. Zhang. Director Zhang, let me bring over these documents that need your signature. Han Shui? When I heard the name, my eyebrows raised slightly. I remember her. Among those tens of thousands of glittering resumes. Her resume, which showed that she graduated from an ordinary second-tier university and had no work experience, seemed particularly out of place. It's like an ugly duckling mixed in with a group of swans. Logically speaking, there is absolutely no way she could pass the hell-level screening of Chensi Entertainment. But, however, I saw a line of self-evaluation on her resume that interested me very much. Maybe I'm not the best, but I must be the hardest working and the most loyal. Give me a chance. I am willing to give everything I have for Chensi. Well, put it there. I pointed calmly at the table next to me and said lightly, yes. Han Shui, as if she had been pardoned, hurriedly trotted over and carefully placed the document on the table. Then he bowed deeply to me. She turned around and wanted to escape from this place that was causing her so much stress. However, just as she turned around, her foot, which was a little weak due to excessive tension, suddenly twisted. Ah! She uttered a short exclamation. The whole person lost his balance in an instant. He was about to fall to the ground in an extremely embarrassing dog-eating shit posture. Just then, a black shadow flashed by. Next second, she fell into a warm and solid embrace. A faint smell of male hormones, full of sunshine, instantly penetrated her nostrils. It made her heart, which was so nervous that it was about to jump out, skip a beat in an instant. Her face turned red in an instant. She slowly raised her head. Then they met a pair of star-like eyes that were as deep as the sea but with a hint of playful smile. Little girl. I looked at the girl in my arms, who looked like a frightened deer and had a cute face, and smiled. Walk carefully. If it breaks, I won't pay for it. I'm sorry. President Su. Han Shui came to her senses and quickly broke free from my arms as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head, her face so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. My heart is beating wildly, thump. Thump. It's over. It's over. On my first day at work, I made such a big fool of myself in front of the boss. I must be fired, right? However, I didn't blame her as she thought. I just squatted down slowly, helped her pick up the documents scattered on the ground. Then, he handed it to her. Okay, it's okay. My voice is very gentle. Get back to work. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Su. Han Shui took the document and bowed deeply to me again. Then he rushed out of my office as if escaping. That cute look of him running away made me laugh. I looked at her back, which seemed a little flustered but still resilient, and the corners of my mouth curled up in a mysterious arc. System, help me check the potential value of this girl named Han Shui. Ding. Querying for the host. Query completed. Character, Han Shui. Potential value, 99. Talent, business queen unawakened. System evaluation, a truly uncut gem. With a little nurturing, it will surely become the host's most capable right-hand man. Recommendation, focus on nurturing it. Looking at the system panel, there were the 99 golden potential points and the awesome business queen talent. I laughed. Smiling, very happy. I just know it. My vision is not wrong. This little assistant looks ordinary and even a little clumsy. Hidden within her body is the soul of a domineering female CEO that is enough to make the entire business world tremble. I picked up my phone and sent a message to Zhang Man. From today on, let Han Shui be my personal assistant. All the core projects of the company, let her follow. I will personally train her to become the future CEO of our Chensi Entertainment. Do all this. I stretched. He stood up and walked to the French window. Looking down at the bustling city below, I see the hustle and bustle of traffic. My eyes are very calm. Very, very profound. 1. The prototype of the empire has begun to take shape. Next. It's time to find more generals for this empire. I picked up my phone and dialed Zhou Yi's number. Hello, is this Zhou Yi? It's me, Su Chen. Have you got any news about those people I asked you to inquire about last time? Yes, those lost gems who were buried by capital like you. Oh? Are you all connected? Very good. I paused and raised the corners of my mouth in a confident arc. Tell them. I'm the boss of Chensi Entertainment. I want to invite them for a cup of tea. Chapter 63. On the night of the finals, the true king is about to ascend the throne. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, the entire Chinese music scene was completely disrupted by a new force called Chenxi Entertainment. Dream Singer, presided over by the godlike man Su Chen, has become the most popular phenomenal variety show this summer. The ratings are skyrocketing. Directly broke all records in the 30 years of Chinese television history. And every contestant who walked out of this stage became famous all over the country overnight. Especially the chosen one chosen by Su Chen, Joey. He relied on the two songs Ordinary Road and Fireworks Cool Easily that Su Chen tailored for him, which are masterpieces that are enough to go down in history. All the way, overcome all obstacles. With the unrivaled king's posture. We made it to the final without any suspense. It has become the most dazzling one of this year, a super dark horse. Countless fans and media are speculating wildly. On this highly anticipated night of the finals, what kind of devastating song would the omnipotent Chen God prepare for him? And Chenxi Entertainment also took advantage of this unprecedented favorable trend. In an almost barbaric posture. Expanding your territory madly. Zhang Man, the new domineering female president, showed her terrifying business skills. With Su Chen's almost unlimited financial support, she takes bold action. In just 1 month. So, they signed more than a dozen lost gems in the music industry like Joey who were buried by capital. Moreover, they also poached several top-tier artists from veteran entertainment giants such as Huai Emperor Entertainment Group. The whole entertainment industry was terrified by his wealthy and ruthless appearance. Everyone knows. A brand new entertainment empire is rising in an unstoppable manner. And its king is the mysterious man who has only been heard but not seen. Su Chen. Tonight. Magic City Stadium. Dream Singer, the recording site of the finals. There are so many people. The house is full. Tens of thousands of spectators flocked from all over the country. Just to witness with my own eyes this musical feast that is destined to go down in history. And that godlike man comes again. Backstage, in the dressing room. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The 4 finalists who are about to take the stage are all making final preparations. And Joey is the biggest favorite to win the championship tonight. It has become the focus of everyone's attention. However, but at this moment, he looked restless. He kept looking at the watch on his wrist, his eyes full of anxiety. What's going on? Why haven't the boss and the boss lady come yet? He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Today is the most important day in his life. If there is no boss, just stand by and cheer him on. He really has no idea what to do. Don't worry, Joey. On the side, Han Shui, who had successfully been promoted from intern assistant to the boss's most trusted confidant, smiled and comforted him. The boss, if he said he would definitely come. He is the most trustworthy one. Her voice is very gentle. Those clear eyes were filled with absolute trust in the man and a hint of admiration that she herself had not even noticed. Just then. Squeak. The door to the dressing room opened. A tall, straight and handsome figure that was infuriating to the point of angering both humans and gods walked in slowly. Nestled beside him was a woman who, although wearing a loose maternity dress with a slightly protruding belly, was still incredibly beautiful, a peerless beauty. Surprisingly, it was Su Chen and Yi Qingya. Boss. Boss lady. Joey, the moment he saw us, it was as if he saw his savior. He rushed forward in one leap. He looked so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, like a child who had finally found his backbone. Look at you, you're so promising. I looked at his useless appearance and shook my head in a helpless manner. Isn't it just a finals? As for being so nervous? Aye. Joey scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Okay, husband, stop bullying him. Yi Qingya on the side smiled and came to his rescue. She turned her head and looked at Joey, her beautiful eyes full of encouragement. Come on, Joey. Today you are the best. We are all watching you from the audience. Yes. Thank you, boss lady. Joey nodded heavily. My heart is filled with a warm feeling of emotion. By the way, boss. He asked me with anticipation, as if he had remembered something. What song did you prepare for me today? This question instantly aroused the curiosity of everyone backstage. Everyone subconsciously pricked up their ears. Want to know? What kind of devastating and earth-shattering song will God Chen come up with tonight? However, My answer, however, surprised everyone. I looked at him, smiled, and shook my head. Today, I don't have any new songs for you. Ah? Joey was stunned for a moment. No. No new songs? Then what should I sing? Today. I looked at his eyes filled with shock and confusion and smiled. The smile is very mysterious. Also very confident. You don't have to sing anything. You just need to sit quietly in the audience. Look, I sing. What? My words, like a supernova. In an instant, the entire backstage exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Boss. The boss wants to come on stage himself? I'm fucking? What the hell is this, a magical plot? Finals night. The boss personally stepped in to help his employees? This is too dreamy, right? And Yi Qingya was also completely confused. She looked at me with those beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Hubby. You want to go on stage too? I nodded. I looked at her cute face full of worry and expectation, and smiled. No way. Who told me that I, your husband, am a man who keeps his promises? As I spoke, I took out a folded sheet of music from my pocket. Handed it to her. Didn't you promise us a baby before? When Dad wins the championship, I'll sing him a lullaby. Today is the day for Dad to fulfill his promise. Yi Qingya looked at me with eyes so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water. I looked at it again and saw some large characters written in a flamboyant style on the sheet of music. Exaggeration. Her eyes unconsciously turned red. This man. He is always like this. Keep every word you say in mind. Then, in his own way, he gave her and the baby the most grand surprise. Dear audience. Dear friends. Just then. From the stage came the host's voice, full of passion and incitement. Now. Let's give the warmest applause. We welcome our most mysterious and anticipated superstar tonight. He is our only god. Su Chin. Boom. The entire Magic City Stadium completely exploded. Tens of thousands of spectators stood up from their seats. Using all his strength, he screamed my name madly. The roaring sound like a tsunami almost blew off the roof of the entire gymnasium. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers that were enough to change the color of heaven and earth, I slowly walked onto the stage that belonged only to the king. There was a faint smile on my face. I looked so calm and composed, as if I wasn't here to participate in a final that would determine the future of the Chinese music scene. Instead, I came here to take a walk in my own back garden. I looked at the enthusiastic sea of glow sticks in the audience. He looked at the 4 pairs of eyes on the judges' panel, which were filled with anticipation and awe. I slowly picked up the microphone. Then, in front of the tens of thousands of enthusiastic fans in the audience, and the hundreds of millions of loyal viewers in front of the TV, slowly asked. The voice was very soft but carried an absolute domineering aura of a king dominating the world. You guys, get ready. Welcome your king, has he ascended the throne? Chapter 64, the song Fuqua directly broke the stage. You guys, get ready. Has the king who is here to greet you ascended the throne? My voice is very soft. But it looks like a 9-day divine thunder. It struck hard on the top of the head of everyone present. The entire noisy Magic City Stadium instantly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was staring blankly at the man on the stage, who was wearing cheap clothes but looked radiant and domineering. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. King. Ascend the throne? Oh shit. This is too damn arrogant, right? This is too fucking childish, isn't it? But why do I feel so fired up? So, blood boiling? Aha. The dead silence lasted only 3 seconds. Next second, a burst of thunderous screams, 10 or 100 times more frenzied than before, suddenly exploded without any warning. Tatsumi. 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 King. 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 Countless audiences stood up from their seats. They used up all their strength and screamed madly, my name. Their fanatical look was just like a group of the most loyal believers welcoming the arrival of their king. The entire stadium was shaking violently. It seemed as if at any moment, it would be overturned on the spot by this terrifying sound wave that was enough to change the color of the heaven and earth. I looked at the enthusiastic ocean below the stage. Laughed. Smiling, very satisfied. This is the effect I want. I didn't say anything more, any nonsense. I gently snapped my fingers at the sound engineer backstage. Moment. A piano prelude full of weirdness, depression, and a hint of neurosis suddenly resounded throughout the stadium without any warning. The note is like an invisible big hand. In an instant, he grabbed the throat of everyone present. Their vocal cords, which had just been shouting wildly, became silent in an instant. It also made their hearts unconsciously tighten. This is. What song? Why does the prelude alone make people feel so depressed? So uncomfortable? Just when everyone was filled with shock and confusion. I spoke. My voice is no longer as clean and pure as when I sang Ordinary Road. Instead, it has a hint of deliberate squeezing and artificiality. Like a clown eager to attract attention in the crowd. If someone comes to take a picture, remember to put your hands in your pockets. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm exaggerating only because I'm scared. If you act like wood or stone, will you get attention? Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten, so I'll just magnify it and act it out. The moment the singing sounded, everyone was stunned. What kind of singing style is this? Too weird, right? That half-dead, bubbling sound. That artificial crying tone. It's just like a tone-deaf KTV microphone master howling. Ugly. It's so fucking ugly. Backstage, in the dressing room. Those contestants who were just shocked by my domineering aura and prostrated themselves on the ground. When they heard my performance, which could be described as a car accident scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No way? No way? Shinshin, he flipped over? I knew it. How could he always be so amazing? Turns out he has areas he's not good at. He. Looks like I have another chance. For a while. Countless eyes filled with gloating were focused on the monitor, on the figure who was still howling like ghosts and wolves. However, on the judges' panel, those four real music industry giants all frowned at the same time when they heard my abnormal singing. There was no disappointment on their faces. Instead, there is an extreme solemnity. And a hint of deep horror. Because they heard it. Oh, this is not a rollover. I did it on purpose. I am using a method that they have never seen or even dared to imagine. In deconstructing music. Using the most extreme way to express the most extreme emotion. That was the most desperate cry made by a little person who was ignored and laughed at by everyone in the whole world in order to gain attention. And the most humble begging. This kind of understanding of music. This kind of control over emotions. It's simply beyond the scope of human beings. He's not singing. He is acting with his soul. I'm very uneasy. How can I be elegant? Does the world still praise silence? It's not explosive enough. How come there's something for me to brag about, to be a great entertainer? Sing here. My voice suddenly changed. All the emotions suppressed in the melody burst out at this moment. My voice is like a sharp sword tearing through the night sky. Soar into the sky. At the alma mater dance that year, I stood like a minion. At that time, I was in tears and swore that everyone must see me. Boom. The entire audience's brains went blank at this moment. They stared in amazement at the man on the stage who seemed to have become a completely different person in an instant. Look at his face, which looks a little ferocious because of his extreme devotion. Looking at him, those red eyes filled with unwillingness and madness. Their hearts were hit hard. They seemed to see countless past selves. That me, who is inconspicuous and looks like a henchman in the crowd. That person who silently swore in his heart that one day he would let the whole world see the part of himself that refused to be ordinary. In this world, there are too many ordinary and common roads. Which housing estate do you live in? In love, I have been neglected too much at work. My self-esteem has been severely damaged. My voice is getting louder and louder. Getting more and more crazy. That, comparable to Vitas's dolphin-like terrifying high note, is like an invisible hammer. It hit hard on the heart of everyone present. Let them, breathless. Let them tremble. Respecting me makes me praise myself, and my expression is different from others. In that split second of lightning and flint, don't say you weren't moved. Sing here. I suddenly opened my eyes. Those red eyes were filled with madness that could destroy the world. I was facing the deadly silent crowd in the audience. I used up all my strength. He let out a hysterical roar that was enough to make even gods and Buddhas change color. I'm here, what are you singing? I'm acting, what? Tell me, I am here for, what? I'm not afraid of ope. I'm not afraid of anything. Just, I'm afraid not to say it, a compliment. Boom. A loud bang. The huge LED screen on the stage was unable to withstand the terrifying sound waves that could be called an infrasonic weapon. In an instant, it was covered with spiderweb like cracks. Then, bang. Exploded on the spot. It turned into fragments all over the sky. And the entire Magic City Stadium is made of glass. Also at this moment. Clatter. All, broken. The scene looked like the end of the world. The whole world is quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the man on the stage who looked like a demon descended to earth. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. They had never seen such a horrifying scene in their lives. I have never heard such explosive singing. This is no longer singing. This is fucking cultivation. I slowly put down the phone. The chest was heaving violently. There was no trace of blood on my face. It was an extreme feeling of exhaustion that came after emotional catharsis. I looked at the dazed faces in the audience, which were filled with extreme horror. Then, he looked at the 4 music industry giants on the judges' panel who were completely petrified. The corner of my mouth curled up in a weak arc. Then, he slowly asked in the direction of the backstage. The voice was hoarse and full of fatigue. Wife. This one, a lullaby. Are you satisfied? Chapter 65. He is not singing, he is burning his life. Wife. This one, a lullaby. Are you still satisfied? My voice was hoarse and full of fatigue. Like a wisp of smoke that is about to go out. Gently drifting over this deadly and silent ruin. Backstage, in the dressing room. Yi Qingya looked at the man on the monitor, whose face was as pale as paper and whose body was shaky, as if he would fall down in the next second. Listened to his hoarse inquiry filled with extreme tenderness. Her heart broke at this moment. Woo! She could no longer control her inner emotions. She covered her mouth and let out a cry that was suppressed to the extreme. The crystal tears, like a flood that broke through the dam, blurred her vision in an instant. Lullaby? What kind of lullaby is this? This is clearly a declaration of war to the whole world. He's using his own way. Using this crazy method that is almost like self-harm. To all those who have ever ignored him, laughed at him, and looked down on him. Let out the loudest roar. And the most unwilling accusation. He is not singing. He is burning. It is burning your own soul. Burn your own life. Just to give her and the baby the most grand coronation. This, fool. The stupidest fool in the whole world. Husband. She cried and shouted, holding up her skirt and wanted to rush onto the stage like crazy. She wanted to go and hug him. If you want to go, tell him. Don't sing anymore. Don't hurt yourself anymore. You are already the brightest light in the world. You don't need to prove anything to anyone anymore. Qingya. Don't go. Zhang Man, who was standing by, was quick to grab her. Her eyes were already red. The voice was even more hoarse. Don't go. Now is not the time. He hasn't finished singing yet. No. Yes, he hasn't finished yet. We can't go and disturb him. This is the minimum respect we can show to a great artist like him. Her voice was filled with a kind of piety that was almost like a pilgrimage. And, on the stage. After a minute of dead silence. The entire Magic City Stadium finally recovered from the terrifying shock that could be described as earth-destroying. Wow! A burst of thunderous applause, 100 times and 1,000 times warmer than any previous one, suddenly erupted without any warning. Everyone is crazy. They stood up from their seats. I used all my strength to applaud crazily for the man on the stage who looked like a god or devil descended to the earth. Roaring. Screaming. The sounds gathered into a terrifying sound wave that was enough to overturn the entire world. It echoed for a long time in the entire night sky of the Magic City. On the judges' panel, those four music industry giants who had already been shocked by my god-level performance, which could be called an artistic act, finally found their own voice. Monster. This guy is a fucking monster. Lu Huan looked at my shaky, thin figure, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. He had never seen such a horrific performance in his life. This was completely beyond his understanding of music. He felt that his decades of musical accomplishment, which he was so proud of, was crushed to pieces at this moment. He's not singing. Do Wei, the usually taciturn rock veteran, slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse and filled with a deep awe. He is, with his own life, giving this fucked up world a middle finger. This is real rock and roll. He looked at me, his unruly eyes filled with a sense of mutual respect as if we had met a worthy opponent. Lu Guodong and Na Ing had already burst into tears. They couldn't say anything anymore. They can only express their highest respect for this great artist with the warmest applause. Su Chin! Su Chin! Su Chin! Tatsumi! 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 The cheers from the audience became louder and louder. Those shouts were full of fanatical worship. It seems as if they want to push me, a mortal, to the altar completely. However, I listened to the thunderous praise. Look at the faces in the audience, which are full of enthusiasm and admiration. But there wasn't a trace of pride on my face. My eyes are very calm. As calm as an ancient well without ripples. Because, I know. All this pomp and noise. Neither is what I want. There is only one thing I want from the beginning to the end. I slowly raised my head. I turned my gaze towards the backstage area that I was familiar with. It seems to have penetrated the barriers of time and space. I saw that silly girl who was crying with tears in her eyes. The corners of my mouth curled up in a gentle arc. That smile was very faint. But it is very warm. Like the warmest ray of sunshine in winter. I ignored the thunderous cheers from the audience. I just turned around slowly, dragging that already somewhat exhausted body. Step by step, I walked towards the direction full of light. That back figure looks a little lonely. Yet, he was extremely determined. Ding! Temporary mission, be the Queen's man, stunning the audience, and have exceeded the target. Task evaluation, become a god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully propelling himself to the pinnacle of Chinese music with the song Fukua. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, the host's personal reputation value is increased to overlooking all the mountains. Reward 2, system points plus 20,000. Reward 3, unlock a new template, the road to the best actor. I listened to the series of heavenly sounds in my mind. There was no trace of emotion on my face. Because, I know. All of this glory cannot compare to the person who is waiting for me to come home. Boss, he is coming. Han Shui watched from the backstage as the godlike man walked towards them step by step, his voice trembling. He seems to be injured. No. Yi Qingya looked at me, her eyes so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water. I wiped away my tears and smiled. The smile is very beautiful. Also, I feel sad. He's not. He's injured. Then, Han Shui asked subconsciously. Chapter 66, The Undoubted Champion. A new era begins. Then, Han Shui looked at the godlike man who was walking towards them step by step, and her voice was trembling. Seeing the pale and shaky appearance, her heart ached. He's just tired. Yi Qingya looked at me with eyes so gentle that they seemed to be dripping with water, wiped away her tears and smiled. The smile is very beautiful. Also, I feel sad. He put all his energy into that song. Now, he just wants to go home and have a good sleep. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and ran towards me. Like a butterfly flying into the forest like a young swallow. In everyone's eyes, full of envy and blessings. She dived into my warm and solid embrace. Husband. She hugged me tightly and pressed her soft cheek against my cold chest. I'll take you home. Her voice was soft and gentle. But it carries a power that is enough to heal all the wounds in the world. I laughed. I reached out and hugged her back tightly. He buried his head deeply in her fragrant hair. Smelling it, that scent that makes me feel extremely at peace. I feel like my body and soul have become empty because of the extreme emotional catharsis. At this moment, it was instantly filled. Very nice. It's great to have you. Next up is the championship selection process. It has completely become a formality. Or rather, my personal commendation meeting. The four music industry giants who had already been completely conquered by my miraculous performance did not hesitate at all. They all raised the scoreboards in their hands once again, which represented the highest respect. 100. 100. 100. 100. Another unprecedented one, full marks. Let's give the warmest applause. Congratulations, our one and only God. The host's roar, which had become a little hoarse due to extreme excitement, resounded throughout the entire stadium. Dream Singer, Season 1 champion. Su Chin. Boom. The entire Magic City Stadium exploded once again. Countless ribbons and golden sequins fell from the sky. The mysterious figure that had long disappeared in the background was made to look like a god. Everyone stood up from their seats. He used up all his strength to madly roar the name that was destined to be recorded in history. Tatsumi. 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 The roaring sound like a tsunami lasted for a long time and never stopped. It seemed as if he wanted to freeze this night that belonged to him forever in the long river of history. Everyone knows. From tonight on, the old era of fierce competition in the Chinese music scene is over. A brand new era of kingship that belongs only to one person. It's on. And this god-level finals took place after the show was broadcast. What's more, an unprecedented huge wave has been set off in the whole of China and even the whole world. The song Fuku is a masterpiece that has been praised by countless music critics as the greatest performance art song of the 21st century. It became popular overnight, all over the world. Countless top singers from home and abroad are vying to imitate and cover the song. But, without exception, all of them turned over. They can imitate my skills. But you will never be able to imitate my emotions that are integrated into my bones, blood and soul. The four words Chen's singing style have therefore become a legend that can only be admired but not replicated. My name, Su Chen, has become completely popular. It has become so popular, reaching a terrifying height that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed. My number of Weibo followers skyrocketed from 60 million to 100 million overnight. Directly, it broke the record for the highest number of global personal social media fans held for 10 years by Hollywood superstar Leo. I have become the world's #1 internet celebrity. No. Yes, the world's #1 superstar. Countless top international brands are trying to invite me out by offering me astronomical endorsement contracts like crazy. Countless top Hollywood directors have extended olive branches to me, wanting me to play their leading man. Even the organizing committees of the Grammy and Oscars held emergency meetings overnight. A World Music Lifetime Achievement Award and a World Film Special Contribution Award were specially added for me. And they sent a special plane to China just to personally deliver these two trophies representing the world's highest honors to me. The scene was so exaggerated that it seemed like they were welcoming a head of state. However, for all this in the outside world, I don't care at all. I rejected them all. Because, at this moment, I am enjoying the happiest and most satisfying time of my life. Thompson Epine, top floor villa. Warm sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft wool carpet. I leaned leisurely on the sofa. Nestled in his arms was a beautiful woman who was sleeping peacefully. She had a happy and satisfied smile on her face. The slightly bulging belly exudes the holy glow of motherhood under the sunlight. I lowered my head. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Then he picked up the almost finished manuscript of The Little Prince next to it. With the gentlest voice. For the two most important people in my life. Gently reciting the fairy tale about love and protection. The picture is harmonious and beautiful. Like the most moving oil painting. Boss, boss. Just then, a burst of low, rapid shouts came from the door. Yes, Zhangman. She was looking at me anxiously, winking at me frantically. He looked like there was something very urgent going on. I frowned. He made a shut-up gesture to her. Then, he carefully and gently placed the lovely woman who was sleeping soundly in his arms on the sofa. Cover her up with a blanket. Then he stood up and walked to the door. What's wrong? I asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you? Don't come and disturb me unless it's something serious. It's a huge deal, boss. Zhang Man was so anxious that she almost cried. She pulled me out of the door and pointed downstairs. The dark crowd of people was trembling in their voices. You, see for yourself. I looked in the direction of her finger. I saw the gate of Tomsonipin, which was usually heavily guarded. At this moment, he was surrounded by thousands of media reporters and fanatical fans, and there was no way out. The scene was so exaggerated, like the Olympic Games. What's going on? I frowned. What else could it be, boss? Zhang Man said with a look of despair. They all come here to look for you. You are now the most popular man in the world. They all want to see you. Even if it's just to take a picture of you. We can't even get out the door now. Oh? I laughed when I heard what she said. That's it? Isn't this enough? Zhang Man is about to cry. Of course not. I shook my head. I looked at the chaotic crowd downstairs, and a cold look flashed in my eyes. Looks like it's time to find them something else to do, I said as I took out my cell phone. Then, in front of Zhang Man's eyes, which were full of confusion and suspicion, I dialed the number of Mr. Ma, a number I hadn't called for a long time. Hello, is this Mr. Ma? It's me, Su Chen. Yeah, it's been pretty good to me lately. It's just a little too free. Looking for something to do. I paused, and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to make the entire Chinese internet industry tremble. Last time, you told me about the plan to acquire Huawei. I think it's okay. It's on the agenda. Then, what about Miss Qingya? Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. Now, Shenzi Entertainment is supported entirely by her. Chapter 67 Awards Ceremony, Su Chen in front of the national audience. Backstage, in the dressing room. Yi Qingya looked at the man on the monitor who slowly turned around and walked towards her with determination amid the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Looking at him, his slightly thin yet extremely tall back. At this moment, her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of emotion and happiness. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She, holding up her skirt, is like a desperate butterfly, flying towards the light that belongs only to her husband. When I just walked off the stage, a soft figure full of fragrance suddenly threw herself into my arms. She hugged me tightly. The force was so strong that it seemed to rub itself into my bones. I could feel her body trembling slightly because of extreme excitement and worry. I could also feel the front of my shirt quickly getting soaked by her hot tears. Okay, silly, I'm back. I reached out and hugged her back tightly. He patted her back gently and soothed her softly. My voice is still hoarse, but it carries a power that is enough to heal all the wounds in the world. Whoa, you scared me to death. She buried her head in my chest and burst into tears like a child who had suffered a great injustice. How can you be so stupid? Do you know how worried I am about you? I know. I laughed. I reached out and gently scratched her lovely nose, which was stained with tears. But I don't regret it. Because I promised, our baby. Gotta get one for him, champion. Now I have done it. Boss. Boss lady. Just then, Zhang Man, Joey, and Han Shui also rushed over excitedly. Their eye sockets were all red. Obviously, she cried a lot just now. Boss. You are so awesome. Joey looked at me, his clear eyes full of fanaticism and admiration. He pointed in the direction of the stage and spoke incoherently. You cracked the stage with your singing. It's just routine operation. I waved my hands with a calm face. It was as if I had just casually crushed a walnut. Instead of using dolphin sound, it shattered an LED screen worth tens of millions. Mr. Su. As we speak, a man in a suit with a big belly who looked like the head of a TV station came running over from not far away, panting with a group of staff. Surprisingly, it was the director of Magic City TV station Qin Jinhua. At this moment, there was no trace of the director's arrogance on his face anymore. All that is left is endless flattery and a frenzy that is almost like a pilgrimage. Oh. My God, Su. My lord. As soon as he came up, he wanted to hold my hand. But at the same time, I feel that my identity is not qualified. He could only rub his hands together, look excited, and nod and bow in front of me. You are truly our TV station's adopted parents." He pointed at his own cell phone, which had been blown up, and the sound was trembling. "You know what? It was during those 10 minutes you sang. Our show's ratings have already surpassed 50%. 50%. This is a miracle that has never happened in the 30 years of Chinese television history. Mr. Su, you are God. We, all television people, must bow down to the true God and worship him. Director Qin, you're welcome." I looked at his useless appearance, feeling a bit amused, and shook my head. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As for the champion's trophy, it's up to you. Just find someone to collect it for you." Finished. So I prepared to pull Yi Qingya away from this noisy and chaotic place. "Hey! Stop it! Su Shen!" When Qin Genua heard this, he immediately became anxious. He stood in front of me in one step. "Su Shen! You, please don't leave," he begged in a crying voice. "The award ceremony is about to begin. You are the well-deserved champion of our season. If you don't come up on stage to accept the award, I won't be able to explain to the audience across the country. And," he paused and added, "the sponsor has also specifically asked you to come on stage in person. They even temporarily added a 100 million yuan prize to the championship prize." 100 million? When I heard this number, my eyebrows raised slightly. It's not that I'm interested in this little money. Instead, I suddenly thought of a more interesting game. One that is enough to make tonight, this already legendary finals night, legendary enough. A game that has become even more famous in history. Good. I looked at Qin Genua's eyes, which were full of expectation and pleading, and smiled. I can go on stage to receive the award. But I paused, and a mysterious curve appeared at the corner of my mouth. "I also have a condition. You tell me. You tell me. Don't just name one. Even 100, 1,000. I'll agree to them all." Qin Genua nodded like pounding garlic. "It's very simple." I lowered my head and took a look at the lovely woman in my arms who was looking at me with curiosity. My eyes became extremely gentle. "Later, when we go on stage, I hope my wife can accompany me." "Ah." Qin Genua was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "No problem. Of course, no problem. This is simply a huge honor for our production team." Joke. The God of Chen and the Queen of Heaven receiving awards on the same stage? What kind of magical, famous scene is this? This kind of ratings is going to be incredible. It's going to soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He seemed to have already seen tomorrow the overwhelming headlines. And at the station, there will be a huge bonus that will be given out soon. 10 minutes later, the award ceremony officially begins. When the host announced loudly in an almost pilgrimage-like tone, "Champion Su Chen," the entire Magic City Stadium was once again completely ignited. Amidst the thunderous cheers, I held Yi Qingya's soft little hand. Step by step, he slowly walked up to the peak of glory that belongs only to the king. The spotlight is on us. It makes us look like a pair of golden boy and jade girl from a myth. The picture was so beautiful that it seemed like an unreal painting. "Mr. Su, congratulations." The award presenter, Mr. Lu Guodong, personally handed the pure gold trophy, which symbolizes the highest honor, to me. His face was full of relief and emotion. "You truly deserve the title." "Thanks." I nodded and took the heavy trophy. Then, in the eyes of hundreds of millions of viewers, full of anticipation and enthusiasm, I walked slowly to the center of the stage. I picked up the brand new microphone that had just been replaced by the staff. "Thank you, everyone." My voice is calm. However, it was clearly heard by everyone. "Thank you, Mr. Judge." "Thank you, production team." "Thank you also to all my friends who like me and my songs." I paused and turned my gaze to the beautiful woman next to me who was looking at me with a happy expression. My eyes, in an instant, became extremely gentle. "But the people I want to thank most today are not you. It's the person next to me." As I spoke, I handed the heavy championship trophy in my hand to her. It was she who gave me a light that illuminated my entire world when I was at my most ordinary and downtrodden. She made me go from being a bartender with nothing to the man who can stand here today and win the world for her and our children. So, this championship does not belong to me. It belongs to her. Belongs to the only love of my life, Su-chen. Yi Qingya. Boom. My words are like the sweetest nuclear bomb. It exploded instantly, the whole audience. At this moment, countless female audiences were moved to tears by my affectionate and divine confession. Ah. I'm dead. This is too sweet. Wow, wow, wow. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Marry him. Marry him. The whole audience immediately erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. However, Yi Qingya had already been moved to tears by my sudden and affectionate confession. She held the championship trophy, which was heavier than any other Golden Melody Award trophy she had ever won. Crying like a child. However, this is not the end. Just when everyone thought that this god-level confession was about to come to an end. But I did something that made hundreds of millions of viewers at the scene and in front of the TV go crazy. I looked at this silly girl in front of me who was crying for me with tears in her eyes. The corners of my mouth curled up in a gentle arc. And then, in that gaze that was enough to make the whole world stop. Slowly, kneel on one knee. I took out a velvet box that had been prepared long ago from my pocket. Slowly, open. Inside lies a pigeon egg diamond ring that is so dazzling that it can make any woman suffocate. I raised my head and looked at her with eyes as deep as the starry sky, without blinking. He asked seriously, word by word. That voice came through the microphone and spread throughout the world. It also became the most beautiful sound of the night. Ms. Yi Qingya. I, Su-chen, have nothing, yet I am rich enough to rival a country. I am ordinary and unique in the world. I have nothing. Anything I can give you. So, will you marry me? Chapter 68, confessing his love to Yi Qingya in front of the whole world. Will you marry me? My voice is very soft. But it was like a supernova that detonated the entire universe. In an instant, the whole world fell into a dead silence. There were tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. Hundreds of millions of people are watching in front of the TV. The 4 judges on the panel are knowledgeable and experienced music industry giants. Backstage, the staff who were already so fed up with the dog food that they were about to explode. At this moment, everyone held their breath at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the beautiful woman on the stage who was crying so hard that her eyes were wet and she could no longer utter a word. Waiting for her answer. That nervous and expectant look is more exciting than waiting for the penalty kick in the World Cup final. And, as the heroine of this proposal of the century. At this moment, Yi Qingya was completely stunned by this huge happiness that fell from the sky. She stared blankly at the man who was kneeling on one knee and looking up at her lovingly. Looking at the pigeon egg diamond ring in his hand, it exudes a dazzling brilliance under the spotlight, enough to drive any woman crazy. Her mind was blank. All that was left was my confession that was filled with extreme romance and dominance, echoing wildly. I have nothing but am rich enough to rival a country. I am ordinary, yet unique in the world. I have nothing. Anything I can give you. Woo woo woo. This man. How could he be so capable? Who the hell can stand this? Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. I don't know who shouted first. Next second. The entire Magic City Stadium was filled with thunderous cheers. The sound waves were getting louder and louder. It almost blew the roof of the entire gymnasium off. Everyone is using their warmest voices to send their most sincere blessings to this wonderful couple. Qingya. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and agree. Backstage, Zheng Man looked at Yi Qingya, who was still standing there in a daze on the monitor, and was so anxious that she almost cried. She wished she could rush onto the stage right now and shout I do for her. Such a good, divine husband. I can't find it even with a lantern. If you don't agree, someone else will snatch it away. Finally. Under the attention of the whole world. Yi Qingya came back to her senses from the huge dizziness of happiness. She looked at the man in front of her who was willing to make the whole world his enemy for her. Looking at his star-like eyes that were filled with love and a hint of nervousness that he himself didn't even notice. She could no longer control her inner emotions. She stretched out her hand, covered her mouth, and let out a sob of joy filled with happiness and emotion. Then she nodded at him very hard. That moment seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She has also used up all the courage in her life. Boom! The whole world exploded. Countless audiences jumped up from their seats. I used up all my strength, cheering and screaming like crazy. The roar was like a tsunami, and it seemed that the entire earth would be overturned. Countless ribbons in pink heart-shaped sequins fell from the sky. The entire stage was transformed into an ocean filled with romance and happiness. I looked at this silly girl in front of me who cried like a child but smiled brighter than the sunshine in the world. My heart is also filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. I laughed, smiling like a child who got his favorite candy. I slowly stood up. Take out the dazzling diamond ring from the box. Then, in front of the whole world, it was gently placed on her jade white ring finger. Neither big nor small. Just right. It was as if this ring was born to belong to her. Wife. I held her tightly in my arms. He whispered softly in her ear, in a voice that only she could hear. From now on, you are my, Su Chen's legitimate wife. I will spend my whole life protecting this, baby. Yi Qingya buried her head in my chest and responded in a heavy, happy voice with a thick nasal tone. The sound was very soft. But, it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It is her lifelong promise to me. Ding! Host detected, successfully proposed to his woman. And received blessings from the whole world. Perfectly demonstrated the romance and responsibility of a god-level dad. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, system points plus 100,000. Reward 2, the host's exclusive talent, Love at First Sight aura, is officially awakened. Note, this aura is only permanently effective for your wife, Yi Qingya. Reward 3, unlock a new template, Wife-Loving Maniac. Ding! Main quest, Entertainment Empire, Phase 1 has been exceeded. Stage rewards, 1 system-specific building, Absolute Domain Recording Studio automatically installed at the Chensi Entertainment Headquarters building, system points plus 10,000 delivered, Artist Development Template, now enabled. Ding! Main quest, Entertainment Empire, Phase 2 officially begins. Second stage mission, The Cornerstone of the Empire. Stage requirements, host, within 1 month, please sign no fewer than 10 Children of Destiny with potential values exceeding 90. And tailor-make debut works for them that will allow them to soar to the sky. Stage rewards? I listened to the series of heavenly sounds in my mind. The corners of my mouth curled up in a relieved arc. Very good. It seems that my imperial hegemony is finally about to officially begin. Ahem. Just then, the host's voice, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, rang out. Then, that. Mr. Su, Miss Yi. Congratulations. Congratulations to both of you. On behalf of the audience across the country, oh, not the world, I want to ask a question. He looked at us gossipingly and asked. When are you two planning to hold your wedding? Wedding? I listened to his words and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. I glanced at the lovely woman in my arms who was looking at me shyly. Then, he looked at her slightly bulging belly. My eyes became extremely gentle. Wedding, no rush. I paused and then spoke slowly in front of the whole world. The voice was filled with unquestionable doting. I want to wait for our baby to be born. I want him to witness with his own eyes the greatest happiness of his parents. So, I looked at the camera and saw a domineering arc at the corner of his mouth. The whole world, wait for me. Wait for my child, Su Chen, to be born. I will give him the wedding of the century, the likes of which has never been seen before or since. Then where should we go next? Zhang Man in the backstage was watching the monitor and was completely captivated by the crazy proposal. Her voice was trembling. Chapter 69, Blessings from the Entire Network. I'm obsessed with this couple. Then where should we go next? Zhang Man, who was in the backstage, was trembling as she watched the monitor show the proposal scene that had completely fallen into madness. Her brain has completely lost the ability to think. She just knew. From tonight on, the name Yi Qingya will once again be placed on the altar. No. It is an altar that is countless times higher than before. Pregnant before marriage? Personal life in chaos? Go to hell. In front of Qinshan, this divine love is enough to make the whole world crazy. All this dirty water seems so ridiculous and powerless. From now on, who dares to say a bad word about Yi Qingya again? There is no need for Mr. Su to do it himself. The hundreds of millions of CP fans across the internet can drown him alive with their saliva. Where are you going? Yi Qingya smiled after hearing her words. The smile is very sweet. Also, very happy. She looked at the handsome man on the monitor who was kneeling on one knee, looking up at her with a loving expression. Those beautiful eyes were sparkling, as if filled with the brightest galaxy. She stretched out her hand, gently stroking her slightly bulging belly. A maternal, gentle glow appeared on her face. Of course, I'm going home. Her voice was soft and gentle. But it carries a power that is enough to move the whole world. Bring our champions home. Then, give him the warmest hug. And the sweetest kiss. That night, the whole of China stayed awake all night. No. The whole world stayed awake all night. The video of Su Chen proposing to Yi Qingya, which can be called the classic of the century, has swept all social networks around the world like a virus. YouTube, Twitter, Ins. No matter where you are. No matter what skin color or nationality you are. You can't escape the madness of this perfect couple. They are killing the forum. Hashtag Suchin proposed to Yakinjia hashtag. Hashtag the man from God hashtag. Hashtag the most romantic proposal in history hashtag. One by one, entries filled with love and blessings have dominated the top of the hot search list in all countries around the world. Countless foreign netizens went crazy when they saw the proposal video, which was full of extreme romance and domineering. Oh my god. Who is this man? He is so handsome and charming. And so rich. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Who is this man? He is so handsome. So charming. And so rich. I am dying. Is this the legendary, mysterious Oriental power? This is not a proposal. This is a miracle. Is this the legendary, mysterious Eastern power? This isn't a proposal. This is a miracle. I announce. From today on, Suchin is my new husband. Yakinjia. I'm gonna challenge you. I declare. From today on, Suchen is my new husband. Yi Qingya. I want to challenge you. Wake up, honey. You can't even beat a finger of hers. Wake up, dear. You are not even as good as one of her fingers. For a while, Suchen, this name full of Oriental mystery, has become the dream lover of all women in the world. And Yi Qingya has become the common rival in love of all women in the world. Of course, they are also the objects of their most envy and jealousy. The phrase "if you want to marry Su Chunlang" became popular all over the world overnight. It has become the latest motto of countless young girls in love. However, the domestic internet has long been completely submerged in a sea of pink. Weibo's server finally returned to normal after 3 hours of emergency repairs. Then, in the next second, everything returns to normal. Once again, they were overwhelmed by the CP fans who poured in like a tide. Countless netizens spontaneously established the Qingya couple global fan club. They also gave their future baby a loud and cute fan name. Little Morning Star. Aha! I'm dead. I'm so sweet. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Mom. I believe in love again. God Qin is so good, isn't he? That proposal could be included directly in a textbook. I recommend memorizing the entire thing. I have nothing, yet I'm rich enough to rival a nation. Wow, wow, wow. What kind of magical line is this? All the authors of overbearing CEO novels, come here and learn from me. Yi Qingya must have saved the entire universe in her past life, right? To be able to marry such a perfect man like Chen Shen. The above is too narrow-minded. What do you mean, Yi Qingya saved the universe? This is clearly a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Okay? Yes. That's right. Our sister Qingya is also super. I declare. From today on, I'm completely locked in on the Qingya couple CP. I'm going to throw the key directly into the Pacific Ocean. The entire network was immersed in a joyful and sweet atmosphere. All the dirty black material and vicious speculations from before have long been washed away, as if it had never appeared. Everyone is offering their most sincere blessings and the best wishes to this hard-earned couple. Thompson Epine, top floor villa. I looked at the overwhelming blessings on my phone. I looked again and saw the lovely woman who was snuggling in my arms like a kitten with a happy look on her face, scrolling through the comments and giggling from time to time. A smile of great relief also appeared on my face. Very good. My first goal has been achieved. From now on, no one will ever dare to look at her and our unborn child differently again. They will only live happily with the best blessings in the world. Husband. Suddenly, Yi Qingya looked up and said to me as if she remembered something. It seems like it's been a long time since I released a new song. My fans are urging me on. She looked at me with a sly gleam in her beautiful eyes. Shouldn't you write me a new song? I want that sweet, little love song. I want to sing it for the whole world. Let them all know how happy we are. She hugged my arm and acted like a child asking for candy, acting like a spoiled child. That cute look almost melted my heart. Okay. I scratched her nose lovingly. I'll do as you say. Whatever you say to write, I'll write it. As I spoke, I was thinking in my mind. A sweet, little love song? Confession balloon? A little sweet? Or, marry me today? It seems that they are all pretty good. Or, write them all down for her? Ding. It is detected that the host's wife, Yi Qingya, feels unprecedented satisfaction and happiness due to your love and affection. System special task, now triggered. Mission name, the God-level data's first show of affection. Task, host, please create a sweet love song for your wife, Yi Qingya, within 1 week, enough to send the entire world's blood sugar soaring. Furthermore, release it as a duet between husband and wife. Mission reward, system special skill, God-level director. System points plus 50,000. I looked at the task panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. No. System boss? Are you a little too up to date? Even showing affection can trigger a quest? Moreover, he is also a fucking God-level director? You're planning to start your Hollywood career after I've settled down with my wife and kids, right? Husband, what's wrong with you? Yi Qingya asked curiously, looking at my expression that was once again dazed. No inspiration, huh? It's okay, if you. Yes. How could there not be? I was startled and came to my senses in an instant. I looked at her with a serious face and said. That serious look seemed like he was accepting an extremely sacred mission. Wife. Don't worry. From today on, I will not only write songs for you. I want to shoot a music video for you. I want to make you the most beautiful heroine in the world. Yi Qingya was once again confused by my sudden bold words. Shoot a music video? Husband, you can also make movies? Chapter 70 signed the future singing god, now just a bar resident singer. Husband, you can also make movies? Yi Qingya, looking at me, her beautiful eyes were filled with little stars. The adorable look of her adoring her to the extreme, as if she wished she could give birth to a litter of monkeys for me right then and there, filled my heart with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. I laughed. I reached out and gently scratched her straight nose. How? Don't you believe it? Your husband is an Oscar-winning director who was delayed by music and cooking? My tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Believe it. Of course I believe it. Yi Qingya nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She now, yes, blindly worships me. Don't say yes, let us make a movie. I told her now that I can actually rub an atomic bomb with my hands. She would believe it without hesitation. So, then what kind of music video are you going to shoot? She asked expectantly. Yes, like Titanic? Or something romantic and beautiful like La La Land? No. I shook my head. I looked at her cute face full of anticipation and smiled. The smile is very mysterious. What I want to shoot is a story that belongs only to the two of us. A story about love and protection. The name of the story is... I paused and raised the corners of my mouth in a gentle arc. Passing by your world. The next day. Shensi Entertainment, headquarters. In the CEO's office. Zhang Man looked at the young man in front of her, who was holding a worn-out wooden guitar and looked nervous and uneasy, like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a pack of wolves. A complicated look appeared on her face. There is admiration, sympathy, but more of a deep suspicion. You are Zhou Yi? She pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose and asked in a cold, business-like tone. Yes, yes. Director Zhang. Zhou Yi quickly stood up and bowed deeply to her. That fearful look was exactly like that of a college graduate who was being interviewed. He still feels like he is dreaming. He was just a grassroots singer who had been singing in bars for 5 years, but no one was paying attention to him. Yesterday, I actually received an interview call from that legendary company, Shensi Entertainment. Moreover, CEO Zhang Man interviewed him personally. This. What the hell, all the ancestral graves are collectively emitting smoke. Sit down, don't be so nervous. Zhang Man looked at his naive and cowardly look and shook her head helplessly. She really couldn't understand it. Why would the boss lady fall for such a poor boy who has no talent in her opinion, no background, and can't even speak standard Mandarin? Just because he sang a few so-called original songs on that crappy show? He. Innocent. What this circle lacks the least is the so-called original singers. How many of them can really become popular? Isn't it all about capital and resources? But in that case, the boss lady personally appointed the person. She is not in a good mood either, so why say more? It's just a formality. Sing your song for me. She leaned back on the expensive boss chair and spoke casually. She looked so superior, like a queen reviewing memorials. Just sing here? Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. What else? Zhang Man raised her eyebrows, with a hint of impatience in her tone. Why? Don't you dare? Or are all your so-called original works actually plagiarized? No, it's not. Zhou Yi's face turned red due to her insulting words. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Then, he picked up the broken guitar that he regarded as a treasure. Start playing and singing. He sang his most proud original song. A ballad about dreams and reality. The singing is very clean. Also very vicissitudes of life. Full of story. It is enough to move anyone who has had similar experiences. However, Zhang Man listened but remained unmoved. She even yawned. Okay. She interrupted him with an impatient wave of her hand. That's it? Zhou Yi, right? She looked at his face, which was full of resentment and humiliation, and shook her head and said with disappointment. Your songs are too niche. Your image is too ordinary. You are not fit to be a star. You should go back to your job and sing at the bar. Maybe that place is more suitable for you. Her words are like the sharpest knife. He fiercely inserted it into Zhou Yi's heart, which had already been broken into pieces. He stared at her in a daze. Looking at her, her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. His eyes, which were originally full of hope and fire, completely dimmed at this moment. He smiled. Smiling is uglier than crying. He knows. My life is over. He didn't say anything more. He just stood up slowly. He bowed deeply to the queen who was high above him. Then, holding his worn-out acoustic guitar. Like a stray dog. Walking towards the door dejectedly. However, just as his hand was about to touch the cold door handle, a magnetic, lazy male voice came from the door without any warning. Etc. Joeha and Zhang Mandu subconsciously looked towards the door. I saw a young man wearing a plain yet infuriatingly handsome outfit from a cheap stall, leaning against the doorframe with a playful look on his face. Standing next to him was a stunningly beautiful woman who wrapped herself tightly in sunglasses and a mask, but still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. It was Su Chan and Yi Qingya. Boss lady. Zhang Man was shocked when she saw us. She was startled and quickly jumped up from her seat. He looked like a clerk who was slacking off but was caught by his boss on the spot. As for Zhou Yi, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the godlike man who was giving him an encouraging smile. My brain is blank. Chen? How could he be here? I ignored the two completely petrified guys. I just walked slowly and came to Zhou Yi. I looked at his eyes filled with shock and confusion and smiled. You are Joey? The song you just sang was very nice. I love so much. Boom. My words are like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. It hit Joey's crown hard. He stared at me blankly, looking at me with eyes full of sincerity and appreciation. His eyes unconsciously turned red. He felt like a traveler who had been walking in darkness for many, many years. Finally, at this moment, a ray of light was seen. From today on. I reached out and gently patted his shoulder. You are my Chensey Entertainment member. From now on, I'll write your songs. I will pave your way. I want the whole world to hear your voice. I paused, and the corner of my mouth curled up in an unquestionable domineering arc. I want you to become the next god of song. Ah. Joey was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. This happiness, too, came too suddenly, didn't it? And Zhang Man on the side was also completely confused. She looked at me with a serious expression and asked in disbelief. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Just him? He really is, okay? Chapter 71, one song made him follow willingly. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Just him? Is he really okay? Zhang Man looked at Joey, who was still holding the guitar with a dazed look on his face, like a fool, and her voice was full of deep suspicion. She really couldn't tell. What is so special about this young man who exudes a loser vibe? Is it worth it for the boss to make such a big fuss? He even personally made a shocking promise to make him the next singing god? It's not up to you to decide whether it's okay or not. I looked at her eyes full of doubt and smiled. Yes, I have the final say. My voice is very soft. However, with an unquestionable absolute confidence. I ignored her. I just walked slowly into the office and sat down in front of the grand piano that was specially used to give me inspiration. Then, he waved to Joey, who was still in a state of soul sublimation. Come over. Ah. Oh. Joey woke up with a start, as if from a dream, and hurried over with his guitar in his arms. That look of fear and trepidation made him look like a little fan who was about to be inspected by his idol. The song you just sang was very nice. I looked into his eyes that were filled with nervousness and anticipation, and said lightly. There are stories, there are emotions, there is a heart that refuses to be ordinary. But. I paused and changed the subject. It's too bitter. Yeah, it's too small. Your songs only contain your own emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yet, I cannot see any living beings. Songs like this can touch a small number of people. But it will never become a true classic. My words are like the sharpest scalpel. It mercilessly dissected Joey's so-called musical talent that he was proud of. His most fatal flaw, hidden beneath his talent, was exposed bloodily in the air. He stared at me blankly. Looking at me, those deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. There was no trace of blood on his face. All that is left is endless shame and a kind of awe from the heart. He knows. Mr. Su, you are right. He pointed out the bottleneck that he would never be able to break through in his lifetime. This is God. This is the gap between gods and mortals, which is as huge as a chasm. Then what should I do, Mr. Su? He looked at me, his clear eyes filled with confusion and an almost pleading look. Like a lost apprentice asking for advice from his mentor. It's very simple. I laughed. I stretched out my slender fingers and gently stroked the black and white keys. Sing with your heart. Use your soul to feel. Then sing everything you want to say to the fucking world. As I spoke, I slowly closed my eyes. Then, Joey, Yi Qingya, and Zhang Mana looked at each other with extreme anticipation. Slowly, he spoke. My voice is no longer as clean and pure as it was when I sang Ordinary Road. It's not the crazy and hysterical kind when singing Fukua. Instead, it has a unique, weathered, hoarse texture. It was a voice that was enough to make anyone who had a story break down in an instant. When you walk into this happy place, carry all the dreams and thoughts on your back. Different makeup for different faces. No one remembers what you look like. The moment the singing sounded, Joey's body shook violently. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His breathing also completely stopped at this moment. He stared blankly at the man who was singing quietly with his eyes closed. My brain is blank. Only 2 words left. Fuck. This. What the hell is this magical song? This word. This song. This is a story-filled, divine singing voice. It's simply tailor-made for him. Isn't this the one singing himself? Wasn't it just the bittersweet and helpless singing career he'd endured in that chaotic bar for the past 5 years? After 3 rounds of drinks you were in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs. Listen to him being drowned in the noise. You pick up your glass and say to yourself, sing here. Zhou Yi's eyes unconsciously turned red. He recalled how he had fallen out with his family over his so-called musical dream. A man came to this bustling city where he had no relatives and friends, carrying a broken guitar on his back. He recalled the humiliating moment when he had to bow and scrape, even kneel down, to that greasy bar manager for a chance to sing in the bar. He remembered countless silent nights. He was alone in the noisy corner, holding his guitar, stubbornly singing those original songs that no one cared about. But the men and women in the audience were only busy drinking, playing drinking games and bragging. No one was willing to stop for even a second to listen to his singing. That kind of loneliness and unwillingness that goes deep into the bone marrow is like the sharpest knife. It pierced his heart fiercely. 1 cup to the morning sun and 1 cup to the moonlight. Awakening my yearning and softening the cold window. So you can fly against the wind without looking back. I'm not afraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. When the chorus, that epic, magnificent melody sounded, Zhou Yi's defense line completely collapsed at this moment. A drop of hot tears fell uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. Then, it was like a flood that could no longer be contained. He remembered that he lived in a dark basement of only a few square meters in order to save money. Every morning, I am awakened by the first rays of morning sun shining through the narrow window. At night again, I held my guitar under the bright moonlight and wrote one song after another that no one cared about. He had also thought about giving up. I also thought about going home. But he was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to see his dream being ruthlessly crushed by reality. So, he can only act like a fool. Don't look back, fly against the wind. Even if there is rain in my heart, there is frost under the eyes. 1 cup to my hometown and 1 cup to distant places, guarding my kindness and urging me to grow. So the road between north and south is no longer long. The soul no longer has nowhere to go. I've finished singing the last line. The sound of the piano slowly fell. The lingering sound. The entire office fell into deathly silence. All that was left was Zhou Yi's uncontrollable low sobs. He was kneeling on the ground. Like a child. Crying so hard that I couldn't make a sound. This song completely shattered the hard shell he had built for himself over the past 5 years. Also, completely conquered his proud and fragile heart. I didn't go to help him. I just stood up slowly. He walked up to Zhang Man, who was completely stunned by what he heard. I looked at her stunned face filled with extreme shock and smiled. Smiling, very calmly. Also very confident. Now, you still feel it. I paused and said in an extremely calm tone. However, he is full of absolute confidence that would make even gods and Buddhas tremble. Can't he? Chapter 72, Can You Entertainment S-Ban? Ridiculous. Can't he? My words are very light. Like a feather. It gently brushed across Zhang Man's heart, which had already been riddled with holes by a series of god-level operations. She looked at Zhou Yi, who was kneeling on the ground and crying like a child. Then, he looked at the man who looked calm and composed, as if he had just casually played a song called Two Tigers. She could no longer bear this horrific shock that was enough to completely shatter her entire worldview. Her legs went limp. With a plop sound. Surprisingly, he also knelt down. The posture was so pious as if he was worshipping a real god. Great. That's great. She looked at me, her eyes as calm as water and her voice trembling. Boss. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I looked down on people. I shouldn't have questioned your judgment. You, the one I like. Don't even think about becoming the next singing god. That's right, becoming the next Jade Emperor. That's more than enough. Her flattery is so loud that it resounds across the mountains. Seeing that shameless look, Yi Qingya beside him couldn't help but blush. Okay. I looked at her useless appearance and shook my head, feeling a little amused and helpless. A future domineering female CEO. Kneeling down all the time, what's the point? Get up quickly. Yes. Boss. Young man, as if pardoned, quickly got up from the ground. Stand up straight. That respectful look made her look like a female soldier about to be inspected by her leader. I didn't pay any attention to her anymore. I just walked slowly to Joey, who was still crying on the ground. I reached out my hand and helped him up from the ground. What does it look like for a grown man to cry? I looked at his eyes filled with emotion and awe and said lightly. Remember. You are the one I, Su-chen, like. From now on, stand up straight and behave yourself. Who dares to look down on you again? Just use your talent to slap him hard in the face. Do you understand? Yes. Boss. I understand. Joey suddenly straightened his back. He wiped away his tears, and his clear eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence and light. He knows. His life will completely change from this moment on. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. I handed him the sheet of music with the words Xiaoqiu written on it. This song is yours from today on. Practice it for me within 3 days. 3 days later. I paused, and a mysterious arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. I'll take you to a fun place. A stage that can take you to the top in one step. Yes. Boss. Joey nodded heavily. Those clear eyes are filled with endless anticipation. However, just when we, Chensi Entertainment, are thriving and preparing to make great achievements, a conspiracy against us is quietly brewing. Tianyu Entertainment, President's Office. Wang Hai hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Bang! A loud, crisp sound. He threw the valuable Virtu phone in his hand to the ground. In an instant, it fell into pieces. Su-chen. Yi Qingya. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 2 names. The voice was filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. Just wait here. I, Wang Hai, will tear you into pieces. I swear I will not be a human being. Just now. He received a piece of news that was enough to drive him completely crazy. Yi Qingya, the woman he has always regarded as his forbidden love. Surprisingly, she is pregnant. And the child is from that wild man who appeared out of nowhere. This is a great humiliation for him. He can't stand it. Absolutely, I can't tolerate it. Someone come. He roared hysterically at the door. Mr. Wang, are you looking for me? A smart and capable female secretary, dressed in a professional suit, pushed the door open and walked in. Right now. Immediately. Wang Hai pointed at her and gave the order clearly, word by word. Mobilize all the company's channels and resources. Issue a ban on the entire industry. From today on, all platforms and artists under Tianyu Entertainment are forbidden from cooperating with Yi Qingya and Chensi Entertainment in any form. Violators will bear the consequences. Besides, he paused, and a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Contact all media and marketing accounts that have cooperated with us. Let them direct all their artillery fire at Yi Qingya. I will ruin her reputation. I want her and the bastard in her belly to get out of the entertainment industry. Yes. Mr. Wang. The female secretary nodded, turned around, and prepared to carry out the order. However, just as she turned around, a magnetic, lazy male voice sounded from behind her without any warning. No, that's too much trouble. Who? Wang Haiha and the female secretary were both shocked. They suddenly turned around. I saw a young man wearing cheap clothes, looking ordinary but handsome and infuriating to the point of being infuriating, leaning against the office door, which should have been locked, with a playful look on his face. Standing next to him was a stunningly beautiful woman who wrapped herself tightly in sunglasses and a mask, but still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Surprisingly, it was Su-chen and Yi Qingya. You, why are you here? Wang Hai looked at us who suddenly appeared like ghosts with an unbelievable look on his face and screamed. This is the headquarters of Tianyu Entertainment. The security is the best in the whole Magic City. How did they get in without anyone noticing? I I looked at his fat face, which was filled with shock and horror, and laughed. The smile is very bright. Also, very dangerous. Of course I'm here to give you a big gift, I said as I slowly walked up to him. Then, in front of him, he gently inserted a USB flash drive into his expensive Apple computer. Immediately following, I pressed the play button. Moment. An unbearable moan and a man's laughter full of obscenity and complacency suddenly resounded throughout the quiet office. That voice is Wang Hai's. You. Wang Hai's face turned pale in an instant. He looked at the disgusting short video playing on the computer screen and the criminal evidence of tax evasion and money laundering next to it, which was enough to put him in jail for life. His mind went blank in an instant. He pointed at my lips, trembling, and couldn't say a word. How could he have these things? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Wang, right? I looked at his fat face filled with utter fear and laughed. I remember I seem to have told you. This person doesn't like trouble. So, I have no choice but to trouble you. I paused and raised the corners of my mouth in a devilish arc. Go to hell. No, don't. Wang Hai completely collapsed. He made a plop sound. Kneeled down in front of me. He hugged my thighs and wailed with tears and snot. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please. Please, let me go. Let you go? I laughed. Can. I nodded. Then, in his eyes filled with ecstasy of surviving a disaster, I said slowly, didn't you just want to issue a ban order? Go now, get down. It's just that we are not the ones being banned. Rather, it's you and your proud Tianyu Entertainment. I want you to announce it in front of the entire internet. Tianyu Entertainment, starting today, is officially bankrupt and dissolved. And you, I will unconditionally withdraw from the entertainment industry. Never hire. What? Wang Hai's eyes suddenly widened and became round. He looked at me like a living devil. This is more cruel than killing him. I ignored him. I just smiled at the female secretary who was completely terrified. Then, he asked slowly. Miss, go ahead. Boss Wan, this is your own fault, isn't it? Or, did he deserve it? Chapter 73 You dare to ban me? I'll just buy a music platform. Miss, go ahead. Boss Wan, this is your own fault, isn't it? Or, is there a reward for sin? My words are very light. Like a warm spring breeze. It gently brushed past the little heart of the female secretary, who had already been frightened by the horrific scene before her, which could be described as a fight between gods. She looked at her immediate superior who was kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, crying bitterly. Then, he looked at the godlike man who looked calm and composed as if he had just casually crushed an ant to death. She swallowed hard. My brain is blank. I don't know. Her voice was trembling. Have no idea? I laughed. It doesn't matter. I can teach you. I walked slowly in front of her. He reached out and gently lifted her delicate chin, which was trembling slightly with fear. A faint smell of male hormones, full of sunshine, instantly penetrated her nostrils. Her heart, which was so nervous that it was about to jump out, skipped a beat in an instant. Her face turned red in an instant. She looked at the handsome, infuriating face in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with pink little stars. Oh my God. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? And he's so fucking domineering? This is a domineering CEO who looked like he came out of a novel. Little beauty. I looked at her cute, infatuated look and smiled. Now I give you two choices. First, pick up your phone and call the police. Tell the police your boss. Wang Hai is suspected of tax evasion and money laundering, and is even involved in the disappearance of several female artists. By the way, send them those good things I just showed you. Second. I paused and raised the corner of my mouth into a devilish arc. Just go to hell with him. I choose the first one. That, the female secretary blurted out without even thinking. Joke. On one side is justice and a bright future. On the other side, there is the filth and eternal prison life. Even a fool knows how to choose. Not to mention. I can do things for this godlike man in front of me. It was simply the blessing she had earned in her previous life. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. You are a smart girl. I released my hand that was pinching her chin. Then, in her eyes filled with admiration and love, he walked slowly to Wang Hai, who was still crying on the ground. I looked down at him from above. That look was like looking at a pile of garbage. Mr. Wang, right? The self-imposed ban scenario I mentioned earlier. What do you think? Are you satisfied? No. Don't, please, please. Wang Hai was completely desperate. He collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, shaking his head frantically. He knows. He is finished. His life is over. However, just then, a shrill siren sounded from downstairs without any warning. Yes, the female secretary called the police. I listened to the sirens that were getting closer and closer and laughed. I ignored this poor loser. I just held the hand of Yi Qingya, who had a calm face from beginning to end, as if she was watching a farce that had nothing to do with her. Turn around and prepare to leave this dirty place. Su Qin. Behind him came Wang Hai's hysterical roar filled with endless resentment and madness. Don't be so proud. Even if you destroy me. Destroy Tianyu. Don't even think about it, it's easy. I have already given the order. From today on all music platforms in China, there will no longer be any songs by you or Yi Qingya. I'm going to give you that so-called talent. Never, ever see the light of day. Ha 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 ha. He was laughing like a madman, madly. That laughter was full of determination to die together. Block me? I stopped walking after hearing what he said. I slowly turned around. Look at that poor guy who was looking at me with a ferocious face. A smile full of pity appeared on my face. Wang Hai, did you make a mistake? What's the matter? Wang Hai asked, gritting his teeth. You think? I paused and spoke in an extremely calm tone. But he said something that was enough to make the entire Chinese music circle tremble. This so-called rule. Did a piece of trash like you make this decision? Finished. I didn't pay any attention to him anymore. I just took out my cell phone in front of him. Then, I dialed the number of Mr. Ma from Penguin, a person I had only called once. This time I turned on the hands-free mode. Hey! Brother Su! Do you have any new instructions? From the other end of the line came Mr. Ma's voice, full of enthusiasm and flattery. Well, there is something. My voice is calm. I heard that you penguins seem to have run into some trouble recently? That music platform called Kugu has been really popular lately, hasn't it? I've always been fighting with you for copyright? Hey! Brother Su! You are truly amazing. When Mr. Ma heard this, he immediately started to complain bitterly. You don't know. I don't know who the sponsor is that Kugu is hooked up with recently. It's simply crazy. Follow us everywhere, bid up the price. Get the exclusive deal. It makes us extremely anxious. If you have any inside information, please share it with me. Inside information, no. I laughed. However, I do have a permanent solution. What plan? Mr. Ma asked excitedly. It's very simple. I paused, and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to make the entire Chinese internet industry tremble. Buy it. Mr. Ma was stunned for a moment. Brother Su, you are not kidding, right? That Kugo is now the second largest music platform in China. The market value is at least several hundred billion. And the financial backer behind them seems to be quite wealthy. Hundreds of billions? I listened to what he said and laughed. He smiled with disdain. A lot? As I spoke, I glanced at Wang Hai, who was lying on the ground and was completely stunned. My eyes are cold. Also very domineering. Mr. Ma, listen carefully. From now on, in the name of the chairman of Morning Light Entertainment, I will officially initiate a full acquisition of Kugu Music at a premium price. Price is not a problem. I have only one request. Before dawn, I will make this platform the Su family name. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. A full half-minute passed. Mr. Ma's voice, filled with extreme shock and an almost pilgrimage-like fanaticism, sounded again. Yes. Director Su. I see. I'll go now and make arrangements. I promise. Before dawn, the word Kugu will never be heard again in the entire China. Hang up the phone. I looked at Wang Hai, who was lying on the ground, completely ashen-faced and like a puddle of mud. I laughed. Mr. Wang, what did you say just now? You want to ban me? Excuse me. I paused, my tone extremely calm. However, he is full of absolute confidence that would make even gods and Buddhas tremble. From now on, this so-called music scene. I have the final say. Then what am I? The female secretary next to me, who was completely confused by my series of magical operations, asked subconsciously. Chapter 74, Penguin Ma was shocked. This young man is not simple. Then what am I? The female secretary looked at me with that infuriatingly handsome face and asked subconsciously. Her voice was small and weak. Like a lamb to be slaughtered. I laughed when I heard what she said. I walked slowly in front of her. He reached out and gently lifted her delicate chin, which was trembling slightly with fear. Looking at her beautiful eyes that were filled with fear and a hint of admiration, he said lightly. You? Of course you are the first witness of this just trial. He, the first hero. I paused and raised the corners of my mouth, a charming curve that was enough to make any woman fall for it. So, as a reward. Wait, after your Tianyu Entertainment goes bankrupt. You can come to work at Chensi Entertainment. I need a personal secretary to serve tea and water. You, coming? Come. I'll do it. That, the female secretary blurted out without even thinking. Her voice was trembling with extreme excitement. She looked at me, her eyes full of magic, and nodded vigorously. That impatient look, like a little girl who is afraid that her favorite toy will be snatched away by others. Joke. Yes, I can be a personal secretary for a godlike man like Mr. Su. Don't say that, just serve tea and water. That is, wash his feet and massage his back every day. She is willing to do all of this. This is simply the blessing she earned from saving the entire galaxy in her previous life. At the same time, Penguin Group, headquarters building. On the top floor, in the president's office. A middle-aged man wearing white casual clothes and black-framed glasses, who looked gentle and refined, hung up the phone with a look of horror on his face. He is the head of Penguin Group, one of the two major internet giants in China. Ma Tang. At this moment, his face no longer had the calmness that he usually had when he was in control of everything. All that is left is endless shock. And a kind of frenzy that is almost like a pilgrimage. Madman. This guy is absolutely a madman. He looked at the bustling city outside the window, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. A full premium acquisition of Kugu? Fuck it, before dawn, let it be surnamed Su? This, what the hell is this god-level, money power thing? This, Su Chen. He paused, and an unprecedented solemnity flashed in his eyes. And a trace of deep fear. Who is he anyway? Mr. Ma, are you looking for me? Just then. A beautiful secretary wearing an OL professional suit, with a hot body and capable temperament, pushed the door and walked in. Right now. Immediately. Ma Tang, seeing her was like seeing a savior. He pointed at her and ordered clearly word by word. Use all the energy and resources we penguins have. Give it to me, Cha. Look up all the information about Kugu music. Including the financial backers behind their equity structure and all the dirty laundry that can't be exposed to the public. I want to see everything I want in 10 minutes. Besides. He paused and added. Go contact our ace acquisition team on Wall Street. Tell them to get out of their beds right now. I'm going to have a video conference with them in 10 minutes. Tell them. Who the hell dares to let me down tonight? I'll tell them to just go back and beg for food on Wall Street. Yes. Mr. Ma. Although the beautiful secretary was frightened by Ma Tang's sudden rage. But she still nodded without hesitation. He turned around and went to execute the order in a swift and decisive manner. She knows. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. An epic business war that is enough to subvert the entire Chinese internet landscape is about to begin. Tianyu Entertainment, President's Office. I hung up the phone. Looking at the Wang Hai lying on the ground, his face was completely ashen and as pale as a puddle of mud. I laughed. Mr. Wang, what did you say just now? You want to ban me? Excuse me. I paused and spoke in an extremely calm tone. However, he is full of absolute confidence that would make even gods and Buddhas tremble. From now on, this so-called music scene. I have the final say. Finished. I ignored this poor bastard. I just held the hand of Yi Qingya, who was looking at me with admiration as if she were a hero from beginning to end. Turn around and prepare to leave this dirty place. However, just as we walked to the door, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. From behind came the beautiful secretary's cry, which was filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. I stopped and turned around, looking at her with some confusion. Anything else? No, it's okay. The beautiful secretary looked at my face, which was so handsome that it infuriated everyone, and her pretty face turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment. I just want to ask. She mustered up the courage to raise her head, and little stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes. Your company, are you still short of people? The kind who can do anything and doesn't ask for a salary, that kind? As she spoke, she suddenly straightened her proud chest. Seeing that suggestive look, I couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth. Ahem. Beside him, Yi Qingya's cough, which was full of murderous intent, was heard. She walked up to me and took my arm. Then, like a kitten protecting its food, he declared his sovereignty to the beautiful secretary who looked like a nymphomaniac. Excuse me, young lady. Our company is not short of people. Especially, there's no shortage of vixens like you who can do anything. Her voice is very sweet. But it is full of strong jealousy. Ah. That beautiful secretary was left speechless by her hostile words. There was a trace of aggrieved expression on his face. I looked at the two jealous beauties in front of me and felt a little amused. I reached out and gently scratched Yi Qingya's cute little nose. Okay, honey, stop it. We should go home. I paused, then turned around and smiled at the beautiful secretary who looked aggrieved. As for you. I took out Zhang Man's business card from my pocket and handed it to her. Go to Chensi Entertainment tomorrow and report. Just say, I asked you to go. But not as my personal secretary. Yes, when we are Chensi Entertainment, the future public relations director. Ah. The beautiful secretary was instantly stunned by this huge surprise that came out of nowhere. PR director? What have I done to deserve this? I didn't explain to her anymore. I just looked at her eyes, which were full of shock and confusion, and said lightly. Because you just made the most correct choice between justice and evil. I, Su Chen, will never treat any of my own people unfairly. So. I paused, and a mysterious arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. Would you like to be one of mine? Then can I call you boss? She asked cautiously. Chapter 75, System rewards a god-level script? Shoot it first. Will you be one of mine? My words are like the sweetest spell. In an instant, it hit the softest spot in the beautiful secretary's heart. She looked at me, with that infuriatingly handsome face and those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. She could no longer control her inner emotions. I do. She nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. There are little stars twinkling in those beautiful eyes. And a kind of frenzy that is almost like a pilgrimage. Boss. From now on, Han Shui, will be yours. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I won't chase a chicken. I'm willing to work like a slave for you, even if it means death. Her voice was trembling because of extreme excitement. That loyal look made him look like a fanatic who had finally found his faith. Han Shui? I was stunned when I heard the name. Then, he laughed. It seems that I really have a connection with this name. My future assistant to the domineering female president is also called Han Shui. I just don't know. The Han Shui in front of me with a hot body and a queen-like aura, and the Han Shui who is still a little green and immature. Who is better in the end? Interesting. I didn't say anything more. I just pulled the lovely woman next to me who was about to become a jealous person. He turned around and left. This is a dirty place full of blood, betrayal, and gore. Only one newcomer, the public relations director, was left, still immersed in great happiness. And the former overlord who has become completely ashen and like a puddle of mud. Back to Thompson first class. It's already late at night. I looked at the cute woman next to me who had been pouting and sulking since she got on the bus, and I felt a little amused and helpless. Okay, honey, don't be angry. I reached out and held her in my arms, and gave her a gentle kiss on her pink cheek. There's really nothing between her and me. The reason why I recruited her into the company. I'm completely impressed by her professional ability. And her awareness of turning from darkness to light at the crucial moment. I, your husband, am a man who loves talents. Snort. Yi Qingya listened to my explanation that was full of desire to survive and snorted coldly in a proud manner. But the slightly raised corners of her mouth had already betrayed the little pride in her heart. Who cares about you? She blushed and buried her head in my chest, rubbing against it like a kitten. Anyway, you are not allowed to smile at other women again. Also, don't pick on other women's chins anymore. You are mine. You can only be good to me. She declared her sovereignty domineeringly. That cute yet fierce look made my heart melt. Okay, I'll do as you say. I smiled and scratched her nose lovingly. From now on, I will only smile at you. Also, I'm only picking your chin. Okay? She was in my arms, responding contentedly. The sound was as sweet as honey. However, just when the two of us were having a great time, spreading the dog food around, that cold mechanical synthesized voice once again, without any warning, rang in my mind. Ding! Host detected. Successfully destroyed an entertainment company that was hostile to him with thunderous force. And recruited the enemy's core talent. Perfectly displaying the dominance and wisdom of a god-level dad. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, system points plus 30,000. Reward 2, a god-level script and a copy of Chinese Paladin. Reward 3, randomly increase the host's personal attributes by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a +1 in spirit attribute. Current spirit attribute, 26 Mount Tai collapses in front of you without changing your expression, a deer rises to your left without blinking. I looked at the reward panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, and for a moment I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. System boss? Aren't you giving out rewards too frequently? I just went there to solve a minor problem. What, another fucking reward? And it's fucking Chinese Paladin? This is my childhood sweetheart from my previous life. It is the eternal regret in the hearts of countless people born in the 80s and 90s. System, you understand me too much, right? My breathing suddenly became a little rapid. My heart was filled with huge waves. Shoot. Must take a picture. Such a classic, a masterpiece. We must not let it be covered in dust in this parallel world. I want to take a picture of it myself. Let the people of this world also feel what a true immortal hero is. What is the real feeling of being unable to let go? Husband, what's wrong with you? Yi Qingya looked at me, who had fallen into a daze again, and asked curiously. Have you thought of something fun again? I came to my senses and smiled. Looking at her cute and curious face, I reached out my hand and gently scratched her nose. Wife, do you want to be the heroine? Heroine? Yi Qingya was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted. Ah. Husband. Are you talking about that music video we talked about last time? She asked excitedly. Have you decided what to shoot? No. I shook my head. The MV is too small. I paused, looked at her beautiful eyes full of expectation, and spoke solemnly word by word. That voice was filled with unquestionable absolute confidence. This time, we are filming a TV series. A masterpiece of xianxia that will drive the entire China crazy. Xianxia? Yi Qingya's eyes lit up instantly. She has had a dream of becoming a fairy hero since she was a child. Which girl doesn't want to put on beautiful ancient costume and travel around the world with a sword? Then, where's the script? She asked expectantly. I've already thought of the script. I laughed. The smile was mysterious. Besides, I've already decided on the female lead. Who is it? Who is it? Yi Qingya asked impatiently. That curious baby look is so cute. I looked at her and smiled. I didn't say anything. I just reached out and gently pinched her cute, delicate face. Then he slowly said a name that made her heart beat faster and her face flush. Zhao Linger. Ah. Yi Qingya was instantly stunned by this huge happiness that fell from the sky. Zhao. Zhao Linger? That otherworldly, fairy-like beauty, the heroine? I want to play her? Husband, I really, can I? She looked at me with her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. And a little bit of inferiority complex. I'm almost 30. And pregnant. Can I still play such a fairy-like girl well? Sure. I looked at her cute, insecure look and smiled. I reached out and held her tightly in my arms. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. In my heart. I paused, my tone extremely gentle. However, it is filled with absolute confidence that would make even gods and Buddhas tremble. You are my Zhao Linger. The only one, the heroine. Then, where is the male protagonist, Li Xiaoyao? Yi Qingya blushed and asked in a low voice. Who are you going to find to act? Chapter 76 The Legend of Sword and Fairy set the film and television industry on fire. Then, what about the male protagonist Li Xiaoyao? Who are you going to find to act? Yi Qingya blushed and asked in a low voice. Those beautiful eyes were full of curiosity and a tiny expectation that she herself didn't even notice. Of course, she hoped that the male lead who would play opposite her would be. Of course. I looked at her cute face full of anticipation and smiled. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. Of course, your husband personally took action. My tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Joke. What a great opportunity. I can have a legitimate relationship with my wife in the movie. How could I possibly give it to another man? Ah. Yi Qingya was once again confused by my matter-of-fact answer. My husband wants to be the leading actor? But, husband. She looked at me with her beautiful eyes filled with worry. You haven't studied acting. Besides, filming is very hard. I don't want you to be so tired. Rest assured. I looked at her cute face full of worry and smiled. I reached out and held her tightly in my arms. Did you forget again? I, your husband, am omnipotent. Just a movie star. I paused, my tone extremely calm. However, it is filled with absolute confidence that makes even gods and Buddhas tremble. I will be the one if I want to be one. The next day. Chenxi Entertainment, headquarters. In the CEO's office. Zhang Man, look at me, at the thick stack of storyboards for The Legend of Sword and Fairy that I just wrote all night long. And that ridiculously detailed character biographies, costume and props designs, and scene concept art. Her proud worldview as a gold medal agent was once again shattered by me. She looked at me like a living monster. Boss. Her voice was trembling. You don't even know storyboarding and concept design, right? A little. I said modestly. In fact, with the blessing of God-level director skills. My mind is filled with the storyboards of all the classic movies on the planet. Just one, Legend of Sword and Fairy. Zhang Man was completely speechless. She looked at me, her calm and composed profile, and I felt my knees starting to go weak again. She feels. Sooner or later, I will get arthritis because I have offered my knees too many times to this amazing boss. Okay, stop being in a daze. I looked at her naive and silly look and laughed. Right away, immediately. I pointed at the thick stack of scripts on the table and gave the order clearly word by word. In the official name of Chenxi Entertainment. Announce it to the public. We will invest 1 billion. To create China's first true xianxia masterpiece. Chinese Paladin. The male and female protagonists are Qingya and I. For all other supporting roles, we are open to the public. I don't care what method you use. I want this news to spread throughout the entire Chinese internet within 10 minutes. I want everyone to know. We are from Chenxi Entertainment, first shot. Yes, it's started. Yes. Boss. Zhang Man shuddered and instantly recovered to full health. She looked at me with such arrogance and domineering power, as if I was pointing out the world and making decisions. In those shrewd and capable eyes, the raging fire called ambition was rekindled. She knows. A brand new era is about to be born in the hands of her and the godlike man in front of her. Boom. 10 minutes later. The entire Chinese internet completely exploded. Hashtag Chensi Entertainment invests 1 billion to create a fairy tale masterpiece. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag Chinese paladin. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag Qinshan Yi Qingya couple. Hashtag explosion. Hashtag the most lavish audition on the entire network. Hashtag explosion. Entries filled with explosive information swept across all the hot search lists of social platforms like viruses. Countless netizens went crazy when they saw this earth-shattering news. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell did I see? 1 billion? Filming a TV series? Is Chensi Entertainment crazy? That's right. That's right. This is so fucking inhumane, isn't it? This is enough to make a Hollywood blockbuster. Chen Shen, awesome. Crackling voice. This is a true overbearing CEO. He spent 1 billion just to fulfill his wife's dream of becoming a fairy hero? What kind of fairy tale love is this? Aha. I'm dying. This is so sweet. Chen Shen and Yi Qingya are going to play a couple? What the hell is this? I'm so fucking locked in on this EP. I'm gonna swallow the key. Isn't the point that the supporting roles are being auditioned online? Aha. I want to go. I absolutely must go. To be able to film with Qin Shin and Yi Tianho. I'd even be willing to play a random dead body. For a while. The entire network was plunged into an unprecedented carnival. Countless handsome men and beautiful women who dream of becoming stars rushed into the official registration channel of Chensi Entertainment like crazy. That scene was 100 times more exaggerated than the annual art exam. And Chinese Paladin, a drama that has not yet started filming, became popular all over the country overnight. It has become the most anticipated and best drama of the year. It's really popular before it's even aired. And as the instigator of all this. But I have already finished my work and left, hiding my achievements and fame. At this moment, I am lying leisurely on the soft and comfortable big bed of Thompson Epine, enjoying my wife's gentle and considerate massage service. Husband, have you really decided? Yi Qingya asked with some concern while gently massaging my shoulders with her slender, white hands. Do you really want to be the director yourself? Filming is very hard. I'm worried that your body won't be able to handle it. Rest assured. I closed my eyes and smiled as I enjoyed this gentle place that was enough to make any man fall in love with it. Did you forget again? I, your husband, can do anything. Just a director. I paused, my tone extremely calm. But it is full of absolute confidence that makes even gods and Buddhas tremble. I will be the one if I want to be one. That's disgusting. Yi Qingya was amused by my extremely Versailles speech. She reached out her hand and gently hit me. The force was so soft, as if he was acting coquettishly. I knew it, bragging. Although she said so. But those beautiful eyes were filled with deep pride and admiration. By the way, husband. She looked like she remembered something and asked me curiously. Then we will discuss several other important supporting roles in this play. For example, Lin Yueru and Anu, Tang Yu Xiaobao and the Drunken Swordsman. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Chapter 77. Everyone laughs, no one invests? I'll do it myself. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Yi Qingya asked me curiously. Those beautiful eyes are full of little stars. It seems that as long as it is, I am the one who said it. He must be the most suitable person in the world. Certainly. I looked at her cute face full of admiration and smiled. I reached out and gently scratched her nose. I, your husband, do the work. When have I ever disappointed you? As I spoke, I was calculating in my mind. Lin Yueru is willful and capricious, yet dares to love and hate. It would be nice for Lu Yifei to play the role of Sister Fairy who just became a little famous with a costume drama. Her cold temperament is somewhat similar to Lin Yueru's. As for Anu, quirky, lively, and cute. You can let young me, who just graduated from the film academy, give it a try. Her fox eyes, which are full of spirit, are quite consistent with her character. Also, Tang Yu Xiaobao, the drunken sword immortal. Hubby, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Yi Qingya looked at me with a strange anti-smile on her face and asked curiously. Nothing. I came to my senses and smiled. Just thinking. Wait, after our Chinese paladin is finished filming, will I accidentally make a bunch of future superstars famous? My tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Of course. Yi Qingya looked proud and raised her chin. Don't you even look at the screenwriter, director, and male and female protagonists? Who are they? The three of us join forces. Isn't that the same as saying, if gods stand in my way, I'll kill gods, and if Buddhas stand in my way, I'll kill Buddhas? She hugged my arm like a victorious general, acting like a spoiled child madly. That cute look made my heart melt. However, just when we are thriving and preparing to make great achievements, the outside world is not optimistic about our so-called Chinese paladin blockbuster. It can even be said that everyone is pessimistic. Beijing Hui Entertainment, headquarters building. In the president's office. Li Guohuo looked at the overwhelming news about the Chinese paladin on the computer screen. There was a hint of cold disdain on his face. 1 billion? To make a TV series? He picked up the top-quality De Hongpo on the table, took a sip, and said sarcastically to the new beautiful secretary beside him. Well, Su Chen is really young and frivolous. He really thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has a few bucks? The film and television industry is much more complicated than the music industry. Without the nod from us, the old giants, he can't even stir up a drop or a splash. So what do you mean? Well, the beautiful secretary asked cautiously. It's very simple. Li Guohuo smiled. Smiling like an old fox. Pass my message on. From today on, all of Huai's cinema platforms and artists are forbidden from any form of cooperation with Chenxi Entertainment and that so-called Chinese paladin. I want to let that ignorant brat know his place. What is this, a true industry ban? Yes. Mr. Li. At the same time, Emperor Entertainment, Enlight Media, Bona Film Group. Almost all the domestic, top, film and television giants were shocked after a brief moment. They all made the same decision as Li Guohuo. Ban. The entire industry jointly bans it. Joke. A young boy who appeared out of nowhere. They wanted to break the industry rules that they had painstakingly established over decades right from the start? Still want to snatch food from their mouths? It's simply a fool's dream. They want to let this ignorant outsider know what is true despair. Then, an unprecedented industry-wide stranglehold on Chenxi Entertainment and the Legend of Sword and Fairy began without warning. First, all the major cinema chains and video platforms collectively announced that they refused to purchase the broadcasting rights of Chinese Paladin. Soon after, all the major film and television bases and equipment rental companies also refused to provide any venues and equipment to the Chinese Paladin crew on the grounds that the schedule is full. The most exaggerated thing is those actors who had been trying their best to come and participate in the auditions. After receiving the ban orders from their respective agencies, they all chose to quit at the same time. For a while. The magical crew that just became popular on the entire internet because of a billion investment and produced by Qin Shun. He actually became a lone commander overnight, unable to even find any actors. The scene was so miserable, like a joke. Hashtag Chinese Paladin was boycotted by the entire industry. Hashtag Chenxi Entertainment has become the biggest joke. Hashtag Qinshin fell from the altar. Hashtag. One by one, entries filled with gloating instantly topped the hot search lists of major platforms. Countless black fans and water armies rushed out like sharks smelling blood. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I told you. That guy surnamed Su is just a show-off. That's right. That's right. Investing 1 billion? Creating a massive Xianxia film? Now, you're idiots, right? You can't even find an actor. Serves him right. Who made him so arrogant? Does he really think he's a god? Can he do whatever he wants? Morning Light Entertainment? I think it should be called Joke Entertainment, which is more accurate. Ha 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 ha. Thompson Epine, top floor villa. Zhang Man looked at the phone, which was flooded with ridicule and abuse. I looked again at the mailbox and saw those strongly worded termination statements. For the first time, a look called despair appeared on her shrewd and capable face. It's over. Everything is over. She is still too naive. She thought that with Mr. Su, this godlike man, she had. They can do it, fearlessly killing anyone who stands in their way. But, in the end, she still underestimated the cruelty of this dirty capital world. And the shamelessness of that group of old foxes who have long been huddled together for warmth. Boss. She raised her head, and her eyes, which had always been full of confidence and light, became dim for the first time. She looked at that godlike man who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him. The voice asked hoarsely. What should we do now? How about we just give up first? We really can't afford this project anymore. Give up? I listened to her and smiled. I slowly put down the book, The Little Prince, that I was reading to my baby. He raised his head and looked at her face, which was full of despair and unwillingness, and asked calmly. Xiao Zhang, have you forgotten? What do I, your boss, like the most? What is it? Zhang Man asked subconsciously. Yes, money. I laughed. Smiling, very calmly. Also very domineering. They won't invest in US? It doesn't matter. I can do it myself. They won't give it to us, actors? That's okay. I myself hold it. They won't give us a theater? It doesn't matter. I paused, and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to make the entire Chinese film and television industry tremble. I'll buy all the movie theaters in the country. Let them all lose their jobs. Ah. Once again, Zhang Man was stunned by my inhumane remarks. Buy all the cinemas in the country? This. What the hell is this, a god-level money power? I ignored her. I just took out my cell phone in front of her. Then I called Mr. Ma, whom I hadn't called for a long time. Hello, is this Mr. Ma? It's me, Su Chen. Yeah, I'm doing fine lately. It's just that money is a bit tight. I want to borrow some money from you. Ah. Director Su. You're joking. From the other end of the phone came Mr. Ma's flattered and fawning voice. You need money, that's because you think highly of me, Lama. You tell me. How much? 1 billion? 100 billion? Just say the word. I'll call you right now. Not that much. I smiled and said lightly. Well, let's start with 100 billion. I want to play something fun recently, a movie. I'm short of pocket money. Puff. From the other end of the phone, there was the sound of Mr. Ma spraying water because of extreme shock. 100 billion? Damn, it's pocket money? Boss. Are you mistaken about the term pocket money? I ignored him. I just smiled at Zhang Man, who was completely confused by my series of magical operations. Then slowly, he asked. How about it? Do you still think we can't afford to have fun? Chapter 78, Startup Capital? The system directly rewards 1 billion. How about it? Now, do you still think we can't afford to have fun? My words are very light. Like a feather. Gently brushed past Zhang Man's little heart, which had already been bombarded with holes by a series of god-level operations. She looked at the man who looked calm and composed, as if he had just borrowed 100 yuan from a friend to buy a pack of cigarettes. She could no longer bear this horrific shock, which was enough to completely shatter her entire worldview. Her legs went limp. With a plop sound. Once again, she knelt down in front of me without any suspense. The posture was so pious as if he was worshipping a real god of wealth. It's fun. It's so fun. She looked at me with eyes as calm as water and her voice was trembling. Boss. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I can't recognize a great man. I am short-sighted. I shouldn't have questioned your strength. You are not, you can't afford to play. You clearly want to treat the entire earth as your playground. Her flattery is so loud that it resounds across the mountains. That shameless look made Ji Qingya next to him blush. Okay. I looked at her useless appearance, feeling a bit amused and shaking my head. A future domineering female CEO. What's it like to kneel down all the time? Get up quickly. Yes. Boss. Zhang Man, as if pardoned, quickly got up from the ground. Stand up straight. She looked respectful, like a female soldier about to be inspected by her leader. However, just then, that cold, mechanical synthesized sound rang in my mind again without any warning. Ding! It's been detected that the host's entertainment empire plan is being strangled by the entire industry. The project has been temporarily stalled. Warning! This situation has seriously affected the mood of Yi Qingya, the mother of the host's offspring. It has had an extremely negative impact on her pregnancy. The unlimited funds mode of the god-level nanny system has been urgently activated. Ding! Host detected, preparing for the S+ level film and television project, Chinese Paladin. Project startup funds are seriously insufficient. Special system rewards are now being distributed. Reward, project startup capital, 1 billion. Automatically transferred to Chensi Entertainment's account. I looked at this golden reward panel that suddenly popped up in front of me, and for a moment I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. System boss? Do you have any misunderstanding about me? Where am I short of funds? I just borrowed 100 billion from Mr. Ma. You, 1 billion. Isn't it a bit? Is it a waste of time? But don't refuse free money. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. I happily made my choice in my heart and accepted it. Buzz. Almost at the moment I confirmed receipt. Zhang Man's cell phone next to her started vibrating wildly. Yes, a text message from the bank. Subconsciously, she clicked on it and took a look. Then, she was dumbfounded. The screen displayed a line of terrifying numbers that were enough to give any normal person a myocardial infarction on the spot. Dear Ms. Zhang Man, your company, Chensi Entertainment Limited Partnership, received an anonymous investment of 1 billion renminbi from a mysterious investor at 3:32 p.m. in its public account. The current balance in the account is 1 billion renminbi. Zhang Man, looking at the long string of zeros that made her dizzy, was petrified. Her breathing, at this moment, completely stopped. She stretched out her fingers, which were trembling violently due to extreme shock, and counted 3 times repeatedly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. 10, 1 billion? I'm fucking? Where did 1 billion come from? Mysterious investor? Who is it? So inhumane? 1 billion wasted in one move? And it's fucking anonymous? She suddenly raised her head. With a look of horror, she looked at the godlike man who was looking calm and indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with him. She understood instantly. This so-called mysterious investor. Except the man in front of her. Who else? Oh my god. The boss, how much money does he have? How many aliases does he have? This. Damn, are other wealthy people going to be allowed to live? Boss. Her voice was trembling. She pointed at the phone with her lips, trembling as she spoke, unable to utter a word. Oh, I see. I glanced at the text message on her phone, calmly, and nodded. It seems that I am the only one whose friends can't stand it anymore. Just throw in some pocket money and give it to us to have some fun. My tone was full of indifference. As if that wasn't 10 billion. But $10. Pocket money? Zhang Manhwa and Yi Qingya were once again shocked by my extremely Versailles speech and were completely impressed. They looked at me, their eyes full of fanatical admiration, as if they regarded money as dirt. This is the mindset that a true king should have. Okay, stop being in a daze. I looked at their silly, naive looks and laughed. Now, we have the money. Besides, it's the kind that you can never spend all of it. I paused and the corners of my mouth curled up in an arc that was enough to make the entire Chinese film and television industry tremble. So, next. That's right, let them see it. What is the real money power? I picked up my phone and called Mr. Ma in front of them, the number he had just hung up. Hello, is this Mr. Ma? It's me, Su Chen. Well, regarding that 100 billion investment, I won't use it for now. I have a pen here, a windfall. Mr. Su. You, please don't. From the other end of the phone came Mr. Ma's voice, full of panic and pleading. Please don't be so polite to me. You need money, that's because you think highly of me, old Ma. If you don't use my money, then you look down on me. He was almost crying. Joke. Yes, I can serve as a cash machine for Mr. Su, a godlike figure. This is the blessing he earned in his previous life. How many people have tried their best to get this opportunity? How could he give up so easily? Okay. I listened to his speech full of desire to survive and shook my head with a bit of a laugh and tears. I don't have any use for the money for now. But there is something more interesting that I would like to ask you for a favor. You say it. You say it. As long as I can do it. I will definitely do it, even if it means death. Mr. Ma promised solemnly. It's very simple. I laughed, smiling like an old fox. Please help me contact the top special effects teams in Hollywood. Yes, the ones who made Avatar and the Avengers. Tell them. Shensi Entertainment, are going to shoot a fairy tale TV series soon. We need a few odd jobs. Ask them if they're interested in coming and making some extra money. Price is not a problem. I have only one request. I want them to use the same standards as for Oscar-winning movies to create special effects for a TV series. I want everyone to know. What is this called, a true dimensionality reduction attack? Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Use Hollywood's top team to create special effects for a TV series? Still a fucking handyman? Boss. You are too rich and inhumane, aren't you? This is no longer a dimensionality reduction attack. This is fucking using two-dimensional foil to clean up the solar system. I didn't pay any attention to him anymore. I just smiled at Zhang Man, who was completely confused by my series of magical operations. Then slowly, he asked. How about it? Now, do you still think we are short of people? Chapter 79 casting begins. Brother Hu, Louis Fei, it's you. How about it? Do you still think we are short of people? My words are very light. Like a feather. He gently brushed Zhang Man's heart, which had already been riddled with holes by a series of god-level operations. She looked at that man, who had a calm and composed expression as if he had just ordered a takeout. He was a divine man. She could no longer bear this horrific shock that was enough to completely shatter her entire worldview. Her legs went limp. With a plop sound. Once again, without any suspense, he gave it to me and knelt down. That posture was so pious, as if he was worshipping a real creator god. No more. No more. She looked at me, her eyes as calm as water and her voice were trembling. Boss. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I'm short-sighted. I shouldn't have questioned your strength. How can you be short of people? You clearly want to give all of Hollywood to us, Shensi Entertainment, as our backyard. Her flattery is so loud that it resounds across the mountains. Seeing that shameless look, Yi Qingya, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but blush. Okay. I looked at her useless appearance and shook my head with a feeling of being both amused and helpless. A future domineering female CEO. What's it like to kneel down all the time? Get up quickly. Yes. Boss. Zhang Manru was pardoned and quickly got up from the ground. Stand up straight. That respectful look made her look like a female soldier about to be inspected by her leader. Now we have the money. People will be there soon. So, next. I paused, and a mysterious arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. It's time to take our most important step. Casting. 3 days later. Shensi Entertainment, headquarters. That luxurious interview hall that had just been decorated by the world's top designers. There are so many people. No seats available. Tens of thousands of handsome men and beautiful women who came from all over the country and even all over the world with dreams of becoming stars filled the top floor of the Magic City Center building to the brim. The scene was even more exaggerated than the Spring Festival travel rush. And, on the interview panel, there were only 3 people sitting there. Yi Qingya, and Zhang Man, who has completely become my #1 fangirl. In front of us was a thick stack of actor information. Each one is the elite among the elites, carefully selected by Zhang Man and her godlike team from millions of applicants. There is a gifted boy who just graduated from the Film Academy. There are veteran actors who have been playing supporting roles in major production crews for more than 10 years. There are even several second and third tier stars who are already well known in the circle. They all waited outside the door with nervousness and anticipation, like concubines waiting to be picked by the emperor. Boss lady. Zhang Man handed us a resume that gleamed with gold and smiled flatteringly. This is the first actor we interviewed today. Yes, she's currently the most popular actress online for the role of Lin Yuerud. Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei? When I heard this name, my eyebrows raised slightly. There was a hint of playful smile in his eyes. Quite interesting. Surprisingly, she has the same name and surname as the fairy sister in my previous life. I just don't know. Is there Lu Yifei in this parallel world, with her stunning, fairy-like beauty? Let her in. I said lightly. Yes. Soon. A beautiful girl wearing a white dress and with long, shiny black hair, exuding a cool and ethereal aura that seemed otherworldly, walked in slowly. Her appearance instantly made the entire luxurious interview hall pale in comparison. Beautiful. So fucking beautiful. That incredibly delicate oval face. Those phoenix eyes that are as clear as a pool of autumn water. That milky skin that is so smooth that it seems to be broken. She is simply like a fairy sister who walked out of a painting. Wow. Even Yi Qingya, who has always been absolutely confident in her appearance, couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation of admiration the moment she saw her. Honey. She's so beautiful. It's just like a fairy descending to earth. Yeah, it's really good. I also nodded with satisfaction. This Lu Yifei, both in terms of appearance and temperament. It's exactly what I have in mind, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yueru, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside and dares to love and hate. She is simply a perfect match. It seems that I have found a treasure this time. Lu Yifei, right? I looked at the fairy sister who was standing in front of us with a nervous and awkward look on her face and asked lightly. Yes. Mr. Su. Ms. Yi. Director Zhang. Lu Yifei quickly bowed deeply to us. He looked so nervous and apprehensive, just like a rookie having his first interview. It's hard to imagine. She is the rising star who just became famous overnight with the ancient costume drama The Story of a Noble Family, which became popular all over the country and was praised as the chosen girl by countless netizens. Don't be nervous. I looked at her pitiful and cute appearance and smiled. Whatever, show us your best talent. Yes. Lu Yifei, take a deep breath. Then, in our eyes, full of expectation. Slowly, he pulled out a prop sword. Start dancing. That moment. Her temperament changed instantly. The soft and weak little white rabbit disappeared. Instead, there is a heroic female knight who is full of the heroic spirit of the children of the rivers and lakes. That sword technique is as smooth as flowing water. That figure is so graceful and elegant. It's exactly Lin Yueru, Benru. Good. I couldn't help but applaud. It's you. From today on, you are Lin Yueru from our Chinese Paladin crew. Ah. Lu Yifei was instantly stunned by this huge surprise that fell from the sky. Just like that, passed? Too simple, right? And, at this moment. Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door. It's my new assistant, Han Shui. She pushed the door open and walked in with an anxious look on her face. Su, Boss Su. Something bad has happened. Outside, a strange young man is coming. He insists on seeing you. We can't be stopped. Young people? I frowned. What does he look like? He's really handsome. Han Shui said while panting and looking infatuated. Also, with a wicked smirk. A bit like the ancient wanderer who traveled the world with a sword. Oh. I laughed when I heard her words. Yi Qingya beside me and I looked at each other and saw a playful smile in each other's eyes. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. It seems that the person I'm looking for has come to me. Really? Before I could speak. A young man wearing a leather jacket, with neat short hair and a cynical, cool smile on his face, walked in from the door with a swagger. Behind him were several security guards with helpless looks on their faces. Su Chen, right? He didn't even look at Yi Qingya and Zhang Man beside him. Just walked in front of me. Those eyes full of defiance just stared at me without blinking. That look was extremely arrogant. It's me, who are you? I looked at the young man in front of me who looked exactly like my favorite actor in my previous life and smiled. My name is Brother Who. He paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a confident arc. I'm the one you're looking for. Li Xiao Yao. So what you mean is? I looked at his eyes, which were full of confidence, and asked with a smile.